Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Our hero, Oh Yun-sung, is the strongest hunter in Korea. All thanks to his skill auto-hunt. Just hit one button, and his body goes wild on its own, his muscles surging with overwhelming strength. And a 5-star mob, the kind entire elite squads died to, flies away with a single hit. It all started when a giant hole tore through the sky. From there, creatures from another world poured in. And in response to that threat, hunters appeared in the world. But our hero was just a regular loser, no power, no cash. His girl dumps him, because she thinks he's a worthless broke nobody. After the breakup, the hero crashed hard. He wasn't ready for this brutal reality. Suddenly, the walls of the cafe where he was sitting exploded. Seeing the monster, he realized, no choice, gotta fight. He tried to strike the beast, but nothing worked. The mob hit back just as hard. When he was already on the verge of death, a notification for a new skill popped up. No choice left, he slammed it. Suddenly he felt a savage power flooding through his body. With one punch he knocked the monster aside. Then he landed a few more hits, and the mob was down. Right then, the auto-hunt skill turned off by itself. Suddenly he felt weakness all over his body, and the next moment he collapsed to the ground. The next day he woke up already in the hospital. For a moment he can only stare upward in silence, piecing events together. He remembers the unforecasted fracture and realizes the battle was real, not a hallucination. The memory of the shark-headed monster and the ruined restaurant comes flooding back. He also remembers that he fought only because he refused to leave Sang-hyuk behind. His first urgent concern is whether Sang-hyuk survived. A nurse stops him from moving too suddenly and warns that his muscle damage is still severe. Soon a government official named Chai Shin-young from the Special Defense Bureau arrives to meet the two victims and deliver monster disaster compensation. She formally introduces herself and hands Yu-sung her card. Yu-sung confirms that the bureau is tied to hunter-related administration, as he remembers from military service. Shin-young explains that the government covers the damage from unforecasted fractures, including medical bills, lost income, and repairs to Sang-hyuk's store. She presents the compensation documents for Yu-sung to review and sign, reminding him that such disasters fall under state responsibility. Before thinking about money, Yu-sung asks anxiously whether Sang-hyuk was hurt. He is relieved to learn Sang-hyuk only fainted from shock and suffered no serious injury. With that settled, Shin-young turns his attention back to the paperwork and asks him to examine the details. She explains that because he killed the monster, he is also entitled to a separate reward based on the creature's threat level. When Yu-sung sees the reward is only 500,000 won, he thinks it is absurdly small for a fight that nearly killed him, and the official coolly notes that it is simply the standard rate. Yun-sung learns that the shark ape he hunted legally belongs to him and can be sold through the hunter market. Because he lacks a market license, the bureau gives him a temporary one and transfers the monster's ownership into a temporary account. With the paperwork settled, the official asks if he has anything else he wants to know. Still thinking about how little the bounty was, Yun-sung asks what the corpse itself would sell for. The official warns that an ordinary Tier 2 carcass is usually worth very little, far less than the risk he took. But instead of giving a firm answer, she nudges him to verify the value himself. Her hint leaves him confused rather than enlightened. After she leaves, he realizes she deliberately made him look into the market on his own. At first he dismisses the market as useless to someone who never planned to become a hunter. Then he suddenly remembers the strange auto-hunting interface. When it appears again, he is shocked to find it still exists. He notices the interface is grayed out now, unlike before, and starts comparing the difference. Pressing it does nothing, so he guesses it may only work when danger is nearby. Unable to prove anything yet, he decides to leave that mystery for later. He turns back to the market and checks what shark ape bodies are actually worth. The listed prices are already far higher than he expected, making the official's idea of low value seem absurd to him. Then he spots one listing priced vastly above the rest and realizes it is marked as captured alive. That makes him remember the official's careful wording and suspect that his own catch may not have been treated as a simple corpse. He immediately checks the temporary account tied to his monster. As the page loads, he braces himself to confirm what kind of listing he actually has. The status reveals that his shark ape was registered as captured, not dead. He is stunned to learn the monster had been delivered alive. That realization makes him understand he may have earned far more money than he ever imagined. The story shifts to the buyer's side, where the deal is being finalized. A sweating businessman explains that live shark apes are extremely hard to obtain because of how violent they are. He admits the earlier high listing was mostly a bluff to attract sellers, and Yun-sung's monster happened to match what they needed. Yun-sung signs a contract agreeing to sell the live shark ape for 420 million won. As the buyer gratefully sees him off, Yun-sung can barely process the size of the payment. Later, alone by the riverside at sunset, he tries to absorb how suddenly his life has changed. He takes a drink as if to steady himself against the shock. The amount is so unreal that he nearly chokes on it. Even after taxes, he is left with more money than he ever thought he could earn. He compares it to years of part-time work and realizes one live capture earned him several lifetimes of effort. Yet the windfall does not make him feel complete, because the goal he had chased for years suddenly seems meaningless. With his old dream no longer urgent, he no longer knows what he should do next. His thoughts drift back to the auto-hunting ability. He wonders if that strange power could let him try becoming a hunter after all, even though he barely survived a tier 2 monster. A memory of someone telling him he would never improve and should fend for himself resurfaces and stings his pride. He angrily rejects that voice and forces himself to focus. He recognizes that this choice could define the rest of his life. In the end, greed and stubborn resolve win out, and he decides to try becoming a hunter rather than retreat. Once he starts training, he keeps studying the grayed out interface and remembers it only turned blue when he faced danger. Comparing the hospital and the battle, he concludes the key difference was the presence of an enemy nearby. He refines the idea further and suspects the system reacts to whatever he personally perceives as a threat. To test that theory, he deliberately treats a punching bag as an opponent. He squares up and prepares to trigger the skill. The moment he decides the bag is his enemy, the condition is met. The interface lights up blue again, confirming his guess. When auto-hunting activates, he knows he has finally understood how to wake it up. He concludes that the system responds to perceived danger rather than actual monsters alone. Confident in the rule, he decides to see what the ability can really do. The system enters activation mode and takes over. His body launches into a rapid barrage of attacks far beyond his normal coordination. The punching bag is hammered relentlessly as the skill drives him with perfect aggression. For a moment he experiences the calm precision of a body moving on its own. Then the backlash hits, and pain tears through him once the sequence ends. Collapsed on the floor, he realizes auto-hunting is brutally effective but punishing on his untrained body. Thinking it through, he understands the full cycle. Danger readies the skill, pressing it activates it, and defeating the enemy shuts it off. The real problem is that his muscles cannot handle what the system makes them do. The strain becomes so intense that he can only scream through it. After recovering, he decides the first priority is not hunting but building a body that can survive the skill. He begins organizing the rules of auto-hunting, starting with the fact that it only readies when he senses danger. He adds that it only uses techniques his current body is physically capable of, and it stops if the enemy falls or he wills it to stop. Most importantly, he realizes it also shuts down when his body reaches its limit, so it will not exceed his physical capacity. Armed with that understanding, he throws himself into relentless physical training. He pushes through exhaustion, treating every breath as part of a larger plan. Whenever he tests himself with auto-hunting, the system turns his improved body into a far more destructive weapon. As his physique transforms, he finally feels ready to move beyond theory. He commits fully to the path he chose and declares that it is time to become a hunter. He studies what being a hunter actually means instead of chasing the title blindly. He learns that hunters are people who fight the monsters entering the world through fractures. He also learns that the government's recruitment standards are severe, demanding knowledge, stamina, and survivability. To meet those standards, he enrolls in a specialized hunter academy. His rapid progress in training already draws attention from the people around him. He hammers training equipment with enough force to shock the other students. Even so, he keeps practicing in ordinary mode rather than relying on the skill. He clears the written portion of the licensing process in one attempt, leaving only the physical test. He reminds himself that auto-hunting is not the issue anymore. The real weakness is still his own manual control. He knows the system could smash the equipment instantly, but that would only prove how far behind his natural ability still is. Because he cannot know how long the power will stay with him, he resolves to become strong enough without depending on it. He keeps training with that long-term goal in mind, accepting that he still has a long way to go. The next day, the academy announces the results of the latest physical test. Students are called forward one by one to receive their scores. Yunsung reflects that 4 months have passed since he chose this path and hopes he has at least reached the passing line. When his name is called, he steps forward nervously. He waits while the instructor checks his result. The instructor's reaction makes him think the score may be close. He learns he scored 98, just 2 points short of the 100-point threshold. Although he failed to pass, he realizes he has risen from 63 to 98 in only 4 months. That improvement convinces him his body is nearing the level required to face a Tier 2 monster head-on. He starts to believe that if he keeps progressing at this pace, he will eventually qualify. Instead of dismissing him, the academy places him in a special class for the year-end hunter license exam. The announcement surprises the class, and Yunsung is caught off guard along with everyone else. He cannot understand why someone below the threshold would be admitted to a special class. The special class gathers in a large training hall for orientation. Their instructor, Kim Sunguk, introduces himself and tells them they have 4 months left to prepare for the exam. One arrogant student immediately mocks the idea of everyone passing and sneers at the presence of someone who failed the threshold. The instructor shuts that down by saying raw points are not the only measure, and that each student should focus on overcoming personal limits. The mocker is revealed as Kang Jaekyun, a top scorer with 135 physical points, and he backs off with a smug show of obedience. Yunsung realizes the insult was aimed directly at him. The two lock eyes, and hostility forms instantly. Yunsung cannot understand why Jaekyun is targeting him, but he recognizes the man is looking for someone to look down on. At the same time, Yunsung notices his auto-hunting interface has activated despite there being no obvious monster nearby. He quickly concludes that the threat the system senses is Jaekyun himself. Rather than get dragged into the provocation, Yunsung decides not to waste attention on him. He narrows his focus to one objective, mastering auto-hunting and becoming a licensed hunter as fast as possible. The class begins with an overview of 4 major areas, starting with physical training to overpower monsters. They are also taught survival skills for operating beyond fractures. Another part of the curriculum covers weapon mastery with anti-monster equipment. The instructor stresses that true hunters do more than kill, they must control their prey completely. To make that point practical, he asks the class why they want to become hunters. One student bluntly answers that hunters make a lot of money, drawing laughter from the room. The instructor accepts the honesty and uses it to ask where that money actually comes from. He explains that most hunter income comes from selling monster carcasses. A ruined monster body is shown as an example of what not to do. The class recoils as the instructor points out that badly mangled monsters lose much of their value. He says today's lesson is about preserving a monster's worth by damaging it efficiently rather than mindlessly destroying it. To demonstrate, he brings out a humanoid training monster for them to face. He introduces it as an uncanny mannequin, a durable practice target that recovers from most damage. But he warns that it is still a real monster and will attack anyone who strikes it. The students are told to challenge it one at a time. Jaekyun eagerly volunteers first, presenting himself as the class's strongest prospect. He enters the ring expecting an easy display of dominance. Looking down on the mannequin, he boasts that he can finish it in a single blow. His opening punch lands hard, but it fails to end the fight. The unexpected resistance catches him completely off guard. When the mannequin blocks his attack, his confidence cracks. He lashes out again in frustration instead of adjusting. The mannequin counters and starts battering him back. Humiliated, Jaekyun loses control and attacks with pure anger. The exchange turns into a reckless brawl as he tries to overpower it through rage alone. The watching students are left hearing him scream abuse while he flails at the target. When he keeps kicking and pounding the mannequin senselessly, the instructor stops the match and disqualifies him. Jaekyun is stunned that he is being thrown out instead of praised. The instructor reminds him that the point was carcass preservation, and Jaekyun failed the lesson by damaging the target carelessly. With no room to argue, Jaekyun is forced to accept why he was disqualified. The instructor removes him from the exercise and asks for the next volunteer. This time, Yunsung raises his hand. He calmly offers to take the next turn. He asks the instructor for permission to enter the ring. The instructor accepts and calls him forward. Jaekyun immediately protests, insisting someone below the threshold cannot do better and demanding another chance for himself. The instructor silences him sharply and orders him not to disrupt the class. Jaekyun swallows his anger and backs down for the moment. Yunsung steps into the ring as instructed. As he passes, Jaekyun glares at him with open resentment. Yunsung senses that hostility but does not react. Inside the ring, he faces the mannequin in a composed stance instead of rushing in. Before acting, he notices the mannequin has already repaired the damage Jaekyun caused and files that fact away. Seeing it restored without a trace confirms that Jaekyun's wild beating accomplished nothing, while Yunsung prepares to approach the test more intelligently. At the academy, Yunsung is called forward to begin a practical demonstration against the training mannequin. The instructor starts the test, sending the mannequin at him immediately. The mannequin rushes in before Yunsung has fully settled, trying to overwhelm him with speed. It throws a straight punch, but Yunsung stays calm instead of panicking. He slips past the attack with minimal movement, already reading the mannequin's pattern. In the same motion, he strikes a vulnerable point with precise timing. The mannequin collapses almost instantly, ending the exchange before anyone can process it. The watching students are stunned by how abruptly the fight is over. Even the more confident trainees are shaken by what they just saw. The instructor himself is briefly caught off guard by the result. The class struggles to understand whether the mannequin really went down that easily. Yunsung realizes his auto-hunting aid was active, meaning the movement he used was system-assisted rather than something he can naturally reproduce yet. That makes the result less useful to him as a learning reference, since he cannot simply study a move he did not consciously perform. He regrets that he only got one chance and starts hoping for another attempt. Meanwhile, the instructor enthusiastically praises the technique as exactly the lesson he wanted the class to see. He explains that Yunsung calmly identified a weak point and attacked cleanly enough that he might even have secured a capture. Turning the moment into a lecture, the instructor reminds everyone that efficient monster hunting leads directly to money and status. A student asks for another demonstration because the first one happened too fast to follow. The instructor agrees, and Yunsung uses the chance to request a harder setting instead of repeating the easy one. The instructor warns him that moving from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is a serious jump in difficulty. Yunsung accepts the risk because he wants to experience that higher level firsthand. Satisfied by his resolve, the instructor prepares the mannequin for a stronger mode. He raises the setting without objection and commits to the test. The mannequin's system begins changing from its basic state. Its display shifts to 2 stars, marking it as a Tier 2 opponent. The instructor tells Yunsung to show how far he can go against a Tier 2 mannequin. Yunsung squares up, facing the upgraded mannequin with full attention. He immediately compares it to the Tier 2 shark ape he fought before and treats this as the standard he now has to surpass. Because he once beat a Tier 2 monster while in worse condition, he decides this opponent should be manageable now. His real goal is not just victory but memorizing as many useful movements from auto-hunting as possible. The instructor gives the signal again, setting the second demonstration in motion. This time the mannequin launches much faster and more aggressively than before. Yun-sung instantly recognizes the jump in speed. He recalls that the shark-ape fight ended too quickly to study. But this stronger mannequin may finally let him observe Tier 2 movement properly. When the mannequin attacks, he intercepts it cleanly instead of being pushed back. Auto-hunting guides his body through the exchange with practiced efficiency. With that support, the supposedly difficult fight becomes effortless for him. The mannequin is battered off balance before it can mount any real offense. Yun-sung finishes it decisively, dropping the Tier 2 mannequin in front of the entire class. The spectators fall silent in disbelief at how one-sided the result is. Whispers spread as students question who Yun-sung really is and whether Tier 2 opponents are actually supposed to be this easy. One trainee in particular reacts with open hostility, unable to accept that someone below the passing threshold just won so easily. His jealousy turns into suspicion, and he convinces himself the instructor and Yun-sung must have staged the whole thing. The instructor instead openly admires Yun-sung's skill, saying he far exceeded expectations. He admits this is the first time he has seen anyone defeat a Tier 2 mannequin so easily at the academy. He has the class applaud Yun-sung, turning him into the center of attention. Other students crowd him with admiration and ask whether he has formal martial arts training. When Yun-sung says he mostly studied and trained on his own, their respect only grows. The instructor restores order and sends the rest of the class back to their own practice, but stops Yun-sung before he leaves. Yun-sung turns when the instructor calls his name again. The instructor quietly asks if they can speak in private after class. Later, they meet in a conference room away from the others. The instructor sets a polite tone by offering Yun-sung tea before getting to the point. He asks how Yun-sung has found the special class over the past week, and Yun-sung admits he still does not understand why he was placed there despite being satisfied with the training. The instructor says the answer is simple. Yun-sung had more than enough qualifications. He explains that while Yun-sung's total score was not the highest, his physical abilities were balanced with unusual consistency and no glaring weakness. To the instructor, Yun-sung's performance is the natural result of disciplined, even training across his whole body. Having established that, the instructor reveals he has something more important to say. He offers Yun-sung a proposal that he claims would greatly benefit him. The scene later shifts to a restaurant where the trainees gather to celebrate passing the license test stage. They toast together to everyone clearing the exam. Yun-sung sits among them, included in the group but quieter than the others. Someone notices he is not drinking and asks about it. Yun-sung says he has decided not to drink until he fully passes the test, showing how seriously he is taking the final hurdle. A female classmate praises how impressive he looked when he beat the mannequin. She then asks whether he has thought about which hunter firm he wants to join after getting licensed. Yun-sung recalls that firms are organizations that employ multiple hunting parties, but he has not seriously considered that future yet. When he admits he has not planned that far, his classmates assume someone as talented as him must already be receiving offers. That comment makes him remember the instructor's private proposal. His thoughts return to the meeting in the conference room. At the time, he was wary and asked what kind of benefit the instructor meant. The instructor assured him it was an offer with no downside and invited him to hear it out. Yun-sung asked directly what the offer was. The instructor explained that he planned to remain at the academy for now and later establish his own hunter agency. Because the best established hunters are already tied to other groups, he is looking for promising talent before they are claimed. Yun-sung's performance in class convinced him he had found exactly that kind of prospect. So he invited Yun-sung to join the agency he intends to create in the future. Yun-sung clarified that this meant he was being scouted as a hunter, and the instructor confirmed it. Yun-sung was confused because he is not even licensed yet and his current points are still low. The instructor told him those numbers were not what mattered. He pointed out that another student, Kang Jae-kyun, scored higher overall, while Yun-sung only had 98 points. Even so, he insisted Yun-sung's physical balance was nearly ideal, the kind of body built without neglecting any area. Yun-sung privately wonders whether that perfection comes from all the training he has done through auto-hunting. The instructor adds that Yun-sung's ability to draw out every bit of his body's potential through movement is itself a rare technical gift. He admits that this recognition is why he became attached to Yun-sung as a prospect almost immediately. Still, he reminds him that he is only a prospect for now, not yet a true hunter. The only thing standing in the way is the final licensing test. Then the instructor claims that obstacle can be solved easily if Yun-sung accepts his offer. He says the solution is simple. Yun-sung only needs to pass the final test. To explain what he means, he places a sealed package on the table. He reveals that it contains complete information about this year's final examination. Yun-sung is shocked by the implication. The instructor boasts that the government keeps the final exam so secret that even the proctors do not know its contents until the document is opened. When Yun-sung asks how he obtained it, the instructor brushes the question aside and hints at methods beyond Yun-sung's imagination. What he wants Yun-sung to believe is that the document is genuine and even includes guidance on how to approach parts of the test. He promises that with this information, Yun-sung's success would be virtually guaranteed. Pushing harder, he says that if Yun-sung accepts, he will personally turn him into a hunter above all others. He extends his hand and asks Yun-sung to work with him. Back in the restaurant, a classmate snaps Yoon-sung out of the memory when she notices he has stopped listening. He apologizes and claims he was just lost in thought. The others keep chatting and ask him to share how he trained, hoping to learn from his success. Yoon-sung repeats that he is still only doing basic training on his own, which sounds unbelievable to them. The jealous trainee from earlier, now drunk, accuses him of lying and implies he must have paid for private coaching. His resentment spills out as he frames Yoon-sung's modest answer as arrogant posturing. Yoon-sung apologizes for the misunderstanding, but that only provokes the drunk man further. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yoon-sung decides to leave rather than escalate things. He stands and heads out while the others watch uneasily. The drunk trainee's anger spikes when Yoon-sung walks away from him. He calls Yoon-sung back aggressively, demanding attention. Then he grabs Yoon-sung by the shirt and openly starts a fight. In his drunken confidence, he tells himself that raw strength is enough to overpower and humiliate Yoon-sung. Yoon-sung addresses him by name, Kang Jae-kyun, making it clear he is no longer treating this as meaningless noise. He tells Jae-kyun he does not understand the reason for the hostility, but if Jae-kyun insists on fighting, he will respond. Yoon-sung seizes control of the situation physically, startling Jae-kyun with how easily he reverses the grip. He warns Jae-kyun to think carefully before challenging someone he cannot handle. When Jae-kyun still clings on, Yoon-sung coldly orders him to let go. A moment later, Jae-kyun is thrown down and left on the floor, shocked and helpless. Yoon-sung steadies himself, more annoyed than rattled by the interruption. He apologizes to the rest of the group for the scene and thanks them for speaking up earlier. The room is left in stunned silence as everyone realizes how decisively he handled Jae-kyun. Yoon-sung leaves the restaurant and steps back into the night alone. Outside, he looks up, still turning over the instructor's proposal in his mind. He weighs the temptation of an easy path against what it would cost him. In the remembered meeting, he finally rejects the offer and asks to leave. The instructor expresses disappointment and questions whether Yoon-sung really thinks another chance to become a hunter will come so easily. He tries to frame his corrupt shortcut as a rare opportunity Yoon-sung is foolish to refuse. Yoon-sung answers that he never expected becoming a hunter to be easy in the first place. He declares that he will become a hunter through his own ability, and refuses to entrust that future to someone else's hands. He walks out, ending the conversation on his own terms. Left alone, the instructor smiles instead of taking offense. Yoon-sung continues down the street with his resolve hardened rather than shaken. Back in the room, the instructor calls someone named Chang-hoon and says he has found the perfect candidate. He describes Yoon-sung as an unlicensed newcomer who could still become the very best. A month remains until the final test, and Yoon-sung throws himself into training at the gym. He decides he must prepare for every possibility by covering his weaknesses instead of relying on what he already does well. After assessing himself honestly, he concludes that his biggest deficiency is overall physical power and resolves to focus there. During training, something unexpected catches his attention. A new interface appears beside the auto-hunting system, and he notices a glowing empty slot. He recognizes it as something like an item slot. It reminds him of the place where consumables such as potions are stored. Since he has no potion on hand, he wonders what item the system expects him to place there. Then he realizes the shaker bottle in his hand might be what the slot is reacting to. He cautiously brings the bottle toward the glowing slot to test the idea. The system immediately responds, pulling the bottle into the slot with a flash. His shaker is converted into a stored utility item inside the interface. Yoon-sung is impressed that ordinary objects can be slotted this way, and he starts wondering how the feature is activated. The system provides an instruction telling him to activate utility slot 1 by blinking once while staring at it. He reads the prompt and decides to try the command exactly as written. The moment he blinks at the slot, the stored drink is forcibly dispensed straight into his mouth. He drops to all fours, coughing and cursing the system for using the item with absurdly violent enthusiasm. The young man notices that using the utility slot consumes a measurable amount of its stored resource. He quickly grasps the trade-off and realizes a single use drains it by a fixed amount. Instead of hesitating, he decides to experiment and see how far this new function can be pushed. Looking over the food and supplies in his room, he starts considering what would be most useful to store. After checking the rules, he confirms the slot is meant for practical utility rather than combat gear. The notes explain that only one item can be stored at a time. It can be retrieved. Only edible items qualify, and auto-consumption works even during auto-hunting. He concludes that the slot is basically a hands-free storage tool that becomes especially valuable while auto-hunting. That insight leads him to plan around efficiency, deciding to load it with quick energy sources so he wastes less time preparing and eating. He becomes pleased with the strategic value of the feature, realizing it can extend both the strength and duration of his automated hunts. A month later, the day of the hunter license final exam arrives at a packed stadium. A van brings the examinees to the venue amid the growing crowd. Their instructor announces that they have arrived and tells everyone to get moving. The candidates begin filing out of the vehicle. The group gathers outside, each preparing in their own way for the final test. One last door closes as the team fully assembles. The protagonist steps out, now visibly more developed from a month of training. His classmate is startled by how much his physique has improved in such a short time. He brushes off the attention by casually claiming he only adjusted his training a little, though the change is obvious enough to unsettle the others. As he looks around the enormous venue, he realizes the final exam is drawing a far larger crowd than he expected. Their instructor explains that many of the onlookers are scouts searching for promising new hunters. Because the final results are announced immediately, recruiters can move on successful candidates at once. The instructor adds that smaller firms especially need to scout aggressively because they lose talent to the major agencies. So even before the test begins, companies are already waiting nearby to claim whoever stands out. Still, the instructor admits this turnout is unusually large even by those standards. One of the candidates gets fired up by the idea of being scouted and loudly treats it like a chance to become a star. To avoid the commotion, the protagonist decides to go stretch while the instructor dryly allows it. Before he can fully disengage, a sudden stir spreads through the crowd. A flashy red sports car arrives and instantly pulls everyone's attention away from the examinees. The crowd rushes toward the car as if a celebrity has appeared. The reaction escalates into open shock and excitement. People realize the arrival is Lee Jae-hak, a famous solo hunter, and his presence electrifies the scene. Even seasoned adults react like fans, amazed to see him in person. Their instructor is thrown off because he never expected someone of Lee Jae-hak's stature to personally attend the exam. Lee Jae-hak is introduced in the crowd's whispers as the nation's most renowned solo hunter. His reputation is so overwhelming that his achievements are compared to those of an entire mid-sized firm, and his younger sister's appearance only heightens the pressure. The instructor realizes that if Lee Jae-hak's sister is truly taking the exam, his own students are in for a brutal competition. Lee Jae-hak cheerfully asks his sister how she feels now that they have arrived and whether she is nervous. She rejects the idea completely and carries herself as if the outcome is already settled. Amused, Lee Jae-hak challenges that confidence instead of simply praising it. She boldly declares that taking first place is the obvious result, and he responds by asking whether her skill can truly justify that certainty. Without wavering, she insists it can, then turns her attention toward the other candidates. After one glance at the examinees, she dismisses them all as beneath her. Her contempt immediately provokes anger and offense from the nearby candidates. Lee Jae-hak apologizes for her bluntness, trying to smooth over the insult on her behalf. But his attention suddenly shifts when he notices someone unexpected among the candidates. He spots the protagonist stretching in the background and becomes instantly interested. The protagonist turns, confused by the sudden attention. Seeing the crowd's focus move toward him, he wonders what just happened. Lee Jae-hak is surprised to find himself still lingering because something about the young man has caught his eye. Acting on impulse, he abruptly rushes over. He closes the distance so fast that the movement is almost impossible to follow. The protagonist only realizes someone is on him when it is already too late. For the first time, he is visibly rattled by another person's speed. Lee Jae-hak stops right in front of him, studying him with fascinated intensity. The surrounding candidates are stunned by how suddenly the famous hunter appeared beside the protagonist. The protagonist keeps his composure outwardly, but internally recognizes that Lee Jae-hak moved behind him faster than his eyes could track. Rather than threatening him, Lee Jae-hak openly admires what he sees. He singles the protagonist out and presses the matter further. What he wants to know is not the boy's name or rank, but how he built such a body. The question is so strange and direct that everyone nearby is left staring. Caught off guard, the protagonist can only ask what Lee Jae-hak is even talking about. As Lee Jae-hak keeps approaching with a smile, the protagonist grows more uneasy about his intentions. Lee Jae-hak confirms his suspicion to himself and admits he knows this sounds odd. Then he bluntly asks permission to touch the protagonist's body so he can examine it. That request leaves the bystanders momentarily speechless. The entire group reacts with a mix of shock, embarrassment, and disbelief. While Lee Jae-hak's sister is mortified by her brother's behavior, Lee Jae-hak insists he has no hidden motive and is simply captivated by the protagonist's physical condition. He clarifies that what truly interests him is the training method that produced such a body. The protagonist reluctantly allows it, and Lee Jae-hak accepts with absurd enthusiasm. He immediately starts feeling the protagonist's muscles like a collector inspecting a rare treasure. His fascination escalates into a full physical examination as he marvels at the balance and development of the protagonist's body. Watching this unfold, one classmate can only make a deeply wrong assumption about the famous hunter's tastes. Lee Jae-hak then turns to the instructor, convinced that anyone who trained this candidate must be extraordinary. The instructor awkwardly confirms that he is the one responsible, though he clearly did not expect this line of questioning. Lee Jae-hak presses him for the exact training regimen, treating the matter with almost professional reverence. The instructor quickly senses that this conversation is becoming dangerous and tries to shut it down politely. Instead, Lee Jae-hak hands over his business card and asks to continue the discussion later. He praises the training with almost religious enthusiasm, leaving the instructor overwhelmed and the protagonist baffled. Even while being dragged away, Lee Jae-hak lectures that physical conditioning alone can raise a hunter's prospects, whether or not they possess great talent. His sister finally loses patience and physically cuts him off. Lee Jae-hak cheerfully wraps up by wishing everyone luck on the exam as she hauls him away. Once he is gone, the protagonist asks the instructor if that kind of behavior is normal for him. The instructor admits he barely knows the man beyond his reputation for being eccentric, then urges the group inside before the exam begins. As they leave, Lee Jae-hak's sister angrily demands to know why her brother embarrassed her like that. He addresses her seriously, dropping the playful tone for a moment. He warns her that if she wants first place, she should be careful because this exam may be harder than she expects. Before she can press him, the official announcement calls all suited candidates to the briefing room. The examinees gather in standardized suits, now stripped of their personal image and treated as equal participants. The protagonist and Lee Jae-hak's sister both join the crowd in silence, each aware of the other now. Inside the briefing hall, the exam operator introduces herself and begins explaining the final field test. She states that the exam will take place inside the dome, where candidates will face monsters in a randomly selected environment. The field is designed to mimic real hunting conditions closely enough that injuries are the candidate's own responsibility. Even with medical staff on standby, the operator makes clear that everyone should expect real danger and rely on themselves. That warning visibly unsettles many of the candidates. The protagonist and Lee Jae-hak's sister remain outwardly calm, each measuring the seriousness of the test in their own way. The operator continues, saying there is still more the candidates need to hear before entering the field. She explains that although pass rates have risen over recent exams, fractures in the system and hunter casualties have also been climbing. Worse, some monsters have begun showing unusually high intelligence. Because of that, the organization has altered the exam format to include the strongest and smartest kind of threat they can realistically simulate. The chosen field is a jungle, and the monster they must hunt for 72 hours is not a beast at all, but one another. The final test is revealed as a live human hunt in which candidates must capture each other. The protagonist and Lee Jae-hak's sister are both taken aback by the sudden shift in the rules. The rest of the room erupts in outrage at being told to hunt fellow humans. The operator confirms without hesitation that everyone will be sent into the field to track and capture one another. She explains that the standard hunter suit has been modified for the exam to serve both as protection and as a restraint. The suit can absorb a limited amount of impact, allowing candidates to fight without immediate elimination. But once the damage threshold is exceeded, the suit will incapacitate the wearer with an electric shock, making capture possible without killing. Some candidates protest that nothing like this has ever been part of the exam before. The operator coldly answers that unpredictability is part of a hunter's job, so the exam is simply reflecting reality. That explanation does little to calm the room, and many candidates panic as they realize their previous preparations may be useless. The protagonist quickly reframes the situation and understands the logic. In a jungle, with humans as both hunters and prey, this is a survival contest disguised as an exam. He recognizes it for what it is, a battle royale where the last people standing will be closest to passing. At that moment, a familiar system interface suddenly appears before him. He stares in surprise as the auto-hunting function activates even here. When he notices Lee Jae-hak's sister nearby, he realizes the system is reading her as a hostile target. She, meanwhile, sharpens her focus and begins taking the exam personally. His memory returns to Lee Jae-hak's warning that she might struggle if she wanted first place. That warning unsettles her pride, and she refuses to believe anyone here could truly surpass her. She turns away from him with that challenge burning in her mind. Determined to prove her brother wrong, she resolves to dominate the exam and claim first place anyway. The candidates are then ordered through the designated entrances into the field. As the protagonist's suit activates, he learns the scoring rule. Each capture is worth 1 point, and defeating someone with accumulated points transfers those points to the victor. He immediately adjusts his strategy, deciding not to hunt blindly but to target candidates who have already built up scores. He also learns that only the 10 highest scorers after 72 hours will pass, turning the exam into a ruthless contest of efficiency. Just as he processes that, he senses another candidate close by. Stepping into the field, he finds himself in a convincingly real jungle rather than a simple simulation room. The environment is so complete that even the sky, wind, and terrain feel authentic. Once all candidates are deployed, the exam officially begins and people immediately start moving. The protagonist steadies himself instead of rushing in blindly. He launches into motion with purpose. Rather than getting swept up in the chaos, he reminds himself this is a hunter's exam and must be approached like a real hunt. He rejects the idea of charging straight into combat and conserves his energy. His first priorities become learning the terrain and securing something that can sustain his stamina over the long test. That plan is interrupted when another candidate suddenly appears in his path. The other examinee panics at the unexpected encounter and loses composure immediately. The protagonist strikes first and cleanly overwhelms him before the man can mount any real defense. The suit's threshold is broken, and the defeated candidate is dropped by the electric stun effect. With the opponent incapacitated, the protagonist stands over his first easy capture of the exam. He dismisses the clash as barely worth concern, more startled than challenged. Seeing how quickly the man folded, he wonders if the candidate simply panicked because this was his first real fight. Then he reflects that his own earlier battles have already taught him how to fight efficiently, and with the suit protecting him, bare-handed combat feels even more practical. He accepts the single point, treats it as only a beginning, and moves on. Hidden cameras track his progress through the jungle. Back in the scouting lobby, recruiters and observers watch the exam unfold on live screens. Some officials note that candidate quality keeps rising, but worry that changing the exam this abruptly will create chaos. The operator admits they deliberately chose not to announce an unusual simulation like this in advance. She even seems to enjoy the spectacle, while another observer criticizes her taste for this kind of entertainment. Attention shifts to Lee Jae-hak's sister when someone confirms her identity, and notices she is already facing two opponents at once. Instead of retreating, she makes her move immediately. She charges straight at the pair, ready to prove through action that she belongs at the top. The exam opens in violence as a candidate is struck by a sudden attack in the jungle. Lee Unseal overwhelms another examinee in her unenhanced pure state, moving with enough force to shut him down before he can recover. She keeps pressing, cutting through his defense with ruthless follow-up blows. Even his Soot's shock effect fails to stop her momentum. Unseal finishes the exchange by knocking him away with a wooden blade, leaving him helpless and crackling with damage. Watching the live feed, the evaluators note that Lee Unseal already leads the field in points, which is remarkable if this is only her pure state. They discuss rumors that she forced an early awakening through a deal, though not everyone believes that story. Another rumor claims her brother, the prodigy Lee Jae-hak, personally trained her for months, which would explain why she can challenge monsters above her level even without enhancement. After seeing her skill, the observers understand why all attention has shifted to Unseal's feed. The room settles into the assumption that she is the obvious standout of the exam. Most of the scouts openly agree that Unseal is the super rookie everyone came to see. Amid the chatter, one man quietly turns his attention elsewhere. He studies a different feed showing another candidate crawling through the jungle rather than dominating it. He judges that candidate to already be a strong hunter. Lee Jae-hak appears and hears that the candidate is following solid fundamentals that will become a major strength with experience. Jae-hak reveals he knows the evaluator Sunguk and had only kept that connection hidden in front of the students. Sunguk politely praises Jae-hak's recent accomplishments and especially his sister's performance, while Jae-hak treats the exchange lightly. Jae-hak also notices that Sunguk's own student is no ordinary weakling. He downplays his role in Unseal's growth but warns that this exam will not be easy for her because Sunguk's student may be her greatest obstacle. Jae-hak probes whether that student is the one Sunguk is trying to teach a certain skill. Sunguk refuses to answer, and Jae-hak smoothly backs off. Jae-hak decides to keep watching both his sister and Sunguk's student with growing interest. Before leaving, he admits he is eager to see who will truly take first place. Left alone, Sunguk reminds himself that the exam has only just begun. He knows surviving to the final day matters more than early brilliance, because only the truly capable remain in the last stretch. He silently places his hopes on Oh Yoon-sung and waits to see that potential emerge. Much later, with only 4 hours left, scouts complain about how exhausting it is to search for talent through the entire 72-hour test. They assume Unseal will finish first anyway and talk about trying to recruit her afterward, though they know reaching her will not be easy. As shifts change in the viewing room, the staff call everyone back to their stations. The returning scouts immediately sense that something important has changed. The crowd's mood turns from routine fatigue to collective alarm. When they finally see the screen, they are stunned. A short while earlier, Oh Yoon-sung had been enduring the jungle alone, wrapped in makeshift vine armor and foraging while half-collapsed from exhaustion. He finds another edible plant and decides it will do. Adding it to his inventory pushes his count high enough for his plan. With 17 stored items, he decides he finally has enough to keep going. He reflects that the plant dumplings he made from jungle materials provide calories, pain relief, and a burst of energy. The survival lessons he learned at the academy are what allowed him to last this long in the jungle. He also used local materials to reinforce his suit with protective vine gear. Because the exam system can store crafted items, he can preserve supplies that would normally spoil or be hard to carry. Just as he steadies himself, a sudden danger makes his eyes snap open. His body gives out for a moment and he coughs, showing how close he is to collapse. He realizes he is dizzy and fading from sheer exhaustion. The strain of non-stop hunting without real sleep crashes over him all at once. With no natural day-night rhythm in the exam zone, he has lost track of time and can only wonder how much longer he must endure. All he wants now is to go home and sleep. For a dangerous instant, he nearly gives in to that urge. Then he notices his item count and the blood at his mouth, a harsh reminder of how far he has pushed himself. He forces himself awake by remembering the rule of the jungle. If he stops hunting, he becomes prey. Yoon-sung drags himself back to his feet and orders himself to focus because time is running out. At that moment, his auto-hunt ability suddenly activates on its own, warning him before his senses do. He reacts instantly and throws himself aside. A hidden strike tears through the space where he had been standing. Yoon-sung is shaken because he sensed nothing before the system reacted. He understands that the attacker erased her presence so completely that only auto-hunt detected her. That means someone came specifically to hunt him with deliberate stealth. Lee Unseal steps out and, impressed that he reacted at all, revises her opinion of him upward. She immediately tests him again, attacking while calling him by name and challenging him to survive her next strike. Yoon-sung is startled that she knows who he is. He recognizes her as the hostile girl from the briefing and realizes she has singled him out. Since she already disliked him, he concludes she is bold enough to turn that hostility into a direct hunt. Rather than retreat, he decides to answer her aggression head-on. Unseal is caught off guard when he suddenly changes his posture. Yunsung calmly raises a hand, signaling that he is ready to receive her. That composure only angers her further. She charges in, furious at what she reads as arrogance. Their wooden weapons clash in a blur as she unleashes a rapid combination. Yunsung absorbs the first impact instead of being broken by it. He turns with the force and tries to redirect her attack. He blocks again, using divine armor to keep the blow from reaching a vital point. Unseal keeps the pressure on with another heavy overhead strike. Yunsung braces and survives that one too. He finally slips in a counter that lands cleanly enough to make her recoil. Rather than retreat, Unseal becomes more interested, deciding he is worth taking seriously. She realizes his vine armor is interfering with her ability to hit his weak points cleanly. Yunsung realizes the opposite problem. She is so fast that she attacks before AutoHunt can fully guide a counter. Unseal decides to increase the pace even further. Yunsung is alarmed to discover that her current speed was not even her limit. She bursts forward with a much faster assault. The sudden acceleration breaks through his rhythm and forces pain out of him. A heavy strike finally sends him flying. Back in the viewing room, the scouts are stunned that Unseal's pure state is already beyond what a normal candidate should be. They begin asking who could possibly be surviving against her at all. Sungguk reveals that her opponent has spent much of the exam near the top of the rankings, meaning the fight on screen is effectively a battle for first place. The answer shocks them. The other top candidate is Yunsung. Despite the punishment, Yunsung forces himself upright again. Unseal is irritated that he still refuses to stay down. She tells him the end is already visible and urges him to stop dragging things out. 3 hours into their duel, only 20 minutes remain in the entire exam. Yunsung admits to himself that both her power and speed are overwhelming. His armor is failing, and his stamina is nearly gone. AutoHunt is still trying to guide him, but his exhausted body can barely keep up with what it wants him to do. Unseal finally acknowledges that Jaehak was right about him and admits he could have taken first place if he had not run into her. She makes clear that meeting her is the only reason he will lose. Her next priority is to destroy the protective gear that has kept him alive. She starts tearing through the vine armor piece by piece. Then she lunges in to finish the opening she created. Yunsung sees the killing line too late. At the last instant, the damaged vines react with a stored shock effect and disrupt her strike. Unseal's vision falters from the unexpected electric backlash. When she loses sight of him for a moment, she realizes he has vanished from her view. Watching from outside, Jaehak instantly understands what Yunsung is attempting. Yunsung appears behind Unseal and launches a desperate counterattack. She is shocked that he still managed to react and reposition under those conditions. But Yunsung knows surprise alone will not be enough unless he commits completely. He drives the attack through with everything he has left. The effort tears through his battered body as much as it does hers. For a moment, he thinks he has lost and is tempted to surrender to the exhaustion swallowing him. Then a memory of Sungguk's teaching rises in his mind. He remembers asking what a hunter should do when danger comes despite careful preparation. Sungguk had answered that no plan can cover every threat because hunters face endless kinds of danger. He had listed isolation, overwhelming enemies, lack of rations, and even poisoned or harmful food as examples of unavoidable crises. The real lesson was that a hunter must be ready to face any scenario at any moment. Above all, Sungguk said the answer was to endure with everything one has. If the will to survive holds and one more step is taken, even a hopeless situation may open into a path forward. Clinging to that lesson, Yunsung plants his foot and refuses to fall. He catches control of the exchange again at close range. He repeats Sungguk's words to himself and turns endurance into action. He refuses to lose while carrying the advantage of AutoHunt, deciding that defeat now would make all of it meaningless. Unseal is rattled by the fact that he is still coming at her. Yunsung declares that the outcome is still undecided and targets the wooden sword that has dominated the fight. He seizes the moment to strip away her weapon. The wooden blade shatters under the collision. Unseal is genuinely shaken that he keeps appearing where she least expects and overturning the flow of battle. Her contempt spills out as she insists this exam was only supposed to be a stepping stone, not a place where someone like him could challenge her. She reveals the pride behind her hostility. As Lee Jaehak's younger sister, she cannot accept being obstructed by an unknown candidate. Yunsung rejects the idea that he is just disposable background in her story. He counters with a direct strike and demands to know why she thinks he would lose in a place like this. Unseal tries to move, but her body no longer responds cleanly. She realizes her leg is failing and that her stamina may finally be exhausted. Yunsung immediately capitalizes on that weakness. He lands a clean blow that finally breaks through her defense. Seeing the opening widen, he commits to ending the fight. Unseal understands she can no longer dodge in time. Everyone watching braces for the decisive finish. The final strike lands and sends Unseal down. Yunsung realizes he nearly finished her, but she is still barely hanging on. He notes that the Soot's electric shock has not triggered yet, meaning he still has not dealt enough damage to fully end it. Though exhausted himself, he prepares one last attack, determined to finish the duel. At that exact instant, the 72-hour exam officially ends and all candidates are ordered to stop fighting. Yunsung freezes in disbelief as victory is taken out of his hands. The announcement forces both fighters to cease action immediately. Other surviving candidates emerge from hiding as the jungle finally falls quiet. The proctors formally thank everyone for enduring the exam. Yoon-sung remains standing over the kneeling Unseal, both of them spent beyond their limits. He can only bitterly acknowledge how perfectly timed the interruption was. His body finally starts to give out under the accumulated damage. The results are announced. Lee Unseal and Oh Yoon-sung, after fighting to a draw for 3 hours, are the top-ranked survivors of the exam. The viewing room erupts because Unseal was the one who fell last, meaning Yoon-sung was technically the final one standing. But the observers are reminded that first place depends on total points from survival and successful hunts, not merely who remained upright at the end. As they realize Unseal may still have the higher score, the officials move to announce the final accumulated points. When the exam results are finally posted, everyone rushes to see who claimed the top spot. The rankings reveal that Oh Yoon-sung did not just win, but crushed Lee Unseal by a huge margin. His sudden rise shocks the other candidates, who cannot understand where this unknown first-place finisher came from. In the candidates' resting room, the atmosphere is still unsettled as people process the upset. The moment Yoon-sung's name is mentioned, recruiters come charging in to find him. Instead of approaching him calmly, the scouts immediately start fighting over who gets to make the first offer. Their scramble turns petty, with seniority and pride mattering more to them than Yoon-sung himself. The other candidates can only watch the recruiters embarrass themselves. A bystander timidly interrupts the chaos with information that changes everything. The recruiters stop brawling and demand to know what he means. He explains that Oh Yoon-sung is not actually in the room. The revelation leaves the recruiters facing an empty lead after all their fighting. Their frustration instantly turns vicious. Convinced someone else must have secretly reached Yoon-sung first, they rage over being cut out. They order a frantic search for him, arguing only over whether they need him alive or not, while Yoon-sung is elsewhere quietly apologizing to someone. Meanwhile, other candidates talk about how a first-place finish like his naturally drives scouts into a frenzy. Some resent that his overwhelming victory will draw all the attention away from everyone else. Lee Unseal, still shaken, replays her defeat and the warnings she ignored about Yoon-sung's danger. The memory leaves her trembling with humiliation and frustration. As the recruiters search even the restroom for him, they remain convinced he must still be nearby. Their hunt continues blindly through the building. Yoon-sung, however, is hidden in the last place anyone expected, asleep on a toilet after dozing off. He sleeps through the entire commotion with a faintly satisfied expression. By the time he finally wakes, the venue has gone quiet and the night has fully set in. Realizing he accidentally slept for hours in the restroom, he steps outside to find the place nearly deserted. When he checks the time and sees it is past 3 in the morning, he decides he needs to find a ride home. Before he can act, headlights catch his attention. A car pulls up, and Lee Jae-hak steps out to meet him. Yoon-sung recognizes him as the man he met before the exam and wonders why he has come at such an hour. Then Yoon-sung notices another familiar name being called and realizes Lee Unseal is here too. Someone gets out from the car behind Jae-hak. Yoon-sung immediately senses who it must be. When he sees the girl clearly, he recognizes her as the one he fought during the test. The connection clicks at once, and he realizes his former opponent is standing right in front of him. Jae-hak explains that his sister owes Yoon-sung a debt, and Yoon-sung is stunned to learn the girl was Lee Jae-hak's sister all along. Jae-hak prompts Unseal to speak for herself. Still emotional from her loss, Unseal admits the fight was a harsh but valuable lesson for her. She bows deeply and sincerely thanks Yoon-sung. Caught off guard, Yoon-sung tries to downplay what happened and insists he did very little. Unseal also apologizes for the rude way she treated him before the exam, and Yoon-sung quickly accepts it. Even after apologizing, she is still struggling to hold back her emotions. The moment hangs awkwardly as both men wait for her to recover. Jae-hak smooths things over by explaining that his sister is impulsive but not malicious, and he apologizes on her behalf for anything else she may have done. He adds that losing to Yoon-sung forced her to realize how wide and unpredictable the world really is, which may help her grow. With the tension settled, Jae-hak formally congratulates Yoon-sung on taking first place, and Yoon-sung thanks him. Seeing that Yoon-sung has no ride, Jae-hak offers to drive him home, even suggesting Unseal can sit in the back. Yoon-sung immediately imagines the suffocating awkwardness of sharing that car ride with the siblings. Just as he looks for a way out, his phone gives him one. He seizes the excuse and claims he actually does have someone coming to pick him up. Jae-hak accepts the refusal gracefully, though he hints that Yoon-sung must have someone more important to meet and leaves the door open for another meeting. The siblings drive away, leaving Yoon-sung alone again. Almost immediately, he senses another arrival. He turns and casually asks his instructor if he is here to give him a ride. The instructor confirms it, half joking that he has been waiting a long time while Yoon-sung kept him hanging. Yoon-sung jokes back that his first-place finish should be good publicity for the academy, so the instructor ought to overlook the inconvenience. The instructor plays along and agrees that Yoon-sung's name could be profitable for the school. Their banter turns warm when Yoon-sung credits the instructor's teaching for helping him survive the exam, and the instructor praises him in return. The instructor then invites him into the van, saying there is something important they need to discuss on the way. They leave the venue together in the instructor's vehicle. During the drive, the instructor asks how Yoon-sung feels about the flood of offers he must have received from hunting teams. As Yoon-sung scrolls through them, he is startled to find invitations from some of the most elite organizations in the country. The instructor points out that 3 of the top 2 F4T groups have already made offers to him. He explains that the 2 F4T are the 2 great firms and 4 great teams, the highest tier of national hunting organizations. Yoon-sung is overwhelmed by how quickly his life has changed from ordinary student to someone being courted by the very top. The instructor asks whether he has started thinking seriously about which team he wants to join. Instead of answering, Yoon-sung presses him to stop circling the issue and reveal what he really wants. He makes it clear he remembers being tested before and suspects this conversation is another evaluation. The instructor admits it and says that beyond Yoon-sung's physical talent, he needed to know what kind of person he was. Yoon-sung asks why that matters so much. The instructor answers by asking whether Yoon-sung understands the hunter concepts of purity and core. His explanation shifts to a medical setting where those ideas are put into practice. At a restricted core energy injection facility, Yoon-sung undergoes a formal enhancement procedure. He is placed inside a chamber to receive core energy directly into his body. As the process begins, the doctor monitors his progress and notes the first phase reaching 40%. The first stage completes successfully, allowing the procedure to continue. The doctor is astonished by Yoon-sung's absorption rate, calling it extraordinary. Nearby, the instructor quietly watches, already sensing the result may justify his gamble. He focuses intently on what this means. The instructor explains that core is the energy hunters receive after becoming professionals, while purity refers to a body that has never received any core before. Yoon-sung shows he already knows the basic theory from studying. The instructor confirms that injecting core can elevate the body to superhuman levels. He then says there are 2 ways for a hunter to obtain that enhancement. The first is to gather the necessary materials and pay for a direct core injection procedure. The second is to inherit power from a hunter who has already undergone enhancement, much like a martial transmission. He points out that the offers Yoon-sung received all include some promise related to this enhancement. That is because the direct method is so expensive that most new hunters could never afford it on their own. As a result, many rookies accept enhancement from an organization and bind themselves to years of contract work. When Yoon-sung notes that this makes dependence almost unavoidable, the instructor says there is still another path and reveals that his own story began 13 years earlier. He confesses that he too once graduated as the top candidate, just like Yoon-sung. He had fame and a successful career for years as an active hunter. Then everything was destroyed in a single mistake. He recalls being careless against a venomous monster and getting overwhelmed. Because treatment came too late, his body was ruined even though his core energy remained. Physical therapy could not restore him, and he was left with power he could no longer properly use. No matter what he tried, he could not return to the field. In the end, he was forced into retirement. Even with enough money to live on, he still wanted meaningful work and chose to guide future hunters instead. He admits that part of that choice came from his own lingering disappointment and never reaching the very top. So he began searching for someone who could fulfill the dream he no longer could. Now he tells Yoon-sung that he believes he has finally found that person and wants to hand over his core. Yoon-sung is shocked and tries to stop him before he goes any further, but the instructor calmly asks Yoon-sung to accept both his core and the dream attached to it. That request leads into the present procedure, where the instructor addresses the doctor helping him. He checks whether the injection is nearly complete. The doctor, still baffled, asks where the instructor found someone like Yoon-sung. The instructor tells him to look at the numbers for himself. The monitor shows a 64% absorption rate, which the doctor calls absurdly high. He explains that this is actually Yoon-sung's second injection, using core energy the instructor had personally saved, making the result even more unbelievable. The instructor is stunned that such a private gamble was made without his knowledge. The doctor apologizes and admits he doubted Yoon-sung, so he tested him because he knew how precious the instructor's stored energy was. He says he would have advised giving up if Yoon-sung's raw absorption had fallen below the already low average. Instead, Yoon-sung's raw rate reached 64%, proving he had already endured 2 injections successfully. Seeing how stable Yoon-sung remains, they realize the second result is about to finalize. Then the monitor jumps to a perfect 100% absorption on the second injection, leaving them speechless. The instructor immediately checks on Yoon-sung and asks whether he feels any pain or side effects. Yoon-sung says nothing feels dangerously wrong, only that his body feels unusually heavy, and the doctor says they will proceed carefully because of his exceptional compatibility. The numbers reveal that Yoon-sung has absorbed 1300 out of 1500 C, an amount that would normally require around 10 separate injections. When the instructor tells him to rest, Yoon-sung refuses to treat this as something casual. He says the instructor's introduction, generosity, and gifted core have created a debt he can never ignore. Though he cannot repay it now, he promises to return that kindness once he grows stronger as a hunter. The instructor accepts that sincerity and vows that until Yoon-sung becomes a great hunter, he will never hold back in training him. Their new bond is sealed with mutual respect and gratitude. That moment is interrupted by a sudden alarm that shocks everyone in the facility. A fracture warning siren announces that a dangerous gate has opened in the city. Soon after, a hunter shuttle heads toward the emergency site. Inside, veteran hunters ride out in full gear while Yoon-sung joins them in his new armor. Some of the veterans recognize him as the rookie who topped the exam. They are puzzled that he has no team emblem and wonder if he is reckless enough to be operating solo. Their suspicion turns into contempt as they assume a proud first-place rookie is bound to cause trouble. They decide to teach him a harsh lesson under the guise of veteran advice. Before they can start, the mission briefing arrives on their devices. The fracture has spawned a colony of gray ants, militarized monsters that move under the command of a centurion ant. The mission objective is simple: find the centurion quickly and break the colony's formation. Yunsung understands at once that the key to the hunt will be locating and killing the leader. Before deployment, the instructor checks Yunsung's condition, and Yunsung admits he feels stronger but still stiff and heavy. The instructor explains that the core energy has not fully settled yet, and says the discomfort will fade only if Yunsung keeps using his power. Yunsung sits quietly with that advice, preparing himself. He decides that if using his power is the answer, he may as well push himself without hesitation. The team arrives near the fracture, where the city is already under a red emergency glow. A swarm of gray ants pours out in numbers large enough to overwhelm ordinary hunters. The veterans spot the enemy and call everyone into combat formation. One of the older hunters notices Yunsung standing calmly among them and immediately takes offense. He mocks Yunsung for even carrying his equipment openly, treating him like a clueless amateur. The veteran demands to know whether Yunsung has even received a core injection or learned how to use C. When Yunsung admits he has never used aura before, the veteran feels vindicated and ridicules him for coming unprepared. He sneers at Yunsung's weapon as worthless junk. Yunsung accepts the criticism with surprising calm and agrees he should have thought more carefully about appearances. Then he quietly reveals that he does not think he will need a weapon at all. Before the veteran can process that answer, Yunsung drops into motion. He launches forward barehanded, leaving the veteran stunned as he charges straight into the fight. Yunsung abruptly awakens his aura for the first time, trusting auto-hunting's guidance that he can handle the ants without a weapon. He commits fully to that decision and charges in barehanded instead of relying on any gear. Moving with sudden speed, he throws himself straight into the swarm before anyone can stop him. He cuts across the battlefield and closes on the gray ants at point-blank range. The other hunters are stunned by what looks like suicidal recklessness and scramble to call reinforcements. Yunsung meets the first ants head-on, refusing to give them room to surround him. His first clean strike proves his aura-enhanced body can smash through them. He keeps his momentum, slipping past the counterattack and driving deeper into the group. Without slowing, he drops another heavy blow from above. Even when multiple ants converge, he forces them back with raw physical power. He threads through their attacks with surprising control instead of wild panic. His movement stays fluid as he repositions before they can pin him down. In the middle of the rush, he sharpens his focus and reads the next attack. He intercepts a larger ant-s strike and turns the clash into close combat. Then he answers with a brutal upward hit that snaps the monster's head back. The ant-s armor finally gives way under the force. Yunsung follows through without hesitation, overwhelming it before it can recover. A finishing blow splits through the ant-s head and ends it. He pauses only long enough to confirm the kill, already calm in the middle of the chaos. More ants circle him, but instead of being trapped, he becomes the center of their fear. He notices movement from another direction and instantly shifts his attention. Rather than retreat, he bursts toward the next target before it can strike first. His speed and power leave the watching hunters unable to believe what they are seeing. They realize a supposed rookie is tearing through monsters that should be at least 2-star threats. Their shock turns to alarm when one of them spots a far more dangerous ant entering the fight. A centurion ant appears, revealing that Yunsung has drawn the attention of a 3-star commander-class monster. The surrounding ants respond to the centurion's presence and begin spreading out under its control. Yunsung immediately understands that the commander is directing the swarm rather than simply joining the melee. The hunters panic because if the ants disperse unchecked, the whole area will become impossible to contain. Yunsung studies the centurion and suspects it is acting with a larger purpose than avoiding a simple skirmish. He concludes that the creature issuing orders must be the centurion itself. The centurion answers with open hostility, confirming it is no ordinary ant. Remembering the briefing, Yunsung recalls that centurion ants can spit acid and immediately evades. He keeps moving as corrosive shots splash across the ground around him. The acid attack also catches other hunters in its path, showing the centurion is dangerous to everyone nearby. Yunsung closes the distance anyway, choosing to neutralize the commander before it can keep controlling the swarm. He gets both hands on the centurion's head and forces it into a direct power struggle. Straining against its resistance, he refuses to let it break free. He tightens his grip and starts wrenching the head loose despite the monster's armor. With a final surge of strength, he tears the centurion apart. The nearby hunters can only stare in disbelief at the sheer force of it. Even the veterans momentarily lose their composure as they watch the impossible happen. Their assumptions about Yunsung collapse on the spot. What they took for reckless inexperience now looks like monstrous combat talent. They begin to see him as something far more dangerous than a gifted rookie. Yunsung casually pulls the severed head free as if the kill cost him little. The hunters connect the dots and realize his first use of aura has instantly made him comparable to a rising prodigy. Their awe is cut short when the team leader forces everyone back to reality. The commander's death creates a new crisis. He warns that the ants, now leaderless, may rampage and orders the team to hunt down the ones that already scattered. The squad spreads out, half joking that they cannot let the newcomer claim every kill himself. As the others reorganize, Yunsung decides to pause because the normal ants are now being handled by the rest. Standing over the Centurion's corpse, he feels the victory came almost too easily. He checks himself and realizes his discomfort is fading, but his energy has already dropped to about half. Just as he prepares to rejoin the wider hunt, a warning cry interrupts him. A new monster suddenly appears and bites into a hunter before anyone understands what has arrived. The team is horrified to see an unbriefed, abnormal ant with wings, something far beyond the expected enemy list. Yunsung is caught off guard because the battlefield has changed in an instant. The veterans react with dread, recognizing that this is the worst possible creature to encounter here. The newcomer reveals itself as a queen ant, towering over the fallen hunter and seizing control of the battle. Its threat level is confirmed as Tier 4, instantly placing it far above everything they have faced so far. The leader admits the bronze-rank team cannot defeat a monster like this and orders an emergency retreat with reinforcements requested. Even while retreating, he tries to save those still within the Queen's range and orders covering fire. The hunters open fire together, hoping at least to slow it down. They flee while shooting, desperate to get outside the Queen's attack radius. One hunter voices the team's terror, realizing how close they already came to dying. The Queen instantly closes the gap on a fleeing target, proving escape will not be simple. It strikes him down before he can react. The gunfire accomplishes nothing, and the team realizes ordinary attacks cannot even scratch it. The Queen grabs another hunter and uses him as a living hostage. That forces the others to stop shooting, giving the monster complete control of the situation. Once the team hesitates, the Queen kills the captive anyway. A fellow hunter drags the dying man away but is wounded in the process. The Queen dives after the survivors, pressing the attack before they can regroup. The team leader keeps firing and shouting warnings, but the monster is simply too fast. It tears through their formation and batters them aside one after another. The leader realizes too late that the Queen targeted him from the beginning to break the team's command structure. When he is hit, he understands the collapse of the squad is already underway. At that critical moment, Yunsung moves. He intercepts the Queen's attack and knocks it away from the leader before the killing blow lands. The leader can only stare, stunned that he has been saved. Yunsung recognizes him and confirms he reached him in time. The Queen is driven back just far enough to break its immediate assault. Yunsung checks whether the leader can still move, and the man admits he survived only because of him. When the leader demands to know why he stayed behind, Yunsung calmly reminds him he never truly entered under his command and can choose to help anyway. He redirects the conversation to the real problem, the Queen ant still waiting to attack again. Yunsung recalls that even auto-hunting aimed for the Queen's head, yet his earlier attempt achieved nothing. He realizes its body is far harder than the Centurion's, and that brute force alone may not be enough. The Queen answers by rising again, clearly still battle-ready. Yunsung wonders if his failed strike only made it more aggressive. When asked directly, he states without hesitation that he intends to fight the Queen. The leader thinks this is madness and tries to stop him. He stresses again that this is a Tier 4 monster, far beyond anything a first-time hunter should challenge. He argues that even concentrated gunfire did no damage, so defeating it should be impossible. He warns Yunsung that strength alone is not enough, and that he is ignoring the reality of the situation. Yunsung dryly admits he would prefer to run too, but he has already judged that escape is unrealistic. He points out that the Queen is too fast and too intent on killing them to let the group withdraw cleanly. Because there are injured hunters, someone has to hold the monster back long enough for the others to escape. He asks the leader to follow the original evacuation plan and get everyone out. Yunsung takes responsibility for stopping the Queen himself. He even frames the impossible stand as a chance to hunt a Tier 4 monster if he can manage it. The leader is shaken by how seriously Yunsung means it. He cannot understand how someone can face a Tier 4 monster with such calm resolve. But with no better option, he accepts Yunsung as the team's last line and decides to trust him. He formally asks Yunsung to buy them time while the team calls for reinforcements. The evacuation begins, with the uninjured ordered to carry the wounded while Yunsung holds the rear alone. The Queen immediately lunges at him, eager to crush the obstacle left behind. It unleashes a shriek and commits fully to the duel. Yunsung settles into a guarded stance, ready to test himself against a monster far above his rank. He openly invites the Queen to come at him first. The Queen accepts and dives in at high speed. Yunsung counters with an aura-charged punch aimed to stop the rush. The collision explodes with force, but not with a decisive result. He follows with auto-hunting assistance, trying to chain attacks before the Queen can recover. The two exchange rapid blows in mid-rush, either giving the other a clean opening. Yunsung suddenly senses a hidden threat in the Queen's movement. The Queen slams down and changes angles, forcing him off balance. He realizes in frustration that its armor is so tough his attacks are barely affecting it. The Queen punishes that realization with a heavy kick that sends him flying. He survives by moving with the impact and notes that keeping auto-hunting active was the right call, but his core energy is draining fast. The Queen presses forward again, refusing to let him recover. Seeing a large committed motion, Yunsung decides this is his best chance and bets everything on one all-out exchange. He launches a full-power strike into the opening. A barrage of aura-driven punches hammers the queen in rapid succession. For the first time, the queen is visibly rattled by the impact. But the monster catches his attacking hand and stops the momentum cold. The fight turns into a close grapple, with Yunsung trying to overpower it before it can counter. He realizes too late that he has been drawn into a dangerous position. The queen drives him back with a crushing body blow. It follows with another brutal strike that nearly folds him in half. Yunsung understands he has already spent half of what remained of his core energy, and that the battle is turning against him. He admits the queen's offense is manageable compared with its terrifying defense, which is what truly makes it a Tier 4 monster. He also identifies the extra arms on its abdomen as a hidden close-range threat that makes direct attacks even riskier. With less than a third of his energy left, he realizes he cannot drag this fight out and still hopes for a decisive hit. The queen pauses only long enough to reassess him before changing tactics. Instead of staying grounded, it takes to the air. Far from the battlefield, the evacuated hunters regroup at a medical tent and begin treating the wounded while waiting for news. The leader reports that the team survived only by retreating and that they can do nothing now but wait for reinforcements. Some hunters argue that they cannot simply abandon the rookie who stayed behind for them. Even the leader admits Yunsung may still be alive, but he refuses a rescue attempt that would only create more casualties. He insists that without truly high-level reinforcements, sending more people back would be meaningless, especially since Yunsung chose to act independently. He explains that the queen is in a completely different class from the Centurion and begins clarifying why it is rated Tier 4. Its greatest advantage, he says, is that it can fly while humans cannot, giving it overwhelming control of the battlefield. Back at the fight, Yunsung sees the queen rise above him and realizes it is finally taking him seriously. The queen dives from the air with far more lethal intent than before. Yunsung barely avoids the first aerial pass, but the speed difference is obvious. He braces himself and tries to answer before it can loop back. Then he notices the queen has already repositioned behind him for another strike. He manages to catch the incoming rush instead of being torn apart by it. Locked in a desperate clash, he struggles to control the queen's momentum at close range. As he fights to keep from being overwhelmed, Yunsung bitterly realizes that airborne monsters are far harder to deal with than anything he has faced before. Yunsung is still locked in a desperate close-range struggle with the queen ant and realizes he cannot keep taking this punishment. The ant lashes out again, forcing him back as the fight keeps slipping beyond what his exhausted body can safely handle. Even so, the queen ant's attack leaves an opening instead of finishing him. Yunsung curses his situation, knowing auto-hunting has barely kept him alive and his energy is almost gone. He quickly judges that escape is impossible against an enemy this fast and forces himself to think of another answer. In that crisis, something on his system interface catches his attention. A new prompt appears, telling him he can change his stance by blinking at the screen, making him suspect another hidden function has unlocked. Though annoyed by the system's timing, he focuses on figuring out what this new stance change can actually do. The queen ant charges again, leaving him no time to hesitate. Yunsung decides he has no better option and entrusts himself to the system one more time. He triggers the command and commits to the stance change in the middle of the attack. The system confirms that the new mode has activated. What activates is Assault Form, a combat stance built for offense. A new power floods through him as his body shifts into a far more aggressive state. That power condenses into a dark, violent core, signaling that everything he has left is being gathered for one decisive strike. Yunsung realizes all of his remaining energy is converging into a single point. Instead of retreating, he meets the queen ant head-on and unleashes that concentrated force. The attack erupts from his arm like a point-blank blast, driven by the last of his strength. For the first time, the queen ant is caught completely off guard. Yunsung follows through without holding anything back. His empowered blow smashes straight into the queen ant and overwhelms its defenses. The impact sends the monster crashing away, ending the battle in a single reversal. As the energy fades, Yunsung is left standing alone over the aftermath, barely able to process what he just did. He looks down in disbelief, still breathing hard from the strain. Then it finally sinks in that he really did kill the queen ant. Moments later, other hunters rush in, still searching for the queen and expecting a crisis. They argue on the way, unable to believe a rookie could have been left to face such a monster. When they arrive, they call out to support Yunsung and ask if he survived. Yunsung can only gasp for breath in response. The rescue team freezes when they see the scene before them. Yunsung is standing beside the queen ant's corpse as if the impossible has already happened. The hunters struggle to accept that a first-timer may have just hunted a Tier 4 monster. One of them admits the suspicion had crossed his mind, but he still cannot believe Yunsung actually pulled it off. Others reject the conclusion and insist there must have been outside help or unseen reinforcements. As they demand an explanation, Yunsung stays silent, too drained and too confused by their reaction to answer. Even the team leader realizes the others are doubting what they did not witness for themselves. At that point, another group steps in and states plainly that Yunsung is the one who killed the queen ant. They explain they arrived before the main reinforcements and personally saw enough to verify it, even offering bodycam footage as proof. The doubters turn their attention to these unexpected witnesses and demand to know who they are. Then they recognize the emblem and understand exactly who has intervened. The newcomers are from QR Corporation, a name powerful enough to silence the room. Yun Sung, still beside the corpse, quietly notes the name for himself. Afterward, the story shifts to Yun Sung recovering and training at the academy rather than resting on his victory. He throws himself into heavy physical training, determined to strengthen the body that barely survived the last hunt. His focus is intense, showing that the battle only sharpened his resolve. Even his equipment strains under the weight of how hard he is pushing himself. His manager Sunguk finds him back in training immediately after overworking his energy flow, and warns that he is overdoing it. Sunguk urges him to rest, but Yun Sung has already decided that standing still feels wrong. Yun Sung admits inactivity bothers him, and Sunguk recognizes that relentless drive as part of who he is. Reflecting on the Queen Ant fight, Yun Sung identifies assault form as a kind of overclock that burns a huge amount of aura at once. He concludes it is a high-level technique that exceeds his current limits, so the only answer is more training and a stronger body to widen auto-hunting's safe range. That realization excites him, because he sees auto-hunting as a system with enormous untapped potential that only his own effort can unlock. Sunguk accepts that Yun Sung will keep pushing himself, and trusts him to manage his pace. With that settled, Sunguk turns the conversation to the results of Yun Sung's first hunt. Yun Sung reflects that Sunguk not only gave him his core but is now acting as his manager, making him wonder whether he should finally explain his auto-hunting ability. He starts to confess, believing Sunguk deserves the truth. But Sunguk cuts in first and asks a different question, focusing only on how Yun Sung became so strong. He makes it clear that he does not need an explanation right now and that Yun Sung's reasons for secrecy are his own. Sunguk reminds him that talent and skill are partly luck, and that hidden methods or mysterious backgrounds were never what mattered when he chose Yun Sung. What matters to Sunguk is whether Yun Sung has the substance to use the power he was given. He warns that luck alone means nothing if there is no real foundation behind it. Yun Sung answers honestly that he might not have been worthy of the power Sunguk entrusted to him. Sunguk brushes the tension aside with humor, refusing to make Yun Sung feel indebted for uncertainty. Instead, he says trust can come later, and when that day comes he will ask directly, leaving Yun Sung free to answer or not. Having cleared the air, Sunguk eagerly opens the hunt report. The report shows that Yun Sung's first hunt ended with 67 monsters killed, including 1 Tier 3 and 1 Tier 4, for a rescue payout of over 53 million won. Sunguk breaks down the values further, showing how much each class of ant was worth and emphasizing just how profitable the queen ant kill was. He adds that the harvested glands and exoskeletons from the ants are also ready for auction, creating even more value from the hunt. Then he hands Yun Sung a separate document that he says deserves special attention. Sunguk explains he held this item back from auction because Yun Sung might want to keep it instead of selling it. He tells Yun Sung the choice is his and asks whether he wants to follow the paper's terms. Yun Sung immediately loves the offer, and Sunguk had clearly expected that reaction. Their excitement is interrupted when Sunguk remembers Yun Sung has another appointment scheduled from the last hunt. A sudden phone call confirms that the visitor has already arrived. Sunguk answers and learns the meeting is happening now, surprising Yun Sung. Sunguk realizes the visitor must be especially serious this time. He reveals that the person who came directly to Changhun's hospital is Yoon Kangchul, the CEO of QR Corporation. The story then recalls why that name carries such weight, going back 12 years to the southernmost boundary. There, an unranked area produced Karkadon, a Tier 6 monster far beyond what anyone expected. The disaster escalated to a national crisis until one hunter formed an assault team and turned the battle around. That hunter emerged victorious over the monster and became a legend. The feat was recognized as one of the greatest in Asia and among the best in the world. The man behind it earned the highest ranking of the era and went on to lead South Korea's largest firm, QR Corporation, while still directing frontline strategy. That legendary figure is Yoon Kangchul, the man now waiting to meet Yun Sung in person. Back in the present, Yun Sung enters the meeting room with the doctor present and faces the famous hunter directly. The atmosphere is formal and tense as all three sit down together. Kangchul listens first and gives a brief sign that he understands what he has heard. He then introduces himself and admits Yun Sung exceeded his expectations. Yun Sung returns the greeting carefully, aware of the man's status. But before the real discussion begins, Yun Sung asks to move somewhere else. He explains that if Kangchul wants to question him, doing so here would interfere with the doctor's work. Kangchul immediately realizes Yun Sung is right and apologizes for overlooking that. He clarifies that the doctor is only Yun Sung's physician, not the person responsible for him, and accepts the correction. When Kangchul asks where they should go, Yun Sung suggests the cafe on the first floor. The doctor is left stunned as the two powerful personalities simply decide the matter and leave him behind. Once they are gone, the doctor is so relieved to have survived the encounter that he feels as if he has come back from the dead. While waiting for the elevator, Kangchul says he prefers to get straight to the point. Yun Sung confirms he is fine with that, and Kangchul adds that he dislikes wasting time on long conversations. Kangchul gathers his thoughts and prepares to speak plainly. Then he makes his real purpose clear by inviting Yun Sung to join QR Corporation. The blunt offer catches Yun Sung completely off guard. Kangchul explains that although Yun Sung is a rookie, the QR members who witnessed his last hunt are people whose judgment he trusts most. After meeting Yun Sung himself, Kangchul becomes even more certain and predicts that within 10 years Yun Sung could surpass him. He promises to back Yoon-sung with fame, resources, and support if he comes to QR. Yoon-sung thanks him for the praise but firmly refuses to join the corporation. Kang-chul is visibly startled that a newcomer would reject him so directly. Yoon-sung explains that he does not plan to keep hunting alone forever, but he learned from the last hunt that following others' commands would interfere with how his auto-hunting works, so he wants to fully test its limits first. He adds that someone is already helping him with solo hunts, making independent growth the better path for now. The two men lock eyes as Kang-chul measures whether this is conviction or arrogance. After a tense pause, Kang-chul accepts that Yoon-sung has made up his mind. He says he cannot force the issue and lets the rejection stand. Kang-chul moves to leave, seemingly ending the conversation there. But before departing, he calls Yoon-sung back one last time. He asks whether Yoon-sung wants to become the next Lee Jae-hak. The name stops Yoon-sung, who clearly recognizes its importance. Kang-chul explains that his true goal is to create a second or even third Lee Jae-hak rather than simply build another ordinary team. He points out that around the world, famous firms and elite groups exist everywhere, from China's top teams to England's celebrated ones. But in the public eye, organizations matter less than the singular stars people choose to admire. Using Korea as an example, he asks who draws more attention than the nation's top 4 team itself. The answer, of course, is Lee Jae-hak. The image of that legendary hunter hangs over the conversation as the standard Kang-chul has in mind. Kang-chul describes Lee Jae-hak as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, almost a miracle made flesh. He reminds Yoon-sung that Lee Jae-hak became the country's greatest star by clearing a tornado-level fracture alone like a one-man army. Kang-chul says he wants to raise another such star and build a team around that person that no one in the world could dismiss. That vision finally gives Yoon-sung a glimpse of the scale of Kang-chul's ambition. Kang-chul hands him his personal contact information, making the offer more than empty words. He explains that because his mission is to cultivate geniuses, he keeps direct ties with every promising candidate. Even if the company's structure is already fixed, he insists there's always room for someone truly exceptional. Then he reveals a more immediate opportunity. Within 2 months, when a fracture opens, he plans to send a newly formed team of high-potential hunters into its center. Yoon-sung is shocked, because Kang-chul is talking about dispatching a fresh team into the most dangerous part of a fracture rather than relying only on veterans. He knows the closer one gets to a fracture's center, the more dangerous the hunt becomes, which makes the proposal both reckless and extraordinary. Kang-chul offers Yoon-sung a place in that operation without requiring any contract, promising a simple split of spoils based on contribution while preserving his freedom. Yoon-sung immediately sees the risk, but he also recognizes the enormous value of hunting at a fracture's center and observing QRS methods firsthand. Kang-chul tells him to think it over and contact him directly on the personal number he just gave if he decides to accept. With that, the meeting ends politely as the elevator arrives and the two part ways. Left alone, Yoon-sung watches the elevator descend and keeps turning the offer over in his mind. He exhales, still processing how quickly the conversation escalated. What lingers most is the phrase hunt in the center of the fracture, because it promises both danger and growth on a scale he has never faced. Inside the elevator, Kang-chul stands alone and reflects on the encounter from his own side. He realizes that for perhaps the first time in a long while, a complete rookie controlled the pace of the exchange so thoroughly that even he could not finish a simple elevator ride without being unsettled. To Kang-chul, it felt less like he had interviewed Yoon-sung and more like Yoon-sung had tested him instead. Rather than being offended, he finds the young hunter's nerve refreshing and admits to himself that Yoon-sung got the better of him. Still, one question remains unresolved for him. If the doctor is not the real force behind Yoon-sung, then who is? As he reaches the lower floor, Kang-chul unexpectedly runs into Sunguk carrying supplies. Sunguk greets him with an easy smile, as if the meeting were nothing unusual. The brief crossing of paths makes Kang-chul pause and reconsider. Something about Sunguk suddenly triggers a buried memory. Kang-chul turns back in shock, realizing he may know exactly who this man is. But Sunguk only answers with a calm, knowing wink before the moment passes. Kang-chul finally remembers that he has seen Sunguk before, long ago, before the man disappeared from public view after retiring. The broadcast reveals that another prodigy has appeared, someone whose achievement rivals Lee Jae-hak's feat from 4 years ago. That rising genius is identified as Kim Sunguk, and attention turns to the man standing behind Yoon-sung. Yoon-sung's ally realizes he has already lost the initiative because he lacked information and got outplayed from the start. Sunguk casually urges Yoon-sung to go anyway, treating the decision as obvious. Yoon-sung hesitates because he has no intention of signing himself over to QR. Sunguk presses him by clarifying that the offer requires no contract, and by tempting him with the chance to experience a hunt at the center of the fracture. That bait works, and Yoon-sung admits he genuinely wants to go and see what such a hunt is like. Sunguk is startled by how eagerly Yoon-sung accepts. He quickly regains focus and reminds him that only 2 months remain. Since Yoon-sung is determined to go, Sunguk decides to show him something important first. He brings Yoon-sung to a sealed training area to begin a serious lesson. Sunguk tests Yoon-sung's memory by asking how C usage is categorized, and Yoon-sung recalls that there are 3 main types. The first is Ki, a combat method that wraps the body or weapons in C to strengthen martial techniques. The second is Sai, innate awakened abilities such as psychic force, fire, or freezing, which are rare because they depend heavily on genetics. The third is tech, a learned CE technique passed down through secret traditions and therefore extremely hard to obtain. Satisfied, Sunguk announces that he will now demonstrate a key technique he personally created. He warns Yunsung that he will only show it once, so every detail matters. Instead of attacking, Sunguk begins by placing C into his feet against the wall, confusing Yunsung. Yunsung immediately senses that something impossible is happening. Sunguk starts moving as though gravity has lost its hold on him. His feet continue to carry C as he reorients his body in mid-motion. He names the method the body maneuvering technique and declares that Yunsung must master it within 2 months. Yunsung is stunned because he cannot understand how Sunguk moved that way. Sunguk asks whether Yunsung observed it properly, and Yunsung can only admit that it was extraordinary. Even while joking that the name could be cooler, Sunguk is already straining from the demonstration. The cough suddenly hits him, and he coughs up blood. Yunsung rushes to him in alarm as Sunguk collapses into pain. Yunsung realizes this is no minor side effect. Sunguk admits he pushed too far and explains that his veins are losing control, though he insists he prepared medicine. Yunsung protests that there was no need for Sunguk to drive himself this hard just to teach him. He cannot accept Sunguk wrecking his body for a lesson. Sunguk answers that a direct demonstration was the only way to teach something this difficult. He reminds Yunsung that the center of the fracture is a place where outcomes cannot be predicted, and where QR hunters will also be competing. If Yunsung wants to rise above everyone there, he must learn the right skill for that battlefield. Before Yunsung can dwell on Sunguk's condition, Sunguk forces the lesson forward and asks what Yunsung noticed about his movement. Yunsung says the motion looked subtle and unnatural, as if Sunguk were walking outside normal gravity. Sunguk corrects him by saying he did not alter gravity itself, because that is impossible. Instead, he explains that every person has a way of walking that fits their own body. By rebuilding his gait around a body strengthened with aura, he created movement that only appears to defy gravity. Yunsung realizes that if perfected, the technique could be used anywhere, and Sunguk confirms that only his specific method makes that possible. To help him study, Sunguk hands over a written version of the technique. He promises to teach the basic motions from the next day onward, even as Yunsung urges him to rest. Sunguk brushes off the concern and claims he is fine. Still barely holding himself together, he tells Yunsung to finish up and rest while he leaves first. After watching him go, Yunsung understands that Sunguk's body can no longer support his energy properly. He realizes Sunguk exhausted the last of his C and even handed over his core just to teach him this technique. Yunsung knows auto-hunting could probably copy the skill from a single viewing, but he refuses to become dependent on that power. To repay Sunguk's sacrifice, he decides he must learn the technique through his own effort. With only 2 months left, Yunsung swears he will make the technique his no matter what. 2 months pass, and the day of the operation finally arrives. A massive storm-level fracture opens over the city, dwarfing ordinary incidents. At the site, Yunsung is told this storm-level fracture is far more dangerous than the Greyant case, and he agrees before heading to QR's camp. He sees that QR has mobilized on a huge scale, with hunters and support staff working together. The operation is backed by armed personnel and heavy preparation. QR has assembled professional support systems and logistics to prepare for every likely outcome. Their goal is to reduce future casualties through overwhelming readiness. Yunsung realizes this is what 2F40 truly means, not empty boasting, but a corporation built around massive organized hunting operations. He is then brought to meet a newly formed team that represents QR's next step. The team is introduced as Alpha Team, a unit made up of elite rookies. Yunsung is presented to them as the visitor they had been told about. The team responds with only the bare minimum of courtesy, making their distance clear. Yunsung immediately understands that they do not welcome an outsider joining their circle. Their superior leaves them together, expecting them to get acquainted before the hunt begins. Privately, that superior reflects that Alpha Team dislikes Yunsung because they have always operated only among themselves. Even so, he believes their teamwork and QR's support structure could still persuade Yunsung to join the company. He is already planning for Yunsung to lead a future Beta team and hopes rivalry between Alpha and Beta will accelerate both teams' growth. Inside the tent, Yunsung is left standing alone while the others pointedly ignore him. He accepts that they are deliberately shutting him out. At last, Alpha Team leader Jang Youngchul approaches and introduces himself. But instead of welcoming Yunsung, Youngchul immediately questions his poor equipment. Yunsung answers that he only has basic protective gear and wonders whether that should not be enough. Youngchul implies that entering the center of a storm-level fracture with such gear is reckless, especially when everyone else has invested in much better equipment. He warns that if Yunsung's lack of gear becomes a problem, he will only become dead weight, and he mockingly suggests borrowing something from others. The rest of Alpha Team joins in the ridicule, laughing at the idea that anyone would lend equipment right before a hunt. Yunsung refuses to be rattled and calmly says he will be fine. He adds that his own equipment will arrive soon, catching Youngchul off guard. A delivery call immediately proves him right. A courier arrives with a custom order from Hatch and Anvil, explaining that their master craftsman devoted extra effort because the material was a rare high-quality queen and carapace. Yunsung accepts the delay because the gear arrived before the hunt, which is all that matters. Alpha Team is shocked, recognizing hatch and anvil as the top equipment maker, and the queen and shell as material worthy of at least tier 4 defense. The courier confidently tells them the finished product will justify the wait. Yunsung says he could have bought ordinary gear, but he wanted something better than standard issue. What emerges is a full custom suit forged from the spoils of his first hunt. The arrival draws attention across the camp. Other hunters gather, impressed by the craftsmanship and wishing they could commission equipment like it. The crowd falls silent when the wearer finally appears. Yunsung steps out in the completed armor, transformed from an under-equipped outsider into someone impossible to dismiss. The same people who mocked him now openly congratulate him on receiving his first true hunter equipment. Watching from a distance, Youngcho realizes his attempt to humiliate Yunsung has completely failed. He decides to keep testing Yunsung, reminding himself that the newcomer is still only an outsider. As Yunsung moves in the armor, he is amazed by how natural it feels. Despite wearing it for the first time, it fits him as though it has always been part of him. He learns that the custom suit was even given a formal name because it was a special order. The name is engraved into the armor itself. The suit is called Queen-S Embrace, or Regenia Met. Yunsung immediately suspects Sunguk chose the grandiose name to show off by turning the Grey Ant Queen into a symbol around him. Even so, he is completely satisfied with the result. With his new armor on, Yunsung resolves to fight at full strength without holding back. The operation convoy moves out toward the battlefield. Once inside, Alpha Team begins its briefing while Yunsung studies the data on his device. The target is identified as Giant Whipper, with 3 confirmed in total, including 2 Tier 4 units and 1 Tier 5, and the initial assault will begin against a single Tier 4 target. Yongchul explains that they will eliminate the 3 Giant Whippers one at a time. The plan is to split into 2 teams and open with anti-monster harpoons. Privately, Yongchul is pleased that by dividing Alpha Team's 10 members into 2 groups of 5, Yunsung will be left out of the actual hunt. The bait team will lure the monster into position, the ambush team will pin it with harpoons, and the striker team will finish it. The operation begins with confidence, as the team aims to capture the Tier 4 monster quickly and cleanly. Just before moving out, Yongchul stops Yunsung to make his position unmistakably clear. He tells Yunsung that he is not part of the operation and should remain on the sidelines. More bluntly, he orders him to stay out of the way and not interfere. Yunsung accepts the insult without argument and says he understands. Moments later, the monster crashes into the area with violent force. The first Giant Whipper appears, confirming the threat level they were briefed on. It immediately locks onto the hunters. The bait team positions itself to draw the creature in. The monster charges with a roar. Its first strike slams into the ground, forcing the bait hunter to evade. The barrage continues, but the hunter keeps narrowly escaping and pulling it along the planned route. From above, the team praises the lure for drawing the monster exactly where they want it. Their confidence grows as they boast that Alpha Team is proving its superiority, and that their CEO worried for nothing. The lure is declared successful, and the ambush team is ordered to prepare. The Giant Whipper advances straight into the trap zone. The ambush team takes position and waits for the command. The monster enters range while the harpoon gunners hold steady. The order to fire is given. The anti-monster harpoons launch in unison. They streak toward the target with explosive force. The harpoons hit, and the Giant Whipper cries out as the trap takes hold. The cables tighten and the team surges in, using the restraint to control the monster's movement. With the target pinned, Yongchul orders the others to attack its legs while he prepares to finish it himself. A heavy strike lands as the team presses the advantage. The monster reels under the coordinated assault. It crashes down hard, seemingly overwhelmed. Yongchul leaps in for the decisive blow. He slams down onto the monster and forces out a scream of pain, appearing to secure the kill. Believing the weak point strategy worked perfectly, he starts thinking ahead to the next target. Then a warning reaches him too late. A sudden strike smashes into him from the side before he can react. As blood bursts from his mouth, Yongchul can only wonder how this happened. The answer appears immediately. Another Giant Whipper has entered the fight. Yongchul, badly injured on the ground, realizes the briefing was wrong because there was supposed to be only one monster in this area. His teammates panic, unsure what to do but knowing he must be rescued. Before they can act, they hear another ominous sound and realize the situation is worsening. A second additional Giant Whipper reveals itself, proving the team has been surrounded by more than expected. The hunters break down in fear, concluding they cannot handle 2 more monsters at once and even considering abandoning Yongchul. Watching their collapse, Yunsung finally makes up his mind. He decides he can no longer stand by and do nothing. Activating his armor, he prepares to enter the battle himself. The extra Giant Whipper looms over the fallen Yongchul as the danger becomes immediate. Yongchul is still reeling from the failed briefing and the realization that the operation has fallen apart. A monster's tendril lashes toward the helpless hunters, and the crisis reaches the point where Yunsung must intervene. Jang Yongchul hangs helplessly over a Whipper's jaws as the monster closes in to devour him. Facing death upside down, he panics and refuses to accept that this is how he will die. He desperately waits for his team to save him, only to realize no one is coming in time. As the Whipper prepares to eat him, despair takes over and he curses the absurdity of dying to a monster. At the last instant, Yunsung bursts in and cuts through the attack, snatching Jang away from the monster's mouth. The rescue sends Jang tumbling across the ground, shocked that he has been pulled back from certain death. The violent motion leaves him disoriented and barely able to process what just happened. As his vision clears, he realizes someone really did intervene. Yun-sung secures his grip and prepares to move Jang out of the kill zone immediately. He swings Jang clear in one motion, carrying him upside down while escaping the monster's reach. Jang recognizes his rescuer as Yun-sung and is stunned that the outsider came back for him. But relief quickly gives way to fear when he sees they are still trapped between two whippers with no obvious way out. Yun-sung calmly warns Jang that the next move will be rough, showing he already has a plan. Before Jang can understand, the sudden acceleration knocks the breath out of him. Yun-sung launches them forward so violently that Jang can only scream through the maneuver. He is carried straight past another snapping maw, surviving only because Yun-sung threads them through the danger. Yun-sung uses the building structure as a path, ricocheting along it to keep momentum and avoid the tentacles. He smashes through an obstacle to open a route rather than slowing down for the monsters. Even while burdened with Jang, Yun-sung keeps weaving through the whipper's attacks at close range. The strain of the speed and impacts makes Jang retch, but Yun-sung never breaks rhythm. Yun-sung plants himself against the tentacle for leverage, turning the monster's own bodies into footholds. Jang realizes that with Yun-sung beside him, the fight has shifted from hopeless survival to a possible escape. Yun-sung drives them through the barrage, forcing a path where none existed. He decides their only chance is to dash for the nearby buildings and create a defensible position. The pressure intensifies as the monsters pursue them relentlessly. Yun-sung notices another giant whipper still on their trail and understands he has not shaken them at all. A fresh tentacle strike cuts off their route before they can fully escape. The impact blasts both men through the structure and sends them crashing into cover. They hit hard, but Yun-sung shields Jang enough to keep him alive. Yun-sung immediately orders Jang to move, insisting they cannot stay because the area is still too dangerous. The building around them continues to break apart under the whipper's assault, proving his warning right. Yun-sung removes part of his helmet and catches his breath, while Jang collapses in shock and exhaustion. Jang, still trembling from the near-death experience, admits he truly believed he was already dead. Yun-sung confirms he is fine thanks to the rescue and checks Jang's condition in return. He downplays his own state as mere fatigue, though he admits the rescue was dangerously close to failing. Jang cannot understand how Yun-sung moved through the whipper's tentacles so effortlessly and presses him for an explanation. Yun-sung brushes it off, but before Jang can challenge that answer, Alpha Team contacts their leader over comms. Jang learns the rest of his team survived and regrouped, though they confess they had to abandon rescuing him when another whipper appeared. He swallows his anger and formally accepts the mission's failure, ordering the team to return to base. Yun-sung asks if the hunt is over, and Jang confirms that two whippers appearing at once makes the operation impossible. Jang is already dreading how he will explain the failed mission to the CEO. When Yun-sung starts to leave, Jang stops him and asks where he thinks he is going. Yun-sung reminds him that he was only brought along as an outsider, so the team's retreat does not bind him. He makes clear that whether QR withdraws is none of his concern and tells the injured Jang to stay hidden until rescue arrives. Yun-sung leaves him behind without hesitation, intending to continue alone. As he heads back out, Yun-sung reflects that he fought without relying on auto-hunting and confirmed both his limits and the weakness of his finishing power. That test convinces him his training has paid off and that he no longer needs to hold back. Seeing the whippers again, he accepts the hunting zone's brutal rule that only the strong survive and resolves to use every tool available. He activates auto-hunting and formally begins his real hunt. At QR headquarters, staff report that Yun-sung rescued Jang Youngchul and is sheltering nearby. Observers are astonished by Yun-sung's movement through the tentacles, and then receive confirmation that everyone escaped alive. A QR executive recognizes the technique as something resembling Kim Sung-guk's style, though still incomplete and learned in an impossibly short time. He becomes determined to recruit Yun-sung into QR at any cost. Jang reports the mission's failure to Yun Kangchul, apologizing for the result and asking about the broader operation. He explains that even after maintenance, the mission is no longer feasible and formally declares it a failure. Kangchul is frustrated that Alpha Team chose retreat so quickly when regrouping might still have allowed a hunt. Even so, he restrains himself, deciding to respect their judgment for now and question them later. When he asks whether Yun-sung is with Jang, Jang nervously admits that he is not. He reveals that Yun-sung went back outside to hunt the whippers alone and asks for instructions. Kangchul goes silent for a beat as the implication sinks in. His confusion turns into disbelief that Yun-sung would head to the rooftop to fight by himself. Then he explodes, ordering his staff to get to the rooftop immediately and record everything Yun-sung does. He realizes that if Yun-sung succeeds publicly after Alpha Team retreated, it will be a humiliating disaster for QR's image. As the action cam feed comes online, Kangchul prepares to witness the outcome firsthand. He bitterly reflects that he tried to showcase Alpha Team's potential, only for them to look weak by needing Yun-sung's help. That realization leaves him shaken and sweating. On the live feed, the two whippers lash out with a dense storm of tentacles. Watching from headquarters, Kangchul cannot understand how the situation has escalated this far. Meanwhile, Yun-sung repeats his resolve that this is a place where strength decides everything, and he must use all he has. He recommits to the hunt under auto support and moves in. Yunsung dives straight between the two giant whippers instead of keeping his distance. One whipper snaps a tentacle at him, trying to crush him before he can close in. Yunsung draws his weapon and answers with precise timing rather than brute force. He slices into the attacking tentacle at an angle that disrupts it without losing his momentum. The exchange confirms his read on the monster's movement patterns. He recalls the data that a vertical cut can sever a tentacle cleanly, but he also knows a horizontal cut only causes the whipper to regenerate another tentacle, increasing the total number. So he deliberately chooses the less efficient cuts, using the monster's regeneration against them. He keeps surfing and pivoting along the tentacles themselves, staying inside the monster's blind spots. As more tentacles multiply and collide, the whippers begin interfering with each other. Yunsung realizes the two monsters do not recognize one another as allies or coordinate at all. Their inability to work together becomes the weakness he intends to exploit. He judges that aside from their tentacles, the whippers are slow, and starts building a strategy from everything he has learned. He keeps provoking more overlapping strikes, turning the battlefield into a knot of crossing limbs. Using Spider Walk, he darts through the chaos with controlled bursts of ki while the monsters attack through each other as space. The whipper's tentacles now crowd the entire area, but Yunsung remains the only one moving freely inside it. He rides one tentacle into the path of another, guiding the attacks into repeated collisions. His focus sharpens as the trap nears completion. In the middle of the fight, he remembers asking Kim Sunguk about the name of this movement technique. Sunguk had casually admitted he renamed it because the old title sounded outdated. He had proudly chosen a cooler name for the skill after giving it real thought. That memory returns as Yunsung fully applies Spider Walk, running across the tentacles like solid ground. With the technique mastered in practice, he carves through the battlefield at impossible angles. Outside, onlookers are stunned by the movement and begin to believe the rumors that Yunsung is a once-in-a-century talent. But some observers are confused that he keeps dodging instead of striking the monster's weak points to finish them. Kangchul notices that Yunsung is carefully controlling his ki like Kim Sunguk once did, yet cannot understand why he is dragging the fight out. He realizes Yunsung has already had several chances to kill, but has intentionally chosen actions that multiply tentacles instead. The pattern is too deliberate to be wasteful, and Kangchul starts searching for the hidden objective. Then he suddenly suspects that Yunsung may be trying to capture the monsters alive. The whippers snarl as their own attacks continue to overlap and tighten around them. Kangchul finally understands that the monsters can no longer move because their tentacles have become hopelessly entangled with each other. From above, the battlefield now looks like a giant knot of immobilized limbs wrapped around the ruined building. Observers piece together Yunsung's method. He increased the number of tentacles on purpose, lured them into crossing paths, and used the terrain to lock them in place. Debris and structural damage complete the trap, pinning the tangled mass so the whippers cannot break free. The surviving agents can only stare in disbelief that such a capture was even possible. Yunsung calmly contacts Jang and asks him to report to headquarters that the whippers have been captured. Jang, now openly respectful, thanks Yunsung for his work, and Yunsung returns the courtesy to Alpha Team. With the immediate fight over, Yunsung turns his attention to the deeper objective that brought him here. He reflects that this outer hunt was easier than expected, and that the true challenge lies in the center of the fracture. Kangchul praises him for rescuing Jang and capturing the targets alive, then asks whether he is injured. At the same time, Kangchul worries that Yunsung may now look down on Alpha Team and becomes even more desperate to keep him within QR. He frames Yunsung's actions as having saved not just Jang, but QR's future, and stresses how indebted the company is. He offers a personal reward as well, promising to grant anything within his power. Privately, Kangchul resolves that he must secure Yunsung for QR no matter what it takes. He considers whether money would be enough to tempt him. He also weighs the value of the company's resources, influence, and information as bargaining chips. To Kangchul, any price is acceptable if it means keeping Yunsung under QR's control. He decides that whatever Yunsung asks for, he will agree if it keeps him there. When Yunsung says he has one request, Kangchul eagerly invites him to name it. But the request catches him completely off guard and leaves him asking Yunsung to repeat himself. Elsewhere in QR's second operation area, another team finishes subduing a scales centipede. The monster is identified as a 4-star target, but the team handles it without much trouble. The hunters secure the kill and declare their mission complete. Their leader is told the plan succeeded, and she responds with detached calm rather than celebration. She notes that the job ended sooner than expected and decides to wait for Alpha Team's result. Before she can, a subordinate reports that there is no need to wait because Alpha Team has already finished. He mockingly describes Alpha Team's outcome as a complete failure, and even laments that none of those rookies died. The team openly ridicules the expensive newcomers and complains that they are being forced to do trivial cleanup, while the rookies get special treatment. They criticize the CEO for pouring money into training weak hunters and treating hunting like coaching rather than results. Even so, they admit the newcomer's custom gear is impressive and speculate that next time they might receive someone more useful. Their leader orders them to stop talking, patrol the area, and wait for further instructions from the CEO. Then she receives a direct call from Yun Kangchul, who informs her that a newcomer is coming to her area. When she hears the name Oh Yunsung, it catches her attention. Standing amid the remains of the centipede and the towering fracture beyond, she considers what that name might mean. She reflects that hunting is inherently dangerous, and that facing monsters personally always means living with the possibility of sudden death. In her view, the industry has changed so much that most people now see monsters only as paychecks and hunts only as profit and loss. She believes the trend has become avoiding all risk and hunting only when safety is already guaranteed, unlike those who still carry responsibility or hatred toward monsters. Thinking that mindset may already belong to the past, she is interrupted when Yunsung arrives and asks if she is Shin Yuhi. She confirms his identity immediately, saying her boss has already contacted her about him. The two introduce themselves properly, establishing Shin Yuhi as the leader of QROB Team 1. She confirms that Yunsung wants to enter the center of the fracture for a hunt, and he answers without hesitation that he does. Yunsung briefly assumes she will dismiss him and tell him to stay out of the way, as others have. Instead, her response surprises him. Rather than rejecting him outright, Shin Yuhi asks the more important question of why he wants to come here at all. She points out that from any normal perspective, rescuing an Alpha Team member and hunting 2 whippers is already more than enough achievement for one day. As far as completed hunts go, she agrees his results are already excellent. Yunsung explains that he has accomplished his original goal of testing Spider Walk against real monsters, but that test also consumed a meaningful amount of Ci and stamina. Even so, he says the result still does not satisfy him. He rejects the idea of staying on a prepared stage and says he wants a real hunt in the center, where the danger is genuine. Hearing that, Shin Yuhi recognizes that what Yunsung seeks is not reward or recognition, but an authentic trial. Yunsung assumes Shin Yuhi will dismiss him as ignorant if he speaks up. Instead of arguing, he decides to accept her judgment and listen. Shin Yuhi realizes what he wants and tells him that if he understands team hunts, he should stay close and hold position. She adds that the monster waves seem over, but if more appear he can hide or act alone as he sees fit. When he asks what else he should be careful about, she decides to give him one blunt warning. She acknowledges his talent but makes clear that everyone else present is far more experienced than he is. To spare her team unnecessary risk, she warns him even if it hurts his pride. Her real demand is simple: he must not endanger her teammates. Yunsung accepts the warning without resistance. Satisfied by his answer, Shin Yuhi turns back to the mission as the fracture begins shaking again, and reminds him not to forget her words. At the fracture, the situation worsens as it closes far more slowly than expected, and several assault teams have already failed to return on time. Shin Yuhi confirms that the delay is not limited to Marukan. While the hunt S structure is explained, intercept teams hold the outside and assault teams enter to close the fracture. She immediately senses that something is deeply wrong, because the outside resistance was not strong enough to justify this delay. That suspicion is even more alarming because Marukan is one of Korea's elite assault teams, while QR is handling interception outside. Shin Yuhi wonders what disaster inside the fracture could have stalled hunters of that caliber. A disturbance forms at the fracture's mouth, signaling that something is finally emerging. The signal identifies the figure coming out as Marukan's leader, but the sight is wrong from the start. Some intercept hunters casually assume the assault team is merely late and prepare to wrap up the operation. Their confidence vanishes when they realize the leader is not returning safely but falling out of the sky. He crashes down violently before them, turning the scene from routine to catastrophe. The nearby hunters are stunned into panic by the sudden impact. Shin Yuhi instantly understands that the worst possibility may be true. When they see the body, the intercept team can barely process what happened. They recognize the fallen man as Marukan's leader and realize the assault team has been destroyed inside. Shin Yuhi immediately shifts from shock to command and orders everyone into assault readiness. Her team answers at once and prepares to move. The hunters arm themselves for close combat as the crisis escalates. Shin Yuhi turns to check on Yunsung, expecting he will be unable to stay in the danger zone. When she cannot find him, she assumes he wisely hid himself and feels relieved that at least he is out of immediate danger. That relief lasts only a moment before another surge begins pouring from the fracture. A horde of flying reptilian monsters bursts out, identified as Santigie, a dangerous Tier 4 species. The hunters are horrified because Santigie are known from North America, not Korea, which means the fracture is producing something unprecedented. Even so, Shin Yuhi orders everyone to hold formation and push toward the fracture as fast as possible. Her subordinates are rattled by the order, because charging an unfamiliar monster species seems recklessly unlike her. She overrides their hesitation and drives the whole team forward. As they run, her teammates struggle to understand why their usually cautious leader is acting with such urgency. The answer appears when one of them looks up and sees the sky filling with more threats. An entire swarm of Santigie spreads overhead, revealing that the outbreak is far larger than anyone expected. While still moving, Shin Yuhi contacts headquarters and begins delivering a live report. She informs command that her QB Team 1 will take the first response. She further states that if possible they will enter the fracture and close it, then urgently requests artillery, reinforcements, and North American monster response support in case her team fails. The nature of the enemy becomes clearer. These are high-tier monsters with horde behavior. Worse, they are aerial types capable of overwhelming a wide area almost instantly. Knowing escapees would be disastrous, Shin Yuhi orders her team to forget capture and kill every monster they can. She steels herself with the knowledge that if even a few break quarantine, civilians outside will die. As the battle begins in earnest, a new figure rushes toward the front. Oh Yun-sung returns in full armor carrying a heavy harpoon weapon. Behind the visor, he has already committed himself to the fight. At headquarters, the commander reports to higher authorities that the fracture is behaving abnormally and asks them to prepare for emergency escalation. Even after making every possible request, he fears it still may not be enough. He acknowledges the grim contingency that if Shin Yu-hee's mission fails, the military will have to bomb the entire area. Though he hates the idea, he accepts that sacrificing the zone may be better than letting the monsters reach civilians. Just as new contact arrives from the field, expecting an emergency response update, he asks to be connected immediately. Instead, he is told the message is a request to retreat. Third-party reinforcement teams are pulling out, arguing that this unexpected danger exceeds their contract. His staff admits they can no longer keep those teams on site and asks for orders. The commander is furious at their willingness to abandon the battlefield. His aide braces himself for the outburst. The commander condemns them for treating a life-and-death defense mission like ordinary office work. To him, they have forgotten what kind of duty hunting really is. He reminds himself that hunters exist to stop monsters from harming the public. That duty, he believes, is sacred precisely because it is dangerous and built on the sacrifices of those who came before. He hardens his resolve around the idea that a protector must do the job no matter the cost. Even so, he chooses not to force the retreating teams to stay and orders that anyone who wants to withdraw be allowed to leave. Then he makes his own decision and tells his staff to prepare gear because he is going to the front himself. His subordinates protest that the CEO cannot abandon command and rush into combat. He rejects that objection, insisting that stopping even one more monster from escaping matters more than his position, and he accepts full responsibility. He limits the risk by declaring that only volunteers will accompany him, and his staff reluctantly obeys. Back at the battlefield, the fracture continues disgorging monsters without pause. Shin Yu-hee opens fire at point-blank range to stop a Santigie from reaching her. She keeps shooting as several more close in from all sides. Pressed by multiple attackers, she switches to a key technique to break the immediate encirclement. Her energy surges outward and catches the monsters at close range. The blast tears through two of them and buys her a moment of space. Debris rains down around her as the exchange leaves the area unstable. She realizes the fight is already draining her faster than she can afford. Looking up, she sees still more Santigie approaching and understands the swarm is not thinning. She concludes that simply continuing to kill monsters one by one will never solve this. The real answer is not attrition but shutting down the source. She decides the fracture itself must be closed as quickly as possible. But the sheer number of flying monsters makes reaching the fracture nearly impossible. She bitterly thinks that if only a key or tech user with strong mobility were present, they might still have a chance. Before she can act on that thought, one of the monsters dives straight at her from above. She refuses to let it pass and turns to intercept it herself. The creature lunges again, forcing her into a close-range exchange. She shoots it down, but the delay costs her the opening she needed. As the body falls, she realizes another monster has already slipped past her line. It is too far away for her to stop in time. Just as it seems certain to escape, a harpoon strikes it midair. Shin Yu-hee is stunned by the impossible save. She looks up and sees Oh Yun-sung swinging in on the harpoon line. The fleeing monster is yanked and skewered before it can get away. Oh Yun-sung uses the line's momentum to launch himself directly into the swarm. He follows through with a crushing aerial strike. The impact smashes through the monsters around him and clears space in front of Shin Yu-hee. Shin Yu-hee, shocked that he did not hide, demands to know why he is here. He explains that he went back only to retrieve a whipper-hunting harpoon and believes it can be useful in this situation. She immediately challenges him, warning that joining this mission now is extremely dangerous. He answers that this is exactly the kind of situation where one more person matters, and that gives him work to do. Since he was already on site, he says he is simply doing what must be done. His answer catches Shin Yu-hee off guard, because it is the same conviction she thought no one around her still shared. He proposes the obvious next step, close the fracture immediately, and says he has a useful mobility technique to help reach it. Shin Yu-hee refuses to let him go alone and insists they need at least 2 people. He agrees that one person cannot both fight the Santigie and close the fracture at the same time, so they must split those roles. He asks whether she has any mobility key techniques, and she admits that neither she nor her team does. Without another option, he prepares to take the burden of movement himself. He accepts the situation and commits to the plan without hesitation. He drops into position, ready to use his technique as a launch method. Shin Yu-hee stares, trying to understand what he is about to do. Then the absurdity of his blunt solution makes her laugh despite the crisis. She apologizes, admitting she never expected him to be this straightforward. Still amused, she decides to trust him and move with his plan. She calls over her vice leader, Lee Jinik, to hand off command. She informs him that he will take charge of the battlefield in her absence. Ignoring his shock, she declares that she and Oh Yun-sung will charge straight into the fracture and close it. Her subordinate protests that she is entrusting herself to a rookie, but she keeps moving. As more monsters descend, she orders the team to brace for the next wave. Oh Yun-sung triggers his movement technique and launches them forward. Shin Yu-hee fires as they accelerate, clearing their path through the swarm. Together they carve a corridor through the airborne monsters and force their way toward the fracture entrance. Shin Yu-hee warns Oh Yun-sung that the opening is directly ahead. Seeing the entrance, she commits fully and drives them straight inside. They cross the threshold into the fracture. Inside, both immediately realize this is not a normal interior space. They have arrived at the fracture's center, a vast canyon-like core. The environment is oppressively hot and humid, like a tropical wasteland. The air is so thin that even breathing becomes difficult. Shin Yu-hee notices something else in the distance and stops. What she sees shocks her into silence. The remains of the assault team lie scattered among the monsters, confirming they fought to the end and were overwhelmed here. Shin Yu-hee recognizes that Murukan nearly succeeded alone against the horde before being wiped out. That means the fracture breaker must still be nearby and almost ready. Oh Yun-sung spots it and explains that the breaker closes the fracture once enough aura is injected into it. Seeing how much aura Murukan already poured in, Shin Yu-hee realizes only a little more is needed to finish the job. Before they can act, a far stronger presence descends in front of them. The true enemy reveals itself as Ashanti Prime, a Tier 6 Alpha among the swarm. Shin Yu-hee understands at once that this monster is the one that annihilated the assault team. She doubts whether she has enough energy left to both defeat it and finish charging the breaker, but forces herself to accept that she has no choice. Before she can move, Oh Yun-sung silently stops her with a hand. He tells her he will handle the Alpha and orders her to go charge the remaining aura into the breaker. She objects that Alpha team has been fighting all along and that the roles should be reversed. He explains that he spent most of his energy getting them here and no longer has enough aura to finish the breaker, so fighting is the only role he can still fulfill. He leaves the charging to her and asks only for one thing in return. Shin Yu-hee says she needs 5 minutes to restore enough aura and entrusts her life to him for that time. Oh Yun-sung accepts the responsibility without hesitation. He steps forward alone to face the Shanti Prime while she begins charging the breaker behind him. The monster's expression feels like open contempt, as if it is mocking them and declaring there will be no escape. With little energy left, Oh Yun-sung decides he cannot trade blows directly and must rely on auto-hunting and hit-and-run tactics. The Shanti Prime attacks first with explosive force. Oh Yun-sung narrowly evades the charge and the duel for Shin Yu-hee's 5 minutes begins. Yun-sung fires first, but the dragon-like monster crashes through his attack and slams into him head-on. The impact sends him reeling, proving the creature can overpower him even while he is tracking it automatically. He realizes he only survived because his Regini armor absorbed the blow that would have torn his body apart. Before he can recover, the monster presses the attack and drives him into the ground again. As he endures the hit, he figures out the beast briefly raised its body temperature to boost its strength. Seeing that unnatural power-up, he recognizes he is dealing with a far more dangerous monster than expected. At the same time, Shin Yu-hee continues working frantically on the device they need to escape the fracture. Refusing to die here, Yun-sung steadies himself and decides to fight differently. He abandons hit-and-run tactics after admitting they are useless against this opponent. Instead, he decides to manipulate the monster's charging path and prepares a new form to do it. He activates Assault form as his all-or-nothing countermeasure. Pouring his remaining C into one attack, he forges a concentrated aura weapon in his hand. His plan is to let the monster charge and strike its weak point at the exact moment it commits. He knows every outcome is fatal if he miscalculates, whether from running out of C, failing to stop the charge, or missing the weak point. He remembers Yu-hee asking for 5 minutes to charge the aura device and entrusting her life to him. That promise becomes the reason he cannot back down. He resolves to hold the line no matter what until her work is finished. The monster roars and launches itself at him again. Yun-sung stands his ground and waits for the charge instead of retreating. He openly invites the attack, betting everything on his timing. The monster commits fully, surging forward with its body blazing hotter. Yun-sung bursts into motion to meet it head-on. He drives forward with his aura blade, aiming for the opening he predicted. The two collide in a violent exchange at full speed. Yun-sung slips past the monster's front and reaches its flank. For a brief instant, he appears to have gotten behind it cleanly. The monster notices too late that he has targeted a vulnerable spot. His strike tears across its side and opens a deep wound. The beast screams as blood sprays, confirming he landed the hit he needed. Yun-sung realizes he succeeded in finding the weak point. But the effort immediately pushes his body to the brink. He buckles and coughs, his strength failing after forcing out too much power. He wonders if this is the limit of what his body can endure. The wounded monster recoils in pain and fury. Though badly hurt, it remains mobile and dangerous. Yun-sung first thinks it might be trying to flee. Then he realizes that is not what is happening. Switching tactics again, he fires a harpoon-like weapon to keep the monster from escaping. The harpoon punches into the wound he opened, making the beast howl. He braces and locks the line, trying to control the monster's movement. The creature thrashes violently, but the tether holds in its flesh. Even as he restrains it, Yun-sung admits his body is close to giving out. Still, he digs in and refuses to release the line. He realizes he cannot keep this up much longer, and will lose the monster if nothing changes. At that critical moment, Yu-hee calls out that her preparation is complete. She announces the fracture breaker is fully charged and activating. The machine powers up with unstable energy as the fracture begins to react. A massive surge erupts from the device, forcing the fracture to collapse. Yuhi warns that the fracture is closing and they must get out immediately, while Yunsung still refuses to let the monster go. He notices the beast is also desperately trying to escape before the fracture seals. That gives him a new idea: use the monster itself as their way out. He tightens his grip on the tether and commits to the gamble. The strain nearly tears the weapon from his hand, but he holds on. The monster surges toward the closing exit in panic. Yunsung plants himself and uses the line to anchor his pursuit. He lets the beast's momentum drag him instead of fighting against it. Yuhi realizes what he is about to do and is startled by the recklessness of it. Yunsung reaches back and orders her to grab his hand. Trusting him instantly, Yuhi lunges forward. Their hands lock together just in time. Yunsung pulls her along and tells her to hold tight because they are forcing their way out behind the monster. The collapsing fracture churns around them like a vortex as they are dragged toward the opening. Using the tethered beast as a guide, they ride the last path out of the fracture. They break back into the real world high above the city, but their danger is not over. Yunsung immediately says they still have to finish the monster before it goes berserk. He points Yuhi to the harpoon wound and tells her that a properly placed aura bullet there should kill it. Yuhi notes they should also worry about surviving the fall, but agrees there is no time for that now. She takes aim at the exposed wound while they are still suspended in midair. Gathering aura into a bullet, she focuses on the exact point Yunsung opened. She fires directly into the wound at close range. The shot detonates inside the monster and drives it into a nearby building. The impact blasts through the structure and throws Yunsung and Yuhi onto the rooftop floor. They crash hard, battered but alive. Yuhi checks on Yunsung as both struggle to recover from the landing. Above them, the monster loses control and drops heavily through the damaged building. Yuhi watches its body continue falling, stunned by how close they came to dying. As the beast disappears downward, she realizes they actually pulled it off. She turns to share the victory with Yunsung and notices something is wrong. He has collapsed unconscious after pushing himself past his limit. Relieved that he merely fainted rather than dying, Yuhi finally lets herself breathe. Looking at him, she cannot decide whether he is brilliant or simply reckless beyond reason. Even so, her confusion softens into quiet admiration. She praises him sincerely for an extraordinary hunt. Outside, others survey the damage left by the battle and the fracture's closure. Officials confirm the fracture is closing, the remaining monster matter is being handled, and medical teams are on the way. The dead or dying dragon-like monster lies in the street below, proof of the pair's success. A red-haired executive is impressed that Yunsung and Yuhi truly accomplished the impossible. Yunsung is later taken to a special medical center to recover. After 2 days unconscious, he finally wakes. He finds himself in a hospital bed and feels awkwardly disoriented. Pain shoots through his body, and he wonders if it is lingering damage from fighting the Shanti Prime. Before he can think further, someone reminds him that he even managed to pull off that fight against a Tier 6 monster. Sungguk arrives cheerfully with food and jokes that Yunsung looks good for someone who slept for 2 full days. He explains that Chanhoon was furious while diagnosing Yunsung, but confirms his condition is stable. Sungguk adds that they will be busy soon, so Yunsung cannot afford to stay injured. He hands Yunsung a box and tells him to open it himself. Yunsung is startled by what he finds inside. The gift comes with a reminder that hunters are ranked from blank through bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Those ranks define a hunter as standing, power, and value through formal evaluation. At first, the box appears to contain a silver class badge. Yunsung can hardly believe he has been given even that much recognition. Sungguk explains the silver badge had already been prepared for him before the hunt ended. Then he abruptly stops, realizing that is no longer the real point. He tosses the silver badge aside as if it has become obsolete. When Yunsung protests, Sungguk dismisses it as worthless now. He explains that the silver rank was based on Yunsung's earlier Grey Ant achievement, and no longer reflects his level. Sungguk goes on to explain that higher badges become materially and symbolically more valuable, and that the committee moved unusually fast this time. He reveals Yunsung's true promotion, Platinum Ranker status, reserved only for the top 20 hunters, with Yunsung placed at 19th. Yunsung is too stunned to process it. Sungguk congratulates him on becoming a ranker from this day forward. Soon after, the story of the fracture spreads rapidly through the city. Recovered enough to travel, Yunsung rides public transit while trying to stay inconspicuous. He notices people around him already watching coverage of the incident. On the news, Yoon Kangchul publicly credits Hunter Park Kang-han as the biggest contributor to the crisis response. Back in the hospital room, Yunsung asks who this repeatedly praised Park Kang-han actually is. Sungguk reveals with amusement that Park Kang-han is the alias he created for Yunsung. Yunsung nearly chokes at the absurdity, while Sungguk proudly insists the name sounds impressive. Sungguk explains the alias lets Yunsung receive public credit without exposing his real identity, unlike the already very public Yuhi. Meanwhile, the interview continues as officials formally credit Park Kang-han and Shin Yuhi with preventing civilian casualties during the fracture incident. But the interviewer raises doubts about whether Park Kang-han truly deserves sudden ranker status. The challenge is blunt. No newcomer has ever become a ranker this quickly, so suspicion is natural. Yoon Kangchul answers that the evidence is fully recorded on QR action cameras and can be inspected by anyone. He then clarifies that Park Kang-han was not even responsible for the fracture's center, yet still volunteered to enter it and face the risk. He contrasts that courage with the shameful behavior of others who demanded retreat the moment the situation became dangerous. Without naming them, he condemns those who abandoned responsibility and declares Park Kang-han the only hunter fully worthy of his current status. He argues that ranker status should belong to those willing to face danger for society, not merely those with good annual results. Watching the broadcast, Sunguk remarks that Yoon Kang-chul is as uncompromising as ever and notes that QR ultimately prevented the crisis. He tells Yoon Sung that others are effectively riding his coattails now, so they have no choice but to praise his contribution publicly. He adds that the whole industry is talking about Park Kang-han as the long-awaited second Lee Jae-hak. Sunguk suggests Yoon Sung could capitalize on the attention through interviews and CF deals, but Yoon Sung refuses. Yoon Sung decides that instead of chasing fame, he should use this moment to prove his worth through growth and higher-level hunts. Pleased by that answer, Sunguk says he has one more piece of good news. The Hunter Association has invited Park Kang-han to an event gathering the country's top hunters to discuss countermeasures against the rising fracture threat. Even while acknowledging the appeal of fame and popularity, Yoon Sung leaves with his priorities settled. He reminds himself that indulging in attention would only slow his recovery and training. His only real goal is to become stronger. With that resolve, he heads toward the conference determined to improve his skill. At the venue entrance, security stops him and asks for identification and his invitation. He calmly presents both. The guard checks the documents and notes that a hunter should also be wearing a badge. The moment the guard looks closer, his attitude changes. Seeing the platinum rank and the name Park Kang-han tied to Yoon Sung, the guard realizes he is standing before the newly famous ranker himself. Nearby attendees overhear the name and immediately react to Park Kang-han's presence. Embarrassed by the sudden attention, Yoon Sung admits the alias has become more troublesome than helpful. A man named Bae Ji-hyun quickly approaches, introduces himself, and seizes the chance to speak with the unaffiliated rookie ranker. He invites Yoon Sung to join his group, clearly hoping to recruit the newly revealed talent before anyone else can. Before that conversation can go further, someone else calls out to Yoon Sung warmly. The caller turns out to be Lee Jae-hak himself, one of the most famous hunters in the country. Jae-hak greets Yoon Sung like an old acquaintance, and casually remarks that it has been about half a year since they last met. Smiling easily, Jae-hak says he rarely comes to these events and is glad to see Yoon Sung there alone too. A cheerful ranker abruptly pulls Yoon Sung away from an uncomfortable crowd, insisting they sit together instead of leaving him isolated. He smoothly borrows Yoon Sung from the others, cutting off the awkward encounter before it can continue. As they leave, the onlookers realize the two already know each other, and the brown-haired man openly steers them toward a more private seat. Once seated, Yoon Sung thanks him for the rescue, but the man dismisses it as repayment for his own earlier rudeness. He explains that because he has personally experienced being swarmed by people, he felt obligated to pull Yoon Sung out of that situation. To make his point, he compares the crowd around Yoon Sung to wild dogs surrounding prey, implying that his intervention changed the balance. He pushes the metaphor further, saying that when a lion appears, lesser beasts scatter, and if the surrounded animal does not flee, that says something about its nature. He concludes that if Yoon Sung stood his ground even with a lion approaching, then Yoon Sung must be a lion too. Yoon Sung deflects the praise by saying a true lion would not have needed help, but the man only laughs and recasts him as a young lion still growing. He studies Yoon Sung closely and pointedly calls him a lion cub. He adds that the cub will not stay small for long, leaving Yoon Sung unsettled by the confidence behind the remark. The story shifts as the conference itself is about to begin. The chairman opens the event by thanking the attendees and announcing that the briefing will start immediately. He explains that monsters normally appear only in specific regions tied to their habitats, establishing the old rule the industry relied on. Using North America as an example, he says monsters once stayed within their native zones, but recent incidents show that pattern is breaking down. A monster known to belong only to North American mountains is presented as proof that creatures are now appearing where they should not. Because of this crisis, the defense agency says it is assembling a response with prominent hunters while coordinating with global organizations. Yoon Sung listens, but his attention drifts back to the earlier lion cub remark. The brown-haired man's words linger in his mind, especially the prediction that he will mature quickly. That man, meanwhile, seems quietly amused by Yoon Sung's reaction. He breaks the tension by saying they can talk more later and reveals that he mainly wanted to thank Yoon Sung. He explains that his sister Lee Eun-seol has gone to China with renewed spirit because of what Yoon Sung did for her. From there he turns the conversation toward China, noting that Chinese figures in the hunting industry are likely attending because the crisis is global. He suggests that Yoon Sung would benefit from experiencing China for himself. He paints China as a far larger and more intense stage than Korea, where both the human and monster scales are on another level. Yoon Sung cannot follow where this is going and is left wondering what message the man is really trying to convey. He decides not to pry into the thoughts of someone this sharp, even though the conversation feels loaded with hidden meaning. The chairman resumes center stage by announcing a major policy shift. The defense agency will stop being passive and take an aggressive stance toward fractures. He then reveals the core decision: hunters will now be legally allowed to dive into fractures. The audience is jolted by the announcement. Yun-sung instantly realizes this is the opportunity he has been waiting for. The single word dive hits him with full force. The term is explained as hunters deliberately remaining inside a fracture even after it closes in order to investigate and hunt deeper within. History shows why this idea matters. Once hunters became strong enough to suppress monsters, humanity grew curious about what lay beyond the fractures. That curiosity turned into dreams of exploration and even colonization, leading people to begin diving aggressively. But ignorance of the other side brought catastrophic consequences. Entire forces were annihilated, and the lone survivor returned broken, leaving only the warning that humanity had been fighting on its own home ground. Because of that disaster, diving had long been banned across the industry. The chairman says the ban will not be lifted recklessly, and only a carefully selected team of qualified hunters will be allowed to begin the new dive. Participation will be voluntary, but everyone understands that such a dangerous chance is exactly the kind of glory-seeking opportunity hunters dream of. The promise of fame and wealth changes the mood in the room, and the hunters become visibly more invested. Some, especially the ambitious ones, are openly pleased by the turn of events. The chairman sweetens the offer by saying there will be almost no restrictions during the dive as long as the hunters gather useful information. He adds that anything obtained during the dive will belong to the hunters themselves, making the mission even more enticing. He begins naming the first team, composed only of rankers, starting with Lee Jae-hak and Kim Yo-hun. As more names are called, Yun-sung and the brown-haired man exchange polite congratulations while waiting to hear the full lineup. Then the final name shocks the room, rank 19, Oh Yun-sung. The audience erupts because the lowest-ranked ranker has been passed over in favor of a rookie who only recently entered the field. The chairman tries to calm the room and asks everyone to hold their objections until the announcement is finished. Before he can regain control, a formal objection is raised. The challenger is Cha Jae-gil, a powerful ranker and director from Gungan, who steps forward to contest the nomination. Cha argues that Yun-sung is too new and inexperienced for a mission this important, especially when many veteran rankers were available. The chairman defends the choice by saying the team was selected for survival ability and situational awareness, and that Yun-sung's personal footage proved he qualified. Cha presses harder, pointing out that the public has not seen this decisive footage and implying the agency may be hiding something. Lee Jae-hak immediately recognizes Cha Jae-gil and understands that this challenge carries real influence. Yun-sung reads the situation clearly. Cha is pretending to defend excluded rankers, but he is really trying to deny a newcomer any foothold. From Yun-sung's perspective, Cha is targeting the easiest person to belittle in order to undermine the agency's decision. Cha escalates by demanding outside testimony from an established group before Yun-sung's nomination should be trusted. A woman answers that request at once, saying she can provide that testimony herself. Cha is caught off guard by the interruption. The speaker is Qrs Shin-yuhi, who stakes her own rank on the claim that Yun-sung lacks nothing in skill. Her intervention makes it obvious that Cha pushed too far and forced a major figure to publicly take Yun-sung's side. Lee Jae-hak realizes the situation has turned dangerous for Cha, because Yuhi's support effectively gives Yun-sung Qrs backing as well. With someone of her reputation endorsing Yun-sung's skill, experience, and character, Cha loses the freedom to keep dismissing him. Cha tries to recover by reframing the issue, saying the real concern for divers is situational awareness above all else. He points to Yun-sung's footage and argues that a hunter limited to melee attacks has an obvious weakness that cannot be ignored. Even Lee Jae-hak grows irritated by how transparently Cha is dragging the argument out, and the rest of the room starts turning against him. Seeing the mood sour, Lee Jae-hak decides he should intervene if this continues. Before he can, Yun-sung stands up himself. He introduces himself respectfully, acknowledges the doubts against him, and thanks those who defended his qualification. Then he makes his position clear. He fully intends to accept the nomination and cooperate with the defense agency to make the dive happen. He calmly offers to demonstrate his ranged offensive ability on the spot, directly addressing Cha's criticism and asking the chairman for permission. The chairman eagerly agrees, seeing a live demonstration as the perfect way to settle the matter. The room immediately shifts from argument to anticipation, with many rankers now hoping Yun-sung will publicly embarrass Cha. Among the attendees, an older man in a white suit and hat becomes interested, sensing that the event has finally become worth watching. His stern companion in white shares that interest, though with far less amusement. Yun-sung moves to the demonstration area while the crowd gathers around to watch. He surveys the available weapons and chooses a standard anti-monster firearm. The weapon is identified as a Gauler gun, a basic aura-powered gun commonly used by ordinary hunters rather than psi or tech specialists. Yun-sung fires a seemingly ordinary shot into the test block. Observers are confused and skeptical, because using a normal Gauler gun does not look like proof of any special range talent. Yun-sung remains focused, aiming with complete control rather than trying to impress through flashy force. His thoughts return to an earlier lesson about how the industry claims skill alone lets people rise, while many structural advantages remain unfairly distributed. He recalls being told that while anyone can train Ki, Psi and tech users possess innate advantages that others cannot simply replicate. He also remembers that Korea lacks the long Ki tradition of countries like China and Japan, making advanced techniques even rarer. That memory leads back to the moment his mentor decided to create a method that could bridge that gap. Sunguk had explained that he reorganized his own ki and developed spinach writ, intending to pass such hard-won methods only to people he trusted. He had then ordered Yunsung to gear up, announcing that the next lesson would begin. That lesson involved a training device firing at a target under dangerous conditions. A ki-infused projectile slammed into the test material with tremendous speed. Yunsung had been made to stand close enough to witness the destructive force firsthand. The impact left a violent, distorted wound in the target, showing that the attack did more than simply strike. Back in the present, the spectators still do not understand what Yunsung is trying to show. The principle behind the lesson is revealed. Unless someone has psi or tech abilities, they normally cannot control aura once it has left the body. Yet Yunsung inherited from Sunguk a ranged ki attack that defies that limitation through pure technique. He activates that technique, ki parasite, causing the aura embedded in the bullet to erupt from within the target. The watching rankers are stunned as the result exceeds anything they expected from a supposed melee-only rookie. Cha and the others can only stare while the two mysterious Chinese guests watch with far more measured interest. The room erupts in confusion because what looked like a normal bullet suddenly exploded after impact. Shinyi quickly grasps the key point. Yunsung embedded aura into the bullet, and somehow maintained control over it. The damage pattern shows internal slicing as well as explosion, proving this was neither psi nor tech manipulation. Yunsung states plainly that he achieved it through ki and aura management alone, and asks whether that is enough to answer doubts about his ability to handle ranged threats. Cha is left speechless as the burden of proof turns back on him. The chairman presses him to respond, reminding him that he was the one who demanded evidence. He pointedly insists that Cha now owes Yunsung an answer, leaving Cha furious but cornered. With no way out, Cha publicly acknowledges both Yunsung's qualification and the defense agency's decision, admitting his doubts were unfounded. Yunsung accepts the concession with calm politeness, ending the confrontation on his own terms. The chairman immediately closes the conference and redirects everyone to a meal, eager to move on while the outcome is favorable. The formal event gives way to a more relaxed banquet setting. At the reception, Yunsung is suddenly treated with warmth and respect by hunters who now want to be associated with him. Cha, by contrast, hangs back on the edge of the gathering, isolated by his failed challenge. He broods over the humiliation and realizes he should have backed down the moment QR sided with Yunsung. His self-reproach is interrupted when he is addressed by the two Chinese guests. Recognizing one of them, Cha hurriedly greets President Chu Seojin, surprised that such a major figure attended in person. Chu receives the greeting with easy courtesy, while his imposing companion remains silent. Chu Seojin is identified as the Korean branch president of the megacorporation TENS, a company whose influence stretches across China and Eurasia. Attention shifts to China itself, portrayed as Asia's richest hunting stage because of its vast territory, monster variety, and permissive laws. Yet despite that appeal, foreign hunters are effectively shut out by protection laws unless they are brought in under a giant corporation like TENS. Because China has no shortage of its own manpower, even Korea's top groups have repeatedly failed to gain lasting access there. Only one exceptional case ever broke that pattern. That exception was Li Unseal, Li Jaehak's sister, who was dispatched to China after a top Chinese sword master accepted her as a direct disciple and her abilities suited his techniques. Cha understands that this rare precedent gives Chu Seojin enormous importance, because he could potentially create another opening into China. Chu lightly remarks that today's conference was worth attending because he witnessed something spectacular. Cha nervously assumes Chu is praising Yunsung's technique, and worries that his own disgrace was also seen. But Chu clarifies that what interested him even more than the technique was Yunsung himself. When Chu confirms that Yunsung only received his license half a year ago, Cha can do little but admit it. Chu bursts into delighted laughter, saying that even if the technique itself is crude by Chinese standards, learning something like that so quickly proves extraordinary sense. In his view, dismissing the technique as useless would be far too harsh given what it reveals about Yunsung's talent. Chu becomes openly excited, declaring that he has found someone genuinely interesting. He then turns to his silent companion for agreement, only to realize the man has already disappeared. Both Chu and Cha are left staring at the empty space in confusion. Chu immediately guesses that the missing man has gone straight to Yunsung. Outside, Yunsung sits alone on a bench, replaying the demonstration and wondering if he pushed himself too hard even though he made no visible mistake. As the adrenaline fades, he notices his hands still trembling. He admits to himself that he is still nervous from what just happened. Even so, he feels satisfied enough with the result to think he can finally start speaking proudly about the skill. Someone approaches him quietly from behind. Yunsung senses a presence and turns, expecting an ordinary visitor. Instead, he finds the stern Chinese man standing right behind him, close enough to have bypassed his awareness entirely. Yunsung is shaken by how effortlessly the stranger appeared within his guard. The man confirms Yunsung's identity by name. Then, without preamble, he proposes that they go for a round together, as if issuing a challenge. Yunsung can only respond with bafflement. His confusion deepens when the man continues speaking in Chinese, which Yunsung cannot understand. Yunsung realizes this must be one of the Chinese attendees Li Jaehak hinted at earlier, but that does not help him decipher the invitation. Chu suddenly rushes in, scolding the man for wandering off and causing trouble again. He keeps berating him for trying to start another incident, while the silent man remains largely unfazed. Chu apologizes to Yun-sung for the disturbance, and Yun-sung, still confused, asks how this stranger even knows his name. Chu explains that he saw Yun-sung's demonstration earlier, making it clear this encounter was deliberate rather than accidental. He finally introduces himself properly as Chu Seo-jin, president of TENS Korea, and says he came because he has something to discuss with Yun-sung. Yun-sung is stunned to learn that the people approaching him belong to TENS Korea, the top hunting group from China. The older man introduces the hot-headed fighter beside him as his nephew Chu Yip and smooths over the earlier offense as youthful impatience. Yun-sung, still unsure what was even said before, accepts the apology and asks what they really want from him. The visitor reveals he is TENS Korea's president and says he has come not for business, but to build a personal connection with Yun-sung. That unexpected approach leaves Yun-sung openly puzzled. The president begins by reminding Yun-sung that, as a hunter, he should know TENS' reputation, while hinting there is more behind the company than most people realize. He explains that TENS is truly owned by a hunter who preserves an ancient martial lineage and passes it down only to worthy disciples. He adds that both he and Chu Yip are disciples of that tradition, though Chu Yip bristles with pride. After seeing Yun-sung's techniques, the president judged that Yun-sung might be qualified to inherit that lineage as well. He admits he secretly recorded Yun-sung's demonstration and sent it to his master, who also employs him. Now he says the master has already given his response. That response is an invitation. The ascended master wants to meet Yun-sung personally because he sees disciple-worthy talent in him. When Yun-sung asks if this master is one of China's top 10 hunters, the president confirms it without naming him yet. He presses the weight of the offer, saying a figure who should have been unreachable is extending Yun-sung a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But he warns that joining such a master comes with a condition. If Yun-sung becomes that man's disciple, he must give up learning any other techniques. The president clarifies that Yun-sung may still teach freely, but as a disciple he cannot continue studying foreign methods. That restriction would include the movement skill and combat art Yun-sung recently displayed, and he would need the master's permission even to use them, so Yun-sung immediately refuses. The blunt rejection catches the president completely off guard. Yun-sung reduces the condition to its essence. They are asking him to cut ties with his current master. Once that is confirmed, he calmly thanks them for the offer and refuses it outright. The president protests that Yun-sung is throwing away an irreplaceable opportunity, but Yun-sung ends the conversation and starts to leave. After Yun-sung walks off, Chu Yip demands to know what was said. The president decides to frame the refusal in the harshest possible way. He tells Chu Yip that Yun-sung rejected their offer, and Chu Yip instantly treats that as foolish arrogance. The president further claims Yun-sung said his own techniques were sufficient, and that he had no need for foreign arts, which enrages Chu Yip. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yun-sung stops and turns back. Chu Yip prepares to lash out in Chinese, and the president dryly offers to translate. Chu Yip openly insults Yun-sung as a coward who is too conceited to recognize true opportunity. Even as Yun-sung tries to dismiss the rant and leave, Chu Yip keeps shouting that someone so narrow-minded will become obsolete. Then Chu Yip crosses the line by mocking Yun-sung's master as third-rate, and claiming staying with him will keep Yun-sung stagnant forever. That insult makes Yun-sung stop cold and demand that Chu Yip repeat himself. His anger hardens as he realizes Chu Yip dared to slander his master to his face. The insult echoes in Yun-sung's mind and strips away his restraint. He explodes, furious that anyone would dare insult Sungakyeongnam. Sensing the opening he wanted, Chu Yip proposes a fight to prove whose techniques are superior, while the president makes only a token attempt to stop him. The president tries to salvage the situation by saying that if Yun-sung experiences their master's technique once, he will surely change his mind. Yun-sung accepts that logic and coldly agrees to experience it for himself. The challenge is sealed as both men step forward. Yun-sung confronts Chu Yip at point-blank range and demands to see just how great that technique really is. The confrontation moves to a proper training facility. Inside the ring, the two prepare for a formal spar under observation. Before it begins, Chu Yip asks his uncle whether he should end it quickly or drag it out to display the gap between them. The president warns him not to underestimate or mock an opponent. Chu Yip argues that Yun-sung insulted them first. The president admits that is partly true, while privately acknowledging he deliberately exaggerated Yun-sung's words to provoke this clash. He reflects that most hunters' techniques are shallow compared with China's martial traditions, which have been refined over centuries. From his perspective, refusing a top 10 Chinese master is so absurd that Yun-sung must not understand what he has done. Even so, he still sees Yun-sung as a rare talent, and Chu Yip notices that his uncle has not given up on recruiting him. Chu Yip objects that Yun-sung is not the kind of man who would ever submit to anyone. The president remains confident that defeat will humble Yun-sung and change that attitude. He believes Yun-sung is a genuine genius, and that geniuses need a wall they cannot overcome alone. If Yun-sung truly feels that wall, the president is sure he will challenge it head-on and seek greater guidance. The two fighters square off face to face, each measuring the other. Chu Yip begins by arrogantly granting Yun-sung 3 free attacks. Yun-sung's silence makes Chu Yip realize he needs the terms translated. Chu Yip explains that Yunsung may attack 3 times while he will not strike back until those chances are over. Yunsung accepts without comment. The match starts. Yunsung launches in immediately while Chu Yip waits with a smug expression. His first rush forces Chu Yip to react faster than expected. Chu Yip praises the speed for a moment, then realizes Yunsung is even quicker than he first thought. That sudden pressure makes him flinch. Yunsung's opening strike lands cleanly to the body before Chu Yip can fully read it. Chu Yip is rattled that he lost track of Yunsung's movement at all. Yunsung stays on him and slips inside again before Chu Yip can reset. Chu Yip recovers just enough to tell himself he merely relaxed too soon, and reminds himself the 3 free moves are nearly over. He then seizes the initiative, and declares that it is finally his turn. But when he attacks, he is startled by what happens next. Yunsung blocks the blow instead of being overwhelmed, proving the gap is not what Chu Yip expected. The force still drives Yunsung back into the ropes. Yunsung plants his foot to stop the slide. He digs in and immediately turns that retreat into a launch point. Using the rebound, Yunsung bursts back toward Chu Yip. Chu Yip is caught off guard by the sudden countercharge. Still trying to reassert dominance, he boasts that he will show Yunsung the difference between them. He insists he cannot lose to someone like Yunsung. Yunsung answers with a straight, forcing Chu Yip to defend in earnest while the president watches in surprise. The president realizes the fight is no longer following the script he expected. Even the phone recording the match becomes part of the tense silence around the ring. Yunsung follows with a sharp kick that snaps Chu Yip's head aside. Seeing that exchange, the president can only wonder how the match has tilted this far. He admits to himself that Yunsung's skill is far above what they anticipated. Chu Yip tries to answer with a heavy counter. Yunsung slips past it and circles behind him. Frustrated, Chu Yip dismisses Yunsung's movement as cheap trickery and tries to crush him with a wide attack. Yunsung punishes that opening with another clean strike. He keeps the pressure on with a follow-up that knocks Chu Yip off balance. Yunsung stays calm while Chu Yip's composure starts to crack. Chu Yip is sent spinning through the air by the accumulated counters. Now openly angry, he accuses Yunsung of fighting like a rat by only dodging. From Chu Yip's perspective, Yunsung seems to be everywhere at once, making every attack miss. He cannot understand why none of his blows are connecting at all. The lack of recognizable form or orthodox technique only makes Yunsung's movement feel more insulting and incomprehensible to him. In the middle of that confusion, Yunsung finally lands a solid punch to Chu Yip's face. Chu Yip tells himself the hit was minor and that he can still win if he regains control. Yunsung settles into stance, determined not to lose to someone who only postures. Chu Yip decides to stop playing around and finish the fight with his true martial art in a single strike. He gathers himself and focuses everything into that decisive move. But as he prepares it, he suddenly notices something is wrong with his body. He realizes he is drenched in sweat without understanding when that happened. His limbs are trembling, and he refuses to accept that fear or fatigue could be setting in. He cannot believe he would be nervous against Yunsung, yet the feeling keeps growing. Watching from outside, the president finally understands that Yunsung is not moving randomly at all but using a disruption technique that syncs to an opponent's rhythm and breaks it apart. Because Chu Yip has never faced anything like that, Yunsung now feels overwhelmingly oppressive to him. The president realizes Chu Yip is experiencing Yunsung like a natural predator, and Chu Yip's panic bursts into a scream. Chu Yip lashes out wildly, but Yunsung calmly weaves through the barrage. Yunsung remains composed in the center of that storm, controlling the exchange without wasting motion. Chu Yip's confusion turns desperate as he keeps asking why this is happening. He finally shouts the truth of his panic. He cannot understand why he still cannot hit Yunsung. Yunsung continues to evade every strike with precise, minimal movement. Chu Yip grits his teeth and forces himself to keep attacking. He slams down with brute force, trying to corner Yunsung through sheer pressure. When that fails too, he commits to one more all-out charge. He roars for Yunsung to dodge this one if he can. The attack crashes down with enough force to crush the floor if it lands. But Yunsung slips inside the strike instead of retreating, shocking Chu Yip at the instant of commitment. Yunsung drives a knee straight into Chu Yip's face and ends the exchange in one clean counter. The president cries out as the result becomes undeniable. Chu Yip collapses to his knees. Yunsung stands over him, calm and untouched in comparison. Even while coughing blood, Chu Yip realizes the knee hit him squarely, and yet he is still conscious. That makes him understand Yunsung held back. Humiliated, he demands to know whether Yunsung did not even use aura during the fight. The president interprets the question and realizes that explains why Yunsung's attacks lacked the finishing damage Chu Yip expected. Yunsung confirms he was not withholding out of arrogance. After his previous battle, he simply was not in condition to use aura properly. Even bloodied and beaten, Chu Yip refuses to accept the loss and begs for the fight to continue with Yunsung using aura. Yunsung declines and asks President Chu Seojin to make it clear that this is as far as he intends to go, since winning without aura already settles the matter. He adds that, from what he has seen, Chu Yip's earlier bravado was nothing but an empty threat. That final judgment leaves Chu Yip slumped in defeated silence. Yunsung turns away from both men, no longer interested in pressing the humiliation further. The president is shaken that the man he expected to be humbled was Yunsung, yet it was Chu Yip who was crushed with ease. When the president calls the performance amazing, Yun-sung dismisses it as nothing special. He reminds them that both of them are hunters, and that their real purpose is to hunt monsters and protect civilians. From that perspective, he says a spa like this carries no real meaning. He admits the whole fight was only a personal provocation and criticizes himself for still being immature enough to rise to it. So he sees no reason to discuss the result any further with Chu Yip or President Chu Seujin. He pointedly includes the unseen person listening through the phone in that dismissal. That direct acknowledgement startles the president, who realizes Yun-sung knew he was being watched. Yun-sung tells the great man on the phone that if he has anything to say, he should contact him properly through the agency or come in person. He adds that the man should also discipline his subordinates, so they stop creating needless conflicts, then prepares to leave despite the president trying to stop him. The president can only stand there speechless as Yun-sung walks away. Then the master's voice comes through the phone, remarking that if he heard correctly, he has just been deeply insulted by a rookie he has never even met. The president panics the moment he hears his master speak directly. He immediately apologizes and takes full blame, but the master cuts him off before he can grovel further. Rather than anger, the master says he enjoyed what he watched and found it entertaining. That reaction shocks the president, who has served him for decades without ever hearing him speak that way. Amused and intrigued, the master says he now has a task for his subordinate. He gives a direct order that leaves the president and Chu Yip stunned. Both men can only gape in disbelief at the master's command. News spreads that Park Kang-han has successfully hunted the Tier 2 monster Havoc while keeping civilian damage low. The coverage makes a bigger sensation when footage from the hunt reveals Park Kang-han's face to the public. His official interview pushes the story further by declaring that he intends to rise all the way to rank 1. He makes it clear that his only real focus is surpassing Lee Jae-hak and taking the top spot. Watching the interview, Yoon Kang-chul reads Park's attitude as a blunt warning for the media to stop bothering him. He praises Park as exactly the kind of compelling figure the hunter industry thrives on. He even needles President Yoo Gi-sik by saying he wishes there were more people like Park. Yoo Gi-sik, the third-ranked hunter and head of Gungan, sits in silence as the remark lands. When Kang-chul tries to keep the topic alive, Yoo cuts him off and reminds him he has more important matters to handle. Kang-chul shifts from small talk to business, saying he has already stated his side of the issue. He bluntly asks whether Yoo truly expects him to hand QR over to China. Yoo corrects him that the offer is from TENS, not China, and insists Kang-chul would not be surrendering ownership. Kang-chul rejects the distinction and argues that the proposed Korea-China alliance would amount to selling his company out anyway. He says Yoo needs to understand two things before this goes any further. First, Kang-chul refuses to be anyone's puppet, and second, he will never sell the company he built with his life. Yoo answers by asking whether Kang-chul understands what kind of opportunity he is turning down, and Kang-chul mocks the idea that it is an opportunity at all. Yoo argues that Korea has already fallen behind China and admits their old confidence about catching up was a mistake. He presses the point by asking what Korea can do now that the gap has become real. Yoo explains that Chinese hunters have overtaken Korea in sea injection, absorbed the strengths of Korea's systems, and are still advancing their key techniques. Kang-chul dismisses that as the reasoning of a man ready to sell out, and asks if that is really the best solution you could find. Yoo insists that learning from the Chinese still leaves room for Korea to grow stronger. He points out that beyond China's Elite 10, there are manuals and records that preserve martial techniques in written form. Those recovered techniques, gathered by TENS over the last decade, are now being offered to corporations willing to align with them. Kang-chul argues that TENS does not even use those methods itself, and that there is no proof the recovered documents truly work. Yoo counters that even limited freedom is worth trading for a chance to improve, while Kang-chul warns the useful material has probably been withheld and refuses anyway. Seeing he cannot persuade him, Yoo says he was only delivering TENS' request and that perhaps it is better if QR stays out of the matter. Before leaving, Yoo warns Kang-chul that some walls simply cannot be overcome. He twists the knife by predicting that the rookie team Kang-chul has been counting on will keep disappointing him. Kang-chul laughs off the warning and notes how shameless it is to drag Alpha Team into the conversation. Even so, he privately admits the offer of recovered martial arts is tempting and wonders whether Yoo truly grasps the danger of accepting it. To Kang-chul, the outcome is obvious. Once TENS gains influence, any company that accepts the deal will eventually fall under its control. He turns Yoo's talk of an insurmountable wall back on him by asking if he means Lee Jae-hak, the rival Yoo has never been able to surpass. That jab finally makes Yoo stop in his tracks. Kang-chul reflects that everyone knows Yoo is obsessed with Lee Jae-hak, but the person who truly reignited that insecurity is Oh Yoon-sung. A rookie with the potential to rival Lee Jae-hak has made Yoo's long-hidden inferiority flare up. Looking back, Kang-chul realizes even Cha Jae-gil's earlier hostility toward Oh Yoon-sung was likely fueled by Yoo's impatience over him. With Yoo still listening, Kang-chul decides to say one more thing. He tells Yoo that no matter what grand technique TENS promises him, it still will not be enough to surpass Lee Jae-hak. For a moment, Yoo can only stand there in silence. Then he leaves with a furious vow that they will see whose judgment proves right. Alone again, Kang-chul concludes that TENS will probably succeed in spreading its offer through the major firms whether he likes it or not. He realizes the entire industry may be reshaped by that decision and starts thinking he needs a countermeasure. In the end, his thoughts settle on Yoon-sung as the one variable who might change this chaotic situation. That night, Yoon-sung waits calmly on a bench, having finished his preparations for the dive scheduled the next day. An unfamiliar old man approaches and remarks on how unusual it is to see a young man quietly watching the night sky. Yoon-sung turns to face the stranger who has suddenly taken an interest in him. The old man reveals he recognized Yoon-sung from his interview and says he found the confidence in it fitting rather than arrogant. Yoon-sung accepts the compliment politely. As they speak, Yoon-sung notes that the man is not Korean, though he seems familiar with the country. The stranger admits he came because he wanted to see Yoon-sung's face for himself. That unsettling answer immediately puts Yoon-sung on guard. Without further warning, the old man releases a crushing pressure that forces Yoon-sung back. Yoon-sung instantly realizes he is facing someone far beyond ordinary standards. The old man demands to know whether Yoon-sung understands who is standing before him. Yoon-sung senses real danger and decides he has to rely on auto-hunt just to survive. A sudden burst of force shoots toward him. Yoon-sung barely evades the attack as it tears past him. He recognizes with shock that the old man just used a key strike. Yoon-sung realizes that without auto-hunt taking over his reactions, he would already be finished. What terrifies him more is that the old man fired that key strike casually with a single finger. The old man is mildly impressed that Yoon-sung managed to dodge at all. Auto-hunt itself seems unwilling to engage head-on, so Yoon-sung understands retreat is his only option. He tries to create distance, but the old man immediately reacts. Yoon-sung uses spin and trip to widen the gap and escape. The old man appears behind him anyway and praises the movement technique even as he nullifies it. Yoon-sung is stunned that the man got behind him so easily. He tries to chain another movement before the old man can finish him. The ground erupts under the pressure of their exchange. Yoon-sung keeps moving through the blasts, trying to turn speed into survival. Even that only earns him the old man's curious attention. The old man dismisses Yoon-sung's efforts as cute rather than threatening. He sweeps away the incoming force with effortless control. Yoon-sung is driven through the air as the old man continues to dominate the pace. While fleeing, Yoon-sung realizes escape may already be impossible. That fear is confirmed when he senses the old man has already caught up to him again. The old man strikes from behind and slams Yoon-sung out of his run. Yoon-sung is thrown forward, cursing as he loses control. He crashes down while the old man strolls after him without urgency. The old man remarks that Yoon-sung lasted longer than expected. He even compliments Yoon-sung for forcing him to move more than he anticipated. When Yoon-sung tries to rise, he finds his body locked and realizes the old man struck a pressure point to paralyze him. The old man says it has been a long time since anyone made him use more than 10 moves, even while he was merely toying around. He adds that Yoon-sung should not be disappointed, because this challenge is exactly what he wanted. By now the fight has spilled into the street, drawing a crowd around the kneeling Yoon-sung and the composed old man. Bystanders recognize Park Kang-han and stare in confusion at the bizarre confrontation. Since too many people are watching, the old man says he can no longer go further and suggests returning to the real topic. To his surprise, Yoon-sung starts moving again despite the point strike. Catching his breath, Yoon-sung says that if the old man is who he thinks he is, then an apology is owed immediately. He condemns both the insult to his mentor and the attack that just happened as unacceptable. The old man is more intrigued than offended and asks whether Yoon-sung broke the paralysis by forcefully circulating his own energy. Yoon-sung refuses to indulge him and angrily demands answers instead, even as the pain of undoing the paralysis tears through him. The old man casually claims he only did what Yoon-sung wanted by coming in person after being invited. That absurd response leaves Yoon-sung momentarily speechless. The old man then admits that if he had truly intended to do things his own way, this conversation would never have happened. He makes it clear that Yoon-sung's ability to keep speaking exists only because the old man is allowing it. Instead of backing down, Yoon-sung points out that he is still speaking now, which only makes the old man laugh harder. Finally, the stranger introduces himself as Jinwi Baek, master of the Chu family and chairman of Tens, one of the elite 10. Yoon-sung is shaken that someone of Jinwi Baek's stature came to him personally. Baek says he did not come to cause trouble but to judge Yoon-sung's talent with his own eyes, because Yoon-sung's body is especially promising. Yoon-sung immediately recalls how others once tried to force him into becoming a disciple and rejects the idea on instinct. He says that if Baek wants any real conversation, he must apologize first. Yoon-sung specifies the terms clearly, an apology for insulting his mentor and for attacking him without warning. Baek laughs at the demand and asks what Yoon-sung could possibly do if he simply refused. Yoon-sung starts to answer with a threat of his own, but the answer turns unexpectedly mundane when he brings up calling the police, jolting the mood. For a beat, the confrontation freezes under the absurdity of it. Then Baek bursts into laughter. He finds it hilarious that Yoon-sung would threaten him with the police after everything that just happened. Even while laughing, Baek recognizes that Yoon-sung understands exactly how to act when outclassed and respects that practicality. As Baek prepares to leave, Yoon-sung stops him and says the conversation is not over. Instead of arguing further, Baek offers him a deal. He asks Yoon-sung whether he is willing to make a bet. Yoon-sung repeats the proposal in disbelief, and Baek confirms he is serious. Yoon-sung sees no reason to entertain such nonsense. Baek answers that he has no intention of obeying Yoon-sung's demands anyway. He compares Yoon-sung to an exceptional rabbit that may impress other rabbits but means nothing to a lion. Yoon-sung coldly translates that as Baek claiming superiority, and Baek says he will only apologize once Yoon-sung reaches his level. Baek adds that retreating before the strong is simply how the weak survive, making his contempt unmistakable. Seeing Yoon-sung's expression harden, Baek presses him to decide whether he will take the bet. He promises that if Yoon-sung wins, he will hand over the item in his box and apologize to both Yoon-sung and his mentor. Baek hints that whatever is inside the box is valuable enough to shock him. When Yoon-sung asks the price of losing, Baek reveals his true aim: Yoon-sung must become his disciple. Yoon-sung immediately sees that this was Baek's objective from the start, and Baek admits he would not have come otherwise. Baek lays out the contest: he will only run, and Yoon-sung will be the one attacking. If Yoon-sung lands even a single hit, he wins. Baek even allows Yoon-sung to win by stealing the box from him instead of striking him directly. Yoon-sung falls silent as he weighs the challenge. Then an idea flashes across his mind. He accepts the bet. Baek suggests moving elsewhere, but Yoon-sung insists they settle it right there, which Baek reads as overconfidence. When Baek boasts that he has never lost a bet, Yoon-sung calmly tells him this will be his first. That confidence catches Baek off guard for the first time. Yoon-sung decides that taking the box is the simpler path to victory. He openly declares that he will steal it from Baek. Baek dismisses the plan as impossible nonsense. The match begins with the red box still in Baek's hand. An instant later, Baek feels the weight vanish from his palm. He stares in disbelief as the box is suddenly gone. Before he can process it, Yoon-sung is already on top of him. Baek reacts too late to fully stop what follows. Yoon-sung drives 2 fingers to Baek's forehead and declares that he has reached him. He reminds Baek that he fulfilled both victory conditions at once and therefore won. For a split second, Yoon-sung thinks he has done it, but Baek's flinch reveals the exchange is not over. The surrounding crowd suddenly feels the temperature drop as a far heavier pressure spills out. Baek, now genuinely stirred, praises the incredible energy behind Yoon-sung's move. Still holding Yoon-sung's fingers at his forehead, he demands to know how that was possible. Yoon-sung answers that he simply used everything he had and finally played one of his hidden cards. Baek tightens his grip and orders him to explain if he wants to keep that finger. Yoon-sung refuses to be intimidated and says explanations can wait until Baek honors his side of the bargain. When Baek hints he may ignore the promise, Yoon-sung coolly warns that would only prove he is an old man who cannot keep his word. An old martial artist confronts Yoon-sung in public, but Yoon-sung remains calm enough to unsettle him. Forced to admit defeat after decades without losing, the old man agrees to surrender the box if Yoon-sung can prove how he took it. Yoon-sung simply uses his slot ability and retrieves the red box in front of him. The old man is shocked that Yoon-sung really stole it with that technique and demands an explanation. Yoon-sung refuses to reveal anything, leaving the old man irritated at being outplayed. The old man warns him not to open the box yet because its contents must be kept from outside air until use. When Yoon-sung asks if it is some kind of drug, the old man nearly answers before catching himself. He immediately throws Yoon-sung's own line back at him and refuses to explain. Instead, he taunts Yoon-sung that the box could hold medicine or poison and that Yoon-sung accepted it without knowing. With the bet settled, the old man tries to leave on good terms and act as though the matter is finished. Yoon-sung stops him and reminds him that he still owes an apology to both him and his mentor. The old man tries to dodge the issue by pretending not to understand Korean, but Yoon-sung sees through it. Pressed again, the old man feigns ignorance about any apology at all. Realizing a mere brat is demanding contrition from the famed Jinwi Baek, the old man's pride flares up. His wounded pride overwhelms his judgment, and he suddenly decides to act. He launches a rapid strike at Yoon-sung before the younger man can react. Yoon-sung moves on instinct, but the old man closes in and seizes him. In the next instant, both of them vanish from the street, leaving only the impact behind. The bystanders are left confused and suspect the old man may have abducted Yoon-sung. The street falls quiet after their abrupt disappearance. Yoon-sung regains consciousness elsewhere, dazed from whatever the old man did to him. Lying on a bench, he curses the old man and tries to understand what happened to his body. As he sits up, he realizes the old man has already left. He notices the red box and a note left behind for him. The note insists the old man did not flee, says the box contains herbal medicine, claims he adjusted Yoon-sung's energy flow, and promises they will settle their mutual debt later. Yoon-sung grudgingly admits the old man understood Korean perfectly after all. His only consolation is mocking the old man's awful handwriting. Elsewhere that night, another meeting is underway in a high-rise building. A suited executive arrives to meet a man in white who has been waiting on behalf of his master. The delay has already stretched on for hours. The executive complains that they have waited long enough for the master to appear. The man in white keeps insisting the master will come soon, but the excuse is wearing thin. As the executive prepares to leave, something changes in the room. A new presence arrives without fanfare. The figure's ornate black and red robes announce status before he even speaks. Jinwi Baek finally appears, now dressed like a formidable master rather than the eccentric geezer from before. The executive is stunned to realize the man before him is the chairman of TENS, Jinwi Baek himself. Baek coolly rebukes the staring man, who hurriedly introduces himself as Yoo Jun-suk, CEO of Gungan. Inside, Yoo Jun-suk resolves to win Baek's favor and obtain his teachings at any cost. Baek reads that ambition at a glance. He acknowledges the introduction with detached politeness, giving you just enough attention to keep him hopeful. Then Beck makes it clear that merely seeing his face should be enough and that the meeting is already over. He orders his subordinate Sejin to leave with him, baffling both men who had waited for hours. Beck dismisses the whole visit as tiring after dealing with one clever but rude brat and says he is going to rest. Yoo Jun-suk realizes his chance is slipping away. Desperate, he runs after Beck and begs him not to leave after making him wait so long. He even grabs Beck's robe in panic, crossing a line. Beck allows the contact for a moment without turning around. A faint smile forms as he decides to teach the man his place. His killing intent begins to rise. The pressure erupts around him so violently that Yoo freezes in terror. Yoo's legs buckle under the weight of Beck's presence. He can barely breathe as the murderous aura crushes him. Beck's killing intent becomes so overwhelming that even a powerful executive feels death at his back. Yoo is certain he could be killed instantly if Beck wished it. Even Seojin can only watch as Beck's aura fills the space. Beck remains perfectly composed while everyone else is shaken. He repeats that he is tired for the day, making the threat sound casual. Since Yoo insists on learning from him, Beck offers a single lesson. He calls Yoo a dog and begins explaining the hierarchy between them. Beck says a dog should only take what its owner gives and should never grab its owner's arm on its own. He warns you to remember that he dislikes dogs that bite the hand above them. You can only choke out a response, completely subdued. Beck walks away, leaving Yoo and Seojin behind in silence. Yoo is left sweating and humiliated, forced to accept the gap between them. Outside, Beck dismisses Yoo as inferior to the brat he met earlier. When Seojin asks what is on his mind, Beck brushes it off and invites him to speak. Seojin cautiously notes that Yoo Jun-suk is still considered one of the top 3 people in the country, and wonders if Beck was too harsh. Beck rejects that completely, saying Yoo lacks spirit in his eyes and has only average potential. Seojin then remembers Beck mentioned meeting someone on the way here. Beck admits he went to see Yoon-sung and says the encounter was acceptable. Seojin realizes Yoon-sung must have made a far deeper impression than Beck is willing to admit. He changes the subject and asks whether the matter in Hunan province was resolved. Beck says he managed to secure one item there, though it was not easy. When Seojin assumes they finally obtained the treasure, Beck casually reveals he already handed it to Yoon-sung. Seojin is stunned that the brat in question is Yoon-sung. He concludes Beck must truly favor Yoon-sung if he gave away a treasured ancient herbal pill. Beck awkwardly half accepts the accusation while trying not to make too much of it. The story shifts to Yoon-sung as he prepares for his first dive. Wearing his combat suit, Yoon-sung receives encouragement and heads toward the dimensional fracture. He answers with a restrained thanks and steels himself. At 1:02 a.m. on July 19th, Yoon-sung enters the dive alone through the dimensional fracture. He is told that once inside, he must survive in the world beyond the fracture by himself. The only way back is to reach the next fracture point before the current one closes, and the return point will appear 52 kilometers away after 19 hours. If he fails to reach that point in time, he will be trapped when the fracture seals completely. His first objective is therefore simple and brutal: stay alive long enough to reach the return point and come home. Yoon-sung immediately starts running across the hostile red wasteland. As he moves, he checks that his detection gear and shoulder camera are functioning properly. Satisfied that his equipment works, he begins scouting the area. The landscape itself proves dangerous, with impacts and eruptions striking nearby as he runs. He spots movement ahead and realizes he has found his first enemies. A pack of monsters emerges, making this his first encounter inside the fracture. The creatures are identified as monkey vipers, low to mid-level monsters. Rather than panic, Yoon-sung activates the Soot's auto-hunting function. The system launches him straight at the monsters before he can fully process what is happening. He can only brace himself as the automated combat begins. The suit carries him into the pack with aggressive speed. Mid-charge, something unexpected starts happening inside his gear. A compartment opens on its own. To Yoon-sung's shock, the suit pulls out the red wooden box Beck gave him. With monsters closing in, he protests that this is the worst possible moment for that box to appear. The system pauses just long enough for him to stare at it in disbelief. When the box opens, he finally sees that it really does contain a herbal medicine pill. The sight instantly reminds him of Beck's warning. He realizes the suit intends to make him take the pill right now and panics. The pill rises from the box as if the system has already decided for him. Yoon-sung can only gape as it moves toward his mouth. The pill drops onto his tongue before he can stop it. He freezes for a split second, horrified by how little control he has. Then the danger around him snaps back into focus. Before he can react properly, the monsters slam into him and send him flying. He crashes hard across the rocky ground. Dazed and upside down, he cannot even understand what just happened. The impact and follow-up blows erupt around him in a blur. Dust and debris swallow the battlefield for a moment. When the dust clears, Yoon-sung is still standing, but only barely. Pain surges through him as the medicine begins to take effect inside his body. The sensation becomes so intense that it overwhelms his thoughts. The canyon around him seems to distort as he loses his bearings. The monkey vipers close in, sensing weakness. Yoon-sung collapses to the ground and is surrounded on all sides. The monsters gather for the kill, screeching over him. One lunges in first. Yoon-sung can only stare, his body locked by pain and shock. The pack descends together, convinced he is finished. Back in the real world, 20 minutes after Park Kang-han entered the fracture, the nearby operation is already being reported as a success. Beck and Seojin watch the news from a lounge while waiting for Yunsung's outcome. Seojin remains uneasy about what Beck gave the boy. He asks whether they should prepare for the possibility that Yunsung never returns. Beck answers as if there is nothing to prepare for. When Seojin insists that the heavenly herbal concentrate is a priceless treasure with enormous C value, Beck dismisses the concern and calls him no fun. He adds that Seojin is not the only one making a wrong assumption about the medicine. Beck begins explaining what the pill actually does. He says the medicine generates C when it dissolves, but that C is only fuel rather than the true effect. To make the point, he punctuates the explanation with a sharp gesture. According to Beck, once the medicine bursts through the body and circulates, the C itself disappears. When Seojin asks what that means for the user's body, Beck admits even he cannot predict the exact result. He can only compare it to what happened when he took the medicine himself in the past. The first pill let him control killing intent freely, and the second rebuilt his weak skeletal structure, proving the medicine reinforces whatever the body lacks most. That is why Beck cannot know what change Yunsung will undergo. Seojin falls silent, realizing the gamble is even greater than he thought. Beck remains amused, saying they should simply watch because he promised the brat, and he is curious to see what happens even if the pain nearly kills him. Inside the fracture, something suddenly changes in Yunsung's eye. He lies on the ground trembling as the transformation reaches a turning point. Yunsung begins to understand that the medicine is doing something drastic to him. For a moment he goes limp, as if his body has reset itself. Then strength returns to his hand. He pushes himself up through the pain, no longer as helpless as before. Trying to piece together the last few moments, he remembers being chased and attacked. When he looks around, he is stunned to find the monkey vipers lying dead all around him, as if they were wiped out in an instant. He cuts down the monkey vipers that were closing in on him, barely surviving the assault. As he fights, he recalls that this happened after he was forced to take the medicine and left battling for his life with auto-hunting active. The automated combat keeps carving through the monsters around him while he tries to make sense of the situation. He realizes something about his condition and focuses inward despite the chaos. A sudden thought hits him, and he urgently tries to remember how long he was unconscious. Checking the timer, he is horrified to learn he has only about 4 hours left. That means if he cannot reach the return point in time, he will be trapped and unable to go back. Just as he prepares to move, his body reacts in a way he does not expect. His armor is suddenly flung away as if his body can no longer move naturally inside it. He is stunned by the abrupt change and loses control for a moment. As he stumbles forward, he panics over what is happening to his body. He crashes through the canyon at dangerous speed, unable to immediately adjust. Even his hands feel unfamiliar, confirming that something fundamental has changed. He compares it to the past, when overusing C used to make him simply black out. Now, instead of weakness, the medicine has made his whole body feel impossibly light and responsive. He takes off running across the canyon, testing the new state. The speed nearly throws him off balance because it far exceeds what he is used to. He quickly realizes his movement speed has increased dramatically. Without the armor weighing him down, he feels far freer and faster than before. He understands that the suit only felt sluggish because his body had already changed beyond what it was built for. That realization gives him confidence, and for the first time he feels truly comfortable in his own body. He concludes that the medicine must have transformed him enough to let him reach the return point in time. He slows briefly to steady himself and reassess. With only about 4 kilometers left, he believes he can still make it back to the real world. Even so, he bitterly reflects on how his first dive nearly ended in humiliation and wasted preparation. He also starts questioning why auto-hunting forced that medicine on him in the first place. Before he can finish that thought, a flare goes up ahead. He recognizes it as the signal marking the return point. Relieved, he assumes the team guarding the exit must already be waiting for him. He arrives at the site and comes to a stop. The insignia confirms these are supposed to be the assigned guards. He recalls that Team Sukyoung, known for exceptional teamwork, was tasked with protecting the return point during this dive. He approaches them expecting a routine extraction. Seeing one of the waiting members, he assumes they are there for his return. But the mood around the team feels wrong, tense rather than welcoming. One of them steps forward as if to greet him. The brown-haired man confirms his identity and smoothly acknowledges him as the one they were waiting for. He notices the man is surprised by his missing usual equipment. When asked if he was injured, he downplays what happened and claims he is fine. The man offers help and suggests getting him to a hospital, sounding concerned. That concern instantly feels false, and he senses danger. An attack comes without warning before he can finish refusing the help. He is caught completely off guard by the betrayal. The strike launches him violently through the air. He slams into the canyon wall hard enough to cough blood. The pain confirms the greeting was an ambush. The attacker shows no concern, only satisfaction that the trap worked. Dust and debris settle as the team closes in. He struggles to recover while the enemy keeps pressure on him. He finally understands that the supposed rescue team was lying in wait. The brown-haired leader calmly explains that the blow damaged his aura flow, leaving him unable to move properly or use aura. Ignoring his shock, the leader demands to know where the wooden box is. He is told they already have proof that he is the successor of the heavenly demon, so denial will not save him. Even while cornered, he starts gathering himself. The title Heavenly Demon makes him connect these attackers to the old man from before. The leader threatens him with torture, and he realizes these people were likely behind the earlier interference as well. He plants his foot and prepares to resist despite the supposed damage. When he stands, the leader is shaken because the strike to his aura center should have kept him down. He answers that the reason he can still move is because of the very people now hunting him. He concludes that auto-hunting forced the medicine on him because it detected this threat in advance. That means his first dive was nearly ruined simply because this old man's faction wanted the medicine and the box. He rejects the idea that his life should follow their script. As he activates auto-hunting again, he decides to turn their interrogation back on them. He pretends to give in and offers to show them where the wooden box is. The leader takes the bait and relaxes just enough to believe he has regained control. Confident the deception worked, the leader orders his men into formation to subdue him by force if needed. The squad immediately moves with trained coordination. Their masked fighters close in from multiple angles as one unit. He studies them carefully instead of panicking. Then he shifts position, preparing to exploit the formation rather than meet it head-on. One attacker raises a long club-like weapon to begin the coordinated assault. The order goes out for the right club formation to stand by. He remains silent, reading their timing. The team unleashes a named formation built around sweeping, long-range club strikes that box him in. The leader watches closely, expecting the trap to close perfectly. He gives the command to begin the full formation. The first wave of strikes whips toward him from several directions at once. He bends and twists through the opening barrage by a hair. Even so, the overlapping arcs force him backward and keep him from advancing. The attackers stay disciplined, showing no openings. He suddenly leaps into the air and draws his gun in the middle of the assault. His calm expression shows he has already found a counter. He fires not at the men but straight into the ground. The shot burrows in and begins carrying his power through the terrain. He follows with movement to keep the team focused on his body instead of the shot's path. For a moment even he watches to see whether the idea will work. The leader mocks him, convinced their formation cannot be broken by brute force. He is declared finished as the team tightens the net. Surrounded on all sides, he appears trapped in the center of the formation. He keeps his composure and waits for the exact moment. The leader laughs, certain the team's organization has already decided the outcome. He boasts that they researched all of Yunsung's movements in advance and know how to hunt him. With that confidence, he orders the team to finish subduing him. The masked fighters surge in again to execute the final capture. Their clubs lash out in synchronized succession. He sharpens his focus as the trap closes. The attackers suddenly notice something moving beneath them too late. Energy from his earlier shot snakes through the ground under the formation. He endures the pressure just long enough for the hidden attack to reach its mark. More shots are driven into the earth, feeding the trap from below instead of aiming directly at the enemy. One of the masked men senses the danger a moment before impact. Another turns, but the formation is already committed. He realizes the counter is about to trigger. He pivots inside the formation while the buried energy converges around him. The hidden currents collide beneath the attackers and erupt upward. The rising force catches their legs and bodies from below. He braces through the recoil and lets the trap finish unfolding. Still holding the gun low, he keeps channeling the attack through the ground. Multiple eruptions burst up at once inside the formation. He finally raises the gun, now fully in control of the battlefield. The leader realizes too late that Yunsung's movement technique only fails when he lacks space, so the team tried to deny him room. They had planned to keep constant pressure on him and never let him breathe. Their clubs were meant to strike from any distance and scramble his sense of range. That strategy should have made him misjudge every opening. They also assumed his Gauler gun would be useless while he was busy dodging. Their final step was to seize him the instant he dropped his guard. The leader signals confidently, believing the plan is still salvageable. The remaining fighters respond and try to reform around him. They rush in again, attempting to restart the coordinated assault. A club slams into him, but the exchange only buys him another instant. He takes the hit and stays upright, refusing to break. He drops low and resets his stance inside the collapsing formation. A new idea flashes across his face as he understands the timing completely. The team commits to what they think is the finishing sequence, unaware they are stepping into his real counter. The attackers close from every side at once. Their clubs sweep inward to crush him in overlapping arcs. He lets the attacks pass close enough to mask his next move. His eye flares as he releases a more refined control over the energy he planted. A broad blue arc of force whips across the battlefield. The buried shots answer his command and begin surfacing in sequence. Blue projectiles erupt upward one after another like spears from the earth. The ground itself becomes a killing field, shredding the formation from below. One fighter freezes as the attack rises directly under him. The hidden bullets pierce through multiple members before they can evade. The team is thrown into confusion as their own formation turns against them. Several fighters are struck and hurled away while Yunsung stands at the center controlling the chaos. The leader can only stare in disbelief as the formation collapses. His men realize the bullets are not coming from Yunsung's gunfire line at all, but from the ground beneath them. They are cut down before they can understand how he reversed the battle. In moments, the organized team is scattered across the canyon around him. Yunsung's expression hardens as he recognizes the value of this new technique. The leader, now terrified, demands to know what Yunsung just did. Yunsung names it a key technique called key parasite. He walks forward through the fallen enemies, no longer the prey. He admits it is his first time controlling multiple bullets this way, but the result is even better than expected. The leader can only deny what he is seeing. He finally understands that Yunsung was never trying to shoot them directly, but was predicting the formation and planting the bullets in advance. Now the surviving enemies are left staring at the strange blue trails of key parasites circling around him. The leader remembers seeing a weaker version of this technique during an earlier demonstration and realizes Yunsung has advanced far beyond that. Yunsung calmly notes that the technique consumes less Ci than he expected, already treating the battle as his experiment rather than his crisis. Yunsung realizes the medicine changed something fundamental, because where one shot once exhausted him, his body now feels different. He concludes his cursed energy has not simply increased, but is circulating through his body far more efficiently and boosting his output. That realization hardens his resolve. Facing the man who attacked him, Yunsung demands an explanation for why someone so capable would serve Jinwei Baek. The attacker immediately denies having any connection to Jinwei Baek. He turns the accusation back around, saying Yunsung's side is the one tied to the old man behind this mess. Even so, he refuses to forgive the attempt to destroy his career and raises a gun to settle it. His target finally understands that Yunsung may be about to execute him. Yunsung coldly clarifies that death is not his real aim. Instead, he reveals that the man's attempted murder has already been recorded on his body camera. With that evidence, the attacker can be exposed and prosecuted without Yunsung needing to kill him. Still, Yunsung makes clear he has no intention of letting the man walk away unharmed. He strikes first with brutal force. The attacker is knocked off balance and sent crashing down while Yunsung keeps the gun trained on him. The fall leaves the man helpless. Standing over him, Yunsung rejects any fantasy of a fair martial duel and declares this is the end for the people who targeted him. After that, the incident is treated as finished and the surviving culprit is taken away. The supposed leader of Team Sukyoung is arrested, and the investigation reveals he was actually a Chinese hunter who had infiltrated them. But even under interrogation, he never explains why he tried to kill Yunsung. What investigators do uncover is that Team Sukyoung had backing from Ancient Dragon, the president of a major Chinese corporation and the fourth-ranked member of the Elite 10. Because Yunsung only testifies as the victim and offers no further details, the motive behind the attack remains unresolved. Yunsung quietly absorbs that the truth is still being buried. While he sits alone afterward, an elderly man in a loud green shirt approaches him without warning. Yunsung recognizes that the man has come for him. The old man seems amused that Yunsung noticed. He admits Yunsung's silence protected him, because if Yunsung had said more, either of them would still be able to remain in the country. He then turns to the matter Yunsung had previously requested. After thinking it over, the old man invites Yunsung to speak plainly. He refuses, however, to offer the apology Yunsung wanted for Yunsung's master, calling that impossible. Yunsung studies him more carefully, realizing this man will not bend easily. The two sit in tense silence, measuring each other. The old man finally asks what Yunsung intends to do with him now that the truth is out. Yunsung decides the conversation should continue elsewhere. The old man is caught off guard when Yunsung abruptly stands to leave. Yunsung says this is not a safe place to talk and orders him to follow. The old man can only blink at the sudden shift in control. Yunsung brings him to Sungguk's home instead. Inside, Sungguk is busy preparing a meal, unaware of the strange guest about to arrive. He finishes cooking the last dish. A full spread is already laid out on the table. Sungguk notices one dish feels oddly out of place for a meal meant for just two men. Then he realizes Yunsung has returned. Yunsung greets him and arrives with the elderly guest. Without explanation, Yunsung asks if they can add one more person to the meal. Sungguk politely agrees, though he is clearly confused by the unexpected visitor. The old man enters the room with the same unsettling composure as before. Sungguk immediately thinks the guest looks absurd and wonders if this can possibly be serious. Even so, the old man's presence carries enough weight to make the room tense. His aura alone makes it clear he is no ordinary elder. Sungguk tries to steady himself by focusing on how ridiculous the man's clothes look. He forces a polite welcome and invites the guest to sit. The three of them take their places around the table. An awkward silence immediately settles over the meal. Sungguk grows increasingly uncomfortable as neither Yunsung nor the old man says anything. Trying to make sense of it, he asks if the old man is some kind of relative of Yunsung's, but Yunsung cuts him off before explaining. Instead, Yunsung abruptly excuses himself to the bathroom, leaving Sungguk alone with the stranger. Sungguk watches him go and realizes he has been abandoned in the worst possible situation. Now left face to face with the old man, he can only sit there sweating. He panics internally, unable to think of a safe topic. The old man breaks the silence by casually asking for green tea, and Sungguk gratefully seizes the excuse to get up. As Sungguk moves into the kitchen, the old man keeps watching him closely. That steady gaze makes the pressure even worse. Sungguk becomes unnerved, wondering why the old man is staring at him so intently. The old man finally speaks, praising Sungguk's physical build. Sunguk is baffled when the compliment is repeated more plainly, and still makes no sense to him. The old man realizes Sunguk does not understand and begins to suspect this is why Yunsung brought him here. He asks to examine Sunguk's hand, claiming he owes Yunsung for keeping him out of trouble. The old man insists this is repayment, not harm. Sunguk hesitates, still unsure what kind of person he is dealing with. Before he can decide, the old man grabs his arm. A surge of power passes directly from the old man into Sunguk's body. Sunguk is stunned to feel cursed energy circulating inside him, something that should have caused unbearable pain in his ruined condition. He realizes the old man has temporarily pieced his shattered energy flow back together through overwhelming control. At that moment, Sunguk understands he is standing before someone far beyond anything he imagined. Yunsung quietly returns and witnesses the result. The old man releases Sunguk's arm after completing the transfer. Sunguk can barely process what just happened. The shock leaves him trembling. He stares at his own hands, trying to confirm the sensation is real. The old man calmly confirms that he has indeed injected cursed energy into Sunguk's body. He openly admits that Sunguk's guess is correct. He explains that a temporary protective layer now surrounds Sunguk's energy flow, allowing him to use it for only a few minutes. The meaning of that offer hits Sunguk all at once. Hope rises before he can suppress it. He immediately tests his body by moving with full force. For the first time in years, his body responds exactly as he commands. The sudden freedom leaves him stunned. Watching from the side, Yunsung realizes the old man used the true spin and shrit so subtly that even he could not follow the technique. Sunguk recognizes that his body is finally moving the way he always wanted it to. He keeps testing the sensation, afraid it might vanish if he stops. Overwhelmed, he thanks both Yunsung and the old man from the bottom of his heart. The old man tells him to go outside and enjoy the time he has left with this restored body. Sunguk rushes out without hesitation. A moment later he is gone, already running. Yunsung watches him leave with quiet satisfaction. The old man remarks that for someone with Sunguk's talent, living as an ordinary man for 3 years must have felt like losing his legs. Once Sunguk is gone, he turns back to Yunsung and invites the real conversation to begin. He prompts Yunsung to finally state what he wants. Yunsung proposes a deal. The old man assumes Yunsung is asking for Sunguk's full recovery. Yunsung confirms it and asks whether the same medicine he received can be given to Sunguk as well. The old man reminds him that the medicine is extremely expensive and difficult to obtain. Since he is leaving the country that very night, he demands Yunsung stop circling and name his price. Yunsung offers straightforward terms, restores Sunguk's strength, and he will repay the cost in full. The old man, identifying himself as Jinwi Baek, mocks Yunsung for trusting him so easily, but Yunsung bluntly says trust has nothing to do with it. Yunsung explains that what he believes in is his own value. That answer genuinely interests Jinwi Baek. Yunsung adds strict conditions, refusing any demand that he become Jinwi Baek's disciple and insisting he is making a hunter's contract, not falling for a scam. He warns that if Jinwi asks for anything impossible, the negotiation ends immediately, and he will be thrown out. Jinwi pauses, amused by Yunsung's nerve. Yunsung holds his ground without flinching. Jinwi finally laughs under his breath, then he accepts the offer. Not long after, the door opens again. Sunguk returns drenched in sweat and glowing with joy after running for a full hour. He asks after the guests, only to learn the conversation continued without him. When told the old man has already left, Sunguk regrets that he never properly thanked him. Still exhilarated, he says the experience taught him a new way to use energy by coating his own vessel with it. Even drinking water feels miraculous because he never thought he would run like that again. He keeps savoring the afterglow of having his body answer him once more. The simple act of recovery leaves him almost giddy. He admits that single hour of running was the happiest moment he has had in 3 years, and he had never dared hope for more than that. As he moves to reheat the food, Yunsung stops him. Sunguk turns back when Yunsung says he spoke with the old man. Yunsung reveals there is a real method to restore Sunguk's body. The room falls silent as Sunguk absorbs the possibility. Both men understand how much this could change everything. Sunguk answers immediately that of course such a cure would come at a price. He explains he has spent the last 3 years searching everywhere for a way to heal himself, and knows how impossible it should be. That is why meeting a godlike aura controller who could do this so casually was beyond anything he expected. He has already guessed the old man was one of the elite 10, and realizes Yunsung somehow brought such a figure to him. Because of that, he also knows the offer is bait meant to bind Yunsung, not a favor given freely. Sunguk refuses to let Yunsung shoulder that burden for his sake. He insists he is already satisfied with the chance to run again, and slams the table to stop the discussion. Even while rejecting it, he admits he understands just how enormous the cost of healing his ruined body would be. Yunsung tries to brush it off and say it is fine. Sunguk snaps back that he does not need it. But the denial breaks down as his emotions spill out, because he clearly wants it more than anything. Yunsung finally reveals the actual condition of the contract. He only has to do it 5 times. The deal is to sign freely with tens and participate in 5 hunts in China, with the same share of profits and monster parts he received before. Sunguk is stunned that the price is only 5 hunts, and Yunsung calls it an extraordinary bargain. From Yunsung's perspective, gaining experience in an established foreign hunting scene is a major opportunity anyway. Sunguk starts worrying about hidden traps in the contract, but Yunsung stops him. He reveals he has already finalized the agreement with Jinwi Baek and, as part of that decision, he is dismissing Sunguk as his agent. That sudden announcement shocks Sunguk far more than the contract itself. His anger explodes before he can think. He lashes out violently, smashing furniture in the process. Then he grabs Yunsung by the collar and slams him down. Furious and hurt, Sunguk warns Yunsung not to toy with him, while Yunsung calmly insists that he is not. Sunguk accuses him of throwing away their long partnership now that he is finally doing well, exposing how deeply betrayed he feels. Yunsung bluntly tells his injured agent that things have changed, and he can heal now. The older man grits his teeth, resisting what that implies. He snaps back that he is fine and refuses to let Yunsung decide what he needs. His anger is really fear and wounded pride spilling out at once. Yunsung stays silent for a moment instead of backing down. He reminds him that as his agent, the man once asked not to be treated like a fool, and says he is doing exactly that now. That accusation catches the older man off guard. Yunsung presses harder, calling him foolish for pretending not to know what he truly wants. He points out the small change that gave him away. After returning, the man chose water over beer, meaning he no longer wants to live like someone who has given up on his body. Yunsung physically stops him from retreating behind excuses. He forces the man to face him directly instead of shrinking away. With both hands on his shoulders, Yunsung takes control of the conversation. He tells him the truth outright. He wants to run again like he used to, and he already knows it. The words hit hard enough to leave the older man speechless. Yunsung orders him to stop cleaning up after him and start therapy the very next day. He adds that once he returns from China, they will work together as a team. When the man worries about what could happen in China, Yunsung refuses to let him carry that burden. He lets go, signaling that the decision is already made. Yunsung insists this is not a debt to be repaid, only a career opportunity that happened to include healing his agent. The older man falls quiet, absorbing both the kindness and the lie inside it. Yunsung brushes off the danger, saying he is not someone who gets beaten easily and will manage wherever he goes. He leaves with a confident promise that his agent only needs to trust him and wait. The older man is left stunned by how firmly Yunsung carried the moment. The door closes, ending the confrontation on Yunsung's terms. Alone at the table, the older man sits in the silence Yunsung left behind. He repeats the promise to himself, still unsure whether to be reassured or irritated. In the end, affection wins out, and he curses Yunsung for acting so cool. A week later, the day of departure arrives at the international airport. Reporters swarm Yunsung, demanding details about his unprecedented contract with TENS and his move to China. He gives them nothing and keeps his expression unreadable. Then he slips away with his luggage before the press can pin him down. The reporters realize too late that he has escaped them while making headlines at the same time. As they regroup, they worry that his sudden trip is dangerous given the Chinese hunter he recently defeated and the rumors spreading through the industry. They note that a Korean hunter humiliating a skilled Chinese one was a major blow to Chinese pride. So to them, Yunsung flying to China now looks like walking straight into enemy territory, which only makes him seem even bolder. On the plane, Yunsung finally has a quiet moment to himself. He notices that Sunguk still has not contacted him in a week and wonders if his agent remains uneasy. At that exact moment, Sunguk calls him by video. Sunguk appears cheerful and immediately checks whether Yunsung is already on the plane. Yunsung answers with a long stare, making Sunguk squirm. He teases Sunguk for disappearing and then acting as if nothing happened. Sunguk proudly shows that he has started training again and says his pace is improving enough that work might soon be possible. Before the flight leaves, Sunguk says he wants to offer a few final words. He echoes Yunsung's own bravado and asks how different China can really be. Then he tells Yunsung to put every arrogant opponent in their place. Yunsung is briefly surprised by the sudden aggression. That surprise turns into a small, satisfied smile. He accepts the message, and the plane takes off. Yunsung arrives in Shanghai, China. He is lodged at the Chonghai Hotel arranged through TENS. His assigned room turns out to be on the highest VIP floor, far more extravagant than expected. He immediately judges the luxury as excessive rather than impressive. A young woman named Seoyu arrives to greet him on behalf of TENS. She politely asks whether the room is satisfactory. Yunsung confirms that it is fine, and the formalities continue. Seoyu introduces herself as his guide and scheduler during his stay and offers help with anything he needs. Yunsung briefly doubts her because of her age, then checks himself and asks for one thing. She tells him he does not need to be formal with her, since she is simply responsible for his well-being while he is here. Yunsung immediately asks to meet Jinwi Baek, saying he has not seen him since arriving in China. The request shocks Seoyu on the spot. Yunsung notices her reaction and asks whether there is a problem. Seoyu sharply rebukes him, saying Jinwi Baek is their great master and not someone he may address so casually. Yunsung realizes the old man is treated with near religious reverence here. He calmly answers that they are business partners, so he will address Jinwi Baek as he sees fit. Seoyu loses her temper completely at what she sees as unforgivable disrespect. Her hostility confirms for Yunsung that the hierarchy around Jinwi Baek is even more extreme than he expected. Even so, he had already anticipated this kind of treatment, so he drops the pretense and tells her that if she wants a fight, he is ready. He warns that he is always willing to fight, but she will bear the consequences. When he releases his aura, he makes clear that he is restraining himself only out of respect for his contract with TENS. The pressure overwhelms Xiaoyu and instantly shakes her confidence. She instinctively braces herself just to stay standing. Yunsung says he would have fought the moment he showed his aura if not for the business relationship involved. He adds that harming her would only hurt TENS, though she would suffer far more than he would. He frames her behavior as creating trouble for the guest of her own master. Then he steps closer, making the threat personal and undeniable. Xiaoyu can only stare at him now that the power gap is obvious. Yunsung warns that one more act of disrespect will make him stop treating her as TENS' representative and start treating her as an intruder. Shaken, she gives in and agrees, but when she slips into casual speech, Yunsung immediately marks it as her first strike. He warns that if her attitude continues, he will report her to Jinli Beck and end TENS' contract over the insult. When she tries to protest, he coldly counts it as strike 2. That leaves her choking back her pride. She bows and formally apologizes for her rudeness. Yunsung accepts, privately amused that she is far more hot-headed than she first appeared. He also reflects that he pushed this far because China is different, and weakness here would be costly. Remembering his earlier spar with Chu Yip, he concludes that the Chinese hunting scene is much rougher and more feral. He reasons that their martial culture and constant conflict have made Chinese hunters especially aggressive. So he decides that if he lets anyone look down on him even once, endless challenges will follow. Xiaoyu regains her composure and presents his schedule, saying he must join a fracture suppression operation to adapt to local standards. Yunsung cuts her off and says he wants to go immediately. He orders her to take him to the nearest fracture as soon as possible. Soon after, they arrive at a blazing fracture site already charged with violent energy. Yunsung is taken aback by the scene in front of him. Hunters from different sides are openly fighting over who gets to enter first. The dispute has already escalated into armed clashes. Both groups are on the verge of turning the competition into a full battle. Yunsung asks in disbelief whether this chaotic place is really the headquarters, because it looks more like a brawl. Xiaoyu matter-of-factly points out that the reception desk is right there. Armed guards stand by, treating the violence as normal. The registration board confirms that this battlefield is indeed where hunters sign in. Behind the guards, clerks continue working as if this were routine. The rival hunters keep glaring each other down, while the system waits for someone to win the right to register. One side starts to falter under the pressure. The other side senses weakness and presses harder. Even after changing into armor, Yunsung can still feel how tense and primitive the atmosphere is. Xiaoyu explains that on-site registration is intentional because it creates a hyper-competitive environment where only the strong thrive, and the participants themselves decide order and location. Yunsung understands the logic immediately. The two leading fighters continue their standoff, trying to force the other side to yield. Their weapons clash again as either side wants to surrender first entry. Yunsung notes that this is a very crude way to settle priority. Xiaoyu replies that only the weak depend on orderly systems, while strong Chinese hunters impose their own order. When Yunsung recognizes the groups as Red Dragon Gale and Deathly Dragon Clan, Xiaoyu realizes the situation is worse than usual. She explains that these are two of Shanghai's most powerful factions, so even reaching the desk will be difficult. Yunsung asks one simple question: whoever registers first gets to enter first, correct? Xiaoyu nervously confirms that this is how it works. That answer is all Yunsung needs. Xiaoyu senses too late that he is about to do something reckless. Yunsung walks straight into the middle of both factions, ignoring every threat around him. Xiaoyu tries to stop him, but he keeps going. He advances without hesitation, forcing everyone to notice him. A massive hunter steps in front of him to block the path. The man barks an angry warning in Chinese. Xiaoyu starts to interpret the danger, but Yunsung cuts in before she can finish. He confirms that a little roughhousing before registration is acceptable here, and Xiaoyu reluctantly admits it is. Having gotten the answer he wanted, he apologizes almost mockingly. Xiaoyu is confused by where this is going. The bald hunter reaches out aggressively to seize or stop him. Yunsung instantly reads the opening. He strikes first with a brutal blow to the man's neck. Without pausing, he launches himself forward through the gap he created. The bald hunter crashes down, stunned by how fast he was taken out. Xiaoyu can barely process what just happened. Yunsung drops low over her as blades and attacks start converging from every direction. Both factions realize too late that he has entered their killing zone. He scoops Xiaoyu up and bursts forward, carrying her with him through the chaos. Even the armed guards are startled by the speed of his move. Yunsung orders Xiaoyu to translate that Yunsung is registering as the assault team entering the fracture. Xiaoyu is too flustered to focus, suddenly more aware that he is carrying her than of the battlefield. He impatiently tells her to stop freezing and do the translation. She panics over the consequences of provoking everyone here, but Yunsung cuts her off before she can spiral. He reminds her that she has only one strike left, forcing her back into line. Xiaoyu swallows her frustration and obeys. The registration board updates, placing Yuziang from Tenzi Korea in the first slot for entry. His name is now officially at the top. Yunsung calmly acknowledges that the objective has been secured. The surrounding hunters bristle at having been outmaneuvered in front of everyone. One enraged fighter tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to retaliate. Another follows suit, the crowd edging toward violence again. But with Yunsung standing at the desk beside COU and his registration already complete, the entire crowd is forced to face the fact that he has taken first place from all of them. As hostile hunters close in on Yunsung, his assistant fears they are ready to tear him apart, while he stays unreadably calm. The surrounding Chinese hunters recognize him as the Korean outsider who brought down one of their own and immediately resent his audacity for registering ahead of them. Rather than ignore the hostility, Yunsung asks his translator to relay his words to them. He openly invites anyone with a complaint to step forward one by one, turning the crowd's grumbling into a direct challenge. His assistant is horrified because his identity as Ten's hidden CO is supposed to stay secret, yet he clearly intends to provoke a confrontation anyway. She tries to stop him by warning that this is Shanghai and these people are not under Ten's protection. Yunsung shows he already knows exactly who he is provoking, identifying the two elite Shanghai forces in front of him. Realizing he means to face both groups without backup, his assistant panics and wonders if she should shut everything down before this becomes a disaster. Yunsung reveals he had already suspected the old man who sent him to Shanghai did so deliberately, knowing Tens would have no influence here. Even so, he refuses to be steered by anyone else's plan and decides to treat this international privilege as a personal opportunity. He resolves to keep the privilege and simply crush any obstacle that appears in his way. When the crowd suddenly falls silent, Yunsung senses that someone truly important has arrived. A new figure steps forward, immediately changing the mood of the entire standoff. His assistant recognizes the newcomer at once and is stunned that someone of that level has appeared. Yunsung, who had been unfazed by the mob, finally shows real curiosity. The newcomer advances with the bearing of someone used to command and violence. Her presence alone pushes the lesser hunters into the background. She arrives armed and composed, making it clear she is not just a spokesperson but a fighter. The assistant identifies her as the current strategy leader of Red Dragon Gale and the eldest daughter of the CEO, Weijia. The woman introduces herself as Yang Bian, confirming the name behind the reputation. She takes position directly opposite Yunsung as the surrounding hunters wait for her judgment. Before speaking, she gathers herself and chooses her words carefully. Her measured pause makes it clear this is now an official confrontation, not random heckling. She declares that she is the one currently leading Red Dragon Gale, establishing her authority over everyone present. Yunsung's assistant quickly takes over the translation, sensing that this exchange matters too much to mishandle. Yunsung accepts that and bluntly asks what her position is. Yang Bian answers with a direct threat, telling him to remove his name from the reception if he wants to live. She acknowledges his skill from what she just witnessed, but makes clear that admiration will not change her decision. In her view, whatever level he reached elsewhere means little here because this continent's fracture is on an entirely different scale, so he should back off. The nearby hunters eagerly echo her warning, delighted to see the outsider being put in his place. Their jeering grows louder as they assume her authority has already settled the matter. Yunsung calmly notes that this reaction is exactly what he expected from the start. He reduces her warning to its core meaning. She believes the unqualified should not be here, and asks for that to be translated plainly. Instead of taking offense, he thanks her for stating the issue directly and admits he had anticipated trouble from the beginning. He begins to see that unlike the others, Yang Bian might actually be someone worth dealing with seriously. Then he states his answer clearly. He has no intention of withdrawing his name. That refusal shocks the hunters behind her, who cannot believe he would defy her so openly. Yang Bian remains steady and demands to know what follows from that refusal. Yunsung answers that he trusts his own ability, so if they want him gone they should find a lawful way to make it happen. He presses the point by challenging them to try their best, as long as they do not break any rules. For the first time, Yang Bian's composure tightens, showing that his answer has genuinely irritated her. The two stand surrounded by armed hunters, with the standoff now balanced on the edge of violence. The crowd erupts in outrage that a foreigner dared talk back to their vice president. His assistant braces herself as the mob's anger turns openly murderous. Yang Bian silences her own side with a single command, proving she controls them completely. Yunsung quietly acknowledges that her authority matches her position as strategy leader. She reins in her temper and returns to a colder, more deliberate approach. After confirming once more that he will not withdraw, she says there is only one remaining option. When he asks what that option is, she tells him to prove himself. Yunsung accepts immediately, ready to test himself rather than argue further. At that moment the fracture flares open nearby, forcing the dispute to shift from politics to survival. Red Dragon Gale members ready their weapons at once, treating the opening as both threat and opportunity. The assault team forms up with practiced discipline, prepared to turn the coming battle into a demonstration. Yunsung watches from the side as Yang Bian takes command of the field. One of her subordinates asks whether she truly intends to let the Korean outsider join their assault team. He worries that someone like Yunsung will disrupt their rhythm and compromise the mission. Yang Bian cuts him down by asking whether he expected her to settle the issue with a personal duel instead of strategy. To make the point sharper, she brings her blade to his throat and reminds him who decides how the team operates. The subordinate instantly realizes he has overstepped and freezes in fear. The narration reveals that her weapon is the blade of Twin Red Dragon, a treasured family heirloom and symbol of Red Dragon Gale's history and prestige. Using that symbol, she forces the man to remember that his place and hers are both within Red Dragon Gale's chain of command. She makes him admit that a random foreigner is not worth her drawing that sword in earnest, and demands obedience instead of panic. Yang Bian insists their strategy cannot collapse just because one person is missing, because if it could, then it was never worthy of trust in the first place. The subordinate submits, and she orders everyone to hold position until the mission begins. Her men immediately praise her judgment, relieved to have their hierarchy restored. Left alone with the praise, Yang Bian can only let out a strained sound. Internally, she admits the tense atmosphere still makes her anxious and that she hates having to maintain it. Even after years as strategy team leader, she still has not grown comfortable with this hard-edged command presence. She knows she lacks natural charisma and is only wearing the face expected of her. It is not combat itself she dislikes, but the burden of leading people under constant scrutiny. The watchful eyes of her subordinates weigh on her more than battle ever does. She feels crushed by the way everyone is always measuring her. Yet Yunsung stands out to her because he did not look at her the same way, and she quietly repeats his name to herself. She recalls that he showed no concern even after being told no one would save him if his life was in danger. What unsettles her more is how his expression changed the moment he learned he was being placed on the assault team, making his earlier arrogance seem almost deliberate. Yunsung waits nearby with calm patience, as if he has already accepted the coming test. A faint smile suggests he may have gotten exactly what he wanted. Yang Bian notices that smile and is caught off guard by it. She begins to suspect he is far more unusual than she first assumed, but is interrupted before she can finish the thought. The fracture fully opens, and the team is warned that monsters are about to pour out. The first creature emerges, its glowing eyes announcing the start of the real battle. Yang Bian recognizes the threat immediately. She identifies it as a thorn bull, a dangerous tier 4 monster. The beast roars as it charges into the open. More movement follows behind it, signaling that the first monster is not alone. Yang Bian instantly realizes they are facing multiple enemies, not a single target. Several thorn bulls surge out together, turning the opening into a mass assault. Red Dragon Gale's blades come free in answer, and the team shifts from readiness to execution. Yang Bian formally begins the assault mission and orders everyone to charge. Her hunters rush forward without hesitation, each moving into a designated role. As the team engages, Yang Bian focuses on evaluating the field rather than joining the first clash blindly. The assault line plants itself and prepares to meet the incoming charge head-on. Yunsung moves with them, intent on seeing the true level of their combat skill. A thorn bull barrels forward with enough force to shake the ground. One of the hunters warns Yunsung that the monster is coming straight at them. Yunsung is briefly surprised when a Red Dragon Gale fighter cuts in front of him instead of letting him take the hit. That fighter launches himself into the interception with explosive speed. He meets the charge with a powerful upward strike, stopping the beast's momentum. Other hunters immediately flow around the opening he creates, each taking a separate angle without waiting for orders. Their attacks land in rapid succession, exploiting the staggered monster before it can recover. The team's movements remain independent, but each hunter reads the others perfectly and fills the next opening. Another fighter drives in from above, adding vertical pressure to the coordinated kill. A spear user closes the distance as the wounded thorn bull tries to reset its footing. He times his breath and commits to the finishing blow. With a plunging strike, he drives his weapon straight through the monster's head and drops it instantly. Even as that kill lands, another thorn bull is already moving into range. A second hunter steps over the fallen beast, seamlessly taking over the next engagement. Watching this, Yunsung is impressed that a tier 4 thorn bull was eliminated in a single coordinated exchange. One of the Chinese hunters uses the moment to taunt him, insisting he cannot act freely here. They boast that what he is seeing is their nation's martial art, a level beyond the techniques he knows. Their confidence is backed by results as another hunter carves into a charging bull with a heavy slash. A follow-up strike tears deeper into the beast, finishing the kill with brutal efficiency. Within moments, multiple thorn bulls lie dead, showing how quickly the team can erase threats. Yunsung notes that although they are not visibly coordinating beforehand, their hunt is extraordinarily efficient. He continues studying them, aware there is still more to understand. Meanwhile, Yang Bian faces down a much larger thorn bull herself, taking on the most dangerous target alone. The giant beast lowers its head and prepares a direct charge at her. Yang Bian answers by igniting her power, surrounding herself with a fierce aura as she steadies her breathing. The monster roars and commits to the attack, rushing straight at her. She remains calm at the last instant, showing complete confidence in her timing. Her blade flashes as she moves first. She cuts upward through the centerline of the charging thorn bull before its momentum can crush her. The monster is split cleanly down the middle by a single decisive strike. Yang Bian completes the swing and passes through the kill without losing her balance. Her subordinates erupt in admiration, now praising her not just as vice president but as the true team leader. Yunsung agrees inwardly that she is exceptionally skilled. He realizes he is witnessing the true strength of the Chinese hunter industry's martial tradition and one of its aces. Yang Bian, however, is dissatisfied because she had wanted to measure Yunsung's strength directly, and still has not seen it. She turns back toward him, still thinking about that unanswered question. Yunsung only looks back with mild confusion, as if unaware of how much attention he has drawn. Yang Bian orders the team to move immediately into the fracture before the second wave arrives, while privately deciding she can judge Yunsung better once inside. As the others gather at the lift, she concludes that his real ability should reveal itself in the fracture itself. Yunsung notices the lift system they are using to descend and asks if that is how they plan to enter. A hunter smugly confirms it while implying they have no intention of letting him ride with them. He presses the control and sends the lift away without Yunsung. Yunsung turns toward the departing cage, surprised but not rattled. The lift begins rising along its rail toward the fracture entrance. Yunsung watches it go and immediately understands they are trying to leave him behind. Inside the lift, some of the hunters notice he is not with them. They laugh it off and decide he must have lost his nerve, mocking him as a coward. One of them even calls down to him to stay behind and watch from safety while they handle the real work. Yang Bian does not believe that explanation, sensing that Yunsung would not back down at this stage. Left below, Yunsung smiles and decides that if they want to go first, he will simply use them as his warm-up target to follow. He chooses to pursue them from behind rather than argue any further. With a sharp step, he launches himself into motion. Yang Bian suddenly senses something and looks back in alarm. Yunsung channels blue energy into his footing and weapon, accelerating with explosive force. The hunters in the lift finally realize something impossible is happening outside. Yunsung races upward alongside the lift, matching its ascent through sheer speed and power. He vaults toward the fracture wall and the rising path itself, forcing his own way up after the team. The Korean hunter calmly volunteers to move ahead on his own. He immediately demonstrates impossible control and speed as he advances through the unstable route. The Red Dragon Gale hunters are left stunned by what they just witnessed. Their female leader confirms her suspicion that the outsider is far from weak. The team realizes he climbed using only a narrow rope and absurdly precise footwork. Sensing morale slipping, the leader cuts off their panic at once. She reminds them of their identity and demands they remember their pride. The shaken hunters steady themselves by insisting technique alone does not equal real power. Their confidence returns as they rally behind the name of Red Dragon Gale and vow to humble the outsider. Satisfied that discipline has been restored, the leader returns the team to normal operations. The group presses forward toward the next phase of the mission. They complete the descent and gather at the lower level. The leader orders everyone to prepare, announcing that they are entering the fracture. Her hunters close in behind her and move as a unit into the danger zone. The environment begins to tremble with signs of something large approaching. A barren slope opens ahead, ominously quiet for only a moment. The leader senses that something about the situation is wrong. The team spots a dust surge racing across the slope and braces in confusion. A massive horde of thorn bulls suddenly bursts into view. The leader is shocked to find not a few targets, but an entire migrating horde. Retreat is considered and immediately dismissed because the stampede is already too close. With no escape left, the leader orders everyone to ready themselves for impact. She takes point and drives the team straight toward the oncoming herd. At the last instant, she unleashes a powerful sweeping strike to intercept them. Her attack slams into the ground in front of the herd with explosive force. The blow tears open a trench and breaks the bull's forward momentum. Seeing the opening, she commands the team to move now. Her hunters obey instantly and charge into the disrupted formation. She confirms that the herd's momentum has been stopped and the battlefield is now manageable. The leader shifts from defense to offense and orders the hunt to begin. The team falls into practice formation and starts cutting down the thorn bulls. From within the dust, the leader notes that the hunt is proceeding well, but visibility is becoming a serious problem. To maintain control in the haze, she orders status reports every 30 seconds, and the team acknowledges. She keeps moving through the dust while tracking the battlefield by sound and instinct. Her blades carve through multiple bulls as she continues to hold the center. She concludes that their dive route must have crossed the monster's migration path, and decides they must finish quickly and install the pulse breaker. Reports of clear sectors begin coming in from different directions. Hearing the steady responses, she trusts her veteran hunters to survive the horde on their own. More clear calls reinforce her belief that the operation remains under control. She plans to wait for the herd to pass, install the pulse breaker, and then recover the valuable carcasses for profit. That confidence breaks when she suddenly senses an attack aimed at her. She barely blocks a high-speed projectile with her weapon. Recognizing it as a Gauler gun round, she realizes a human attacker is targeting her and demands to know who it is. A figure slides through the dust toward her position. The Korean hunter emerges with his gun raised, openly confronting her. She recognizes him as the Korean outsider, and is caught off guard by his appearance here. She demands to know whether he fired the shot, and his silence only deepens her suspicion. Instead of answering, he fires another specialized round. She deflects the incoming shots with her blades, proving she can still handle his gunfire. Angered, she condemns him for attacking another hunter in the middle of a hunt. He coldly reasons that an ambush during this chaos suggests the chaos itself may have been engineered, and that a foreigner under a free contract would naturally be blamed. She accepts him as an enemy targeting Red Dragon Gale and vows to make him pay. The two face each other in the dust as the misunderstanding hardens into open hostility. She focuses completely on him, ready to strike. He remains unreadably calm under her glare. His faint, almost amused reaction unsettles the balance between them. He suddenly surrounds her with blue rounds that burst around her position instead of simply hitting her. She realizes too late that the bullets are releasing some kind of gas or agent around her body. The effect hits her immediately, and she coughs as her control falters. She tries to recover her footing before he can capitalize. He follows up with another shot that strikes her from below and launches her off balance. As she tumbles, she curses his underhanded methods and notices a pellet lodged in her armor. He closes the distance in an instant while she is still destabilized. Before she can recover, he reaches her at close range and takes control of the fight. With precise finger strikes, he targets specific points on her body instead of using brute force. The technique works immediately, and she realizes in horror that she can no longer move. She understands that he has sealed her movements to her key points, and is stunned that a Korean hunter knows such an advanced skill. Unable to resist, she is thrown aside like a helpless target. To her shock, he catches her before she hits the ground instead of letting her break on impact. He stays composed, treating the entire exchange as a practical maneuver rather than a duel. A fresh wave of thorn bulls barrels toward them through the canyon. He instantly assesses the new threat without losing his calm. Still carrying her, he runs straight toward the charging herd. Using blue propulsion or movement skill, he threads through the bulls at impossible speed while protecting her in his arms. He clears the herd and reaches safer ground with her still unharmed. She is left bewildered that the man she thought was trying to kill her just rescued her instead. Her thoughts swing from fear to confusion as she wonders why he spared her and what he is really planning. When he looms over her, she misreads the situation entirely. Flustered and humiliated, she accuses him of being a pervert and demands to be released at once. He ignores the accusation and pins her down only long enough to keep her from interfering. The restraint makes her cough and struggle, but she still cannot move. He apologizes briefly and tells her to stay where she is. His unexpected politeness leaves her momentarily speechless. As she tries to process his words, he turns away from her and focuses on the battlefield instead. He returns carrying one of her injured hunters and drops him near the others. She realizes he is gathering Red Dragon Gale members rather than finishing them off, and cannot understand his motive. From above them, he watches the field like someone trying to solve a problem rather than win a fight. He begins physically repositioning the downed hunters into one place. He continues dragging and arranging them with deliberate efficiency. One by one, the incapacitated team members are gathered together under his control. The leader can only stare, unable to make sense of what she is seeing. The hunters curse him as a cowardly ambusher, while one wounded man recognizes him as the vice president and is even more confused. Ignoring the insults, he confirms he has gathered everyone present and asks them to listen carefully. The leader is stunned that the man who just subdued them is now asking for cooperation. He silences them and insists that they simply listen. The hunters keep reporting clear sectors even while one of their own angrily dismisses him. From their position, the repeated clear calls continue to echo across the battlefield. One hunter argues there is nothing to hear because their comrades are obviously still fighting below. The leader suddenly reacts as if a hidden inconsistency has clicked into place. The others realize one of the voices sounds exactly like their president. The leader is shaken because that should not be possible. The Korean hunter quietly confirms her fear without needing to say much. He concludes that the team has finally started to realize the truth. Meanwhile, the supposed horde continues rushing through the dust in a strangely uniform pattern. The same clear reports keep repeating from within the chaos. He studies the scene and recognizes that the pattern is fundamentally wrong. Reviewing the situation, he recalls that the thorn bulls were not attacking in a normal migration but stampeding in panic. He realizes the bulls are fleeing from something rather than charging as predators. That contradicts everything known about thorn bulls, which means a more terrifying monster must be driving them. He compares the false battlefield noise with the movement of the fleeing herd and sees the trap clearly. The repeated clear calls continue, now sounding less like reports and more like bait. He decides something is deeply wrong and shifts from observation to active investigation. Listening closely, he notices that some of the voices are almost right but not quite human. That subtle difference makes him realize the reports are being imitated. His suspicion is confirmed when a hidden appendage moves through the dust near one of the hunters. A long tongue lashes out from concealment with predatory speed. The hidden monster strikes a Red Dragon Gale hunter through the chest before he can react. The victim is lifted and dragged away by the tongue as the trap reveals its lethality. The Korean hunter identifies the true enemy as a monster that imitates prey voices while hiding among the thorn bull horde and using the chaos to hunt nearby humans. Because the Red Dragon Gale hunters are both dangerous and unable to understand him fully, he decides he has no choice but to handle the monster himself. He activates his auto-hunting function to take over the fight at full efficiency. Accepting that subtlety is over, he prepares to get rough. The immobilized leader watches him with a mix of pain, confusion, and dawning trust. She finally understands that he attacked and restrained them only to keep them alive. The team realizes with horror that the members not gathered here may already have been taken by the hidden predator. He steps forward to engage while the leader can only watch. She starts hoping that if he frees them, they might still be able to fight together. Instead, he apologizes again, making clear he still will not release them. That answer leaves her baffled. Rather than freeing her, he takes up her twin dragon blades. She is stunned that he would borrow her weapons while leaving the team immobilized. From behind, he stands ready with both blades as she struggles to understand his intent. He explains that auto-hunting has judged it better to keep her sealed and use the twin blades instead. In other words, the hidden monster is beyond what her team can handle in their current state. He centers himself and commits fully to the coming clash. Then he launches himself down the slope toward the source of the deception. He lands hard in the dust, forcing the hidden creature to react. The ground stirs as multiple tongues ride beneath the surface. He challenges the hidden predator to reveal what it really is. The buried appendages begin converging and assembling into a single body. A central mass rises from the ground as the disguise falls apart. The true monster emerges as a grotesque many-tongued predator with a gaping maw and clawed limbs. Its full body towers over the fleeing thorn bulls, proving it was the real terror driving the stampede. The leader first thinks this revealed creature is the target, but the Korean hunter immediately rejects that conclusion. He realizes the real danger is not at ground level and shouts a warning to look above. The immobilized hunters can only lift their heads as the warning reaches them too late. The leader is horrified because she recognizes what that means. A massive force suddenly drops from the sky toward the battlefield. Another monstrous form descends with overwhelming violence, revealing that the revealed predator was only part of the threat. Paralyzed on the ground, the leader can do nothing but tremble as the true battle begins overhead. As the vice president crawls to higher ground, the wounded hunters below realize she has recognized something far worse than the bull horde. She freezes in alarm as the truth confirms itself before her. She identifies the hidden mastermind as Wretched Trickery, one of the deadly four. Looking down, she sees the monstrous main body looming over the battlefield, while a lone blue-haired hunter stands before it. The man faces the creature without panic, studying it in silence. The vice president understands that encountering Wretched Trickery here is a disaster beyond ordinary bad luck. She recalls that among the continent's deadly four, this monster is infamous for causing the worst hunting failures and consequences. Overwhelmed by the situation, she clenches her fist in frustration. She blames herself for not ordering a retreat the moment the thorn bull horde appeared. Certain that everyone is doomed, she believes this hunt has already ended in massacre. The blue-haired hunter instead calmly concludes that this monster was the true force behind the entire scheme. Even while acknowledging the enemy's size, he treats the fight as manageable rather than hopeless. He accepts the challenge and decides to begin the hunt himself. The vice president's knowledge reminds her that no one even knows when this monster first began appearing. What is known is that every appearance leaves catastrophe and failed hunts behind, with only corpses remaining. Its very title marks it as one of the deadly four, a monster feared across the continent. As the man's body tightens, he prepares to fight at full capacity. The vice president is caught off guard by his sudden readiness. The monster reacts, as if sensing a change in him. He reveals that he has fully absorbed the herbal medicine ball he took earlier, improving more than just his energy flow. Though his altered body no longer fits his former gear, he accepts that trade for the power he has gained. The monster sends its lesser bodies forward first, testing him before committing itself. He immediately reads the tactic and understands the smaller ones are only the opening move. The first strike comes at him with crushing force. More limbs follow from different angles, trying to overwhelm him physically. He absorbs the pressure without losing his stance. Then he brings both polearms up and meets the assault head-on. He bursts into the swarm and starts carving through the attacking limbs with explosive speed. The lesser bodies are shredded apart before they can surround him. Watching from above, the vice president is stunned by the sudden reversal. He drives straight through the collapsing formation instead of retreating. The remaining lesser bodies recoil as he tears open a path. Satisfied with the opening, he decides to let his auto-hunting take over. The main body watches as its expendable parts are cut down and the hunter closes in. It finally lowers itself to confront him directly. He answers by launching a clean, powerful slash at the main body. His focus sharpens as he commits fully to the attack. A tentacle swings in to intercept him at the last moment. He catches and redirects the limb instead of being thrown off. The vice president realizes he is fighting at a range where a single mistake could kill him. He reacts instantly to another incoming strike. A heavy limb lashes across the battlefield with lethal speed. The monster extends a tentacle like a spear, forcing him back. He recognizes the danger a split second before impact. The tentacle drives him across the slope with overwhelming force. It slams into the ground hard enough to blast the earth apart. The impact crushes one of the lesser bodies beneath the chaos, showing how indiscriminate the monster's power is. He uses the moment to seize the attacking limb rather than lose control. He regains his footing while still holding the tentacle in place. The main body advances again, now flanked by surviving appendages. It roars in agitation as the hunter refuses to be put down. The vice president admits he is far stronger than she expected. She realizes his strength is not just raw power but a body pushed to its absolute limit. To her trained eye, he is extracting impossible force from perfect balance and efficiency in a single instant. She can only conclude that he is an absurdly extraordinary man. The monster answers with another crushing downward blow. As the main body bears down, she wonders whether he can truly hunt one of the deadly four alone. Her doubt grows as the creature's full presence bears down on him. Its tentacles begin hammering the ground in rapid succession. The barrage escalates into a storm of impacts meant to break his footing and trap him. The monster shrieks as it commits to a destructive pattern of attacks. The vice president realizes it is deliberately wrecking the terrain to destabilize him. Even with the battlefield breaking apart around him, he remains still and observant. He reduces the problem to something simple. No matter how fearsome it is, the threat still comes from tentacles. So he decides that if he can sever enough of them, the monster will lose its advantage. He swings decisively to put that plan into action, but his blade fails to cut through the main body's tougher tentacle. For the first time, he is genuinely surprised that his strike cannot sever it. The monster presses in, emboldened by his failed attempt. A heavy tentacle slams into him before he can fully reset. He meets it with brute force, creating a violent shock at the point of contact. The blast throws debris and force across the battlefield. The vice president gasps, thinking he may have taken a direct hit. She fears he has finally been caught by the monster's main attack. But he emerges from the dust alive and composed, already reassessing the fight. He admits the monster did land a hit, though not one enough to stop him. Relieved, the vice president realizes he is still standing after all. She also understands why the exchange mattered. The main body's skin is far more durable than its lesser forms. He reaches the same conclusion and realizes the monster had been observing him through the smaller bodies to measure his strength. The creature stares back, no longer treating him as ordinary prey. Rather than fear that, he finds the battle increasingly entertaining. He charges again before the monster can settle into control. He slips toward the main body through the gaps in its limbs. The tentacles close around him from every direction, trying to cage him in mid-advance. He answers with fury, forcing a path through the encirclement. His sweeping strike batters multiple tentacles aside at once. The monster is visibly startled that he broke through its net. He roars and pours even more force into his next attack. A massive arc of power crashes into the main body and finally sends it reeling. The huge creature is knocked backward by sheer physical force. Its tentacles slam into the ground as it struggles to recover its balance. The vice president can hardly believe what she is seeing. He openly declares that if cutting is not enough, he will simply beat the monster down instead. Then he taunts it, warning that the strength it has seen so far is not his limit. From her vantage point, the vice president watches the impossible sight of the giant body being driven back. She cannot comprehend how a human could launch it with brute strength alone. The shock leaves her momentarily speechless. Then the ground beneath her begins to tremble, signaling a new danger. The hunter notices the change at once and steadies himself. The monster opens its maw wide, preparing a different kind of attack. The vice president instantly realizes what it is about to do and panics. The hunter only smirks, pleased that the monster is angry enough to reveal more of itself, and invites a second round. He walks forward and tells it to come at him. The vice president desperately warns him not to get close because she knows what is coming. The monster's mouth opens into a dark, focused core as it charges the attack. The hunter senses the danger too late to avoid it cleanly. A sonic blast erupts straight from the monster's mouth toward him. The shockwave tears across the canyon and shreds the air itself. He braces and drives forward instead of fleeing. The vice president screams for him to get away before the blast fully hits. Even the already fallen hunters nearby convulse under the attack's reach. Bleeding and shaken, the vice president repeats that the attack is too dangerous to face directly. She recalls that countless hunters failed against wretched trickery largely because of this very sonic boom. Its tentacles suppress anything nearby, while the sonic boom hunts prey from a distance. The attack is infamous for shaking internal organs and even causing hallucinations. The blast continues to rake across the battlefield without pause. Even the monster's lesser bodies tremble under the violent resonance. The vice president can barely endure the attack from far away and cannot understand how he is still standing in front of it. Yet the hunter keeps his guard up and his body moving under the pressure. Outwardly, he remains almost perfectly composed. The vice president is stunned that he appears to be taking no visible damage. He continues advancing through the blast as if unaffected. The monster strains harder, widening its maw and pouring out more force. It screams into the attack, trying to overwhelm him completely. The canyon walls and open ground shudder under the sustained sonic pressure. Nearby lesser bodies collapse and burst apart from the uncontrolled resonance. Still, the hunter plants each step firmly and refuses to be pushed back. He stands in the center of the storm like an unmoving pillar. The vice president cannot understand how he remains so unfazed by an attack that should cripple anyone. He keeps walking forward through the blast with deliberate calm. Inside, however, he admits he feels as if he is dying. Every part of his body is screaming in pain even though he hides it completely. He realizes that without auto-hunting controlling his movements, he would have collapsed long ago, and that same control is masking his agony. Knowing he has no better option, he resolves to do only one thing: endure the attack until the monster breaks first. The sonic boom keeps pounding into him as the contest becomes one of endurance. He repeats his resolve to endure, forcing himself to hold together. The monster continues blasting, but its effort is no longer effortless. The strain begins to show in him too as blood vessels swell in one eye, yet he still refuses to yield. At last the monster's output falters while the hunter remains standing in front of it. The vice president clutches her head, barely surviving the after effects herself. Then she notices the change and realizes something has shifted. The sonic boom has stopped, not because the hunter fell, but because the monster could not sustain it any longer. When the dust settles, the hunter is still upright and ready. The two face each other again across the ruined battlefield. The vice president is astonished that the one exhausted first was wretched trickery itself. Driven into desperation, the monster screams and changes tactics again. It launches its body upward, rising above the battlefield for a crushing follow-up. The vice president realizes it has taken to the air and fears it intends to smash him with its full mass. Below it, the hunter drops into a low stance and readies both weapons for the impact. As the monster descends, he tightens his grip and prepares to meet the next attack head-on. The red-haired woman realizes too late that the blue-haired hunter was never truly fine and desperately warns him to get away. Instead of retreating, he steadies himself and faces the threat with cold focus. The monstrous wretched trickery lunges straight at him, trying to finish him before he can recover. He answers by activating an assault form, choosing offense over survival. Power surges through him as he draws on his twin blades and commits to a decisive counterattack. Seeing him move at all shocks the woman, who had expected him to collapse. He explodes forward, turning his weakness into a sudden charge. For him, this is the opening he has been waiting for, the moment to end the fight on his terms. The monster opens itself to attack as it bears down on him. He meets it head-on with a violent burst of force. The wretched trickery screams as his strike lands where its outer body could not be trusted to break. He drives the attack deeper, forcing his power into the creature rather than trying to cut through its hide. By planting himself against its body, he turns the monster itself into the target of an internal kill. Watching from below, the woman can barely believe he may actually have succeeded. He locks both blades in place and holds his position, making sure the attack takes root. With grim satisfaction, he reveals this was his plan all along because waiting for the monster to move first had become pointless. The creature thrashes wildly, trying to shake off whatever he has planted inside it. He explains that even blades could not pierce its body, so he chose to test how durable its insides really are. He reveals his cursed energy parasites are now tearing through the monster from within, repaying the agony it forced him to endure. Blue energy spikes erupt all across the wretched trickery as the parasites spread through its body. Its mouth convulses and its movements become erratic as the internal damage overwhelms it. The woman watches in tense silence as the balance of power finally shifts. The hunter grins through blood, certain his gamble is working. The parasites continue bursting through the monster from multiple points, leaving it unable to recover. Elsewhere, members of Red Dragon Gale notice that the fracture is behaving strangely and that their team is late returning. They begin to wonder whether something unexpected happened inside. They recall that a horde of thorn bulls emerged from the fracture, making the situation more chaotic than planned. Even so, they assume the chaos should have benefited Red Dragon Gale and that the intruders are probably being hunted down. One of them suggests the Korean hunter may have done something, but before they can dismiss it, the fracture starts opening again. The sudden reopening shocks them because it should not be happening yet. At that moment, the wretched trickery bursts out of the fracture into the outside world. The onlookers recognize it in horror as one of the deadly four and cannot understand why such a monster is here. The creature descends over the field, instantly dominating everyone present with its sheer presence. Its sonic force hits first, injuring the nearby hunters before they can react. They identify the attack as the wretched trickery as sonic boom and realize they are badly outmatched. A retreat order is given because staying any longer means certain death, but one hunter stops the others, insisting they look at the monster's back before fleeing. He strains to understand what could possibly be on it. They finally see the blue-haired hunter still clinging to the monster, refusing to let go even after dragging it outside. Though drenched in blood and slime, he keeps forcing his attack through the creature with raw willpower. The wretched trickery opens its maw again, but its body is already failing. The hunters below brace as the fight reaches its last violent exchange. Then the monster crashes down hard, its strength finally giving out. The witnesses are stunned that the wretched trickery has actually stopped moving and may be dead. As they approach, they notice there are almost no major wounds on its exterior, proving it was killed from the inside. Dust settles around the fallen monster as the field grows quiet. Even then, they struggle to accept that the wretched trickery is truly dead. When one of them reaches toward the corpse, a sharp warning stops him. The hunter freezes, startled by the command. Everyone turns toward the source, confused. The blue-haired hunter is still standing beside the corpse, barely conscious but still guarding it. The others realize this must be the Korean hunter they had been talking about. He repeats himself clearly. No one is to touch the monster he hunted. Even on shaking legs, he plants himself between the corpse and anyone who might claim it. He warns that if they come any closer, he will not answer for what happens next. His killing intent is so intense that the others realize provoking him could start another fight. Some still want to rush in and seize the corpse, while others recognize it was his kill. One greedy hunter argues that credit matters more than ownership and that chances like this do not come twice. The group begins to split between opportunists and those alarmed by what they are about to do. Before the situation can turn uglier, a woman's voice cuts through the standoff. Xiaoyu rushes in without hesitation. She physically blocks the hunters from advancing any further. Standing in front of the corpse and the exhausted hunter, she declares that this monster was hunted by the hunter under tens. She invokes formal regulations and states that the wretched trickery is therefore the property of that hunter and tens. She escalates the warning by threatening official legal action from tens against the Deathly Dragon clan if anyone interferes. The hunters recoil at the name Tens, suddenly aware this is no longer a simple grab for credit. One man insists Tens has no authority in Shanghai and prepares to ignore the warning himself, but his own ally stops him, warning that taking another step will get him killed. Xiaoyu remains firm in front, while the blue-haired hunter looms behind her like a final threat. A close look at his eyes makes it obvious he is still ready to attack despite being on the verge of collapse. The more level-headed hunter points out that challenging a man who just killed the wretched trickery would be suicidal. He orders everyone to retreat, choosing survival over greed. The others reluctantly give up the opportunity once they understand how dangerous the hunter still is. Their leader is left impressed that a man who should not even be standing protected both his prey and his teammate to the very end. Xiaoyu keeps her guard up until the threat fully withdraws. Only after the danger passes does she admit how close she thought the corpse came to being stolen. She turns back to check on the hunter at last. He can barely respond, his body finally giving out now that the fight is over. He collapses forward into her arms. Caught off guard, she scrambles to hold him upright and asks if he is all right. When he does not answer, panic replaces her composure, and she begs him to wake up. More footsteps approach the scene. The red-haired woman from Red Dragon Gale arrives with her people and takes in what happened. She clenches her fist, shaken by the result. The hunt ends with Oh Yun-sung collapsing after killing one of the deadly four, the wretched trickery. That achievement leaves a lasting impression on everyone present and sends shockwaves across the continent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu keeps trying to wake him, refusing to let him slip away quietly. He remains unconscious, unaware that his feat is already becoming a legend. The story resumes in a hospital room where he lies recovering under intensive care. He remains asleep, still paying the price for the battle. The setting is confirmed to be the intensive care unit. Outside waits Xiao Huaiyun, a professor of Qigong medicine and Tenz's medical research general manager, who is also Xiaoyu's uncle. Xiaoyu greets her uncle and immediately asks about Yun-sung rather than making small talk. The doctor says Yun-sung is far better than he looks, though by all logic he should have been in critical condition. Xiaoyu presses for an explanation because his body was ruined badly enough that killing the wretched trickery should have been impossible. The doctor explains that his ear nerves in particular were devastated and that enduring such damage should have required absurd willpower. He first calls Yun-sung a monster for surviving it. Then he corrects himself and calls him a hero instead. Xiaoyu is caught off guard by that word. The doctor explains that anyone who hunts one of the deadly four deserves that title. Xiaoyu objects that such a feat should not be impossible if one of the Elite 10 or the Master had been there. As she says it, she realizes what that comparison implies. The doctor agrees, then points out that this means Yun-sung stands on the level of the Elite 10. He reveals the Master had already warned everyone that Yun-sung was comparable to the Elite 10, and now the truth has been proven. Elsewhere, an older man bitterly regrets allowing this foreign hunter into China at all. Another elder laughs and says he has effectively dropped a time bomb on Shanghai. Back at the hospital, Xiaoyu is unsettled by the idea of Yun-sung being called a time bomb. Her uncle explains that in Korea Yun-sung was already known as an inspirational figure whose skill alone motivated many young hunters. Xiaoyu resists that logic because it clashes with the values she was raised with. Her frustration shows as she clenches her fist. Seeing her conflict, her uncle notes that she is too traditional to admit what she already knows and urges her to take a step forward, reminding her why the Master made her his aide. She falls silent, forced to consider his meaning. He gently raises the subject of her blood vein circulation syndrome, suggesting Yun-sung might be able to help where others could not. That topic instantly hardens her expression. She warns him never to bring it up again if he wants her to keep speaking to him. Her uncle apologizes, but she shuts the matter down and reduces everything between them to business. She excuses herself, leaving him with only a strained farewell. He watches her go, worried for her. He reflects that Xiaoyu possesses a rare trait that can accelerate another person's growth at the cost of her own, a gift that could have made her a strong successor candidate. But she rejected using that advantage and tried to advance only through her own effort. She failed that succession challenge, and her punishment was being assigned as aid to a Korean hunter entering China. Even now, she knows the Master would never truly order her to exploit herself that way. She resolves that no matter what, she would never obey such an order. Alone in the hallway, she vents her anger by striking the wall. She reminds herself that she is a martial artist, not someone who should rely on her body as a bargaining tool. Yet when she thinks of Oh Yun-sung's overwhelming talent and skill, her resolve turns into painful self-awareness. She admits to herself that she is deeply jealous of him. 2 weeks later, Yun-sung has recovered enough to sit up in his hospital room. He waits quietly, looking much healthier than before. His focus has returned, along with his hearing. Xiaoyu visits and formally asks about his recovery, and he confirms that his body is much better and he can hear properly again. Yun-sung notices that her attitude toward him has changed. She tells him that while he was unconscious, his feat sent a shock through the entire industry. His solo kill of the wretched trickery has been made public, and all of mainland China is praising him for it. He calmly asks whether his identity and nationality were revealed too, and she confirms that they were. She explains that in China results determine respect, so his accomplishments now guarantee him recognition. He accepts that this world runs on results above all else. Xiaoyu then warns him that he will soon receive a visitor. The visitor is Yangbyan, Red Dragon Gale as second in command, who may raise a legal dispute over his use of her dual blades. COU advises that the issue could become troublesome if handled badly. Since refusing the visit would be rude, she tells him to play ignorant, or ignore the matter if it comes up. He agrees to be careful and lets her leave. She bows politely and takes her leave with unusual formality. The door closes behind her. Left alone, Yunsung reflects on how different she has become. He wonders what happened to make her so much more polite than before. He even suspects her politeness has become so excessive that it feels aggressive, though he decides it is still easier to deal with. A knock comes, and he invites the visitor inside. When the door opens, he is surprised by who appears. Instead of an armored commander, the red-haired woman arrives in casual clothes, visibly flustered and far less intimidating than before. A red-haired woman arrives flustered and steels herself before entering his room. The hospitalized man welcomes her, surprised that she actually came to visit. Realizing they may struggle to communicate, he reaches for a translation app while she waits nervously. She stops him and takes the initiative, making him pause. Through written Korean, she tells him she heard his ear was badly hurt, surprising him with the language. When he praises her Korean, she reveals she learned enough to read and write for this meeting. She explains that she spent 10 days studying Korean just to speak to him properly, leaving him impressed. He wonders if using a translator would have been rude after all, then decides to hear her out directly. She first apologizes for using his weapon without permission during the earlier fight. He watches closely, curious how she truly feels about what happened. Instead of blaming him, she says he saved everyone and deserves gratitude. Having settled that, she gathers herself and asks if she may tell him something more personal. He braces himself, confused by her sudden seriousness. Blushing hard, she asks him to date her with marriage as the goal. The proposal hits him so abruptly that he can barely process what he heard. He struggles to understand why a woman he barely knows is suddenly talking about marriage. Suspicion kicks in, and he wonders whether this is some kind of scheme. She notices his confusion and grows tense, realizing she may have rushed too far ahead. Afraid she moved too quickly, she decides she has to keep explaining herself. She prepares to continue in Korean, determined not to lose her chance. Her phone slips from her hand at the worst possible moment. Panicking, she lunges after it because she cannot afford to lose her only way to communicate. She reaches desperately for the falling phone before it hits the floor. He reacts faster and catches it first, interrupting her scramble. For a brief moment, both of them freeze at how suddenly they have closed the distance. In the scramble for the phone, he accidentally grabs her hand. The unexpected contact leaves her blushing and stunned. He realizes too late that he is still holding her hand and tries to shift the moment back to the phone. Her emotions surge so violently that heat erupts from her hand. He jerks in pain as the sudden heat burns him. Horrified, she apologizes immediately as her power flares out of control. She sees the burn on his palm and is shaken by what she has done. Instead of thanking the man who saved her group, she has injured him, and the guilt overwhelms her. She tries to think practically and decides she needs water before things get worse. But her panic only feeds the flames, and the fire spreads across her own hand. She recognizes the problem as her unstable emotional aura, the sigh, spiraling out again. The loss of control spreads over her body as she struggles to contain it. He finally connects the outburst to the sigh power she used before. He recalls that sigh is the aura generated by a user's emotions. Remembering her fire-based sigh from the last hunt, he realizes she still cannot fully control it. As the flames begin burning through her clothes, the situation becomes even more urgent. A memory surfaces of a harsh superior condemning her failures, hinting at the pressure crushing her. The story shifts to her headquarters, where she returns burdened by defeat. She blames herself for the losses and deaths suffered under her command. Her subordinates try to comfort her, saying the appearance of one of the deadly four was beyond anyone's expectations. They argue that hunters survive by individual skill and that the fallen simply were not strong enough, but she refuses that logic. She insists the disaster is still her responsibility. Leaving them behind, she walks off alone with that guilt still unresolved. The men pity how harshly she judges herself and suspect her master's standards shape that mindset. They note that she devotes herself completely to improving everyone, and fear she will keep blaming herself forever. Still carrying that burden, she keeps walking and thinking. She exhales heavily, trying to find a way to make amends. She decides she must somehow compensate for the damage her failure caused, but has no idea how. Then she remembers Oh Yun-sung and the overwhelming impression he left. A possibility dawns on her when she realizes he might be the answer. If his strength truly rivals the Elite 10, recruiting him could restore what her group lost. That thought hardens into a plan. She concludes she can bring him into Red Dragon Gale by making him her fiancé copyright. In her mind, securing him would more than repay the damage done to the group. Even as she commits to the idea, her resolve carries a trace of personal excitement. She hesitates for a beat, aware of how extreme the plan sounds. Then she convinces herself that this is for the good of the organization. Once resolved, she moves immediately to act. Her first step is to study Korean so she can approach him properly. She also studies ordinary clothing, trying to understand how to present herself casually. By the day of the hospital visit, she treats the meeting like a mission. She tells herself that if she stays calm, she can handle it like any hunt. But the closer she gets, the less control she has over her emotions. Back in the present, she desperately tries to calm herself before the fire consumes everything. Seeing her losing control, he moves decisively to help. He grabs the nearest source of water. He throws the water over her to suppress the flames. She is startled by the unfamiliar sensation and realizes it is water. The water douses the fire and cools her down. The flames vanish, but the lingering aura continues eating through her clothes. He immediately follows up with a more direct countermeasure. Using his own energy, he blocks her runaway power before it can flare again. She feels her internal energy sealed off and realizes her C has been blocked. With that, her psi finally stops going haywire. She lets out a long breath as the crisis passes. Relieved, she starts to thank him. He abruptly covers her mouth before she can speak any louder. The sudden gesture shocks her more than the fire did. He signals for silence, trying to keep the situation contained. She does not understand at first why he wants her quiet. Then she realizes her clothes have burned away enough to expose her if anyone comes in. Mortified, she stops herself from crying out. He relaxes slightly once she understands. He quietly tells her he will handle it if she just stays calm. She finally grasps his intention. If she screams, people will rush in and see her exposed, so silence protects her dignity. She holds still and cooperates. He confirms that she has calmed down enough for him to move. Keeping his back turned, he searches for something she can cover herself with. He finds spare clothing and offers it to her. She accepts it with embarrassed gratitude. As she changes, she berates herself for turning the visit into a disaster. She becomes convinced he must now think poorly of her. Once she is dressed, an awkward silence settles between them while he studies her reaction. She prepares to leave, assuming the meeting has failed, but he stops her. She turns back, unsure what he wants. After watching her closely, he concludes she does not seem to have hidden motives after all. Instead of rejecting her, he unexpectedly suggests they share a meal sometime. To make it clear, he directly invites her to lunch. The invitation leaves her stunned. Then she accepts with immediate, overflowing enthusiasm. Not long after, they are already on the road together in her red sports car. He rides beside her while she drives with focused intensity. She tears through the roads at alarming speed. Her driving is as aggressive as her earlier proposal, with no hesitation at all. He can only sit rigidly and endure the ride. The tires scream as she corners hard without slowing. She keeps pushing the car as if every street were a racetrack. When they arrive, she calmly announces it as though nothing unusual happened. He laughs weakly, still recovering from the trip. When she asks if something is wrong, he hides his shock and privately decides she is a terrifying driver. Trying to refocus, he asks where she has brought him. The answer comes from the welcoming guards, who address her as vice president. She reveals that this is the headquarters of Red Dragon Gale. He is stunned that they somehow left the city and arrived at such a place without him noticing. Looking over the vast grounds, he realizes he has been brought to a hidden compound. He cannot believe that what he thought was a simple lunch has turned into a visit to a major organization's base. Escorted inside, he follows her deeper into the compound. Along the way he sees members training in large numbers, confirming the group's scale and discipline. He continues inward, increasingly aware that this is no casual outing. The sheer size of the operation impresses him. He finally takes in the full scope of Red Dragon Gale and understands its weight. She excuses herself to change, leaving him to be guided onward alone. A retainer leads him further in, and he still half expects to be heading toward an ordinary dining hall. Instead, he is brought to an imposing ceremonial room with a long table and only a few seats. The attendant tells him the master will arrive shortly, making it clear this is an audience, not lunch. As he reaches for a seat, a new voice stops him and implies he is about to sit in the wrong place. A powerful presence suddenly fills the room and forces his attention elsewhere. He recognizes the energy as similar to the old master who once tried to probe him. The newcomer remarks that Yun-sung is far younger than expected. An elderly martial figure in ornate red robes enters with commanding authority. Yun-sung realizes this is not Jin Wee-baek, and notes with surprise that the man speaks fluent Korean. The elder explains that he learned through years of traveling to build connections. He introduces himself as Yang Jongkian, former rank 2 of the Elite 10 and the Sword Saint. Yun-sung understands that this legendary figure is the true master of Red Dragon Gale and introduces himself in return. Yang finds the young man immediately intriguing. Without warning, Yang asks to inspect him and launches a forceful key probe. The pressure reaches Yun-sung, but he remains steady instead of yielding. Yang is visibly surprised by the response. Yun-sung calmly refuses the inspection outright. Yang realizes the young man did not merely endure the test but cleanly deflected his projected key. Yun-sung thinks of the recent attempts by others to examine his body and resolves not to let this man do the same. Rather than taking offense, Yang laughs and treats the refusal as proof that Yun-sung is worth noticing. Comparing him to the dubious Jin Wee-baek, Yun-sung decides this elder feels like the real thing. Yang approves of a man who can refuse what he does not want, then signals that he has another question to ask. The Lord of Red Dragon Gale begins by asking the visiting hunter what he truly thought of the organization. Yun-sung answers politely that the scale was impressive, while privately realizing the term must have had a purpose. He concludes that the grand buildings and large numbers were deliberately shown to influence him. When pressed again, he admits he had wanted to see the headquarters of one of the mainland's top hunter groups for himself. but he warns that he still cannot give a final flattering judgment. He acknowledges that their manpower, equipment, and facilities are all excellent. Even so, he says that was all he found beneath the display. In his view, their ki surpasses most hunters he has met, but their strategy and finer methods are no better than those of his homeland, so the tour proves little beyond his experience in China. The old lord falls silent for a beat, taking in the insult without interrupting. He bluntly summarizes Yunsung's opinion as a lavish shell with little substance, and Yunsung does not dispute it. The lord notes that the young man is not denying the criticism at all. The atmosphere abruptly turns dangerous as the old man's fiery aura surges around him. He lets the pressure build, testing whether Yunsung will flinch. Before the confrontation can escalate further, someone arrives at the doorway. The newcomer is Yangbian, the lord's daughter, startled to find her father in that state. Yunsung notices her entrance while the old man keeps his focus on him. The lord repeats the insult to his organization as if savoring it. Then, instead of exploding, he laughs and accepts that the description is not entirely wrong. Yangbian is left confused by how casually her father is taking this. The lord acknowledges her arrival and shifts the meeting into a more formal gathering. She obediently answers him, visibly nervous under his attention. Yunsung notices that her attire is unusually ornate, hinting that this dinner was prepared for more than a casual meal. The lord invites them to begin dining together, addressing Yunsung as an honored guest. A lavish feast is set before the three of them, making the occasion feel even more deliberate. The lord remarks that the arrangement suits his purpose. Yunsung immediately finds the seating suspicious, especially with Yangbian placed beside him. He points out that he thought he had only accepted a simple meal with Yangbian and does not understand why he is now here with her father. The lord reveals that he was the one who ordered Yangbian to bring Yunsung. He openly raises the matter of his daughter having asked Yunsung to date her. Yangbian hurriedly apologizes to her father, but he cuts off excuses before she can defend herself. He says he had already been thinking along the same lines, which is why he arranged this meeting. Then he turns directly to Yunsung and addresses him with unsettling familiarity. Without any build-up, he asks Yunsung whether he would like to become his son-in-law. The proposal lands like a shock on both young people. Yangbian is baffled that her father has suddenly turned her private plan into a formal marriage discussion. Yunsung stays composed and asks why such a question is being asked so abruptly. The lord reminds him that he had already admitted the organization's weakness, implying that this is connected. He asks Yunsung what kind of man he thinks he is, and Yunsung answers that he is clearly not normal. The old man agrees and says the same abnormality applies to Red Dragon Gale itself. He explains that the organization's extravagant headquarters do not fit a man like him. He recalls that when he was young, he never imagined living in such luxury. He remembers the early days when the idea of monsters suddenly appearing in the world sounded absurd. At first, the notion of monsters attacking humanity seemed like a madman's fantasy. But when that nightmare became real, he and others like him were forced into battle. As martial artists, they stepped forward before ordinary civilians and fought monsters with their own skills. He remembers those desperate battles as the foundation of everything that followed. Then, as they hunted more monsters, wealth began to pour in unexpectedly. Men who had once survived as underworld mercenaries suddenly found themselves able to start entirely new lives. They gained a level of respect and treatment that martial artists had never enjoyed, even in better eras. Yet he insists that all their fortune and authority were not earned as martial artists, but through the hunter system. Yunsung clarifies that he means they prospered as hunters, and the lord confirms it. The lord says they had to become hunters, killing monsters and protecting civilians. That transformation turned Red Dragon Gale from a small remote dojo into a globally recognized hunter group. But he believes that their rapid growth cost them their original identity. Yunsung presses him to explain what that lost identity was. The old man answers with a creed, the rule of the strong. Yangbian listens in tense silence, already sensing where this is going. He defines the martial artist's life as endless self-improvement, while respecting and submitting to those who are stronger. He assumes Yunsung should understand that mindset because of the effort it must have taken to reach his current level. Then he admits Red Dragon Gale has become large, but has lacked someone of Yunsung's caliber for too long. He cites the recent humiliation of their squad's defeat as proof that the group's reputation has outgrown its real strength. Yangbian tries to object to his harsh judgment of their people. He silences her immediately, declaring that failure is failure and he will not hear excuses. She submits at once, while Yunsung watches the family dynamic with clear detachment. The lord returns to his proposal and again tells Yunsung to become his son-in-law, but Yunsung asks what reason he has to accept. The answer is blunt. The lord does not believe his daughter can lead Red Dragon Gale. Yangbian can only swallow the humiliation. Yunsung challenges that judgment, saying Yangbian is already an excellent hunter. The lord dismisses that praise, arguing that someone Yunsung defeated in a single move cannot be called exceptional. He insists that only an absolute believer in strength and competition can lead, and says his daughter lacks that drive. Yangbian is forced to endure the insults in silence. The lord reveals that he has already investigated Yunsung thoroughly. He says Yunsung is known in his homeland as a bomb in the industry, someone who both inspires and accelerates the growth of those around him. That catalytic presence, he says, is exactly what Red Dragon Gale needs. Yunsung still refuses, saying none of this gives him a reason to accept. The Lord guesses that Tens must already have offered him something too valuable to refuse, and admits the Jin family currently holds more influence than he does. Yunsung realizes the old man knows Tens is tied to the Jin family, and the Lord confirms he has known that for a long time. Even so, the Lord says he is willing to make sacrifices because he knows the Jin family is stronger than him. He even offers to let Yunsung keep his own family name after marriage. Yunsung immediately understands that this is not a mere marriage proposal but an offer to inherit the organization itself. The Lord confirms the scale of that sacrifice, saying his family name may fade, but the bloodline and Red Dragon Gale would survive. He is prepared to hand over the group's control, influence, and techniques, admitting his daughter could only inherit part of what he once possessed. He goes further and declares that he will personally pass his own energy to Yunsung. With Yunsung's current strength plus that transfer, he claims Yunsung could become powerful enough to surpass Jinli Beck. He frames it as a simple choice: accept, grow stronger than ever, and become the pillar of Red Dragon Gale. The mention of surpassing Jinli Beck catches Yunsung's attention for a moment. Sensing that hesitation, the Lord boasts that no one else on the mainland can offer anything comparable. Yang Bian is shaken by how extreme and generous her father's offer has become. She assumes Yunsung will accept, since the proposal would let her bring him into the organization exactly as she once hoped. Yet instead of relief, she feels an unexpected frustration she cannot explain. Yunsung calmly rejects the offer outright. The old lord cannot believe what he just heard and demands that he repeat it. Yunsung answers respectfully but firmly that the lord has misunderstood him. He states that everything just offered holds no value for him. A furious scream erupts from inside the building as the rejection finally breaks the old man's restraint. Outside, Red Dragon Gale members panic, unable to understand what is happening in the audience chamber. The doors radiate dangerous heat, making it impossible to approach safely. A senior director arrives and orders everyone to keep their distance. He realizes the Lord's flames are raging out of control. He immediately orders all non-martial employees to evacuate. The staff obey while the senior members remain behind to contain the crisis if needed. The director recognizes this as the Lord's psychic flame technique manifesting at full force. He recalls that the Yang family's inherited flame is immensely powerful but can easily become destructive. Seeing how violently it is leaking out, he fears something inside has pushed the Lord too far. He knows that if the Lord truly loses control, the entire area will be in danger. Inside, Yang Bai embraces herself as the pressure and heat intensify. The danger is so great that, if the Lord's anger fully explodes, everything nearby could be reduced to ash. Yang Bian pleads with her father to calm down before disaster strikes. Yunsung remains silent, watching the old man without panic. The Lord stops shouting aloud and instead addresses Yunsung directly through a hidden technique. He privately orders Yunsung to repeat his rejection to his face. Yunsung identifies the technique as Silent Sound Spot, a Chinese key method that carries speech without audible sound. He is impressed that such specialized key techniques really exist in China. The Lord demands again, through that silent transmission, that Yunsung repeat his words exactly. Yang Bian can only stand tensely between them, unable to follow the private exchange. Yunsung quickly analyzes the technique and realizes the old man is embedding aura into sound and delivering it directly to his ear. He admires the precision of that aura control. He silently acknowledges the Lord as a formidable figure who truly commands Red Dragon Gale's influence. He also recognizes him as Yang Zhangqian, the former second rank of Elite 10. Still enraged, the Lord demands an answer immediately. Yunsung realizes the threat is real and that a wrong response could provoke a lethal attack, but he also notes how unfair psychic users can be. Even under that pressure, he repeats that his answer will not change and that the offer still has no value to him. Yang Bian is stunned that he is refusing even now, in the middle of her father's fury. The Lord finally explodes and denounces Yunsung as an arrogant bastard. His killing intent surges directly toward the two of them. Yang Bian instinctively steps in front of Yunsung and raises her guard to shield him from her father. Yunsung remains strangely calm even with her protecting him. The Lord bitterly reflects that he made a difficult decision to offer everything, only to be denied and effectively ignored. He rages that he risked all he had for a greater future, and Yunsung dismissed it as worthless. Unable to bear the insult, he charges forward in fury. At that moment, Yunsung quietly initiates his own silent transmission and asks whether the Lord can hear him. He raises a finger, testing the technique he has just deciphered. The Lord is caught off guard when Yunsung's voice reaches him the same way. Yunsung says he was curious about the mechanism and found it much simpler than expected. For the first time, the Lord is genuinely shaken by the idea that his secret technique could be copied so easily. He knows embedding aura into sound is one thing, but delivering it quickly and precisely into another person's ear is extremely difficult. He reflects that even his own daughter, trained since childhood, still has not mastered that level of control. Yunsung explains that he has been studying a different key skill based on similar principles. He names it Key Parasite and says he adapted what he knew from that technique, which let him reproduce Silent Sound Spot immediately. Then he reminds the Lord that, despite being the younger man, he has already been threatened twice in one meeting. He warns that when he is threatened, he always gives back more than what was demanded of him. The Lord falls silent, forced to reassess the young man standing before him. Yang Bian lowers her guard slightly as the balance of power in the room shifts. The Lord admits to himself that Yunsung's strength is not just raw power but terrifying talent, concentration, and instant comprehension under pressure. He reigns in his aura and, half in admiration, says Yunsung was born for the age of martial artists rather than hunters, though Yunsung takes that as no compliment. Yunsung says that very attitude is exactly why he rejected the offer, because the Lord still sees him through the wrong lens. When asked to explain, Yunsung decides words alone will not make the old man understand and stops there. The Lord accepts that words are no longer enough and decides there is only one way left to settle the matter. He plants his foot and prepares to act, signaling the start of a direct clash. With a grim smile, the Lord tells Yunsung that since they both trust their own strength, he should already know what comes next. The young hunter refuses the duel, recognizing the same dangerous pattern as before. The older man presses him, mocking his refusal as fear of death. The young hunter makes clear that accepting would force the fight to become lethal. That answer catches the elder off guard. Privately, the young hunter struggles to explain himself without revealing the secret behind his growth. He realizes that in a duel he would automatically learn and copy every key technique the elder used. So he offers a condition instead. If the elder is willing to use the Red Dragon Gale style openly elsewhere, he will accept the duel. He even raises his guard and challenges the elder to decide. Before the confrontation can erupt, the red-haired woman steps between them. She senses the tension immediately and braces for trouble. The elder is insulted that a mere youngster dared turn the threat back on him. His anger starts to rise into action. But just as he is about to respond, his attention shifts. The young hunter notices the same sudden change. The elder pauses, sensing something unusual, and the young hunter realizes it too. The young hunter rushes past the woman toward the source of the disturbance. She turns after him, demanding to know what he has noticed. He reaches the opening and looks out over the city. A massive rupture has opened in the sky, spilling destructive energy over the city below. He recognizes it as an unforecasted fracture, something that should not have happened without warning. On the streets below, civilians flee in terror as monsters emerge. Panic spreads as people realize the creatures are real and close. One of the monsters is identified as a sound-stalking black serpent, a high-rank threat. The nearby civilians freeze in disbelief at the monster's appearance. Someone finally bolts, breaking the paralysis. A hunter rushes in to intercept the serpent with a blade. He lands the first strike and drives the monster back from the civilians. But his weapon is already straining under the impact. He steadies himself and prepares for a real fight. The civilians realize a hunter has arrived and cling to that hope. The serpent remains dangerous and largely unfazed. The hunter sees at once that his shallow strike cannot pierce the creature's scales. Another hunter orders the civilians to evacuate while they hold the monster off. The two hunters curse the sudden disaster and wonder how such a serpent appeared at all. The serpent surges again, forcing them to focus on survival. They are furious that the observatory failed to predict a fracture of this scale. With the city collapsing into chaos and communications failing, they realize no help is coming quickly. They have no guidance from higher authorities either, only a vague rendezvous order and silence after that. Even so, one of them decides they have no choice but to keep fighting. The serpent watches them, ready to strike again. The two hunters agree that staying alive comes first and take a defensive stance together. The serpent opens wide to swallow or crush them. They charge anyway, but already fear they may be out of options. Back at the compound, the young hunter and the red-haired woman have already suited up for battle. As they move out with the elder, they learn the city-wide communication network has frozen under the panic. Outside, the young hunter stops the woman to ask for her help. He tells her he needs a favor immediately. He asks her to bring his secretary from the hospital to him. He explains that the city is in chaos, but her driving skill gives her the best chance of reaching the secretary quickly. She questions why he wants her doing that instead of helping hunt the monsters. His urgency makes her repeat the point in disbelief. He insists there is something even more important than fighting the monsters right now, and that he needs the secretary at once. The woman hesitates, unable to understand his priorities. The elder intervenes and tells her to do as the young hunter asks. He senses that the young hunter is trying to reveal something through this decision. He reassures his daughter that he and the Red Dragon Gale can handle the nearby monsters themselves. She gets into the car, still uncertain but obeying. Even behind the wheel, she remains troubled by the request. The young hunter watches her leave without explaining further. She steels herself and commits to the drive. The car launches hard from the curb. She speeds away, leaving the young hunter and the elder behind. The elder says he will head out separately, and wishes the young hunter luck. Though still skeptical, he decides to watch what the young hunter will do next. The young hunter answers that he will simply do his duty as a hunter. He bursts forward at high speed, leaving a shock of energy behind. The elder admits to himself that he still cannot understand the young man at all. The young hunter races through the city toward the fracture zone. While running, he connects his suit to his phone and calls his secretary. At the hospital, she answers in alarm and confirms she knows about the unforecasted fracture. He tells her he is already heading toward the disaster. Then he asks whether the communication center has any emergency line that can instantly connect all nearby hunters. When the answer is no, he concludes that such cooperation was never built because hunters are always competing with one another. His secretary asks why he suddenly wants such a system. From above, he spots the same serpent still threatening the two hunters below. The wounded monster looms over them, but it is still far from defeated. The two hunters are already injured and losing ground. They realize their ordinary weapons are not enough to finish the creature. Just as despair sets in, they notice something descending toward the fight. The young hunter locks onto the serpent with calm focus. He drops from above straight into the battle. The serpent bares its fangs to meet him. He drives himself directly into its open mouth to create an opening at point-blank range. With his sword ready, he commits to a finishing strike from inside its guard. His blade releases a powerful aura through the monster's body. He exerts himself sharply to complete the technique. The sword aura tears along the serpent's length in a single devastating line. He bursts through the attack cleanly, carving the monster apart. The two hunters can only stare at the level of skill they just witnessed. One of them recognizes the technique as sword aura, a legendary skill he cannot believe this young man possesses. The young hunter lands and moves on without lingering over the kill. The rescued hunters remain stunned, trying to process what they saw. They conclude that his reputation is real and that his strength exceeds the stories. When they call out, he brushes it off as nothing important. Instead, he says he has something he wants from them. He stands before the serpent's corpse as if the battle were only a step in a larger plan. He gives his brief request and makes clear that is all he needs. Then he turns away before they can properly question him. The two hunters are left speechless by how abruptly he takes control. They wonder whether they should follow him, since he is clearly one of the strongest hunters around. But they decide the citywide spread of monsters means they must split up rather than cluster around one fighter. So they thank him for saving them and prepare to move out on their own. The young hunter pauses alone for a moment, thinking through his next move. The two hunters awkwardly guess that his silence might just be a language barrier. Instead of answering, he launches himself forward again. He suddenly rushes back toward them, startling both men. With a terrifying burst of killing intent, he thrusts a dark, ominous force toward them. The two hunters recoil in pure shock. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman drives at extreme speed through the city. Inside the car, the secretary sits beside her, tense and confused by the whole situation. The secretary admits she cannot make sense of why she was summoned like this. The driver remains focused, waiting for a clearer explanation. The secretary repeats the young hunter's exact instruction to ride with Miss Yangbian to the marked location. She protests that it is strange to be sent to him during a citywide emergency. She even argues that someone as weak as her should not be the priority right now. The driver pushes the car even harder instead of debating. The secretary is jolted by the violent acceleration. The car drifts through turns at reckless speed. The driver keeps full control on the pedals despite the dangerous pace. She continues carving through the empty center roads with no intention of slowing down. The secretary grows more anxious as the ride becomes increasingly extreme. The driver bluntly asks if that is all the secretary has to say. The secretary gives up on arguing and decides the driving itself is the real threat. The driver explains that the city exits are jammed by evacuees, but the center remains open because everyone is fleeing outward. She adds that the control room is unreachable under the flood of calls, so panic will only keep worsening. The secretary reflects that an unforecasted fracture is unprecedented, and that a hunter hotline could have reduced this chaos. Even so, she still cannot understand why the young hunter specifically needs her, since she believes all she can do is translate. That realization finally gives the driver a clue. She asks the secretary what she has just figured out. The secretary hesitates, still piecing it together. Ahead of them, the road is blocked by a pile of serpent corpses. The monsters have been slaughtered so thoroughly that the street is carpeted in blood and bodies. The secretary realizes the young hunter must have killed them all, and the driver is impressed but not surprised. Their car pulls up beside the mass of dead serpents. Both women are struck by how many monsters he eliminated in such a short time. The secretary checks the marked destination and realizes it points to this hotel. Then she understands the exact meeting place is the rooftop. High above the city, the young hunter is already waiting there. The two women arrive on the rooftop to meet him. The secretary recognizes at once that something is wrong. The young hunter stands at the edge holding a large map or chart of the city. He confirms she has arrived, while she demands to know why he brought her here without explanation. When he turns, she sees he is badly drained and bleeding from the mouth. She realizes his condition matches near total depletion of C and panics over what he has done to himself. He cuts off her alarm with a calming gesture. He claims he is fine and says he was only trying to memorize the city's layout. The secretary knows that explanation can wait and forces herself back to the urgent problem. She asks directly what he needs her to do. He finally looks satisfied that she is ready to listen. He hands her something and begins giving her the role he brought her here to perform. The blue-haired hunter seizes the woman's hand and channels power into it. She is startled as unfamiliar energy surges through her palm. The transfer stabilizes into a shared technique between them. She realizes the glowing strands are aura threads. As she studies them, she understands the threads are linked to distant points. Counting the connections, she realizes there are at least 20, and senses the scale of what he has built. Another woman recognizes that this may be the same kind of technique she has heard of before. The blue-haired hunter confirms it is a variation of silent sound spot, a method once demonstrated by her father. The woman holding the threads understands they truly are part of that communication system. He explains that every hunter he has met across the city is connected through the aura threads in her hand. She is shocked that one person could maintain contact with more than 20 people at once, and calls the idea dangerously reckless. The red-haired woman is equally stunned, seeing it as an unprecedented display of creativity and skill. He makes clear that he did not summon her to fight, but to monitor reports through the threads and make decisions. He appoints her as a temporary command tower, trusting that hunters will obey because of her status and the authority backing her. Though he assures her that speaking through the threads is easy, she panics over what she is supposed to tell everyone. He calmly promises to brief her immediately so she can start directing the citywide response. The weight of it hits her all at once as she realizes he expects her to command all the hunters in Shanghai. She can barely believe he would hand her such responsibility in the middle of a crisis. Ignoring her shock, he decides the setup is complete and prepares to begin instruction. With quiet confidence, he tells her he will teach her exactly what orders to give. Elsewhere, a giant serpent monster rushes through the city. Its sweeping body slams into defenders and throws them aside. A clan leader reels from the impact but stays on his feet. He and his men find themselves facing a mass of towering serpents that outnumber them badly. One subordinate urges retreat, convinced they cannot hold against so many. The leader refuses because abandoning the position would expose the civilian shelter behind them. He forces his men to stand firm, insisting reinforcements will come, and that their clan must defend the line at any cost. The serpents continue pressing forward, threatening to overwhelm the defenders. Even after rallying his men, the leader privately admits they desperately need help. Then a voice reaches him through an unfamiliar sound-based technique, promising that reinforcements are on the way and ordering him to hold out. He notices the speaker claims to be Ten's agent, yet sounds like a young girl, which leaves him uncertain but attentive. The standoff tightens as the monsters and hunters brace for the next clash. The defenders begin moving again under the pressure of the siege. The leader wonders whether he can trust the mysterious voice at all. Before he can decide, flames suddenly crash into one of the serpents. The burning strike engulfs the monster and forces it back. The clan leader immediately realizes this attack came from a powerful new arrival. A hunter in red armor appears beside them and remarks that they seem to be struggling. The exhausted defenders stare in shock as they recognize someone important has come. He identifies himself as the vanguard of Red Dragon Gale. Acting under the Vice President's orders, he announces that Red Dragon Gale will reinforce the Deathly Dragon clan. The clan leader is stunned that a rival force has really come to help them. The Red Dragon Gale vanguard immediately moves to engage the monsters. He senses an opening and commits to the attack. His weapon ignites with blazing power. He launches a fiery charge straight into the serpents. Watching the display, the clan leader is impressed. He snaps his own men out of their hesitation and orders them to attack instead of letting the newcomers take all the prey. The Red Dragon Gale fighter remains focused and says nothing. The clan leader's hostility softens into grudging respect. Fighting side by side with Red Dragon Gale feels surreal to him, and he concludes this alliance must have been arranged by the Korean strategist behind the new command network. Putting rivalry aside, both sides agree to hunt first and argue over spoils later. Another serpent lunges to renew the battle. The clan leader answers with a roar and joins the counterattack. Across the city, reports begin flowing through the network as teams clear sectors, search for civilians, and confirm that Red Dragon Gale has reached key battle zones. The woman at the center of the aura threads relays orders and acknowledgements, already functioning as the control tower he envisioned. She is amazed by how quickly the citywide panic is subsiding under coordinated command. Meanwhile, the blue-haired hunter races alone across the city toward another objective. He receives confirmation that Red Dragon Gale reinforcements have reached Area 2 and accepts the report with satisfaction. With the most dangerous sector stabilized, he allows himself to think they have finally bought some breathing room. The woman is still astonished that the crisis was brought under control so quickly. A brief recollection reveals the core of his plan. Divide Shanghai into 15 sectors and prioritize dispatches around the fracture. He had ordered hunters to rescue trapped civilians first and hunt monsters according to a strict area-based priority. Remembering that briefing, she falls silent as the elegance of the strategy sinks in. He notices her reaction and asks what is wrong. She realizes he improvised this entire strategy the moment the unexpected fracture opened and asks if he truly devised it on the spot. He dismisses the praise and says he merely applied lessons he learned in Korea. He adds that although he usually hunts alone, large-scale hunts are most efficient when handled as a group effort. As he keeps moving, she asks where he is going now that he has put her in charge of the commands. He answers only after arriving, sounding as if he has reached his destination. He stops before the fracture itself, a massive red portal hanging over the city, and quietly confirms this is where he needs to be. Below him, serpents coil around the surrounding buildings and guard the entrance. A whole swarm of the monsters crowds the area beneath the fracture. He reports back that he has reached the fracture's entrance. She is horrified to learn he went there alone and demands to know why. The serpents continue gathering around the portal as if preparing for something worse. The scale of the threat becomes clear as the monsters completely encircle the tower beneath the fracture. She calls him insane for facing what could be hundreds of monsters by himself. He warns her that Phase 3 of an unforecasted fracture is about to begin. He explains the sequence. First the monsters spawn, then they hunt prey, and finally a second wave emerges from the fracture. He concludes that the current defensive lines will collapse once that third stage starts, so he must delay it alone. To buy time for the city, he decides to attack the fracture's entrance directly. He tells her that when stage 3 begins, she will understand better than anyone how disastrous it would be because she can hear the whole city through the network. The serpents below sense his presence and look up toward the rooftop. One of them rises along the building, closing in on him. After a moment of resistance, she accepts his decision and prepares to continue her role. Before letting him go, she hesitates and calls out to him one last time. She tells him not to go off and die alone. He answers lightly, telling her to worry about herself instead, and accepts the concern without making a promise. Left alone again, he is amused by her unexpected softness and turns his mind fully back to the fight. A confident smile settles on his face as he readies himself. He declares that the hunt is beginning. He leaps from the rooftop straight toward the mass of serpents. The monsters surge up the building to intercept him. He draws both blades in midair. His opening strike slices through the first serpents before they can surround him. Without slowing, he drives deeper into the swarm. A giant serpent snaps at him, trying to swallow him whole. At the same time, a helicopter approaches the city from above. The aircraft descends toward the crisis zone. Several armored hunters stand ready inside as it arrives. One of them notes that even by emergency shuttle, the trip took 2 hours, though it was still fast under the circumstances. Their leader, Elite 10 Rank 10 Louis Tian, is surprised that the city appears less devastated than expected. His companions agree and wonder what happened, since they expected the monsters to catch the city unprepared. Louis Tian begins to suspect he may have underestimated Shanghai's hunters and decides to judge the truth for himself on the ground. He asks whether other Elite 10 members are present and learns that 3 are already in the city. Because they are still on the outskirts, however, reaching the fracture will take more time, and he accepts that delay. He concludes that they will have to assault the fracture themselves and shut it down directly. Privately, he sees this as a perfect chance to claim all the credit. He orders his team to charge straight into the center of the fracture. With that decision made, he leads the advance. The team jumps from the aircraft toward the streets below. They descend rapidly into the city. One by one, they land and regroup. Once assembled, Louis Tian confirms everyone is present and ready. He warns them that the center should be crawling with monsters and tells them to stay alert. Even so, he boasts that no ordinary monster could threaten him. A subordinate notices something strange ahead, and Louis Tian immediately asks what is wrong. The sight leaves him visibly unsettled. The streets around the fracture are littered with butchered serpent corpses. His team can hardly believe they are looking at dead monsters instead of an active swarm. The bodies are not merely defeated but violently carved apart. As they take in the carnage, the hunters wonder what could possibly have done this. The scale of the slaughter makes it clear that an overwhelming force passed through here first. One corpse is so enormous that they estimate it must have been at least a tier 7 monster. Shaken, Louis Tian demands an update on the fracture while trying to understand what happened. The report from the entrance is even stranger. The area is quiet and no monsters are currently visible. Rather than feeling relieved, Louis Tian senses that this silence is a bad omen. He theorizes that a monster on the level of the Deadly Four may have appeared and hunted the lesser serpents itself. Instead of retreating, he becomes excited by the prospect of facing such a creature. He draws his sword and prepares to force it out. He raises the Sword of Falling Sun, a famed Japanese volcanic masterpiece, and channels power into it. His subordinates recognize the weapon and the seriousness of what he is about to do. Convinced one of the Deadly Four is nearby, he decides he cannot let any other Elite 10 steal this opportunity. He calls the hidden enemy out and vows that it cannot escape his blade. Somewhere nearby, a bloodied serpent eye remains open, hinting that something is still moving among the corpses. A dark figure suddenly crashes down into the area with explosive force. The newcomer is a shadowy humanoid monster with glowing purple eyes. Louis Tian instantly locks onto it and exults that he has found his target. He launches himself forward to strike before it can move again. He commits fully to the attack, certain his speed and power will finish it. His blazing slash cuts across the space where the shadow stood, but the creature slips past the strike with impossible agility. It blurs away, leaving only a streak of motion behind. Louis Tian is stunned that his best attack was avoided. As he regains his footing, another hunter stands opposite him among the serpent corpses. Realizing someone else is here, Louis Tian cannot believe that even the Sword of Falling Sun failed to touch the target. He finally recognizes the blood-covered blue-haired hunter facing him. Louis Tian immediately judges that this man is no ordinary hunter and demands his affiliation and an explanation. The blue-haired hunter meets the challenge in silence, studying him before answering. As the aftermath of the battle settles, a white-armored hunter notices the bloodied Korean standing nearby and is caught off guard by his calm signal toward the fracture above. The Korean hunter points upward, directing everyone's attention to the still-open fracture as if the next move should already be obvious. The Chinese hunters realize he is indicating the fracture breaker and begin to understand that he wants them to move on the gate immediately. Louis Tian quickly interprets the gesture as an order to enter the fracture with the fracture breaker before wasting any more time. One of Louis Tian's men bristles at being wordlessly commanded by a stranger and takes the gesture as an insult. Louis Tian introduces himself as a member of the volcanic clan, assuming his name alone should command respect. He turns the moment into a recruitment attempt, asking the Korean to help close the fracture in exchange for a share of the rewards. Louis Tian sweetens the offer by flaunting his status among the Elite 10 and implying that a nameless hunter should feel honored to join him. Oh Yun-sung gives the proposal only a brief, unreadable consideration. Instead of answering properly, he turns away as though the matter is beneath further discussion. That dismissal enrages Louis Tian's side, who accuse him of arrogance and being openly disrespectful. Yun-sung finally reacts, but only with irritation rather than concern. Louis Tian is left waiting for a response, expecting either submission or an explanation. Yun-sung curtly tells him that someone above him should not be doing grunt work, leaving the Chinese hunters baffled by the strange phrasing. Before anyone can stop him, Yun-sung vanishes from the scene and heads straight for the fracture. Louis Tian's men complain about the insult and urge pursuit, still more offended than curious. Louis Tian suppresses his anger and decides that sealing the fracture matters more than chasing the Korean for now. Even so, he recalls rumors about the Korean who recently entered China and realizes this may be Oh Yun-sung, the man who killed the wretched trickery. His pride flares, and he vows to finish the monsters inside the fracture first and punish Yun-sung afterward. That confidence collapses the moment he sees what awaits inside. The interior is already carpeted with the corpses of monsters, all slaughtered before the Chinese team even arrived. Louis Tian's group is stunned to find the fracture effectively cleared by someone else. Louis Tian suddenly connects this scene to Yun-sung's earlier remark and realizes the Korean had been telling the truth all along. In hindsight, Yun-sung had practically told them to hurry because there would be nothing left for them to do. Louis Tian is forced to admit that Oh Yun-sung hunted every monster in the fracture by himself. 4 days later, the Shanghai disaster has become a defining event still hanging over the city. The world mourns the tragedy caused when an unobserved fissure opened in the middle of a densely populated city. News reports also reveal that, according to the Tens, Oh Yun-sung played a major role in resolving the incident, though the full details remain unclear. Yun-sung listens quietly to the report, detached from the growing attention around his name. A young woman arrives to fetch him, signaling that his break is over and work is waiting. Yun-sung treats the summons casually, as if he were just another laborer returning from lunch. Around them, the restoration site remains a massive field of rubble and heavy machinery. The workers suddenly react in shock as they see what Yun-sung is about to do. He casually hoists an enormous slab of debris over his shoulders and starts carrying it by hand. He drops the slab into place with brute force, clearing another section of the ruined site. After setting it down, he simply asks what piece of debris he should move next, treating impossible labor like routine work. Without waiting for praise, he moves on to the next task. The woman watching him is left staring, unable to reconcile his status with what he is doing. The workers admire his strength but are confused about why a hunter of his level is helping with manual restoration. The woman finally voices the question directly, asking why he came to the restoration site at all. She presses him for a real reason, suspecting there must be more behind his presence. She explains that hunters are only encouraged to assist in disaster recovery when urgently needed, not expected to stay and work like this. Yun-sung considers her point but remains unmoved. She warns him that there are no cameras here and no public recognition to gain, so people may only find his behavior strange. Their conversation is interrupted by workers whispering about the odd sight of a hunter doing labor alongside them. Yun-sung answers that other people's opinions do not matter to him. He even throws her own country's independent-minded attitude back at her, suggesting she should understand that much. Then he states plainly that he is helping because he wants to, and because the work is better than lying idle in a hospital while rebuilding his body. She starts to object again, but realizes he truly does not need anyone's approval. That realization leaves her momentarily speechless. She admits to herself that nothing she says will change his mind. Yun-sung simply returns to work with the same steady focus. He lifts another massive chunk of rubble as easily as if it were training equipment. The workers can only watch in awe as he carries the load deeper into the site. The woman reflects on how the official statement spread across Shanghai and made Yun-sung's role in sealing the fissure widely known. She recalls how he used a mysterious chi to transmit orders across the battlefield and coordinate hunters to rescue civilians and fight monsters. She also remembers that he alone wiped out the monsters at the center of the fissure, feats so extreme they bordered on the absurd. In a disaster where nearly everyone panicked, he became the key figure who organized the hunters and stopped the catastrophe from spreading. Yet even after all that, he continues hauling rubble in silence. Officially he was described only as a contributor, and as a foreigner he was left largely unvisited and uncelebrated. The woman bitterly admits that the reduced damage was largely thanks to him, yet she is practically the only person standing beside him now. She condemns her own industry for treating him as an outsider and letting that excuse their ingratitude. She realizes she has been no better, having once believed only in living and dying as a martial artist above all else. Watching Yun-sung, she understands that he follows a different and broader kind of strength. Yun-sung notices her lingering attention and turns back toward her. She promises to secure all the evidence needed so he receives proper compensation for subjugating the monsters, and he entrusts that matter to her. Then, awkwardly but sincerely, she offers to help him with the restoration work too. Yunsung is surprised, and she explains that she has nothing more pressing to do. Blushing, she adds that she is a hunter as well and asks to work beside him, even calling him boss. The unexpected title catches Yunsung completely off guard. He tries to hold it in, but amusement starts breaking through. He bursts out laughing, leaving her flustered and demanding to know what is so funny. Yunsung admits he cannot take her seriously, calling him boss with such solemn intensity despite her small stature. She stiffens with wounded pride, clearly not appreciating the joke. Yunsung immediately realizes he may have offended someone far more prideful than he expected. Before the awkwardness can deepen, both of them notice a new arrival. A red-haired woman leads a group of red-armored hunters into the restoration site with formal purpose. Yunsung recognizes the leader as Miss Bayan and greets her with easy familiarity. Her group responds with a disciplined martial salute. They formally greet Yunsung as if addressing a superior worthy of ceremony. Bayan explains that such respect is only natural for the man now regarded as Shanghai's savior, leaving Yunsung embarrassed by the sudden reverence. He assumes they must be here because another fisher was predicted. Instead, Bayan says Master Yang sent them specifically to help him. That revelation surprises both Yunsung and the woman beside him. One of the red-armored hunters explains that they do not usually do this, but Yunsung's example made it impossible for them to stand by and watch. Master Yang may have ordered it, but many of them would have volunteered anyway. By now, word that Yunsung is personally helping with restoration has spread across Shanghai. Inspired by that example, other hunters begin declaring that they will join the restoration effort as well. The movement keeps growing, with more hunters arriving to help in the near future. During the work, a team straining under debris suddenly senses something impossible beneath the rubble. They discover survivors trapped underground, including a woman and a child, and shout for help. The slab is thrown aside in a rush as the rescue effort turns urgent. A child is pulled out alive, and the workers can hardly believe such a miracle happened. Yunsung and the others approach as relief and excitement spread through the site. Bayan tells Yunsung that China may have disappointed him in many ways since his arrival. But she says there is also an unspoken rule here. Once someone earns their respect, they follow that person without complaint. With that said, she leaves to oversee another restoration site, trusting the momentum he created to continue here. Yunsung quietly acknowledges her words while the woman beside him eagerly waits for his reaction. She declares that this collective response is the true potential of China, proud of what has been awakened. Yunsung dryly questions the grand statement, and she tells him not to stand there looking so unimpressed. Even she admits she may be overselling it, though her excitement remains genuine. Yunsung says he actually wanted to tell her something else. Looking over the bustling restoration effort, he frames the scene in a different way. He tells her that what they are witnessing is a miracle she helped create. The restoration continues until midnight, and what should have taken at least 10 days is completed within one, sending Yunsung's reputation soaring even higher. Later, the story shifts from the disaster zone to a more polished urban setting. Recovered in body and with his Ci mostly restored, Yunsung prepares to move on from recuperation. He starts thinking through his schedule for the day. A knock interrupts him, and he goes to see who has come. The moment he opens the door, he senses something unusual. A smiling man greets him warmly in Korean and calls him Junior. The visitor introduces himself as Lee Wai-min, switching to Korean for Yunsung's comfort. Yunsung immediately recognizes the name as the fourth of the 10 greats, the CEO of Ancient Dragon Company, and the mastermind behind the ambush against him. He identifies the man outright as Professor Payne, Lee Wai-min. Lee Wai-min cheerfully claims he has good news for the hero who saved Shanghai. He announces that Yunsung has been promoted to the 10th seat among the 10 greats and offers congratulations as if granting a favor. Yunsung is taken aback that he is being named one of the 10 greats. Lee Wai-min tries to use that promotion as leverage to begin a proper conversation, but Yunsung immediately refuses and starts closing the door. The visitor stops the door with his hand, refusing to be dismissed so easily. Yunsung notices the interruption and reassesses the situation. Another man suddenly wedges himself into the doorway with open hostility. Yunsung studies the newcomer without recognizing him. The man accuses Yunsung of being as arrogant as ever and of daring to cut off Lee Wai-min. He introduces himself through his threat, declaring that Ha-yuk-il will no longer allow Yunsung to act so arrogantly. Yunsung remains calm even as the confrontation turns openly aggressive. He questions the claim that they knew each other from before. Then he bluntly asks the more important question of who this man even is. Yunsung makes clear that he has no memory of meeting him and sees no reason to pretend otherwise. Ha-yuk-il is enraged by being treated as insignificant and decides to attack. He launches a glowing strike straight at Yunsung at point-blank range. The attack misses its mark as Yunsung slips aside without panic. The blow instead crashes into the room beyond, sending Ha-yuk-il reeling from the failed strike. The VIP room door slams shut in the chaos, sealing the attacker outside. Ha-yuk-il pounds on the door and screams to be let in, humiliated and furious. Yunsung ignores the tantrum, taking a breath instead of reacting to the noise. Lee Wai-min remarks that Ha-yuk-il is even more impatient than expected. He calmly dismisses the interruption and says the conversation never required Ha-yuk-il's presence anyway. Yunsung is startled that Lee Wai-min is somehow already inside despite having been outside when the door closed. A strange residue drifts across the floor, hinting that something supernatural just occurred. Yun-sung catches the scent of burnt paper and suspects a spell rather than ordinary movement. He directly asks whether what just happened was some kind of magic. Lee Wai-min praises Yun-sung for deducing the method instead of merely being shaken by the display, then confirms that he is a caster. Yun-sung realizes he is dealing not just with a powerful hunter but with a true sorcerer. Lee Wai-min explains that Yun-sung uses C like an extension of the body, taking on an aura-like form. By contrast, casters use C as fuel for a spell system, more like operating a machine than extending the self. Because of that, spells can surpass ordinary physical phenomena and produce effects like magic, though only a gifted few can use them. He adds that the burnt paper scent Yun-sung noticed is the trigger, or more precisely the lingering trace, of the spell he used. When Yun-sung wonders if his thoughts were also read by magic, he voices the suspicion aloud. Lee Wai-min denies using a spell for that, and says he simply read Yun-sung's physical tells, from the twitch of his nose to the shift in his pupils. He concludes that the human body constantly reveals the mind through countless small signals, making people readable even without sorcery. The intruder immediately seizes control of the meeting by laying out exactly what Oh Yuzeong is thinking, including whether calling security would even matter. He adds a second warning that deepens the threat. Oh cannot even be sure the man before him is the real one. The caster explains that Oh has likely concluded this is not teleportation but a sensory trick, and he calmly asks if that deduction is correct. Oh realizes he is dealing with someone far more unsettling and perceptive than expected. The man reveals his survival as a sorcerer depends on reading human thoughts and exploiting the smallest opening before others act. Oh cuts through the performance, but the caster admits he is enjoying himself because Oh is unusually interesting. What truly interests him is that Oh showed no reaction when the title 10 Greats was mentioned earlier. Oh refuses to flatter the title and bluntly says it means nothing to him. He goes further, arguing that a group whose members can be replaced so easily hardly deserves such prestige. Rather than deny it, the caster says that contempt is understandable only because Oh does not grasp what the title really means. He explains that after Oh captured one of the 4 scars, he had already met the qualifications, but as a foreign guest they treated it as a special case. Now the situation has changed, and he declares that Oh has become a hero in Shanghai. To explain why that matters, he reveals that one of the 10 Greats had opened up 6 months earlier, and he had already recommended his own candidate. That candidate was Ha Yuk-il, a junior he had personally raised and taught the restored Hua-san martial art to carry on its chi. But Oh ruined that plan by appearing suddenly and becoming Shanghai's new hero after only 2 hunts. Oh dryly concludes that he has apparently caused this man trouble more than once. The caster starts counting his grievances, blaming Oh for taking the great spiritual medicine and for having Ha Yuk-il imprisoned in Oh's country, wasting years of effort. By his own tally, Oh has interfered with him at least 3 times, and the resentment is no longer hidden. The atmosphere shifts as Oh senses the conversation turning into an attack. He realizes a spell is being activated around him. Oh tries to move first and rush the caster before the trap can fully settle. But something immediately feels wrong, as if his body is no longer responding the way he intends. He recognizes that the spell is affecting his senses in a dangerous and unfamiliar way. The caster remains composed, letting the spell do the work instead of meeting the charge directly. Oh's attempt to advance collapses into a crash as his body betrays his intention and drives him into the floor. Pinned by confusion, he realizes even his own senses and bodily control have been scrambled. The caster confirms it with satisfaction, explaining that he has twisted Oh's senses so thoroughly that any intended movement will trigger the wrong body parts. He casually signals for his subordinate to step in now that Oh has been neutralized. Ha Yuk-il moves to capitalize on Oh's helpless state. He grabs Oh by the throat and keeps him pressed down, turning the spell into a physical execution. Then he hauls Oh upright by the collar, forcing him to face the caster's terms. With Oh restrained and disoriented, the caster finally drops the pretense and demands a choice. His first offer is submission, naturalize in this country and become his subordinate. The alternative is humiliation and destruction at his hands. Ha Yuk-il reinforces the threat by holding Oh in place and making the power imbalance physical. The caster frames the offer as practical, saying Oh's recent success and new status as Shanghai's hero make him too valuable to waste. Oh listens in silence, taking in the real purpose of this meeting. The caster admits he would prefer to eliminate a man who has repeatedly obstructed him, but politics make recruitment more useful. He gestures as if weighing mercy, though it is clearly just another form of coercion. Ha Yuk-il keeps Oh immobilized while the pressure continues. Oh endures the humiliation without giving the reaction they want. The caster insists killing such a rising star would be wasteful. He says the other 10 greats also agree that Oh should naturalize and join them instead. He claims he came personally to persuade Oh, adding that an older, more violent figure would normally have handled this, but that man has strangely chosen to leave Oh alone. Since no one else is intervening, the caster decides his own judgment will settle the matter. He repeats the ultimatum more grandly: join the country and the 10 greats under him, or be crushed. While the speech continues, Oh quietly tests his body and starts feeling for a way through the spell. The threat becomes immediate again as Ha Yuk-il lifts him off the ground and the caster asks whether Oh would rather be beaten down for personal revenge. The caster is caught off guard by a sudden shift in the situation. O breaks the hold long enough to smash Ha-Yuk-Il in the face with a brutal upward strike. He follows through instantly, refusing to let the opening go. Ha-Yuk-Il staggers back, bloodied and shocked that O could move at all under the spell. His outrage replaces confidence as the tables start to turn. He lunges back and recklessly, trying to overwhelm O with force. The attack lands to O's body, proving the spell is still interfering and that O is not fully free yet. Even so, O slips through the exchange with enough control to counter. He drives a decisive blow into Ha-Yuk-Il and sends him flying across the room. The subordinate spits blood, his role as protector collapsing in a single exchange. Ha-Yuk-Il crashes into the wall and is effectively removed from the fight. O resets his stance, now facing the caster directly. For the first time, the caster is visibly rattled by O's compatibility. O stands ready despite the lingering spell, making it clear he is still dangerous. The caster realizes with disbelief that O has somehow broken through his spell enough to fight back. The two men square off again, but now the caster no longer has the comfort of a bodyguard between them. He panics internally, unable to reconcile what he is seeing with how his spell should work. He reasons through the contradiction and concludes that O should still be disabled unless he has already dispelled the sensory distortion. That realization leaves him at a disadvantage, especially because Ha-Yuk-Il was supposed to protect him while he cast. He reminds himself that the entire hotel is under his spell and this room is sealed off from the outside, though maintaining that barrier is draining his chi and weakening his defenses. He admits he brought Ha-Yuk-Il precisely to shield him before confronting O, and did not expect that safeguard to fall so easily. Unable to understand how O dispelled the spell so quickly, he watches for the next move. O remains calm and measured instead of pressing wildly. He even beckons the caster forward, inviting him to attack first. The gesture enrages the caster, who reads it as deliberate provocation. He powers himself up, deciding to answer the insult head-on. O stays composed, as if he wants exactly that reaction. Mid-rush, the caster hesitates because the situation suddenly feels wrong. Thinking it through, he finds it suspicious that a close-range fighter would invite a caster to strike first. He reviews the difference between chi and spells, recalling that chi draws chi outward as aura while spells consume chi as fuel. From that, he remembers the key weakness of spells. They have cooldown periods after activation. He concludes O must be bluffing during that cooldown, provoking an attack because he cannot safely press the advantage yet. That interpretation restores his confidence, and he convinces himself he has seen through O's trick. He decides O still cannot properly move and that any recovery must be temporary. So he commits to attacking anyway, certain the spell still has O trapped. O silently confirms to himself that the spell has not actually been broken. The caster reassures himself that his sense disturbance spell is nearly impossible to overcome unless someone can consciously perceive every nerve in their body. He dismisses that possibility as absurd and impossible for O. Confident again, he prepares a fresh talisman to finish the fight on his own terms. He declares he will deal with O directly and activates the talisman with a smug laugh. At the same time, he reveals another layer of defense. The version of himself O sees is only a virtual image, while his real body is hidden somewhere unreachable. The talisman burns away as the new spell takes hold. He announces that he will end the fight instantly. A giant summoned guardian, the 1,000-strength god, appears behind him as his executioner. O faces the summon without flinching. The caster orders the finishing blow with complete confidence. The giant launches its attack. O remains still, watching rather than panicking. The caster reveals the trap within the trap. Even if O can move again, the target before him is still false. O shifts position at the last moment, refusing to react the way the illusion expects. The summoned giant bears down from behind, while O still appears exposed. The caster explains that both he and the 1,000-strength god in O's sight are virtual images, and he expects O to be overwhelmed while lost in illusions. O's expression stays unreadable, suggesting he has already stopped accepting what he sees. He exhales and settles himself, as if a puzzle has just clicked into place. Then he moves with sudden certainty. The caster is stunned when O's motion does not follow the illusion-esque script. He realizes in shock that O has somehow identified the real body hidden in the room. O plants his foot and commits to a direct rush. He closes the distance on the true caster before the man can retreat behind his illusions. Panicking, the caster desperately calls for the 1,000-strength god to protect him. The summon charges to intercept, but it is already too late to stop O's approach. O reaches out, aiming past the illusion and toward the real target. The caster can only choke out a startled gasp as the attack reaches him. O's strike lands cleanly on the real caster even as the summoned guardian swings nearby. Reeling, the caster cannot understand how his hidden position was exposed. O presses the attack without giving him time to recover. The caster is knocked back hard and loses his composure completely. O follows with another driving punch, trying to finish the opening he created, but he immediately realizes the blow did not connect as decisively as he intended. The caster, battered and furious, surges back up instead of collapsing. Still in disbelief, he demands to know how O found him. He points at O and insists on an answer, more shaken by the method than by the pain. O pauses, considering whether to explain. He decides to answer after all. The two face each other again across the damaged room, the fight briefly giving way to explanation. Begins with the key premise. Since Lee Wai-min had identified the man as a caster, the figure standing openly in front of him had to be fake. From there, he reasoned that he could not win unless he located the real body controlling the illusions. He ruled out the caster hiding outside the room because the man himself had said the smell of burning paper was the trigger for the spell. Since could smell the burning paper inside the room, the real body had to be nearby. That meant the caster was hiding somewhere in the room while invisible. Then decided to test that theory by pretending his provocation was only meant to distract, and by time, he reenacts the baiting posture that lured the caster into overthinking. The caster remembers that moment and realizes exactly when he was manipulated. Reveals the final step. He released a wide burst of energy to sweep the entire room. That attack spread outward in every direction, turning the room into a detection field. He used the blast not to kill, but to force any hidden body to reveal itself. The energy raked across the room until it struck something unseen. The barrage converged toward one point instead of passing harmlessly through empty space. That impact outlined the invisible caster's location. At that instant, knew he had found the real man. The caster can only cough and ask what just said, already knowing the answer is damning. He finally understands that O's earlier provocation was never just stalling. It was bait designed to expose his position. Enraged, he admits to himself that he was the one who got played. Watches him calmly as the caster struggles to process the reversal. Then the caster suddenly bursts into laughter instead of despair. He revises his judgment of praising him as bold and cunning enough to surprise even him. Rejects the compliment, and says what matters now is making the caster answer for the damage he caused. The caster mockingly asks whether really intends to make him take responsibility. Answers without hesitation that anyone who starts a fight should be ready to bear the consequences. The caster accepts that logic in principle, but twists it into his own creed that he never forgives those who oppose him. With another talisman in hand and murder back in his voice, he declares that he will erase here and now. Steadies himself for the next exchange, ready to meet the renewed attack head-on. A bespectacled enemy decides he would like to continue the fight, but only on terms that favor him. He calmly prepares a spell instead of pressing a direct attack. He activates a technique called space contraction, trying to seize control of the battlefield. Yusung immediately senses the danger and tenses up. The spell detonates into the room with violent force. Using the chaos as cover, the caster lunges toward the unconscious Ha Yuk-il. He announces a tactical retreat, making clear that he never fights when the odds turn against him. Realizing leaving Ha Yuk-il behind would expose his move against him, he decides he has to take the man and flee. Yusung charges straight at him before he can escape cleanly. The caster urgently calls for Jai Jian to assist him. At the same time, he switches to a shorter-range version of his technique to force an opening. Yusung reads the move and commits to intercepting it head-on. He drives in with a focused counterattack aimed at the spell itself rather than the caster. He unleashes an assault form designed to pierce the technique's structure. The strike reaches the spell's core just as the caster tries to carry Ha Yuk-il away. The caster realizes in shock that Yusung is trying to break the core of his spell. Seeing the spell about to collapse, he panics and tries to salvage the escape. He forces himself through the backlash, desperate to get away. The spell erupts in a final burst as he uses it to vanish. When the light clears, Yusung notes that the caster escaped. He quickly reassesses the result instead of chasing blindly. He realizes the enemy failed to escape with Ha Yuk-il, which means the rescue was only half successful. Elsewhere, the caster reappears alone, having abandoned his objective. The failure hits him immediately. He curses himself for not managing to take Ha Yuk-il. His frustration boils over as he realizes how badly the plan has gone. A female subordinate rushes in, alarmed for her boss's safety. She quickly understands the situation is worse than expected. Nearby, the battered black-haired man begins to stir. The room settles into a tense standoff between the wounded survivor, Yusung, and the arriving subordinate. Yusung casually greets her, showing he does not see her as an immediate threat. She confirms the unconscious man is Ha Yuk-il and realizes her boss was attacked. Her anger spikes at once. She charges forward, furious at what she sees as an attack on her superior. She plants herself between her boss and the others, ready to retaliate. The black-haired man watches her reaction with quiet satisfaction. She starts beating him in rage, treating him as worthless for endangering her boss. He can only gasp under the sudden assault. Yusung is caught off guard by how violently she responds. She berates the man for daring to target her boss after learning a little martial arts under Lee Wai-min and Professor Payne. Yusung dryly concludes that her temper is exactly as fierce as it always seemed. He asks whether it is common knowledge that this man works under Lee Wai-min, and she says everyone familiar with them already knows it. She explains that the man has long been backed by Professor Payne, and she has always hated the pair's arrogance. Still angry, she orders the half-conscious man to keep his eyes open instead of pretending to be out. He begs for air, but she dismisses it as an act and assumes he still has not come to his senses. Yusung stops her from continuing, reasoning that after the blow he landed, the man should be too injured to run anyway. She reluctantly pulls back and gives him room. The man coughs violently as he struggles to recover. Yusung and the woman stand over him, now in full control of the situation. The man regains enough composure to sneer that her lack of self-control is exactly what he expects from Jean Wibbeck's side. She is ready to hit him again, but Oh Yusung cuts in before she can. He tells her he is not protecting the man, only that he has something important to ask first. He asks whether this attack has already been reported to the Tens, and the man admits it has not. The woman assumes that is good news because they can now demand compensation from the Hwa-san group and the Taoist faction for the attack. Oh Yusung rejects that idea immediately. He turns directly to the injured man instead. The man waits warily, unsure what is coming. Oh Yusung proposes settling the matter privately without involving the Tens or the state. The man is baffled by the offer. Even the woman is confused by what kind of agreement Oh Yusung means. Oh Yusung makes clear that any private settlement depends on the man accepting his terms. Pressed and injured, the man asks what those terms are. Oh Yusung demands the Hwa-san group's secret chi technique in exchange for silence. The scene shifts to the Red Dragon clan headquarters. The calm waters outside contrast sharply with the earlier violence. An elder of the Red Dragon clan waits in silence while fishing. Oh Yusung arrives before him in formal dress, signaling a more diplomatic approach. The elder welcomes him and invites him to join the quiet setting. Oh Yusung politely declines the fishing, saying his mother taught him never to hold a rod, which amuses the elder. The elder remarks that Oh Yusung looks much better dressed this way and should keep it up. Oh Yusung awkwardly accepts the compliment, while the elder jokes that he will be popular. The elder turns to business and asks about the favor the commander said Oh Yusung would request. Oh Yusung presents a text containing the Hwa-san group's secret chi technique and asks for help interpreting and learning it. He specifies that what he wants most is the chi related to breathing techniques. That detail immediately catches the elder's interest. Oh Yusung explains that someone who taught him Chi control once mentioned a Chinese hunter who used many different chis. That hunter could use Chi broadly without suffering the vein strain that normally comes with it. From that, his teacher suspected Chinese hunters possessed a form of vein training unknown in Korea. After meeting Chinese hunters himself, Oh Yusung noticed they all maintained constant breathing and that their chi output rose when they did. He concludes that breathing chi may actually be a method for training or managing the veins. The elder praises him for deducing so much from so little information, but the elder then shifts the conversation in a more probing direction. He asks how Ha Yuk'il looked when Oh Yusung obtained the breathing technique from him. Oh Yusung recalls that Ha Yuk'il seemed almost amused, as if he believed the stolen text alone would never let anyone master it. The elder identifies the text as the heavenly harmonic art of the Hwa-san group. He explains that it is a legendary breathing art unmatched by ordinary techniques and could greatly strengthen Oh Yusung if mastered. However, it is also a lost art that even Professor Payne failed to restore, so the text alone is not enough. He then asks why he should help someone with whom he nearly came to blows before. Oh Yusung answers that whatever tension exists between them personally does not reflect his relationship with the Red Dragon clan. He reminds the elder that they worked together in the previous catastrophe and that the clan profited greatly from that joint operation. He argues that this makes them natural allies as hunter partners. Then he formally asks to become a good partner to the Red Dragon clan from now on. He bows and respectfully asks Master Young for help. Master Young calls him shameless, but the criticism carries more amusement than rejection. He admits he likes hearing Oh Yusung speak of becoming a good partner to the clan. Pleased by the appeal to mutual benefit, he laughs and warms to the proposal. Master Young agrees to help and reveals he had already prepared for Oh Yusung's visit. Then he surprises him by saying he will not be the one doing the teaching. A red-haired woman arrives, and Master Young says her timing is perfect. Oh Yusung realizes this newcomer is the real answer to his request. Master Young tells him to greet her as his teacher. The woman awkwardly introduces herself, clearly nervous. She politely says she looks forward to working with him. The lesson moves to Red Dragon Castle, a place built by the clan for martial study. Inside is a secret library of martial arts texts reserved only for the clan's masters and successors. As a special guest, Oh Yusung is granted access there so he can study breathing-related chi with the clan's help. The red-haired teacher begins translating and organizing the text for him. She finishes the initial translation quickly, surprising Oh Yusung. She explains that texts like this are usually sparse, so she will first teach him the chi of breathing techniques and the outline of the total delivery method. Oh Yusung notices that her earlier flustered behavior vanishes once the topic turns to martial arts and assumes she is simply deeply passionate about the subject. She immediately corrects one of his assumptions, saying the total delivery method is not meant to strengthen the veins. She explains that vein strengthening is still done the usual Korean way by repeatedly flowing Chi through them, and asks him to reconsider what breathing techniques are actually for. To teach the point, she brings out a pendulum used for practicing the release of aura outside the body. She explains that normally a small amount of Chi is converted into aura to move it, but pure aura alone only nudges it slightly. She focuses herself before demonstrating. Her confidence returns as she prepares the example. With only a subtle application, she sends the pendulum swinging far more strongly than expected. The result shocks Oh Yusung because the effect is far beyond what the visible aura should allow. He realizes she used only a tiny amount of aura, yet the breathing technique amplified the impact dramatically. He finally understands that the total delivery method is not about toughening the veins. Instead, it is a method for operating Chi itself more effectively. She confirms that insight and explains that the total delivery method maximizes C usage efficiency. Accepting that, Yusung turns back to the translated heavenly harmonic art. She hands him the translated sheet and tells him to read it for himself. After he reads it, she lets out a weary sigh. His reaction shows immediate confusion. He stares at the text in disbelief. The so-called heavenly harmonic art turns out to be little more than a diagram of veins and blood spots with minimal explanation. He cannot believe that this bare outline is supposed to be the Hua San Group's thousand-year divine art. She agrees that it looks absurdly simple for something called an ultimate method. Yusung complains that parts of it are so obvious and vague that they read more like empty sayings and poetry than a real manual. She tells him that this is normal for ancient hidden techniques. Divine arts are often written figuratively and memorized in short phrases rather than explained step by step. She adds that the books in this library represent over a century of accumulated study by the Red Dragon clan. Yusung realizes that mastering this art will require extensive research, not simple translation. She honestly advises him not to pursue the heavenly divine arts from the original text because it is too dangerous. When he asks why, she points out that the instructions are dangerously incomplete despite their simplicity. She says the art can indeed be learned from this text, but only if the practitioner identifies the exact veins needed to operate it. If the wrong veinlets are used while circulating C, the technique will go catastrophically wrong. In the worst case, the backlash could wreck his entire body. As she warns him, she impulsively grabs his hands in concern. She urgently begs him to stop before he risks himself on something this dangerous. Only after saying it does she realize how intimate the gesture looks. She flushes bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly apologizes for grabbing him so suddenly and pulls back. Mortified, she admits she acted without thinking. Yusung simply concludes that she is a very shy person, but his thoughts return to the real problem. If this art can destroy his body and takes far longer than he has, he may not have the luxury to study it safely. He remembers that Professor Payne will not stay quiet and will eventually move to silence him, either by pressure or another attack. Knowing he must surpass Professor Payne soon, Yusung realizes he has no choice but to learn the breathing techniques somehow, even without a clear answer yet. Yusung senses something unexpected and turns his attention inward. A system prompt appears before him, offering an automatic hunting function. He is baffled because nothing nearby should be threatening his life. He realizes the prompt may be urging him to take the risk if he truly wants to learn the divine art. Accepting the danger, he decides to activate it. As the function begins, he steels himself with the belief that enduring suffering is the only way forward. He commits to bearing whatever pain and patience the process demands. Driven by that resolve, he presses the command without hesitation. The system immediately shifts into activation mode. Power surges through him, and the atmosphere around him changes violently. Bayan notices the sudden transformation and calls out to him in alarm. Seeing what is happening, she fears he has done something reckless. The disturbance is serious enough that attendants rush to report it. Bayan's father, Yang Jungchen, is told that she urgently summoned him. On the way, he wonders what could have happened to cause such urgency. He arrives ready to confront whatever crisis is unfolding. He finds Yusung seated in meditation, wrapped in a strange blue aura, while Bayan anxiously calls for her father. An attendant explains that Yusung suddenly began practicing the heavenly harmonic art. Yusung remains deeply immersed, his energy continuing to build. Bayan fears he has entered a dangerous state and begs her father to intervene. Yang studies the scene instead of panicking. Yusung keeps enduring the strain as sweat pours from him. Rather than alarm, Yang's reaction turns to amused interest. He is delighted that the newcomer dared attempt something this audacious. When Bayan cannot understand his reaction, he tells her she is missing the real significance. He urges her to look closely at Yusung's condition. Yusung's posture and aura show that this is not a loss of control but a deliberate breakthrough. Bayan begins to sense that the energy around him is extraordinary. Yan explains that Yusung is not merely using the legendary technique but opening entirely new pathways through his body. The scale of what he is doing shocks the others, but Yang insists it is plainly happening. Bayan is left speechless as the impossible unfolds in front of her. Yang is impressed and starts wondering what kind of result Yusung will reveal when he finishes. Yusung continues refining the process in complete concentration. From within the meditation, he quietly shares that he too is looking forward to the outcome. Time passes and the night gives way to morning. By dawn, Yusung is still seated in the same place, his aura sustained through the entire night. Yang, Bayan, and the others remain to witness the end of his training. Bayan watches tensely, still unsure what will happen next. Yang senses the process nearing completion. The energy around Yusung suddenly bursts outward in sharp waves. The onlookers are forced to shield themselves from the violent release. Bayan catches an unexpected fragrance in the air amid the shockwave. She identifies it as the scent of plum blossoms, a sign tied to the power he has awakened. Yusung rises and notes that the transformation took him a full night. Yang congratulates him, recognizing that he has successfully obtained a divine art. The others are stunned that he accomplished in one night what should have been nearly impossible. Yusung accepts the praise calmly. He formally thanks Yang, Bayan, and the Red Dragon Society for making this opportunity possible. Pleased by the gratitude, Yang moves the conversation to what Yusung has actually gained. He asks whether Yusung has chosen a name for the art he just learned. Bayan is confused, since she assumes he simply mastered the heavenly harmonic art. Yang reveals he already knew that was not the case from Yusung's changed complexion. He explains that the signs do not match the true heavenly harmonic art, and concludes that Yusung discovered something new while trying to restore it. Yusung confirms that in searching for the correct pathway, he reached a different understanding. He says the original art was excellent, but he found a method better suited to his own body and turned it into a new divine art. Bayan is shaken by the idea that he did not inherit an old technique but created a new one. Yang only laughs harder at how extraordinary that makes the achievement. Bayan looks to her father, unsettled by how seriously he is taking this. Yang openly revels in the absurdity and brilliance of what Yusung has done. Yusung says he owes both Yang and Bayan a debt and intends to repay it. Before he can finish, Yang abruptly stops him with a hand to the chest. Yusung is caught off guard by the interruption. Yang refuses to let him leave after producing something so remarkable. He has attendants bring in something he had already decided to use. Bayan realizes with alarm what her father is planning. The attendants present the red dragon twin spears, and everyone understands this is no casual gesture. Yang's subordinate suspects that his lord intends to fight personally. Yang admits he is in an unusually good mood because he has found an opponent worthy of his interest. He takes hold of one of the twin spears. With weapon in hand, he points it directly at Yusung and issues a challenge. Yusung remains composed even with the blade at his face. Yang says this is the fight they were denied before and proposes they have it now. Bayan is horrified that her father wants to fight Yusung himself. Yang confirms that this is exactly what he wants. Yusung admits he does not fully understand why Yang is acting this way. Yang cuts through the confusion by reminding him that he is a hunter. Though Yang says he is not a hunter and holds no title, he understands the urge of the strong to test themselves. He asks whether Yusung truly does not want to know how far his efforts have taken him. Yang frames the coming duel as a trial of strength that Yusung should welcome rather than reject. That argument strikes directly at Yusung's own desire to measure himself. He concedes that Yang is right. Yusung accepts the challenge and agrees to fight. The confrontation is moved to an outdoor training ground where the two face each other at a distance. Yang enters the arena armed with the twin spears and full intent. Yusung faces him in martial attire, ready to test his new power. The arena falls into tense silence as both men prepare. Watching from the side, Bayan cannot understand why her father would seek battle after saying he meant to retire. Yang notices her concern even before the fight begins. He remarks that she seems deeply worried about him. Yusung points out that she fears Yang will be hurt in this fight, which amuses him. He adds that such concern suits Bayan's caring nature. Yang is briefly thrown by the sincerity of that remark, then dismisses it with gruff embarrassment. He reminds everyone that if someone is injured here, it could just as easily be him. With that said, Yang launches the duel without further delay. Yusung halts the opening rush long enough to ask one question first. He asks Yang to confirm the rumor that he once belonged to the Elite 10 and ranked second among them. Yang confirms the rumor without hesitation. Even as Yang moves, Yusung presses further and asks how much stronger Jin Wibik is by comparison. The question catches Yang completely off guard. The spectators are appalled that Yusung would ask about another man's strength in the middle of this duel. Yang bursts into laughter, recognizing exactly why Yusung wants the answer. He channels fierce power into his weapon as if deciding to answer through combat instead of words. His excitement rises into open battle lust. He stamps down and explodes forward with overwhelming force. Yusung's system instantly reacts to the incoming threat. The automatic hunting function triggers at once. Yang crashes into close range like a blazing beast, shattering the ground with his charge. Yusung is startled by the sheer speed and pressure of the assault. The impact tears up the arena around them. Yusung throws himself clear before the first strike can pin him down. He gains height and distance, trying to reset the exchange. Yang laughs, thrilled that Yusung can still respond under that pressure. He tells Yusung to discover the answer for himself with his own strength. Yusung accepts that challenge and hardens his resolve. Another explosive clash tears through the arena as the battle escalates. The spectators watch in mounting tension, realizing this is no restrained spar. Bayan calls out to her father, alarmed by how serious he has become. Yang drives in again, now attacking with killing precision rather than mere testing jabs. Yusung narrowly twists aside, avoiding a direct hit by the smallest margin. He immediately understands that Yang is fighting at a terrifying level. Yang follows with another slash before Yusung can recover. The second attack passes so close that Yusung is forced flat to the ground beneath it. He realizes Yang's speed is monstrous because the follow-up came almost instantly after the first strike. Yang presses relentlessly, refusing to give him breathing room. With a roar, he commits even more power to the assault. Yusung braces himself, no longer able to treat this as a simple test. A massive blast erupts where Yang's attack lands. Yusung uses the opening created by the explosion to spring back into motion. He digs in and redirects his momentum to avoid being cornered. Yang also plants himself and changes direction instantly to continue the pursuit. The arena is carved apart by the force of Yang's advancing strikes. Yang then shifts into an even more dangerous form, driving both spears forward like twin fangs. He descends from above with a double thrust aimed to skewer Yusung outright. Yusung stays calm enough to read the attack instead of panicking. He bursts forward at the last possible moment rather than retreating. By closing the distance, he slips inside the line of the twin spears. The blades tear through his clothing but fail to pierce him cleanly. He lands in front of Yang in a stable fighting stance, having survived the trap. Yang acknowledges the maneuver with grudging approval. Yusung answers by raising his fists, ready to fight at close range. The spectators stare in disbelief that he endured that exchange. Even Yang's men admit Yusung's skill is far greater than they expected, and Baiyan quietly agrees. Baiyan's concern shifts into a deeper realization about what this duel truly means. When an attendant assumes Yang is simply holding back, she denies it. She explains that her father never actually passed his own divine art on to Yusung. The implication dawns on the others as they reconsider the way Yang is fighting. Baiyan realizes her father is not treating Yusung as a junior or subordinate at all, but as an equal. That realization terrifies her because it means Yang may soon use his most serious technique. Back in the arena, the two men square off again with the next exchange poised to decide even more. Yusung judges that Yang's attacks are precise, heavy, and relentlessly dangerous, confirming that his opponent is every bit as strong as expected. Yusung realizes his opponent's twin spear assault never breaks rhythm, forcing him to keep reacting just to stay alive. Every time he tries to open space, the spear master instantly closes in, making escape nearly impossible. Even so, Yusung keeps thinking instead of panicking, searching for a way through the pressure. The Red Dragon Lord acknowledges Yusung's evasiveness and starts treating the exchange like a test. He presses Yusung to stop merely dodging and prove he can actually answer the twin spears. Confident in his weapon, the Lord challenges Yusung to find its weakness if he is truly capable. Yusung concludes that ordinary counters exist against long-reach weapons, but only if the enemy has already committed to an attack. That insight reveals the real problem. The Lord's pressure comes before any exploitable opening appears. The Lord notices Yusung has grasped something and prepares to escalate. He releases a surge of power and begins drawing out the full nature of his art. Heat erupts around him so intensely that the battlefield itself starts to feel consumed. Yusung recognizes this as a high level of Qi control, where Psi and Qi combine to create a special heat phenomenon. He immediately understands that charging in carelessly now would mean being burned before he could strike. The Lord taunts him for relying on evasion and asks whether he can dodge an attack that fills the whole area. Yusung steadies himself instead of retreating in fear. He narrows his focus, preparing to read the next move perfectly. His stance tightens as he waits for the exact moment the attack begins. The Lord announces the start of his real offense with open confidence. He detonates forward with explosive force, turning his own movement into an attack. In an instant he is on top of Yusung, using speed and heat together to erase reaction time. Yusung is caught off guard by how much faster the Lord has become. He barely avoids the rush by springing upward and away from the direct line of attack. The Lord immediately follows, driving the pursuit vertically so Yusung cannot reset. Yusung keeps rising to stay outside the hottest zone and by a heartbeat to think. Rather than being frustrated, the Lord praises the idea and grows even more excited by Yusung's adaptability. He decides to answer in kind by unveiling the true power hidden in the Red Dragon's spears. The Lord names the weapon's awakened state and commits fully to it. Yusung watches closely, realizing the fight has entered a different level. The spears channel their heat upward in a concentrated torrent that ignites the surroundings. A massive pillar of flame erupts, turning the forest behind them into a wall of fire. Yusung lands and faces the Lord again as the battlefield itself becomes hostile terrain. He judges the display absurdly powerful, far beyond a simple weapon technique. The Lord declares the warm-up over and makes clear he has only now begun fighting seriously. He presents this inferno as the authentic power of the Red Dragon twin spears. According to him, only someone worthy can satisfy a weapon that endlessly devours heat. Awakening both Red Dragons is, in his eyes, the minimum proof required of the Red Dragon Society Lord. With that declaration, he formally ends all restraint. He states outright that the real fight starts now. The Lord launches again, this time with both spears and the awakened flames fully active. His charge drags a blazing wake across the ground like a moving firestorm. Watching from the side, his subordinates are stunned by how overwhelming he looks. The gray-haired man notes, he has not seen the Lord fight like this in 10 years and believes he has grown stronger. The red-haired woman agrees, astonished that he remains this powerful even after giving her half his energy. Yusung holds his ground in a guarded stance despite the pressure. The woman can only silently hope he survives what is coming. The Lord squares up again, flames rolling off him as he prepares another decisive rush. He repeats that he is starting, signaling another explosive entry. He bursts forward from a dead stop with terrifying acceleration. The attack arrives almost instantly, aimed to crush Yusung before he can reposition. Yusung remains composed at the last possible moment, refusing to flinch. The spectators are shocked by how fast the exchange has become. Even those who know the Lord well cannot understand how his footwork has become faster than before. The Lord follows with a named technique from the Red Dragon Gate, escalating from speed into formal killing arts. He unleashes breath of the twin dragons, turning the spear's heat into a world-burning assault. He boasts that this attack is meant to incinerate everything in its path. Instead of retreating, Yusung meets it head-on with a sudden blue aura concentrated through his hands. His own power blooms outward, creating a counterforce rather than a simple shield. The flames crash around him but fail to swallow him as expected. One of the onlookers prematurely assumes the battle is already decided in the Lord's favor. The red-haired woman anxiously calls out to Yusung, fearing the worst. Then drifting plum blossoms appear in the middle of the inferno, interrupting the expected outcome. The Lord notices the anomaly immediately. He cannot place what he is seeing at first. A moment later he recognizes the blossoms and is visibly shaken by the implication. Yusung answers that realization with calm confidence as blue energy rises around him. The Lord is stunned that such a phenomenon has appeared against his flames. Yusung reveals that he has caught and crossed the twin spear blades with his own aura instead of being pierced by them. He remains unnervingly composed while the plum blossoms continue to drift around him. His blue aura begins moving in smooth circular currents, turning defense into controlled redirection. The spectators recoil from the force of the clash and the strangeness of what Yusung is doing. The gray-haired observer can only ask what this phenomenon is. The red-haired woman suspects the plum blossoms are the key to Yusung's counter. Yusung seizes the initiative and strikes through the opening with a palm attack. The Lord is caught off guard for the first time in the battle. Yusung follows through without hesitation, pressing the advantage. He drives in close with another blue aura strike aimed directly at the Lord's body. The Lord reacts with anger at being pushed back. He answers by hurling another wave of flames to force Yusung off him. Yusung's blue currents sweep outward and cut through the fire in broad arcs. He slips away from the flames while keeping the Lord within striking distance. His expression stays cold and analytical, as if he is now reading the entire flow. The Lord resets his stance, but the certainty he had earlier is gone. Cuts begin appearing in his robe, proof that Yusung's counters are now reaching him cleanly. The Lord starts to question how this reversal is happening. Even while impressed, he wonders how much more Yusung has been hiding. Yusung gives only a short acknowledgement, already focused on the principle behind his success. He realizes he has finally identified the answer he was searching for. He recalls Baiyun's teaching that inner spirit breathing does more than reinforce the body. Its deeper function is to alter the physical properties of one's aura, making it a different concept from Psi. That memory lets him understand that the Lord is controlling the spear's heat through a divine art that changes physical energy. Yusung recognizes that his own unfinished art, built on heavenly harmonic art, may be able to answer it. Armed with that insight, he stands with renewed certainty. The Lord notices the shift in Yusung's bearing but does not yet understand it. Yusung suddenly dashes in, choosing offense instead of waiting any longer. Blue aura streams from his hand in a sharper, more deliberate form. He lands a clean palm strike on the Lord, proving his new understanding works in direct contact. Yusung realizes he now has a real path to victory. Rather than retreat, the Lord laughs and welcomes the challenge. The two clash again, blue aura against burning spear, either willing to yield. The spectators tense as the exchange grows even more dangerous. The Lord swings down with renewed aggression, trying to overpower Yusung before the mystery deepens. His spear blazes brighter as he pours more force into the weapon. When that fails to settle the fight, he simply decides to start the assault cycle over and break through by repetition. Yusung intercepts the next strike directly with his blue aura, refusing to be driven back. The collision shows his aura can now meet the spear's power on equal terms. The onlookers are stunned that Yusung is fighting the Lord evenly instead of merely surviving. The gray-haired man notices the vice leader's unease, but she hides it while privately sensing something is wrong. She knows the twin spear's heat should pierce and envelop anyone they touch. Since that heat is supposed to be unblockable even by aura, Yusung's defense should not exist. The Lord keeps attacking, but each exchange only deepens the contradiction. He himself starts wondering how Yusung is blocking the twin spears at all. Even heavenly harmonic art should not explain this, leaving the Lord unable to reconcile what he is seeing. The flames surge again, but now they no longer feel absolute. Within the fire, the drifting petals continue to move untouched and purposeful. Those petals begin disrupting the flames from inside the attack itself. The Lord finally realizes the plum blossom petals are making his fire die out. Yusung uses that weakening to launch another clean counterattack. He slides away and repositions smoothly, keeping the Lord off balance. Back in stance, Yusung looks fully in control of the exchange. The two separate for a brief moment, each reassessing the other across the scorched arena. The vice leader demands to know what Yusung just did. The gray-haired man explains again that the spear's heat should never be stoppable by aura alone. What makes this impossible is that Yusung is not only blocking the heat but extinguishing it. Instead of fear, the Lord responds with fascination at this new puzzle. He tightens his grip, deciding to solve it through combat rather than caution. The spear's flames flare once more as he prepares another probing strike. He resolves to identify Yusung's technique by forcing another direct exchange. The Lord lunges with a heavy thrust meant to overwhelm any subtle trick. Yusung reads the line of attack immediately. He channels blue aura into his palm again, ready to answer with precision instead of force. His counter sharpens into a focused blade-like stream. Their attacks collide in midair, blue and red exploding against each other. The spectators can only gasp as the clash intensifies. Yusung's blue point keeps pressing through the spear's burning edge instead of being consumed. The Lord watches in disbelief as his weapon loses dominance. Petals swirl through the collision, and the blue force continues stripping away the spear's heat. The exchange turns into a visible contest between dispersal and combustion, with Yusung steadily winning control. The spear's flames peel away under the pressure of Yusung's technique. The Lord can only conclude that what is happening should be impossible. Yusung demonstrates the answer openly by touching the spear's aura and unraveling it at the source. The blade is left visibly cooled and stripped of its fiery dominance. The Lord finally understands that Yusung is manipulating the spear's aura like flower petals, dispersing its heat piece by piece. Seeing Yusung standing amid the petals with a blue aura blade in hand, he realizes the blossoms are not decoration but the mechanism of control. Yusung confirms it inwardly. Every petal around him is being directed by his aura. The moment the Lord's attention slips into analysis, Yusung spots a decisive opening. He closes the distance instantly to exploit it before the Lord can recover. The Lord curses himself for letting his thoughts wander in the middle of the fight. Yusung narrows his intent to a single finishing objective. He drives a concentrated blue thrust straight through the Lord's guard toward his centerline. The clash peaks as Yusung's focused strike slams into the spear's last defense, threatening to break through completely. The onlookers are stunned when Yusung's blue blade starts cutting through the Lord's flames instead of being overwhelmed by them. The vice leader realizes something impossible is happening and can barely process the sight. Yusung presses forward with calm precision, driving his energy blade straight into the exchange. The Lord meets him head-on with his twin spears, but the clash no longer favors fire alone. Yusung slips inside the Lord's reach and forces the older fighter to defend at close range. His eyes sharpen with killing focus as he reads through the Lord's offense. For the first time, the Lord is visibly shaken by how cleanly Yusung is handling him. Even the drifting petals seem to hang in the tense pause created by that realization. Yusung circles behind him, refusing a direct contest of brute force. He studies the opening with the patience of a hunter rather than a duelist. The Lord answers by drawing more power into the red dragon twin spears and reigniting their flames. Yusung immediately gathers another concentrated blade, preparing to strike the weapons again. He slams his attack into the Lord's flaming spear instead of the man himself, targeting the source of the fire. The two reset at a distance, but Yusung keeps advancing while the Lord is forced to reassess. The Lord begins to suspect that Yusung's true aim has never been his body. That suspicion turns into anger as he realizes he is being strategically dismantled. He pours even more fire into the spears, trying to overwhelm Yusung before the plan can mature. A towering inferno erupts around him as he decides to stop holding back. The Lord admits he understands what Yusung is trying to do. He warns that from this point on he will fight seriously and without restraint. Yusung remains expressionless, refusing to be intimidated by the threat. The Lord plants himself and commits fully to the next assault. He launches from above with both spears, turning the battlefield into a killing zone. Yusung evades the charge at the last instant instead of contesting it directly. The Lord follows with a storm of crossing spear arcs meant to trap every escape route. Yusung weaves through the barrage, but the pressure starts to mount. A grazing strike tears into his clothes, proving the Lord's offense is now landing. Another cut follows, and Yusung is forced onto the defensive. The Lord drives him back with explosive sweeps and expanding fire. Yusung braces through the heat, his composure intact even as the damage accumulates. To the ordinary members watching, the fight now looks completely one-sided in the Lord's favor. They reassure themselves that the Lord will win if Yusung keeps attacking so directly. But the vice leader notices the oppressive heat reaching even the spectators and senses something is wrong. The others mistake the spreading heat for the Lord's dominance, unaware it signals a deeper problem. The vice leader realizes the flames are not simply spreading but being dispersed and broken apart. She understands that Yusung is scattering her father's aura into pieces and is aiming at something specific. Yusung confirms it with another strike that bites into the flaming spear rather than the Lord himself. The blue blade carves through the weapon's fire and peels more energy away. He withdraws cleanly, still controlling the pace despite appearing pressured. The Lord curses as he confirms Yusung was never trying to kill him outright. The vice leader identifies the real target, the red dragon twin spears and the flames bound to them. She realizes that although her father looks dominant, he is actually being cornered and drained. The Lord himself acknowledges that if this continues, his sea will run out, and Yusung will likely win. He recognizes that Yusung is not competing in power or technique but hunting for the most efficient path to victory. To him, Yusung is no longer a mere opponent, but a patient predator closing the trap. Instead of fearing that realization, the Lord laughs and finds it exhilarating. He steadies himself with both spears, deciding to answer as a true veteran rather than a sect leader protecting his image. Yusung watches carefully, sensing a change before it is visible. The vice leader grows uneasy as her father's mood shifts. The Lord declares that if Yusung is truly giving everything as a hunter, he will answer in kind. He vows to fight with his full self as well. The two men stand apart in a stripped-down silence, as if the duel is beginning anew. Yusung studies him, waiting for the next move. The Lord reflects that he once believed the Yang family's inherited power made him untouchable. He recalls the family's Sai and the Red Dragon divine arts that draw out one's potential. He remembers the Red Dragon twin spears and the authority built by the Red Dragon Society, then admits none of it was perfect. He openly praises Yusung as an exceptional hunter. The vice leader is confused by the tone of his words. The Lord reframes the duel as something deeper than a clash between two men. He says that from now on Yusung is not facing the Red Dragon Society's lord, but Yang Jungjin himself. That declaration marks a complete shift in intent. He swings a spear with raw force, abandoning the rigid structure of his formal art. The attack comes in a broad, instinctive arc that is harder to read than his earlier patterns. Yusung blocks, but the timing is no longer as easy to predict. The collision shows that the Lord's strikes have become heavier and more dangerous despite losing refinement. Yusung is caught off guard by the sudden transformation. The Lord's spearwork now bites into the blue blade with brutal directness. The spectators immediately notice that something fundamental has changed. They realize the flames have vanished because the Lord has stopped using his old breathing method. Yusung attacks again, testing whether the change has weakened the Lord or made him stronger. The Lord intercepts him with a savage counter that proves the latter. The vice leader recognizes her father's style has changed completely, and senses what that means. He continues swinging in huge, unorthodox arcs that no longer resemble Red Dragon Society martial arts. She confirms this is not the Society's formal technique at all. The Lord's wild-looking attacks form a seamless cage of motion around Yusung. Yusung is forced to block repeatedly as the new style crashes into him from every angle. He realizes the Lord's aura has disappeared, but his movements have become even more troublesome. What looks reckless is actually making the blows harder and harder to stop. The Lord grins, fully committed to this stripped-down way of fighting. He drives Yusung into a tightening ring of spear arcs with no obvious opening. A hit finally slips through and jars Yusung's body. Yusung feels the danger rising as the Lord's pressure starts to overwhelm his usual calculations. Even the vice leader cannot explain it to the others, because she has never seen her father fight like this before. She realizes he has thrown away the form of the Red Dragon Society's martial art and is moving on pure instinct. Yusung sees that it is more than instinct. The Lord appears aimless, but he has no blind spots at all. Years of battle experience and a natural combat sense are now guiding every motion. That makes him the worst possible opponent for Yusung's auto-hunting approach. The vice leader understands that her father is following his heart rather than any doctrine. Within that abandonment of form, however, lies the distilled core of everything he has built in life. His lifelong strength and identity are now embedded directly into each strike. He suddenly bursts forward like a comet, carrying a trail of fire across the arena. A vast wall of flames rises behind him as he turns the entire field into his weapon. The members watching realize he is releasing Sai recklessly and without restraint. The Lord laughs through the blaze, embracing the ugliness of this all-out method. He admits that his current self would once have seemed unsightly to him. He knows it is inefficient, and that he is wasting both Sai and Si. Even so, he decides that his future, pride, convictions, efficiency, and even the Red Dragon Society can all be discarded. What matters to him now is only the spears in his hands and the fight itself. He surges again, driving the flames higher with that obsession. The fire crashes over Yusung and forces him to retreat through the inferno. Yusung cuts through one wave, but more heat keeps rolling in behind it. He lands and braces, trying to stabilize himself inside the furnace-like arena. Sweat begins to fall heavily as the environment itself starts wearing him down. Yusung realizes he is facing both unpredictable movement and unbearable heat at once. He admits to himself that the Lord is truly strong. The twin spears blaze brighter as the Lord prepares another overwhelming release. A colossal ring of fire expands around him, turning the battlefield into a sealed crucible. Even the spectators recoil, feeling as if their skin will burn from the heat alone. They can only marvel at the sheer power of what the Lord has unleashed. The vice leader judges that this extreme heat is especially dangerous for Yusung. She predicts that if it continues, his stamina will be steadily eaten away. The flames keep swelling until the arena is almost completely engulfed. Yusung endures inside it, breathing hard as the heat chips at his body. The Lord declares with confidence that this fight is now his to win. He raises a spear for the finishing sequence. With a sweeping motion, he sends the heat spiraling outward as part of the attack itself. The blaze spreads across the entire field, leaving almost nowhere safe to stand. The onlookers can barely hold their ground against the scorching pressure. The Lord faces Yusung through the fire, certain he has forced an impossible choice. He reasons that if Yusung blocks, the whirl of heat will swallow him, and if he dodges, the spears will still drain his stamina. Convinced every outcome favors him, he commits to the decisive strike. He leaps in and proclaims victory before the blow even lands. Yusung does not panic. He steadies himself in the center of the inferno. A faint smile appears as he sees the answer. Instead of retreating, he charges straight into the Lord's finishing attack. The vice leader is shocked that he would run toward the danger rather than away from it. Yusung thrusts his blue blade upward to meet the descending spear at the closest possible range. The two powers collide in a violent burst. The impact detonates at the center of the arena. The spectators brace themselves against the shock and heat. The Lord is stunned that Yusung actually blocked the twin spears at point-blank range and expects the heat to finish him anyway. Then he senses something is wrong. A blue current slips through the flames instead of being consumed by them. Yusung vanishes from the Lord's sight in the confusion of fire and petals. The Lord realizes Yusung's sword has disappeared and begins to understand the trick too late. He turns in alarm, searching for the hidden attack. The swirling petals become the clue that reveals what Yusung has really set in motion. The flames are suddenly pierced from within. Blue fragments scatter through the air like sharpened petals. Those fragments spread through the inferno and start shredding it apart from every direction. The Lord watches as the fire around him breaks down in bursts. He finally recognizes that the plum blossoms were never mere petals but Yusung's phantom sword. The vice leader sees that every flame her father released is now being erased. The Lord refuses to accept defeat, insisting that even if the flames are removed, his own power remains unchanged. He looks up and finds Yusung already above him, having turned the battlefield around. The condensed blue shards continue converging through the air toward a final form. Yusung descends through them, gathering the scattered phantom sword back under his control. His hand closes into the finishing motion as the fragments answer his call. His eyes harden with total concentration for the last strike. He forges the phantom sword into its densest and strongest blade yet, preparing the decisive blow. Yusung enters an all-out attack, committing himself to finish the duel. His opponent, the Red Dragon Lord, answers with fierce determination instead of backing down. Yusung realizes the clash will be decided in the next instant, and pushes through the strain. The Lord swings his flaming blade in a desperate final strike. Yusung's blue slash cuts through the attack and turns the exchange in his favor. The Lord's weapon is knocked away, leaving him exposed. Yusung's counter severs the Lord's arm and effectively ends the fight. The wounded Lord remains standing, but the loss is already undeniable. His staff slips from his hand as the last of his resistance gives out. The onlookers stare in shock as the impossible outcome sinks in. One of them can barely believe their lord has been defeated. His daughter is stunned that her father could actually lose. The rest of the Red Dragon members struggle to accept what they just witnessed. Yusung, having forced out everything he had, finally starts to collapse from exhaustion. The burns and strain catch up to him all at once. Even after losing an arm, the Red Dragon Lord remains composed enough to face him directly. Yusung tries to steady himself and stay ready in case the fight is not truly over. He watches carefully, unsure whether the defeated man still intends to strike. The Lord retrieves his staff instead of pressing the attack. Rather than rage, he openly acknowledges Yusung's strength. He forces himself to say what everyone has already understood. The Lord admits defeat, formally conceding the match. He even thanks Yusung, treating the battle as something worthy rather than shameful. His daughter is shaken by how calmly her father accepts the result. Yusung is caught off guard by the old man's dignity in defeat. Before he can process it, his system begins activating on its own again. His focus slips as the automatic function interferes at the worst possible moment. The drained winner drops unconscious despite having won. The daughter rushes to him in alarm. The arena is left with a standing loser and a fallen victor. The Lord dryly notes the absurdity of the winner fainting after victory. The match is officially declared over with Yusung as the winner. Elsewhere, the story shifts from the duel to a corporate power center. A suited executive looks out over the city, already moving on to his next scheme. His subordinate reports that Tenz has been contacted about the offer. Satisfied, he orders preparations to begin and promises a grand spectacle. He briefly wonders how Yusung will react, then dismisses the concern. In truth, he intends to use this next move to eliminate Yusung for good. 3 days later, Yusung visits the Red Dragon Society Training Center. Recovered enough to move freely, he searches the Society's library for something specific. The Red Dragon Lord finds him there and realizes where he has gone. The old man asks why Yusung is still here when he was supposed to leave soon. Yusung answers only that he is searching for something. The Lord remarks that Yusung's body has already healed with unnatural speed. He reminds him that only 3 days earlier he had been wrapped in bandages from severe burns. Yusung credits the Red Dragon Society's treatment and avoids explaining further. The old man studies him, sensing there is more to the recovery than medicine. He shifts closer, deciding to speak plainly. He tells Yusung not to dwell on pointless guilt over the duel. From his perspective, losing an arm was the price of saving Yusung's life in that final exchange. He insists the fight was fair and says he is satisfied with its outcome. Yusung accepts that judgment without argument. The Lord then complains that his daughter abandoned her injured father to nurse Yusung instead. He circles back to Yusung's search, curious what could have brought him into the archives. Yusung finally explains that his auto-hunting function started reacting while he passed by. He suspects the system is detecting something hidden in the room. When he moves away, the auto-hunting signal stops, confirming the reaction is location-based. That makes him realize one object here is triggering the system. He narrows it down to a single volume among the Red Dragon manuals. Now certain the book matters, he reaches for it. The scene later shifts back to the city, and Yusung leaving the training center. As he heads home, he braces himself for Seo's anger after vanishing for 3 days. He is sure she will explode once she sees him again. Still, he decides he owes her a proper apology. The moment he opens the door, he senses the danger in the room. Suyu is waiting for him in silence, radiating cold fury. She greets him with a flat welcome that makes the threat obvious. One look at her eyes tells him she has been stewing the entire time. Yusung realizes she may have stayed awake just to confront him. He immediately apologizes and starts explaining that urgent business kept him away longer than expected. Suyu cuts him off and says she does not need details if it was truly important. Her trust catches him off guard and softens his view of her. She then tells him she has something important to report. The news is that he has received a dive offer. Yusung confirms she means an investigative dive where he remains inside the fracture on purpose. Suyu adds that the offer came from Goryeo Company. Yusung immediately connects that company to Lee Wyman. Suyu reminds him that under his contract with TENS, outside cooperation requests are decided by TENS and must be honored unless he has a valid reason to refuse. Yusung asks what TENS intends to do about it. Suyu hesitates, clearly uncomfortable with the answer. She admits TENS is telling him to go. Yusung accepts the decision at once and tells her to inform Goryeo that he will participate. Suyu panics and warns that Lee Wyman is obviously setting a lethal trap. She explains that dives are already extremely dangerous missions into lawless monster-filled worlds with low survival odds. If Lee Wyman interferes inside one, even Yusung could be killed, so she begs him to reject it. His calm acceptance leaves her stunned. Yusung only smiles faintly instead of retreating. He steps close enough to make clear that his mind is made up. He says the dive is a contractual obligation and he has no solid excuse to refuse. He tells her not to carry the burden as if it were her decision. Suyu falls silent, shaken by how firmly he has settled it. With the matter decided, Yusung turns to leave and get some rest. That only makes Suyu more alarmed. She stops him and pleads with him to understand that he could die. Yusung admits the danger but says anything worth having requires risk. He adds that he is not the kind of person who backs out once he has chosen a path. He leaves her with no room to argue further. As she calls after him, he shuts out the noise and focuses on his own next move. He activates drive, preparing to use the system rather than simply wait. His concentration sharpens as he commits to that decision. He takes hold of the mysterious book from the Red Dragon archives. The Red Dragon Lord notices and asks whether the book has caught Yusung's interest. He explains that it is not a martial manual but an old family record with a strange history. According to the tale, 2 siblings once stood to inherit the Red Dragon Society, but the elder, Yang Wurang, lacked sai and lost leadership to his younger brother Yang Wujin. Unable to accept that fate, Yang Wurang became obsessed with obtaining sai by any means. He pursued esoteric training, occult practices, mythical creatures, and every bizarre method he could find in hopes of changing himself. The legend says he eventually altered his fate and left behind only this book and a single declaration. That declaration was his vow that when his karma ripened, he would become leader of the Red Dragon Society. After hearing that story, Yusung obtained permission from the current lord to take the book. When he tried placing it into a system slot, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. New system windows appeared, proving the book could be treated as a usable ingredient. The interface instructs him to blink in order to combine the ingredients in the utility slot. Yusung studies the message and starts piecing together what the system wants. He concludes the auto-hunting function was drawn to the book because it can unlock a new ability, and he decides it is worth testing. At the same time, he keeps thinking about the coming dive and the debt Lee Wyman now owes him. He remembers how masked enemies interfered with his previous dive. He resolves to collect on that debt when the chance comes. The story then moves to the day of the dive operation. A formal press conference is being held before the mission begins. Reporters gather to record every word, showing that this dive is being treated as a public event. The Red Dragon Lord's daughter steels herself as the long-awaited day arrives. She keeps her composure, but her tension is obvious. Several powerful figures connected to the operation stand assembled at the front. She identifies them one by one, starting with Professor Payne Lee Wyman. She also notes Yahello, a man who was recently part of the Elite 10. Next is Jinshuang, the deadly dragon clan leader who shares control of Shanghai's hunter industry with the Red Dragon Society. And finally there is one Kyungchun, a final specter, ranked 6th in the Elite 10. Seeing them together confirms her fear that Lee Wyman has gathered his own allies around this dive. Given Lee Wyman's bad history with Yusung, she concludes the operation is plainly a trap meant for him. She thinks Yusung should still be recovering and prays he will not appear. Lee Wyman, however, mocks the idea that Yusung might stay away. When she challenges him, he pretends innocence while enjoying her anger. He claims he merely wanted to work with Yusung, while implying disappointment that Yusung is not participating. She demands to know why he is telling her this at all. Lee Wyman answers by pointing out that she was the one who arranged Yusung's cooperation with the Red Dragon Society in Shanghai, making her the obvious person to needle. She agrees only on one point: his way of speaking is as irritating as ever. One Kyungchun then shifts the conversation by saying he had wanted to meet Yusung as well. He smoothly turns his attention to her instead and asks her to dinner after the conference. She rejects him politely but immediately. One Kyungchun responds with oily charm, implying she must have many admirers and leaving the invitation open. She outwardly stays courteous while inwardly finding him revolting. Even so, she shakes his hand for the cameras and the assembled witnesses. Once the moment passes, she questions why so many reporters are present when dives are usually kept secret. Lee Wyman says this mission is an exception because it is no ordinary dive. He adds that it is unfortunate Yusung could not attend, continuing the performance. Then he moves to begin the official announcement. At the podium, Lee Wyman introduces himself as the person in charge of the dive operation. Watching him, she remains convinced Yusung would never walk into such an obvious trap and wonders what game Lee Wyman is really playing. Lee Wyman publicly frames his acceptance of the mission as a matter of duty and honor. He reveals the dive's stated objective: to uncover the cause of the disaster that struck Shanghai. Lee Wyman opens the briefing by mourning the Shanghai disaster and declaring that the new fracture must be investigated. He promises that Goryeo Company will uncover the cause and prevent another catastrophe. Pushing the appeal further, he vows to commit everything he has to this dangerous dive in the name of Shanghai's recovery. The press accepts the logic and praises him for stepping forward despite the risk. Lee Wyman turns the speech into a patriotic pledge that no such tragedy will happen again on their soil. A red-haired woman recognizes that his words are calculated but exactly what the public wants to hear. Lee Wyman pauses as if preparing to shift the topic to something more pointed. He reveals that he invited Shanghai's 3 greatest hunters to join the operation and says the 2 beside him accepted immediately. The woman realizes he is setting up a message aimed at someone specific. Lee Wyman says the one person everyone expected to see, the foreign hunter who helped during the disaster, failed to appear. He explains that he wanted Oh Yusung on the team, but even the temporary agent handling his contract has suddenly lost contact with him. He frames Oh Yusung's absence as especially regrettable because the operation is critical. A reporter directly asks why the celebrated foreign hunter Oh Yusung cannot be reached. Lee Wyman pretends restraint and says he does not want to speculate about Oh Yusung's reasons. Then he begins poisoning the room by suggesting that, as a foreigner bound by contract, Oh Yusung may simply see no reason to risk himself for another country. The reporters immediately take the bait and start condemning Oh Yusung as selfish and dishonorable. Lee Wyman hides his satisfaction as the smear campaign takes hold. The red-haired woman finally understands that ruining Oh Yusung's reputation was Lee Wyman's real goal. Lee Wyman thinks that whether Oh Yusung joins or not, he can still destroy him. The room's suspicion grows as people connect Oh Yusung's absence to past friction with Goryeo Company. The woman sees clearly that Lee Wyman is weaponizing Oh Yusung's foreign status to tear down his image. She realizes the reporters were invited precisely so Lee Wyman could recast Shanghai's hero as a coward who ran from the dive. Privately, Lee Wyman revels in the idea of destroying Oh Yusung's name before taking revenge on him personally. His hatred sharpens into a vow to strip Oh Yusung of all honor before killing him. The woman panics because speaking up might only worsen the damage already being done to Oh Yusung. Before the smear can settle, someone strides into the hall. Lee Wyman notices the arrival and is caught off guard. The red-haired woman recognizes who it is and is stunned. Oh Yusung himself walks in, instantly overturning the narrative built around his absence. Lee Wyman is rattled that the very man he was burying has appeared in person. He realizes Oh Yusung is about to ruin the trap he carefully prepared. Lee Wyman urgently orders his people to stop Oh Yusung before the reporters notice him. One of Lee Wyman's men rushes in to intercept Oh Yusung by force. The guard launches himself forward to block the newcomer. He tries to drive Oh Yusung out, insisting he has no place in the operation now. The attack escalates into an outright attempt to throw Oh Yusung out of the room. Oh Yusung does not even tense, calmly watching the punch come. He dismisses the attacker as too slow. The guard's strike passes uselessly as Oh Yusung moves beyond his reach. The attacker realizes too late that he has completely missed. Oh Yusung crosses the distance in a blur no one can track. The reporters are left staring in shock at movement they barely perceived. He lands lightly on the platform as if he had always belonged there. The room struggles to understand how he got past security in an instant. By the time anyone reacts, Oh Yusung is already standing on stage beside Lee Wyman. The audience can only wonder when he entered and who could move that fast. Lee Wyman can only curse as his control of the event slips away. What unsettles him most is that he could not follow Oh Yusung's movement at all. Oh Yusung simply extends a hand toward the podium, asking for the microphone. He makes his demand plainly, forcing Lee Wyman into a public response. The red-haired woman is relieved to see Oh Yusung seize the moment himself. Oh Yusung greets the room with calm confidence. He introduces himself directly as Hunter Oh Yusung. The crowd is thrown off because he speaks in Korean, confirming his identity but leaving most of the room unable to understand him. Oh Yusung immediately notices the language barrier and realizes he needs a translator. Lee Wyman is still shaken by the speed he just witnessed and cannot make sense of it. He recalls seeing plum blossom traces in that movement and begins connecting Oh Yusung to Hwa-san's martial arts. When Oh Yusung addresses him, Lee Wyman snaps back in irritation. He is visibly unnerved by being singled out so directly. The room falls silent, waiting for Lee Wyman to explain what is being said. The press turns to Lee Wyman because he is the only one who can bridge the language gap. Forced to recover his composure, Lee Wyman pretends politeness and asks what happened. Oh Yusung calmly tells him to translate. He points out that no one else there can speak Korean, leaving Lee Wyman no way to refuse gracefully. Lee Wyman accepts with a smile, while seething at being ordered around in public. Even as staff hands him a microphone, he realizes the watching media has trapped him into compliance. He tells Oh Yusung to begin, bitter that the reporters he summoned are now limiting his options. Oh Yusung starts speaking without hesitation. He repeats his introduction for the room through Lee Wyman. The reporters erupt once they realize the famous Korean hunter from the Shanghai disaster is truly here. Oh Yusung apologizes for being unreachable, explaining that personal training kept him from responding for 2 days and that he came as soon as he heard the news. Lee Wyman encourages him outwardly while inwardly deciding to distort the translation if he can. He convinces himself that Oh Yusung is deliberately humiliating him and vows to retaliate through the translation. Oh Yusung notices the scheme before it can begin. He thanks Lee Wyman for translating, cutting off any chance to twist his words without exposing himself. Then he says the difficult part is over and that he will handle the rest himself. He steps forward, taking control of the room completely. Without ceremony, he gets straight to the point. In clear Chinese, he announces that he will participate in the dive. The audience is stunned that he can speak Chinese after all. Lee Wyman realizes he has been played and that Oh Yusung never needed him to translate in the first place. Even knowledgeable observers note that while his pronunciation is imperfect, his Chinese is more than good enough. Oh Yusung says the dive is a valuable opportunity because it will reveal something important to everyone. A Hwa-san observer watches with growing interest. Oh Yusung bluntly declares that once the hunt ends, everyone will know he stands above everyone present. That arrogance enrages the local leadership, but the Hwa-san observer is amused rather than offended, seeing that Oh Yusung is willing to back his words. The red-haired woman watches closely as the atmosphere turns volatile. Reporters immediately challenge Oh Yusung and demand an explanation for his attitude. They accuse him of being rude after arriving late to the conference. Oh Yusung remains unfazed by the criticism. He admits he was late and says he will accept exclusion if that is the decision, but insists he fears no one and leaves the choice to Lee Wyman. Lee Wyman is cornered again, unable to push the coward narrative any further. He rages inwardly as his plan to brand Oh Yusung a coward collapses. Before he can recover, the event moves on and he is asked to speak as the person in charge. Lee Wyman outwardly welcomes Oh Yusung's sudden appearance while privately deciding it will be easier to kill him if he joins the operation. He publicly says he sincerely wants Oh Yusung to participate, but a furious objection cuts him off. Lee Wyman recognizes the voice immediately, and knows trouble has arrived from his own side. Ha Yukil, one of the operation members, openly objects to letting Oh Yusung join after arriving late and without notice. Lee Wyman panics because such open hostility now only helps Oh Yusung in front of the media. Oh Yusung accepts the challenge with a small smile. He moves before anyone can stop him. In an instant he closes the gap and confronts Ha Yukil face to face. Ha Yukil can only spit out Oh Yusung's name in anger. Oh Yusung tells him that if he has a problem, he should settle it directly. He demands proof through skill rather than excuses, turning the argument into a test of strength. Ha Yukil immediately accepts and charges him. The press recognizes the clash as a showdown between a former Hwa-san elite and Oh Yusung. Lee Wyman can only watch as the situation spirals beyond his control. Ha Yukil draws his sword and attacks, determined to prove himself publicly. He invokes Hwa-san's style as he swings. Ha Yukil unleashes true chi, filling the room with plum blossom sword intent. The attack blooms into a storm of petal-like blades. Oh Yusung stands still inside the killing field without the slightest sign of panic. Ha Yukil shouts as he commits fully to the strike. He releases plum flower blood rain, a six-directional sword aura meant to overwhelm Oh Yusung at once. The attack closes in from every side around Oh Yusung. Onlookers recognize the unmistakable plum blossom aura of Hwa-san. Ha Yukil boasts that the technique will humiliate rather than kill his opponent. He intends to turn Oh Yusung into a public laughingstock. Oh Yusung answers only with a cold, focused stare. Blue energy gathers around him as he prepares a response from within the storm. He names the same technique Ha Yukil just used, making clear he understands it completely. Then he counters with overwhelming force. His own energy erupts outward in a far denser and more violent wave. Ha Yukil is caught inside a superior version of his own attack. He realizes too late that what he is seeing should be impossible. Blue plum blossom blades tear through the room with crushing precision. Ha Yukil is struck from multiple directions and blasted backward. His body is thrown off balance as the attack breaks him completely. The room erupts in disbelief because Oh Yusung has reproduced Ha Yukil's move at a much higher level. Lee Wyman is horrified as he recognizes not only Hwa-san's martial art but the heavenly harmonic art behind it. Oh Yusung ends the exchange at once, saying there is no point in continuing. Ha Yukil can only sit there in shock, his confidence shattered. Oh Yusung asks if he understands now. He makes the lesson explicit by asking who is stronger. Ha Yukil has no answer left. Lee Wyman is shaken by the realization that Oh Yusung just used Hwa-san's art more perfectly than Goryong's own chosen successor. The observers begin piecing together that Oh Yusung's technique matches Ha Yukil's exactly. That comparison leads to a more explosive conclusion. Oh Yusung's plum blossom aura was cleaner and stronger than Ha Yukil's ever was. Lee Wyman remembers that Oh Yusung had not shown Hwa-san's martial arts in earlier fights, which makes this revelation even more unsettling. He cannot accept that Oh Yusung could have mastered the heavenly harmonic art in only a few weeks when even he has not completed it. Before Lee Wyman can process it, Oh Yusung asks for the microphone again. Lee Wyman has no choice but to hand it over. Oh Yusung takes the mic and turns back to the room. The reporters stare at him, now more stunned than skeptical. The Hwa-san observer smiles, while others realize the balance of power in the room has shifted. Oh Yusung tells everyone that they have now seen the proof. He declares that he is the true Hwa-san. The red-haired woman can only look at him in awe as his claim lands over the silent room. Oh Yusung's sudden public display of Hwa-san's martial arts turns the briefing into a media frenzy and instantly makes him the center of attention. He stands before the cameras with calm confidence, letting the uproar build around him. Lee Wyman realizes in disbelief that his attempt to diminish Oh Yusung has only amplified Yusung's fame. Furious, Lee Wyman recognizes that Yusung has completely overturned his scheme. Yusung leaves the briefing early despite being told Lee Wyman is still speaking. In the hallway, Ms. Baiyan intercepts him. Yusung greets her directly, already aware she came after him. He lightly teases her for appearing out of nowhere and trying to leave without a proper farewell. He apologizes for worrying her and hints that the spectacle was worth it. Baiyan admits it was, especially because Lee Wyman's humiliation was satisfying to watch. Still, she presses him on whether his sudden entrance and use of Chinese had all been planned. She asks if he has seen how violently the internet is reacting to the live announcement. When she says the response is exploding, Yusung realizes his gamble landed even harder than expected. Most reactions are praising his strength and confidence, with only a minority criticizing him. Yusung admits he planned it, though he did not expect it to work so well. He explains that in China, boldness and visible spirit are valued more than modesty, so he deliberately acted provocatively. Baiyan is impressed that he calculated cultural expectations so precisely, and he adds that he also anticipated Lee Wyman's trap. He says he interrupted the conference specifically to sabotage Lee Wyman's plan. By confronting Lee Wyman openly, he made the conflict impossible to hide. By even challenging the Elite 10, he ensured public curiosity would restrain Lee Wyman from moving against him before the dive. Baiyan is left stunned by how far ahead he had thought. Yusung admits one thing was luck. He had not expected Ha Yukil to step forward and fight him. Even so, Baiyan warns that they still cannot relax. Yusung agrees and says Lee Wyman is almost certainly planning to kill him during the dive, so he has a proposal for her. He asks Baiyan to cooperate with him in the dive and suggests they join forces. She accepts immediately and offers her help without hesitation. When Yusung asks if she wants anything in return, she first claims she has no conditions. Then, flustered, she works up the courage to add one. She says she wants something after the dive is over, and Yusung agrees to hear it. Blushing, she asks him out on a date. The sudden request catches Yusung completely off guard. Later, back at his room, the moment still lingers in his mind. He exhales in relief after escaping the awkwardness of the hallway conversation. As he changes clothes, he admits Baiyan's bold request genuinely surprised him. Remembering her proposal, he finds himself unexpectedly pleased. He thinks a date would be nice, but decides he cannot indulge that thought yet. He forces himself to focus on the danger immediately ahead. Turning to preparation, he opens the system's crafting interface and reviews the ingredients he bought. He checks the materials one by one, confirming he has what he needs. He recalls that Xiaoyu helped him obtain these ingredients. He activates the combination function to see what they can produce. The system completes the synthesis successfully. Blue light floods the room as the crafted item materializes. The result is a new weapon called the Absolute Shatter Gauntlet. Yusung realizes that with the right recipe, combining ingredients can create equipment, and that he can reproduce many items with only a few materials. That confirms his next objective. The item described in Yang Wujin's book, Red Dragon's Law, must also have a recipe. He resolves to obtain the missing ingredient during the upcoming dive and makes that his true goal. Before he can continue, Xiaoyu appears at his door looking shaken. She struggles to speak, clearly frightened by whoever has arrived. When she finally says he has a visitor, Yusung immediately senses something is wrong. He asks who it is, and the answer comes from the visitor himself before she can explain. Yusung's expression hardens as he recognizes the threat. An elderly man in a loud green shirt enters with Xiaoyu beside him, greeting Yusung as if they were old acquaintances. The man reveals himself as Jean Wibbick, and his presence carries open menace beneath the smile. Yusung instantly identifies him as a serious enemy. Without wasting time, Yusung draws a blue energy blade to strike first. His system shifts into combat mode and auto-hunting activates. Determined not to let the old man move first, Yusung launches a preemptive charge. Jean Wibbick merely watches with amused contempt, as if the attack is entertainment. Yusung closes the distance in a burst of speed and brings the glowing blade down. Jean Wibbick praises the attempt instead of fearing it. He gathers red force into his palm, preparing a counter with terrifying ease. Yusung's slash reaches him, but Jean Wibbick meets it head-on and disrupts the attack. The old man's counterforce swells instantly into a lethal strike. His palm blast detonates against Yusung and hurls him away. Yusung crashes hard, stunned by the overwhelming gap in power. The shockwave also throws Xiaoyu to the floor as collateral. Even dazed, Yusung forces himself to keep thinking. He draws another weapon, this time a heavy electrified blade, trying to change the flow of battle. He flips through the air and fires a concentrated blue projectile from the weapon. Jean Wibbick tracks the incoming shot without the slightest urgency. He lets it pass by him almost casually, treating the attack as trivial. Yusung lands and regains his footing, searching for another opening. Jean Wibbick steps forward, finally deciding to attack in earnest. He surges in with red lightning-like force, closing the distance instantly. Laughing wildly, he unleashes a name technique meant to tear Yusung apart. Yusung recognizes the danger too late as the attack begins to split and spiral. Jean Wibbick drives the technique upward with brutal precision. The blue energy attack bursts apart into multiple streaks. Those streaks ricochet through the room, blasting walls and furniture and turning the space into a kill zone. Yusung darts behind Jean Wibbick's flank, trying to exploit the chaos for a counterattack. He steels himself and prepares to strike again despite the pressure. Instead of concern, Jean Wibbick grows more excited, delighted that Yusung can still move. A sudden step from Seoyu changes the battlefield. Yusung realizes too late what she is about to do. Seoyu throws herself between Yusung and Jean Wibbick, shielding her boss with her own body. She cries out as she forces herself to stand in the line of attack. Yusung is horrified that she would risk herself so recklessly. To save her, he kicks her away from the strike even though it means losing his own chance to evade cleanly. The impact sends her flying clear of the attack. She is left shaken and hurt, but alive. She tumbles across the floor while Yusung remains exposed. Bleeding and trembling, Seoyu struggles back up, still trying to stay involved. Yusung braces himself again, now burdened by protecting her as well as surviving. He realizes he barely managed to save Seoyu, but that only reveals the larger threats still standing before him. Jean Wibbick's killing aura intensifies, making it clear the real danger has only begun. The old man complains that his fun was interrupted, as if attempted murder were a game. He is startled not by Seo's courage, but by the intensity of her intent to protect Yusung. Yusung understands that if he had not kicked her away, she would have died for him. Jean Wibbick coldly tells Seoyu she had no right to interfere in his amusement. He advances on her, ready to punish her personally. Terrified and injured, Seoyu can only stammer an apology. Jean Wibbick says she was free to act as she wished, but that freedom comes with consequences. He declares that ruining his enjoyment means she must pay for it, turning his wrath directly on her. Seoyu shuts her eyes, bracing for the blow. Yusung cuts in with scorn, mocking the idea that saving one's own boss deserves punishment. Jean Wibbick pauses, thrown off by Yusung's response. The old man's hand remains charged, but his attention shifts back to Yusung. Seoyu opens her eyes in confusion, unable to believe Yusung is talking back like this. Yusung openly calls the situation absurd, refusing to treat Jean Wibbick's authority as legitimate. For the first time, Jean Wibbick is genuinely puzzled. Yusung ridicules him for acting like some cult leader whose subordinate must die for showing loyalty. He points out the real disgrace. Instead of praising Seoyu for protecting him, Jean Wibbick is enraged by it. Yusung says Seoyu only rushed in because Jean Wibbick had failed to give her the trust a boss should, and now he is simply venting his anger on her. Seoyu is stunned by how boldly Yusung is defending her in front of the man she fears most. She expects Jean Wibbick to kill him for such insolence and panics at the thought. Jean Wibbick turns away in silence, his mood shifting unpredictably. A smile slowly returns to his face instead of the expected explosion. Then he bursts into laughter, finding Yusung's defiance more entertaining than offensive. Seoyu can only stare, unable to process the sudden reversal. Jean Wibbick laughs harder and praises Yusung as a masterpiece rather than an enemy to be crushed. Yusung stays outwardly calm, though he remains wary of the old man's instability. Jean Wibbick reveals that he understands exactly what Yusung did at the broadcast. He deliberately provoked Chinese pride and diverted attention to himself. Yusung admits that events ended up that way, while privately cursing how quickly the old man withdrew his killing intent. The room settles into a tense standoff, with Seoyu still kneeling between them. Seoyu feels as if reality has broken, unable to understand how the confrontation turned into conversation. Yusung asks why Jean Wibbick barged in so suddenly, and the old man says he came because he has business with him. Jean Wibbick produces a small box, signaling that this visit was planned from the start. Yusung immediately recognizes that the box must be important. Jean Wibbick says this is the price of dealing with him, and that he came to discuss that very deal. Elsewhere in Seoul, the scene shifts to Sunwook Building. Kim Sunwook rushes in, furious and alarmed by what he has heard. He bursts through the door and demands to know what the reckless man has done now. Seeing the aftermath, he is momentarily speechless. The battered man lies sprawled on the floor, clearly having pushed himself to the brink again. The injured man greets Sunwook casually and mocks how fast he came after the call. Sunwook explodes, saying that if he wanted to die he could have done it at home instead of pulling another suicidal stunt. The man only laughs weakly and tells him those are harsh words. Sunwook warns that he is practically begging for death by overexerting himself like this, but the man remains unfazed. He brushes it off, claiming he will recover after suffering for a day or so. Sunwook demands to know why he keeps doing these insane things when he has already chosen his path as both tutor and agent. The answer is simple: he made a promise. Sunwook realizes that promise concerns Mr. Yusung. The man confirms it, and reveals the promise is tied to finding a cure for ruined veinlets, a method both of them have searched for in vain for 4 years. Sunwook points out how impossibly slim that hope is, though he insists his doubt is not about Yusung himself. Until such a cure appears, he says, the man should focus on training his body, but the reply is that he has already done enough of that. The man says he cannot keep idling while warming up, especially when Yusung is facing so many problems of his own. Remembering Yusung's Chinese broadcast, he realizes Sunwook must have seen it too. He concludes that Yusung must be suffering badly in China because of the country's territorial hostility, even if he is still performing brilliantly. Because Yusung is enduring all that and still pushing forward, the man decides he cannot remain still any longer either. A shaken researcher continues his accusation, trying to understand why the other man went this far. He points to the ruined facility as proof of the madness behind the act. The slick-haired man calmly admits he has finished the project they had discussed before. The researcher confirms in disbelief that the forbidden work was completed using that damaged body, and the man answers without hesitation. Faced with that answer, the researcher can only call him insane. The man accepts the insult almost as praise. Left desperate, the researcher begs for help. He places his hopes on Mr. Yusung, pleading for a miracle that can restore the ruined body. Elsewhere, an older man arrives to revisit a prior deal and says he has something important to discuss. He presents a small box to Yusung as leverage. When the box is opened, Yusung realizes it contains the promised object. The old man reminds him that the original bargain required Yusung to take part in 5 hunts, and Yusung notes he already cleared one in Shanghai. The old man admits he should not be showing the reward yet, but circumstances have changed. Yusung presses him to explain what changed. The old man reveals that a Taoist enemy has invited Yusung to a coming gathering, which Yusung recognizes as the dive. He says he has a task for Yusung inside that event. When Yusung asks what he gains, the old man offers to count the mission as clearing all 5 hunts at once and promises the object will go to the young man they discussed. That reward makes Yusung pause and weigh the offer seriously. He first checks whether the job would require him to kill someone, even indirectly, and is told it will not. The old man reframes it as something any hunter could accept. Yusung agrees to hear him out and asks for the exact task. The old man begins to explain. But the moment the real condition becomes clear, Yusung is visibly stunned. He can barely process what he just heard. He calls the proposal insane and initially refuses it. After a beat, he reverses himself and decides to do it anyway. The old man accepts that answer with satisfaction. He confirms the dive date is fixed, tells Yusung to be ready, and says any needs can be reported through the unconscious assistant nearby. As he leaves, he tells Yusung to rest before the late-night operation. Then he deliberately lets a murderous aura slip out. The pressure floods the room and bears down on Yusung from behind. Yusung instantly recognizes it as killing intent and reacts. His eyes sharpen as his body enters combat readiness. He launches his hand technique in assault form. Yusung surges forward with a blue energy strike aimed at the old man. The old man remains calm even as the attack closes in. He turns with a faint smile, showing he expected this response. Yusung realizes too late that something about the situation has changed. Even so, his attack continues toward the old man's face. The strike stops just short instead of piercing through. Its force disperses into delicate, flower-like fragments around them. The old man remarks that he has not seen that technique in a long time. He identifies the pattern as clear plum blossoms and praises Yusung's hand skill. He also praises Yusung's reaction speed for halting the attack the instant the killing intent was withdrawn, while Yusung calls him deranged and the old man claims he simply trusted him. Noticing the small cut he received, the old man muses that it has been a long time since he bled and casually brings up the Red Dragon Society. Yusung points out that none of this bloodshed would have happened if the old man had not provoked him, and the old man agrees that Yusung would never have struck first on his own. The old man boasts that Yusung has accomplished something even the Yang family's prodigy could not by forcing Jean Wibbick to act against him. He parts with a warning not to get too absorbed in this side of the world before the dive. With that, he disappears from the room. Yusung is left irritated, thinking every meeting with that man is exhausting. Then his thoughts drift back to the old man's test. He recalls a past clash with a red-eyed spear wielder, where his blue hand technique met the enemy's weapon head-on. He realizes he may have grown too accustomed to his current environment. That realization hardens into a response to Jean Wibbick's challenge. Yusung resolves to settle that condition decisively at the dive. By the time the day arrives, the dive has become the focus of everything. A young female assistant worries that after this operation she will likely be punished because she has fallen out of favor with the principal. She fears she may even be expelled from the tens now that she is no longer useful. She forces herself to stop spiraling and decides the success of her boss's dive matters more than her own future. She enters to report that the day of the dive has come and asks whether preparations are complete. What she sees makes her freeze. Yusung is already suited up in newly arrived white armor. He greets her calmly and welcomes her in. The armor itself carries a polished, almost ceremonial presence. A laptop on the desk suggests the final planning is already underway. She tells him the gear arrived yesterday and awkwardly notes that it suits him, while he answers with unusual politeness that it feels special to wear it again. Concerned about his fracture, she suggests he should still be in the hospital, but he assures her his body is fine. Yusung lightly teases that if she forced him back into treatment, he would only make a scene about not being able to work during an important mission. Thrown off by his formal tone, she asks why he is suddenly using honorifics with her. He says he did not expect it either, but if this dive goes well, their time together will end, so there is no reason to keep pretending. He explains that speaking casually to someone younger never really suited his nature. He admits that her president was right and that he had been getting too absorbed in this country without noticing it. The assistant realizes she is finally seeing Yusung's real personality. She understands that the heroic image he showed her and others before was partly an act shaped by what China wanted from him. Yusung admits that only Jean Wibbick had seen through that performance, and recognized he was merely playing the hero. Now he says his true work lies inside the fissure ahead. With only hours left, he asks her to handle the final processing of the dive details. She discovers he has already prepared everything for her. That makes her realize he could have finished the remaining tasks himself. She concludes he left them to her as a way of acknowledging her efforts and asking her to keep doing her best to the end. Remembering how worthless she once felt within the sect, she thinks of herself as discarded junk. She recalls defying the principal and hearing she was no longer needed, yet this man still relied on her. To her, he has done more than sympathize. He has recognized her value. Yusung quietly thanks her. He makes clear that his gratitude is for all the work she has done up to now. The sincerity of that thanks leaves her stunned. By the time she looks up, he is already gone. She stares at the closed door he left behind. Overwhelmed, she berates herself for not being the one to say goodbye and thank him properly. She can only call herself foolish for freezing in the moment. Trying to recover, she turns back to the work he entrusted to her and notices an unexpected file. The file is simply labeled README. Inside, Yusung leaves her a private message offering her a job with him if she loses her current one, provided she passes a proper review and has truly calmed her temper. She sits in silence, absorbing the offer. The message feels almost unreal to her, then she breaks into a tearful smile, thinking again that he always surprises people. At the same time, another man coldly tells a subordinate that once the dive ends, the rights granted to him will be revoked no matter the outcome. The subordinate falls silent under that threat. Outside near the dive site, the subordinate sits in armor while his superior approaches. The superior immediately judges that the man's spirit is broken and his ambition has died. He reflects that men driven only by ambition collapse completely once that drive is shattered. He warns the broken man that if he does not cooperate in the coming transition, he may end up like the others who were reduced to fertilizer. To make the threat concrete, he reminds him that losing his veinlets would ruin the rest of his life. Terrified, the subordinate drops to the ground and begs to do anything asked of him. His superior looks down on him with contempt. When the man keeps pleading, another voice cuts in and tells him to quiet down. A composed archer reminds them that even inside a soundproof trailer, countless people are watching from outside. The broken subordinate can only choke out a weak response. Meanwhile, the transport reaches the dive site as the event gathers momentum. A massive fissure opens in the sky above the desert, drawing a crowd of observers and media. The archer points out that they are about to emerge before everyone, so the subordinate must not show such a pathetic face. The man protests, but too late. An unseen shot strikes his cheek before he can even finish speaking. The archer stands over him, making the power gap unmistakable. He coldly reminds the man that he was told to stay quiet. Shaken, the subordinate realizes he never even saw the arrow being fired. He finally understands he is standing before the top-tier Elite 10 archer, one Jeong Cheon. Their representative ends the humiliation, saying the lesson should be enough for Mr. Ha Yu-kil. He also reminds them not to lose sight of their true prey. One Jeong Cheon agrees to stop, confident that if Ha Yu-kil can pin the target down, his arrows will never miss. The representative accepts that confidence with grim approval. Ha Yu-kil notes that although one Jeong Cheon has his own personality issues, his calm and precision are terrifying. He reflects that the archer's perfected bowsmanship makes him one of the strongest among the Elite 10 and the most successful asset invested in so far. The representative orders them to move out. The hunting party advances together toward the operation. Ha Yu-kil declares that all preparations are complete and asks if they should finally meet their prey. He steps forward with renewed purpose. As cameras gather outside, the media identifies the arriving group as Representative Lee Wai-min's company and announces that the event is beginning. Yusung notices the spectacle with a quiet, wary reaction. He stands in white armor beside a red-haired woman, presenting a composed public image. Ha Yu-kil approaches with a smile, apologizes for the delay on Yusung's side, and acts as though this is a routine partnership. He extends his hand and says he looks forward to working together on today's operation. Yusung studies the offered handshake instead of taking it immediately. Behind the smile, Ha Yu-kil thinks that the hunt will begin the instant Yusung accepts that hand. Inwardly, he revels in the idea of hunting Yusung himself. The two men face each other in a tense standoff before the handshake. Yusung remains unreadable, giving nothing away. Watching from behind, one Jeong Cheon casually admires Yusung's armor. He jokes that if he skewers Yusung's head, perhaps he should get to keep the armor as spoils. He confirms to himself that they are supposed to attack the moment Yusung takes the offered hand. A flashback reveals someone questioning whether they truly intend to attack Yusung immediately after meeting him. Ha Yu-kil had answered that this was exactly the plan. One Jeong Cheon had reacted with amused approval. One of their own worried that attacking in front of reporters would be too reckless. Ha Yu-kil argued that the public setting was precisely why it would work, because Yusung would never expect an ambush there. He insisted they must give Yusung no openings, warning that his sly nature and footwork could let him escape once they entered the dice. When the concern about reporters remained, Ha Yu-kil brushed it aside. To prove his confidence, he suddenly appeared right behind the worried man and declared that they could still pull it off. The startled room could only gape as Ha Yu-kil revealed just how quietly and dangerously he could move. Lee Wai-min openly admires Representative Lee's magic as the meeting begins. He quickly understands that the spell is meant to deceive the reporter's senses. Representative Lee confirms it and assures him that public scrutiny will not matter. He quietly reveals the real plan. When he offers a handshake, Lee Wai-min's side should attack Oh Yusung. The demon archer questions whether such a direct assault is even necessary. He recalls that when Oh Yusung first appeared on stage, no one else could even track his movement. That memory reminds him that his own eyes had caught what others missed. Confident in that advantage, he takes pride in being one of the few who could follow Yusung at all. He bitterly thinks that if he had possessed his current bow back then, he would have killed Yusung on the spot. As the operation begins, the fissure opens in the desert with violent energy. The gathered reporters keep filming, unaware that their senses are already being manipulated. The illusion takes hold before anyone notices. To the reporters, it now appears that the group is simply preparing to enter the fissure normally. Meanwhile, Lee Wai-min approaches with hidden murderous intent, planning to seize Yusung and interrogate him about the heavenly harmonic art. Yusung remains calm, having already expected a trap. He studies Lee Wai-min without showing fear. After calming himself, Yusung sees through the man's intentions completely. He mocks the absurdity of a friendly gesture backed by such obvious killing intent. Instead of reacting with force, Yusung says he has something to show him. He produces a talisman and turns the situation around at once. Lee Wai-min is shaken because he recognizes it as his own talisman. Yusung reveals that he found it on the body Lee Wai-min had abandoned earlier, exposing a buried crime in front of everyone nearby. Ha Yukil is jolted by the revelation. Lee Wai-min realizes in panic that the talisman he planted on Ha Yukil to cover his escape has been recovered. Yusung presses him further, implying he already knows exactly how that talisman was used. Lee Wai-min desperately tries to stop him before he can say more. At that moment, Miss Bayan appears at Yusung's side. She immediately sharpens her focus, ready to support him. Yusung ignites the talisman. Using the blast as cover, he and Bayan launch themselves upward toward the fissure. The others can only watch as the pair suddenly break away. The demon archer curses when he realizes they have gained height. The pursuers are left scrambling below as Yusung escapes their immediate reach. Yusung and Bayan ride the explosion's force toward the fissure entrance. The demon archer instantly counters by drawing his bow. Lee Wai-min realizes too late that the pair are fleeing rather than falling into his trap. The archer refuses to let them go. He pulls out a heavy arrow and prepares a serious shot. With practiced speed, he sets the arrow and draws the bow. Power surges through his body as he commits to the attack. His aura swells, showing that he is using the full might of his weapon. Ha Yukil recognizes the bow and is stunned. He identifies it as the famed bow of the 9 collections used by one Jiang Qion, a legendary masterpiece. Even the others know it as one of China's greatest bows, powerful enough to bear immense force. The archer draws the string to its limit. The bow releases a shockwave so intense that the ground and air tremble around him. Ha Yukil is overwhelmed by the force generated from the draw alone. Even the nearby reporters are battered by the pressure and noise. The arrow launches like a green spear of destruction. The demon archer fires with the clear intent to kill Yusung. The shot tears upward toward the fleeing pair with terrifying speed. It cuts through the fissure's turbulent boundary as if nothing can stop it. Yusung notices the attack in time. He triggers a burst of power to intercept it rather than evade blindly. Bayan cries out in alarm for him. Below, Ha Yukil thinks they have finally cornered Yusung. The demon archer silences that celebration immediately. A few blood-stained flower petals fall, hinting that the shot did not go cleanly. The petals drift past as the archer senses something has gone wrong. He turns furious, cursing Yusung. From within the dust and energy, Yusung casually remarks that the attack had almost hit him. He emerges having stopped the arrow with his bare hand, astonishing everyone. The demon archer realizes Yusung interfered with the shot at the instant it was fired. He cannot believe Yusung could alter the arrow's path in that tiny window. Yusung judges the feat accurately, concluding that the archer's precision is impressive even against his automatic defenses. He openly acknowledges the man as a worthy demon archer. The praise only enrages the archer further. Ignoring him, Yusung calmly asks Bayan if they should continue. She agrees without hesitation. Yusung casually tosses the captured arrow aside. The fissure churns behind them as their escape route remains open. Lee Wai-min panics as he sees Yusung slipping away again. A separate projectile suddenly streaks across the battlefield. It slams into the ground with explosive force. The impact erupts into a deafening blast that shakes the entire area. The reporters and bystanders are thrown into confusion by the sudden noise. One of the reporters immediately notices the crucial change. The illusion collapses, and the pursuers realize Yusung has already entered the fissure, forcing them to rush after him. Lee Wai-min tries to call back Representative Lee Wai-min for help, but the representative and his people are already moving away amid the chaos. The reporters surround Lee Wai-min with questions about the arrow and Yusung's disappearance. He realizes the blast has broken the spell and ruined their cover story. Thinking fast, he lies that Yusung entered the fissure ahead of them and pretends he must pursue him too. His ally can only curse the ruined situation. The demon archer burns with humiliation that Yusung caught his arrow so easily and mocked him in the process. He swears to personally bring Yusung down. Meanwhile, Yusung and Bayan continue fleeing deeper inside the otherworld. After putting distance between themselves and the pursuers, Yusung leads Bayan toward a forest where they can hide. They finally enter the woods and slow down. Bayan is exhausted from the long run. Yusung offers her a drink without ceremony. He explains that she needs water after running at full speed for more than 2 hours. She thanks him, and he treats it as the most natural thing in the world. The simple kindness catches her off guard. As she drinks, she starts to relax for the first time since the chase began. Yusung notes that they have bought themselves some space, though he warns her not to lower her guard. Bayan quietly admires how composed and capable he is even after the same brutal run. She concludes that what makes him remarkable is not just stamina, but extraordinary self-control. When he addresses her directly, she is startled out of her thoughts. Flustered, she admits she had been lost in thought. Yusung says there is something he wants to ask of her. She braces herself nervously for what he might say. His sudden closeness makes her imagination run wild. She realizes they are alone together in another world, which only makes her more self-conscious. Her anxiety spirals as she wonders what he could possibly be about to ask. What Yusung actually asks for is far more practical: the camcorder. He wants to inspect the recording devices installed in her suit. Bayan is momentarily confused by the mundane request. Yusung clarifies that he means the company-installed devices meant to record their dive. He warns that Lee Wai-min's side could track them through those devices, so they should remove them immediately. Bayan is embarrassed by her own assumptions and quickly regains her composure. Yusung also considers the political risk of removing the official recorders, since Go Ryong's side could accuse them of tampering with evidence. He notes that such accusations would hurt Bayan and the Red Dragon Society more than they would hurt him, but she insists that is acceptable. To solve the problem, he reveals that he prepared substitute recording devices of his own. He asks her to turn around so he can attach them from behind. She agrees, though her nerves spike again. The quiet forest suddenly feels far too intimate for her. As he steps behind her, she struggles to stay calm. Yusung focuses only on the task at hand. He carefully recalls the original recorder positions on her suit so he can replace them correctly. Bayan, meanwhile, grows more embarrassed under his close attention. When his hand touches her shoulder to work, she nearly loses her composure. She has to cover her mouth to keep from reacting aloud. Yusung notices her strange reaction and checks on her. She hurriedly tells him to continue, pretending nothing is wrong. Internally, she scolds herself and tries to remember that he is only changing equipment. She forces herself to focus before her emotions run out of control again. Yusung finishes the last adjustments while she is still battling her embarrassment. He announces that the equipment swap is complete. Bayan is relieved that the ordeal ended before she embarrassed herself further. Even so, her imagination turns the moment into something far more romantic than it was. Yusung is simply relieved that she did not seem uncomfortable during the process. He senses unusual heat from her flame attribute but misreads it as a possible physical issue rather than embarrassment. Once the recorder problem is solved, he moves on to discuss how they should act from here on inside the dive. He reminds her that he asked to work with her, but now he needs to revise that plan. He explains that it will be difficult for them to stay together in this dive. Then he reveals the real reason: he intends to remain inside the otherworld even after the scheduled extraction time, without leaving through the exit. Bayan is stunned and demands to know why he would do something so extreme. Yusung says he can still escort her safely back to the exit, but that is not the point. Bayan makes it clear that his safety is what truly worries her. She confronts him directly for choosing such a reckless and dangerous course. Yusung is caught off guard by how strongly she reacts. He realizes he cannot tell her the deeper truth behind his decision. His thoughts shift to an earlier conversation that first framed the mystery for him. In that memory, he is asked whether he has ever considered a certain question. The question concerns the relationship between the human world and the other world inside the fissures. An older man presses the unsettling point that humanity knows almost nothing about the other world itself. Yusung demands to know what the man is really implying. The old man shrugs it off, noting that even the Taoist speaker at the commemorative event had said the same thing. Yusung admits he left that speech early, but now he cannot ignore how suspicious that idea sounds. An older man opens by saying the world beyond the fissure is one of humanity's rarest frontiers, explored by fewer than 100 people. He dismisses mere curiosity as the mindset of a thief and laments that people now want answers without the proper resolve. Yusung accepts that criticism and notes that people centuries ago approached such places with a different attitude. The older man confirms that 400 years ago, those who sought that world were far more prepared in spirit. Yusung absorbs the claim instead of reacting with open disbelief. The older man notices Yusung's calm and realizes this revelation is not entirely new to him. Yusung admits he is unsure how to react, because everything he knew said the fissure only appeared a few decades ago. He recalls that an old book from Yang Wu Jin already hinted that a world existed beyond the fissure long before its modern appearance. Because of that book, Yusung is not shocked now, and the older man decides to explain the truth. He says the entrance formed recently, but the world beyond it existed long before and was known under many names. Those legendary sacred mountains and celestial realms were not myths at all, but records of deadly expeditions into that hidden world. Yusung dryly remarks that the pill he was given seems cheap if it is only meant to test the man's obsession. The older man sharply insists this is not fantasy but reality. He says the evidence is sufficient and that Yusung only needs to retrieve the requested items from the place he specified. He presents the pill as part of that arrangement and leaves the choice in front of Yusung. The older man studies him, waiting to see whether he understands the true stakes. He reveals the mission cannot be finished in a day, and Yusung quickly grasps that the dive lasts about 30 hours. Yusung points out that the hunt officially belongs to China's top hunter group, yet the man is entrusting the dangerous part to him. The older man explains that the dive depends on paired fishers opening 30 hours apart, and missing the exit means being trapped and legally treated as dead. That is exactly why Yusung is useful. He can survive there for a long time, vanish without causing outside trouble, and still meets the government's conditions. The older man admits he originally meant to train Yusung through several more hunts before sending him in, but circumstances changed. He frames the mission as mutually beneficial and even offers a bonus, but Yusung refuses extra rewards. Yusung reaches for the pill, signaling that he is willing to proceed. Before handing it over, the older man raises one final condition in case fear overtakes Yusung during the dive. He says Yusung may retreat through the exit fissure if necessary, but reminds him the pill is too valuable to waste. Yusung senses the man once again anticipating his thoughts and starts to object. Instead, he accuses the older man of making a trade that is heavily tilted against himself. Yusung openly admits he considered keeping whatever he finds, since it will likely be worth far more than the pill. The older man answers that such suspicion is natural, because even proud people often prove rotten underneath. That answer unsettles Yusung, who feels the man is reading him too clearly. He notices a strange shift in the older man's expression and tries to understand what lies behind it. The older man says Yusung is not the sort of person who would make that betrayal. He clarifies that he does not think Yusung is righteous, only that his nature points in a different direction. He identifies that nature with a single word, hunter. Yusung repeats the word, recognizing the judgment being placed on him. The older man confirms that this is exactly why he trusts him. Yusung realizes the man believes a true hunter values the hunt itself more than petty betrayal. The older man finally tosses him the pill. Yusung catches it, silently accepting both the mission and the expectation attached to it. Satisfied, the older man leaves the rest in Yusung's hands. Yusung again turns over the word hunter, as if testing whether it truly defines him. He decides he cannot explain that feeling to anyone else, so when Miss Baiyan presses him later, he resolves to keep his real objective hidden from her. Baiyan is caught off guard when he refuses to explain himself. Yusung tells her that both of them are, in their own way, professionals with private business, so he has no reason to reveal his secrets. She accepts the logic but argues that if she understood more, she might be able to help him. Yusung rejects that, saying risk is part of his work and questioning why someone unrelated to the matter is trying to interfere. He adds that mixing personal feelings with professional work only makes things worse. Baiyan awkwardly denies that her concern comes from emotion. Even so, she steps closer instead of backing away. Yusung realizes he has to draw a hard line now, especially because her ties to the Red Dragon Society could put her in danger. Baiyan senses his refusal hardening and prepares a different approach. Rather than asking for his secrets, she asks whether his promise to help her still stands. Yusung is confused until she reminds him he promised to get her safely to the exit. She cleverly argues that if they must stay together until then, there is no reason she cannot accompany him while he handles his own tasks. Yusung tries to object that the work is dangerous, but she cuts off any need to explain his mission. She asks only that he keep his word as a professional and stay with her until she leaves through the fissure. Her directness catches Yusung off guard more than he expected. Unable to deny his own promise, he agrees to accept her help while they travel together, and she immediately seals it as a promise. With that settled, Baiyan urges them to move at once and confirms he already chose where he needs to go. As he follows her lead, Yusung admits to himself that her stubbornness surprised him. To his own surprise, he finds that feeling strangely pleasant. Their march is interrupted by a sudden disturbance in the forest. A pack of purple ape-like monsters bursts out and rushes them. Baiyan immediately charges to meet the threat. She closes the distance before the creatures can surround them. As the monsters leap in from all sides, she plants herself at the center of their attack. She unleashes her movement technique in a burst of power. In an instant, she cuts through the entire pack and drops them before they can touch her. After the brief slaughter, she steadies herself and checks Yusung's reaction. Yusung praises her performance, and Baiyan is visibly pleased by the compliment. He adds that her skills have clearly improved since before. Embarrassed, she insists she is still far below both her father and Yusung, though she appreciates that he noticed her footwork. She explains that the technique is a Yang family art called the Dragon Chasing Step, powered by the family's inherited flame energy. Its principle is to explosively release internal force for extreme speed. But she admits its weakness is rigidity, since it favors straight-line movement and lacks Yusung's freedom to change direction. Her explanation reminds Yusung of his own earlier struggles with movement. Baiyan says she has improved since then, even if she still falls short of the strongest people around her. Encouraged, she asks again to assist him in his hunt, and he rejects the idea immediately. She sulks, but he reminds her that their new agreement did not include joining his hunts. Yusung firmly states that hunting is his job alone, while her role is only to accompany him during the dive. Baiyan reluctantly accepts that this is what she promised. She turns away, still dissatisfied but no longer arguing for the moment. Yusung sighs at how relentless she is. He reminds himself to stay cool-headed and keep a clear boundary between them. Elsewhere in the other world, Master Jean is asked whether he has made his decision. He agrees to the proposal and says he will join the others. His companion praises the choice as the sensible move expected from him. But that praise carries a hint of calculation. Nearby, Representative Lee sits motionless against a rock while the others wait in the harsh landscape. After 2 hours inside the fissure, his continued stillness makes the others suspicious. One of them grows impatient, wanting to chase Yusung immediately instead of waiting any longer. He decides he no longer needs to obey Li Weimin's orders. When he moves, another man steps in to block him. The impatient hunter angrily tells the blocker to get out of his way. The blocker answers that his duty is to protect Representative Lee. Representative Lee calmly orders his guard to stand aside. The rebellious hunter then demands a direct conversation with Lee. Lee invites him to say what he wants plainly. The hunter insists Lee has no right to look at him as though he made a mistake. He declares that from now on he intends to move separately from Lee. Lee asks what he expects to accomplish by that. The hunter reminds him that Lee brought them here for the hunt, the expedition, and the contract, so he cannot simply detach himself from the mission. Lee replies that he has already arranged with another caster to split the team in two and regroup later at the exit point. But he refuses to let this particular man leave, because both he and Master Jean are essential parts of Lee's larger plan. That answer enrages the hunter, who demands to know what Lee's plans have achieved so far. He points out that following Lee only led to them being humiliated by Yusung. Lee listens without flinching. The hunter says he only lent Lee his name and time because he chose to, not because Lee earned his loyalty. Now he wants to pursue Yusung personally and settle the insult over the stolen arrow. He repeats that he will act independently no matter what Lee says. Instead of threatening him, Lee tells him to think it through carefully. Lee's calm gaze suggests he has already anticipated this rebellion. The standoff hangs in the air as the hunter waits for resistance. Even Lee's guard is tense, expecting the argument to turn violent. But Master Jean unexpectedly allows the separation and tells the man to do as he wishes. The hunter is startled by how easily permission is granted. Lee repeats the approval, making it clear there will be no fight over it. That easy concession leaves the hunter suspicious, since he expected a direct clash. The guard relaxes slightly as the immediate danger passes. Lee then asks whether the departing pair might still need one more person. He explains that he can protect himself with spells and has no intention of exploring yet, so the guard would be more useful joining the active search. He adds that the other world is unpredictable, and a third person could matter if the two hunters face something they cannot handle alone. The hunter senses manipulation in that suggestion, but decides to accept the arrangement and leave first with the guard. He departs with his anger still fixed on Yusung. Lee sends them off with polite words that sound more like a move in a game than genuine goodwill. As he walks away, the hunter admits he cannot read what Lee is really planning. Still, he decides this is not the time to outscheme Lee. For now, he is satisfied that he has gained the freedom he wanted. He turns that freedom into a single goal: hunting down Yusung. Meanwhile, Yusung and Baiyan continue deeper through the forest together. After 2 days inside the dive, Yusung asks whether they are close to the place described in Yang Wujin's book. Baiyan says they should find it just beyond the forest to the northwest. They emerge near a vast cliff that cuts through the land. Baiyan recalls that the book said the target creature lives directly beneath this enormous cliff. Yusung immediately feels an overwhelming presence below and knows the creature is there. He identifies it as a top-level predator, one said to be the 9th child of the legendary dragon. The name comes to him at once, the Chiwen. From the darkness below, multiple red eyes answer that recognition. The abyss under the cliff suddenly feels like a living mouth waiting beneath them. Yusung and Baiyan stand at the edge, facing the unseen monster together. Baiyan feels the pressure too and grows visibly tense. Yusung first wonders if the chill is only the wind, then realizes the fear comes from something far worse. He recognizes the sensation as the killing intent of a true apex predator, unmistakably the Chiwen's. Because of that danger, he tells Baiyan that from this point on he will hunt alone. Baiyan stiffens at the order instead of retreating. She asks to help anyway and insists on hunting beside him. Yusung is stunned that she still wants to join him even after feeling the monster's murderous presence. He tries once more to warn her by name, hoping she will reconsider. Baiyan answers that she can handle the danger, but before the matter is settled, something interrupts them. Baiyan is jolted by something completely unexpected. She realizes too late that her body has suddenly been restrained. Panic sets in as she understands she cannot move at all. Yusung seizes control of the situation and takes hold of her. Without giving her a choice, he carries her away from the hunt. Baiyan, confused and hurt, demands to know why he is doing this. He brings her to safety and leaves her propped against a tree. Still shaken, she asks again why he is shutting her out. Yusung makes it clear that from here on he will hunt alone because she should not be involved. He explains the paralysis will wear off, orders her to investigate the other world until the exit opens, and tells her to leave when it does. Baiyan tries to protest, unwilling to accept being abandoned. Yusung decides to be blunt so she will stop clinging to him. He tells her directly that he does not want her attached to him anymore. To drive her away, he claims her presence would not help and would only get in his way. The cruelty of that answer catches her off guard. The rejection lands hard enough to leave her speechless and sick at heart. Yusung turns away while Bayan sits there crushed by what he said. He coldly tells her to stop bothering him and declares they will not meet again. As he leaves, Bayan can only watch in shock. She is left staring after him, hurt and unsettled. Yusung forces himself to believe that cutting her off is the right choice. He admits to himself that distancing her is painful, but he sees it as necessary to keep Bayan out of danger. The real target ahead is not the Gungjai but a monster even more powerful. That realization sharpens his focus. He enters the open hunting ground alone and braces himself. A colossal serpent-like creature suddenly rises before him, catching him completely off guard. The monster towers over him, instantly establishing the gap in scale. Yusung is stunned by how silently and suddenly it appeared. He identifies it as the Chiwon and is alarmed that he never sensed its presence. Its emergence feels unnatural, as if something that huge materialized like a ghost without warning. He suspects the Chiwon had already detected them long before he noticed it. Even his auto-hunting instinct urges retreat, warning that the Chiwon may be beyond what he can handle in his current state. Instead of being discouraged, he finds the absurdity of hunting such a monster almost exhilarating. The danger only hardens his resolve. He commits himself to the fight, even if it means acting recklessly. The Chiwon fixes its eye on him and prepares to respond. Yusung launches the first attack at full speed. He races straight up the monster's massive body to disrupt its sense of direction. Using its own size against it, he leaps toward its head. The Chiwon opens its jaws to counter. Yusung presses in without hesitation. The monster tracks him with unnerving precision. A violent movement from the Chiwon throws off his approach. Yusung doubles down on his speed technique, intending to confuse it by moving as if he were running up a cliff. For a moment, the monster seems to lose track of him. He keeps accelerating along the terrain to maintain momentum. Then he realizes the Chiwon has vanished from where he expected it to be. He dashes along the cliff edge, searching for its position. The ground fractures under the pressure of the pursuit. Yusung realizes too late that the monster has gone underground. He tries to adjust his footing for an emergency response. He slams downward to force a change in the battlefield. The impact cracks the earth apart. The Chiwon erupts upward through the shattered ground in a direct counterattack. Its gaping maw rises to swallow him whole. Yusung recognizes that the monster is trying to end the fight in one bite. He instantly triggers Steinable, creating a petal-like construct to alter his path. That sudden shift lets him slip out of the monster's mouth. He briefly thinks he has escaped the trap. Then he notices a second threat. The Chiwon unleashes fire from its mouth at point-blank range. Yusung realizes the flames were the real danger hidden behind the bite. The blast expands with overwhelming force. A pillar of fire tears upward across the battlefield. Yusung is nearly swallowed by the heat and light. The firestorm continues to surge higher. The Chiwon sustains the attack with terrifying output. The flames spiral into a massive burning column. The inferno engulfs the area around the monster. Yusung realizes how close he came to dying. He is thrown away by the force of the blast. While falling, he admits that surviving that exchange was dangerously close. He explains that the moment he met the Chiwon's eyes, he knew it was about to breathe fire. That foresight let him activate Steinable immediately. Using the construct, he barely changed the direction of his leap in time. He knows that even a slight delay would have gotten him instantly vaporized by the flame pillars. Yusung now accepts that the Chiwon is far stronger than the record suggested and beyond anything he has fought before. Its enormous body moves with impossible speed, making it even more terrifying than its size alone would suggest. Its breath is just as monstrous, carrying enough heat and pressure to burn everything around it. He concludes that a straightforward contest of power is hopeless against this creature. Even so, he steadies himself by trusting that his plan can still bring it down. He summons Steinable again to prepare the next phase of that plan. While still airborne, he positions the construct beneath himself. He lands on the floating platform and regains control of his movement. The Chiwon watches him carefully, waiting for his next move. Yusung declares that the hunt is not over and that he is resuming the attack. The monster closes in again, ready to crush him. Yusung bursts upward into the air to seize the initiative. He uses Steinable to create platforms in midair. More floating constructs appear, giving him a shifting route through the sky. Combining those platforms with spin and slit, he begins a high-speed pattern meant to confuse the Chiwon. The monster as I follows, trying to read the trick. The Chiwon lowers its head and prepares another breath attack. Fire gathers in its mouth into a concentrated sphere. Yusung decides this next breath will be the opening he needs to combine both techniques fully. The Chiwon fires the attack. The monster believes it has locked onto him, but Yusung splits into multiple rushing afterimages around the blast. He reveals a new skill that makes his high-speed afterimages look like real clones. The Chiwon is suddenly surrounded by false targets. The clones scatter through the air, multiplying the confusion. Yusung predicts the Chiwon will answer by charging through them. The monster opens wide and commits to the attack. It lunges upward to smash through the swarm. One of Yusung's figures closes in near its eye. The real Yusung commits to the decisive strike. He narrows his focus entirely on the opening ahead. With his weapon ready, he drives in for the kill. Petals and motion trails mark the path of his fainting clones. The false images continue to fill the air around the Chiwon. The monster still cannot immediately tell which one is real. Yusung's swarm closes around its head from every direction. He taunts the Chiwen with the challenge of distinguishing the real attacker from dozens of clones. The Chiwen answers with another sweeping burst of fire. One of the apparent Yusungs is consumed by the blast, proving the clones can be sacrificed. Yusung reminds himself that he is aiming for the creature's one known weakness and must create a gap in its defense. This entire strategy was built from what he learned in Yang Wu Jin's book about the Chiwen's habits and vulnerabilities. According to that knowledge, the Chiwen's eyes hold the purest harmonic essence, making them the target he must pierce. The monster's attention remains fixed on the false threats around it. Yusung notes that the breath attack is coming again, but that only helps his plan if the clones keep drawing its focus. The Chiwen unleashes another explosive blast. The fire tears through the surrounding clones instead of the real attacker. The illusions vanish into the flames as intended. The Chiwen believes it has cleared the field, but Yusung reveals that while its attention was on the clones, his real body had already reached the true attack position. He arrives above the monster's head exactly as planned. Yusung drives his strike downward with everything he has. He commits to a plunging stab aimed at the eye. The Chiwen finally notices the real threat. Yusung is certain it is too late for the monster to stop him because he is faster. He believes the eye is already within reach. The Chiwen's eye remains exposed for a split second. Then something intercepts the attack at the last instant. Yusung is stunned by the sudden interruption. He realizes an arrow has struck his weapon. The impossible interference forces him to look down for the shooter. A grinning archer appears and reveals he has been searching for Yusung. The newcomer gleefully announces that he has finally found him. Yusung recognizes the intruder as the demon archer, Wan Jiangqion. Wan Jiangqion immediately tries to kill him. The archer releases another shot wrapped in green energy. The empowered arrow tears across the battlefield toward Yusung. Yusung realizes his blade was broken by the first arrow, ruining his finishing strike. At the same time, the Chiwen closes in behind him, turning the situation into a deadly pincer. The monster begins firing its breath directly along Yusung's back. Yusung understands that the Chiwen's flames are now coming from behind while the archer's attack approaches from the front. He sees the green arrow racing toward him with no easy escape. The Chiwen's fire surges forward to engulf the same space. Yusung braces himself and raises his guard in desperation. The green arrow collides with the oncoming wall of flame, detonating in front of him as the trap closes. Yusung plummets through the air after barely surviving a deadly exchange. He realizes with alarm that he only just managed to stop the last attack. Even as he falls, the dragon-like Chiwen closes in at point-blank range. He recognizes the Chiwen directly in front of him as an immediate threat. At the same time, he senses that the demon archer Wan Jiangqion is aiming from far below. Surrounded above and below, Yusung understands he has been cornered. What unsettles him most is that the enemy somehow found him despite his efforts to disappear. Wan Jiangqion notices that panic and enjoys it. He taunts Yusung by revealing that he deliberately tracked him down. His words lead into how he prepared this hunt in advance. In a flashback, others doubt anyone could locate a fugitive in the other world, but Wan Jiangqion insists he has a method. He unveils a hidden tool that he claims will find the target for him. The tool turns out to be a strange fox-like creature tied to an old legend. Its reputation is that it can follow prey by scent from an enormous distance, though this specimen is only an incomplete imitation. Wan Jiangqion explains that Go Ryong Company tried to breed the legendary 1,000-mile fox from razor fox monsters. The experiment failed because the creatures were short-lived and untamable, but he secretly kept some for hunting. To set the fox on Yusung, he presents it with a vial of musk. When questioned, he hints that the musk is the key to the tracking trick. He reveals that he always coats his arrows with the musk because he is obsessively careful. Since Yusung once caught those arrows with his own hands, the scent transferred to him. His companion immediately understands that this is how the trail was established. Once the fox reacts, Wan Jiangqion confirms it has locked onto the prey. Satisfied, he moves to begin the hunt in earnest. Back in the present, he mocks Yusung for being trapped by that preparation. Yusung studies the battlefield and realizes the archer's shots are powerful but not rapid fire. From that, he concludes the sniper is waiting for a decisive opening rather than firing continuously. That limitation gives him an idea. He suddenly charges the Chiwen instead of staying defensive. Using extreme speed, he creates visible clones to confuse the sniper. The Chiwen tracks the rush with predatory focus. Yusung believes that if one clone is targeted, the real body can still evade. He decides he can hunt the Chiwen as long as he stays wary of the sniper's timing. Wan Jiangqion sees through the footwork at once and reveals that the clones do not fool him. He immediately looses another shot. To Yusung's shock, the arrow homes in on his real body instead of a decoy. The attack closes on him before he can complete his plan. He is caught off guard by how precisely the shot found him. He barely blocks the incoming arrow with a burst of energy. Even after defending himself, he realizes the arrow ignored the clones entirely. He understands the situation is becoming lethal and that he must recover his stance before the next shot. In desperation, he hurls his twin axes toward the sniper's position. The thrown weapons force a sudden interruption in the ranged assault. Yusung is startled that the counterattack may actually have reached its mark. The reason becomes clear when Jin Chung reveals he followed the arrow's origin exactly as instructed. Jin Chung praises Wan Jiangqian's careful setup even as he crashes into the fight. The archer braces himself with a green aura and draws his bow for a finishing strike. Convinced victory is at hand, he declares this will end everything. He commits fully to the killing shot. Oh Yusung raises both arms as if trying to survive one last instant. He can only watch as the attack closes in. The arrow finally lands. Oh Yusung is blasted backward and drops hard to the ground. Wan Jiangqian senses the hit and becomes certain the shot struck true. He erupts in triumph, convinced he has finally taken Oh Yusung down. Oh Yusung lies motionless, making the kill seem real. A faint sign of life remains, but his enemies do not notice it. Wan Jiangqian keeps celebrating, certain his long pursuit has succeeded. He revels in revenge and relief, savoring Oh Yusung's apparent death. He orders Jin Chung to go confirm the corpse. Jin Chung coldly reminds him that they are partners, not master and servant. Wan Jiangqian backs down outwardly, though he resents the humiliation. Before they can inspect the body, Jin Chung points out that the dragon is the more urgent problem. The Chiwen fixes its gaze on them, making the danger impossible to ignore. Its attention shifts fully from Oh Yusung to the two hunters below. Wan Jiangqian, no longer distracted by his vendetta, begins admiring the monster's value. Jin Chung recognizes it as the legendary dragon of rumor and realizes what a prize it would be. He immediately decides that slaying it would secure his own future and reputation. Elsewhere, Jin Chung's old rival Yang Junction is shown clashing with another powerful fighter. Jin Chung recalls how others always measured him against Yang Junction. The memory of Yang Junction's imposing presence still weighs on him. Yang Junction had once dismissed Jin Chung's obsession as tiresome. When Jin Chung tried to force a confrontation, Yang Junction effortlessly stopped him. That easy resistance only deepened Jin Chung's frustration. He remembers throwing himself into the challenge anyway. Yet Yang Junction halted the fight with a single calm gesture. Rather than fight, Yang Junction proposed ending the conflict without pointless bloodshed. He offered the first hunting rights at a newly formed fisher to Ryong Castle instead. He framed the offer as a practical settlement between rival groups that had merely crossed paths. To Yang Junction, avoiding needless violence was the obvious choice. He also stated that the Red Dragon Society would simply take the second wave of the hunt. Even while speaking peacefully, Yang Junction's presence made clear he could fight if pressed. When Jin Chung challenged his authority, Yang Junction calmly invited him to test it. That quiet confidence shook Jin Chung more than open aggression would have. Yang Junction's faint smile made the imbalance between them feel even worse. In the end, the Red Dragon Society withdrew on its own terms, leaving Jin Chung humiliated again. Jin Chung could only watch them leave in frustration. Back in the present, he admits to himself that Yang Junction was always one step ahead of him. He remembers how all of Shanghai treated Yang Junction as the true dominant figure after his rise among the Elite 10. Jin Chung was always judged as second best, no matter his own power. Unable to bear that reputation, he repeatedly sought a duel, only to be refused every time. His resentment grew into a desperate need to prove himself. Now he sees the dragon as the chance to seize a feat grand enough to eclipse Yang Junction. The dragon looms before him as the embodiment of that opportunity. If he becomes the first hunter to slay a dragon, he believes his achievement will surpass Yang Junction's. With that ambition driving them, Jin Chung and Wan Jiangqian prepare to fight together. Wan Jiangqian regains his confidence and readies another empowered shot. The dragon faces them head-on, unshaken by their resolve. Wan Jiangqian exults that this battle is turning into his perfect day. Even while insulting Jin Chung, he acknowledges that the old hunter's combat skill is genuine. He recalls that Jin Chung's reputation in Shanghai came from overwhelming close-range power. Jin Chung enters a fearsome battle state as he commits to the vanguard. His aura-charged axe strike is said to crush anything in close combat. Wan Jiangqian decides that with Jin Chung in front and his own bow in support, they can kill any monster. The dragon's eye narrows as it reads their intent. Jin Chung plants his feet and launches forward. He charges straight at the dragon's massive body without hesitation. Watching the assault, Wan Jiangqian praises the opening and grows more excited. He convinces himself this is no different from the giant monsters he has hunted before. He fires a killing arrow at the dragon as Jin Chung closes in. The shot streaks toward the dragon's face with lethal force. Wan Jiangqian boasts that the dragon's size only makes it an easier target. The arrow appears to strike cleanly near the dragon's eye. A second projectile follows to capitalize on the opening, but Wan Jiangqian suddenly realizes something is wrong. Jin Chung is horrified to see that the arrows have been deflected rather than penetrating. He finds himself standing on the dragon's head, far closer to danger than he intended. Still trying to salvage the attack, he raises his axe for a decisive blow. He aims to split the dragon's skull open in one strike. His aura-wrapped axe comes down with full power. The dragon's eye glows with a different, unnatural force. Dark energy begins to gather around its body. Jin Chung's blow lands, but the impact fails to break through as expected. For an instant he thinks he connected solidly. Then confusion replaces confidence when the result makes no sense. The dragon's defense instead shatters his weapon. Jin Chung stares at the ruined axe in disbelief. He cannot accept that his strongest weapon has broken against the monster. The dragon remains intact, its power only growing more ominous. When Jiang Qion finally grasps how disastrous the situation is, he realizes the monster has entered a new level of threat. Jin Chung reaches the same conclusion and understands that the dragon can use aura. The broken remains of his weapon slip from his hand as his confidence collapses. He curses the monster, but the anger is already giving way to fear. The dragon moves, and Jin Chung is thrown off balance before he can recover. He admits to himself that ordinary attacks are useless against an aura-using monster. For the first time, he abandons the fantasy of victory and thinks only of escape. He realizes he cannot defeat this dragon alone and would need an entire hunting force. He turns and runs, gasping as panic takes over. The dragon reaches after him with terrifying ease. Jin Chung is stunned by how quickly it closes the distance. Facing death, he breaks completely and regrets ever challenging such a creature. In that terror, he admits the truth that all of this began from his obsession with surpassing Yang Jungjun. He realizes he never truly wanted a real fight with Yang Jungjun at all. His rivalry had always been a performance meant to secure his standing against the Red Dragon Society, and Yang Jungjun had seen through that act from the beginning. The dragon's attack descends before Jin Chung can finish processing that truth. He can only curse the monsters as his fear overwhelms him. A massive claw slams down toward him. The dragon bears down mercilessly, its eyes fixed on its prey. It rises in full fury, poised to finish the terrified hunter. An archer races across the battlefield, already under pressure as he searches for a way to survive the monster. He realizes the creature moves with terrifying silence and speed, fast enough to have killed Jin Chung before anyone could properly react. He understands the monster is not slow at all, but simply waits motionless until the exact instant it needs to strike. Cursing his situation, he forces himself to steady his aim instead of panicking. Remembering Yusung's intentions, he decides to exploit the opening Yusung had been trying to create. He identifies the monster's eye as its likely weak point and commits to targeting it. He raises his bow against the towering serpent-like beast and prepares a decisive shot. As he aims, he recalls his father's lesson that a hunter should not shoot at an eye itself, but at the point between the eyes to finish prey in one strike. That memory pulls him back to the first hunting principles his father taught him. In the snowy past, the younger man pauses as that memory becomes vivid. His father asks whether he is really going to seek out Li Waimin. The son answers directly, addressing him as father. He confirms he is going, while his father warns that Li Waimin is dangerous and should not be approached carelessly. The son dismisses a life of ordinary hunting and insists he wants something greater. He admits he knows Li Waimin intends to use him, but argues that the world has changed and he must change with it. He decides that if monster hunting brings immense wealth, then he will use Li Waimin just as Li Waimin plans to use him. Driven by pride and resentment, he vows he will not remain poor or be looked down on like his father was. As he leaves, his father calls him by name, Jiang Qion. The father can offer only a quiet farewell and tells him to take care of himself. The son carries those words with him as he walks away. He reflects that after making that choice, he did in fact rise. Back in the present, he thinks of how he climbed to 6th among China's Elite 10 and became the equal of the very man who once used him. He pours everything he has accumulated through his life into a single empowered arrow. Refusing to die here, he releases the shot with all his remaining will. The arrow drives straight into the Chaiwan's eye. Its power continues through the monster's head, suggesting a clean hit. For a moment, he believes he has succeeded. But the arrow begins to burn away inside the monster's flame power. His confidence collapses into shock. He realizes the arrow carrying all his energy melted before it could truly reach and destroy the target. Knowing his best attack failed, he curses and breaks into retreat. He admits he cannot defeat something like this, and decides escape is his only option. He plans to reach the forest, hide there, and flee once he has broken the monster's line of sight. He reassures himself that unlike Jin Chung, he still has enough distance to get away. The Chiwen answers by unleashing a massive stream of flame after him. He briefly believes he can still escape the attack. Instead, the fire tears through the ground in a devastating line and closes the distance instantly. He screams as death seems certain. At the last instant, he sees someone intervene between him and the flames. His father's farewell echoes in his mind as the moment turns desperate. He realizes in horror that the person who moved to save him is his father. The fire blast rips across the battlefield with overwhelming force. The Chiwen presses the attack without hesitation. It rears up, fully dominating the field with its flame power. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yusung regains awareness. He realizes he had been struck by one Jiang Qian's arrow and knocked down rather than killed. He finds that the shock from the arrow has left his body paralyzed and not yet recovered. The Chiwen looms over him, ready to finish him off. The monster closes in on the helpless Yusung. Flames gather in its mouth for another killing blast. Unable to move his arms properly, Yusung focuses on one option left to him, activating auto-hunting. Before he can do it, the Chiwen fires at point-blank range. Yusung realizes he is about to be engulfed before he can trigger his skill. The flames surge toward him. At that instant, Baiyan slides in and throws herself into danger to reach him. She calls out to Yusung as she grabs him. Yusung is stunned to see Baiyan appear in front of him. The Chaiwan's fire continues to crash down on their position. Baiyan drags Yusung clear just before the blast lands. She shields him with her own body as they tumble to safety. The attack detonates across the ground behind them. The flames spread violently through the area they had occupied a moment earlier. The Chiwen remains standing amid the destruction, still hunting them. It quickly searches for the pair again. From a short distance away, the monster reorients toward them while they lie exposed on the slope. Baiyan realizes they survived by the narrowest margin. But even as she catches her breath, she knows the danger is not over. She sees that her leg was badly grazed during the rescue. Baiyan admits she saved Yusung with her movement technique, but the injury means she cannot move properly right away. Even so, she first checks whether Yusung is still alive, and he answers that he is barely holding on. Seeing him still trying to rise despite his injuries, she decides she has to support him. She reaches for him to help him sit up. She braces herself and lifts him despite her own pain. Baiyan forces herself onward, refusing to stop even though her legs are failing. Together they manage to get Yusung upright. She asks how he feels, and he sincerely thanks her for saving his life. Still confused, Yusung asks why she came back for him after he had told her to retreat. Baiyan awkwardly admits that he did tell her to go. She apologizes, but Yusung makes clear he is not blaming her and only wants to understand. Baiyan confesses that she did not think it through and simply moved. After escaping the forest and shaking off her paralysis, she saw the monster closing in on the fallen Yusung. At that sight, her body acted on its own because all she could think about was saving him. Yusung is quietly struck by how deeply she was thinking of him. He realizes the feeling is mutual. Their moment is cut short when the Chiwen rises over them again. Yusung immediately recognizes that the monster has found them. He tries to move, but the paralysis still has not fully left his body. He returns to the idea of activating auto-hunting before the Chiwen attacks again. Baiyan places her hand over his and stops him. Yusung turns to her in surprise. Baiyan reveals that she already knows about his hidden combat function and has noticed it before every serious fight. She explains that he always makes the same hand gesture when he is about to use it. Guiding his hand herself, she presses the command for him. The system responds and begins activating auto-hunting. As the mode engages, petals drift through the air and the atmosphere changes. Even the Chiwen seems to sense the shift in pressure. Yusung rises to face the monster while Baiyan remains behind him. Baiyan is alarmed that he is standing at all in his condition. Yusung tells her not to worry. With calm confidence, he promises that things will be fine from here on. The Chiwen roars and prepares to crush him. Baiyan can only watch, stunned by his composure. Yusung advances and takes up the fallen spear as his weapon. Since his own blade was broken, he decides to borrow the spear instead. Baiyan agrees but still urges him to flee now that he can move again, only for him to refuse. She points out that both of them are too badly wounded to run far anyway. Yusung answers that escape is unnecessary because the monster can be killed. Baiyan, flustered but trusting him, agrees to wait. Yusung steadies himself and commits fully to the fight. He launches forward to begin the counterattack. His first burst of speed carries him straight into striking range. He charges the Chiwen head-on with the spear. The monster tracks him carefully, ready to counter. Baiyan calls out in alarm as he closes the distance. The Chiwen recognizes him as the same being that had just frightened it. It remembers the earlier attack that made it feel fear for the first time in centuries. Realizing this is that same threat, the monster reacts with hostility and caution. It fires another massive flame blast to erase him before he can get close. Auto-hunting splits Yusung's movement into afterimages as he rushes through the attack pattern. The Chiwen lashes out with a hand to swat him down. Yusung evades the strike in midair and keeps advancing. He slips all the way to the monster's face, directly beside its eye. Reading the situation, he notes that the Chiwen is agile and troublesome, and that it will naturally try to protect its eyes just as before. He decides that predictable defense will no longer save it. He thrusts toward the eye again, forcing the monster to raise its flame aura barrier. Instead of stopping, he drives himself through the opening created by that defense. At close range, he confirms the eye is wrapped in both aura and concentrated flame chi. He recalls that anything touching that flame chi should melt, which is exactly why the monster believes him doomed. Yusung realizes this is the confirmation he needed. Everything is unfolding exactly according to his plan. The spear begins absorbing the surrounding flame rather than being destroyed by it. As more flame chi pours in, the weapon grows hotter and stronger instead of melting away. The Chiwen notices too late that something is wrong. Yusung reveals that the Red Dragon twin spears are special weapons that absorb flame chi. The spear tears through the fiery barrier as it feeds on the monster's own power. Yusung commits all his strength to the finishing blow. He drives the spear down with crushing force. The Chiwen screams as the attack finally breaks through. Yusung presses on relentlessly, sensing victory. A violent impact erupts where his strike lands. He immediately decides to finish the eye completely by adding another technique through his suit, Queen's Embrace. He channels the power of the Red Dragon twin spears into the next stage of the attack. Then he mixes that weapon's power with the eye of the Chiwen itself. He forces the two energies to combine. A new blue power surges through him as the fusion takes hold. That combined force detonates through the Chiwen's eye from within. Yusung stares into the result, fully aware he has found the answer he was seeking. Later, in a quiet room, he reflects on the battle and what he learned from it. Reviewing Yang Wujin's notes, he confirms that the Chiwen's weakness was indeed its eyes, where pure flame chi gathered into a protective aura. He concludes that piercing the aura was only the first step, and that truly destroying the eye required the stronger method he had just discovered. Oh Yusung realizes the only way to bring down the Chi Wind is to absorb its overwhelming flame chi into his equipment. He concludes that only his combination skill can do it, and decides to test whether he can merge that power into the armor he already created. Reviewing his earlier results, he judges that with the Red Dragon Twin Spears as a superior catalyst, combining the Eye of the Chi Wind and its aura should be possible. Once he confirms the method will work, he commits to it without hesitation and forces the process through. Blue energy erupts around him as the fusion begins in earnest. The gathered power surges into the dragon-derived equipment, while the Chi Wind roars in alarm. Yang Baiyan immediately senses that something extraordinary is happening. The armor continues absorbing and reshaping the stolen aura around Oh Yusung's body. Even the spear is drawn into the transformation as the dragon's power is integrated. The experiment succeeds, leaving Oh Yusung clad in completed red armor and armed with a transformed spear. Baiyan can only marvel at what he has accomplished. From a distance, she watches in stunned silence as the balance of the fight shifts. The Chi Wind is thrown into panic by the loss of its eyes and the agony that follows. Worse still for the beast, the immense heat stored in those eyes has been completely taken by the new creature standing before it. For the first time in its life, the Chi Wind understands fear and thinks only of escape. Oh Yusung admits he is exhausted too, but he refuses to waste the opening the terrified dragon has given him. He hardens his resolve and decides to finish the hunt now. Using the spear as an anchor, he drives himself straight into the Chi Wind's body. He tears through flesh from within, carving a path deeper into the monster. The Chi Wind convulses violently under the internal assault. Oh Yusung pushes forward through the beast's insides despite the strain. He crashes through layers of tissue as he forces his way toward a vital point. At last he regains his footing inside the creature. Seeing the interior clearly, he realizes he has entered the Chi Wind's body itself. A pulsing organ ahead draws his attention as dark energy courses around it. He identifies it as the Chi Wind's heart. Outside, the Chi Wind realizes in horror that its enemy has invaded its body. Enraged by the violation and half-blinded by pain, the beast vows to kill the intruder. It decides to fire the heat energy it had coughed up directly at the creature inside it. A torrent of destructive energy rushes inward toward Oh Yusung. He braces himself and turns to meet the attack. At the last instant, he exerts himself to stop the blast. The combined aura in his armor spreads out and blocks the incoming breath inside the beast. The attack is smothered before it can reach him. Oh Yusung confirms that the IS aura fused with the armor can even shut down the Chi Wind's breath. The Chi Wind tries desperately to force another breath through its ruined mouth. Inside, the heart continues to pulse while the beast struggles to defend itself. Oh Yusung sees that the Chi Wind is still resisting fiercely, making a direct stab through all its internal defenses difficult. So he settles on a different finishing method. Calming himself, he prepares the final move. The heart swells and trembles as the pressure inside the beast mounts. Oh Yusung unleashes Chi parasitic bees from within the Chi Wind. The dragon senses the new threat but cannot stop it in time. The parasitic projectiles pierce through the Chi Wind's body from the inside out. The beast is riddled with countless holes as the attack bursts through its flesh. Its heart is overwhelmed and begins to collapse. Certain the kill is complete, Oh Yusung finally allows himself to believe the battle is over. But one last violent rupture tears through the Chi Wind's body. The dying monster lets out a final roar. Its towering body starts to lose all strength. The head droops as life drains away. The corpse topples into the great fissure below. The severed remains disappear into the darkness. Only the long scar the battle carved across the ground remains visible above. The battlefield falls briefly quiet around the edge of the chasm. Fragments of Oh Yusung's armor lie scattered nearby, showing how much the fight cost him. He drags himself back up from the edge, barely holding on. Even in that state, he recognizes that he has truly succeeded. He knows luck played a part, because his aura was nearly exhausted and he would have failed without Chi parasitic bees. Still, he takes pride in having completed the first hunting plan exactly as intended. For the first time, he can say he has hunted and killed the Chi Wind. His next thought is to reunite with Miss Baiyan and head back to the exit, until an unexpected voice praises the feat. Oh Yusung immediately turns wary at the interruption. A newcomer congratulates him on the astonishing accomplishment of slaying a dragon. The speaker and an armed companion step into view, praising him while clearly claiming the field. Between them lies the unconscious Yang Baiyan, revealing that she has already been captured. Oh Yusung recognizes the mastermind at once as Professor Payne, Lee Wai-min. Lee Wai-min offers smiling congratulations, addressing Oh Yusung with false courtesy. Oh Yusung instantly connects the situation and realizes Baiyan was likely taken down by Lee Wai-min. Her unconscious body confirms his suspicion. The distance and terrain make a direct rescue difficult. He also notices that Ha Yukil is standing guard in front of Lee Wai-min. Oh Yusung starts searching for a gap between them to save Baiyan, but the setup leaves him no easy opening. Before he can act, another furious voice calls out Lee Wai-min's name. Lee Wai-min remains calm, almost amused by the outburst. One Jiang Qion arrives enraged, accusing Lee Wai-min of using him. Lee Wai-min dismisses the accusation and claims he merely followed one Jiang Qion's own wishes. He adds that he secretly placed the talisman in Won Jiang-cheon's equipment as a precaution, proving he had been manipulating events from the start. Won Jiang-cheon rages, but Li Wai-min reminds him that the talisman's activation saved him from death. Li Wai-min cuts off the argument by pointing out that Yusung is the more urgent matter. Won Jiang-cheon grits his teeth and swallows his anger for the moment. Yusung agrees to postpone their internal dispute until after dealing with him. To force compliance, Won Jiang-cheon steps toward the helpless Baiyan. He plants his foot on her body, making the threat immediate and personal. He lays down the rule plainly: if Yusung moves even one step closer, Baiyan dies under his foot. Yusung curses Won Jiang-cheon but is forced to hold himself back. Li Wai-min smugly tells him surrender would be the easier choice. He explains that Yusung cannot instantly close the distance with his current footwork. He further points out that the true strength of the demon archer, Won Jiang-cheon, lies in his sight. That means clones, feints, and distractions will all fail, because Won Jiang-cheon can track any suspicious move. With Baiyan's life hanging by a thread, Li Wai-min makes clear that time is not on Yusung's side. Yusung demands to know what they really want. Li Wai-min names his price: the improved suit Yusung is wearing and the Chaiwan's remaining eye, which he assumes Yusung still has. In exchange, he promises to send Baiyan back safely, while refusing to guarantee Yusung's own survival. Yusung rejects the offer as nonsense, though Li Wai-min insists it is generous given the situation. Li Wai-min then shifts tactics and proposes that they forget their past conflict. He goes further, offering an alliance, and claiming he can guarantee both Yusung's and Baiyan's safety if Yusung joins him. The sudden change in tone catches Yusung off guard. Won Jiang-cheon is even more shocked and immediately objects. Li Wai-min silences him with a cold command, making it clear he alone will decide the negotiation. He orders Won Jiang-cheon to keep quiet while he speaks. Won Jiang-cheon is left stunned by the sudden reversal. Li Wai-min calmly acknowledges how strange his timing must seem. He admits he hates Yusung, but says he has thought the matter through and reached a different conclusion. After losing track of Yusung in the outer world, he began to suspect that Yusung's explosive growth was too abnormal to ignore. He realized every attempt to eliminate Yusung had failed because Yusung kept surpassing his predictions at an impossible rate. Investigating further, he concluded that Yusung possesses something special beyond chi, spells, or ordinary thought. Hearing that, Yusung suspects Li Wai-min may be referring to auto-hunting. Li Wai-min admits he wants that secret because it seems tied to the mystery he has pursued his entire life. That obsession is the nature of the world inside the fissure, and how such a place can exist at all. He presents himself not as a mere schemer but as a scholar who has devoted countless experiments to uncovering that truth. Now he believes the answer may lie with the very opponent he despises most, and he asks whether Yusung is not curious too. He frames the issue as the hidden identity and secret of the world inside the fissure itself. Yusung realizes he actually knows almost nothing about Li Wai-min, even as the auto-hunting interface hangs silently in his awareness. Li Wai-min insists he has spent his life researching this mystery and exhausted every method available to him. He lists the lengths he has gone to, mastering ancient martial arts, infiltrating dangerous groups, and studying exceptional talents. He boasts that he personally raised both Won Jiang-cheon and Ha Yukil into the ranks of the elite by analyzing and guiding them. In his own mind, all of those achievements prove that only Professor Payne could have reached such heights of understanding. Yusung listens without being impressed. Li Wai-min makes one final appeal, asking Yusung to join hands with him and refine his talent together. He tries to dress the proposal up as a fresh start that should interest Yusung as much as it interests him. Instead, he is met with a flat refusal that he cannot process. Yusung states plainly that he has no interest in Li Wai-min's secret or any of the grand theories behind it. What matters to him is not hidden truth but what he must do right now as a hunter. That answer recalls an old lesson in someone else's memory, reinforcing the difference between obsession and duty. Yusung pretends for a moment to consider the partnership, only to set up his real answer. He rejects Li Wai-min with contempt, saying he would never want a conman like him as a business partner. Humiliated and enraged, Li Wai-min drops the pretense and orders Yusung's death. At that instant, a green projectile flashes toward Yusung's face. Won Jiang-cheon gleefully joins the attack, delighted that the negotiation has finally turned back into attempted murder. He unleashes a storm of arrows and taunts Yusung to keep dancing under the barrage. The green arrows streak across the battlefield in a lethal spread. Yusung throws himself into evasive movement, barely slipping between the shots. Watching him dodge, Li Wai-min coldly decides that if Yusung insists on resisting, then he deserves to die. He also notes that Yusung's energy and stamina must be nearly depleted, so constant movement will soon finish him. Li Wai-min becomes convinced that if he simply keeps the pressure on, Yusung will die here with no chance of escape. Won Jiang-cheon mocks Yusung's evasions and asks how much longer his exhausted body can keep this up. The arrow storm continues to herd Yusung across the ground. Yusung admits to himself that Li Wai-min is right. His current footwork alone cannot close the gap, and he cannot shake Won Jiang-cheon's sight. So he decides to answer that trap with a faster technique than anything they are expecting. he channels the integrated flame chi through Goddess Embrace to power a new burst of movement. Using that power, he prepares to combine Baiyan S and the Red Dragon Society S footwork into the dragon chasing step. The moment his foot strikes the ground, explosive force launches him forward. He vanishes from his previous position in a single violent burst. One Jiang Cheon can only stare in disbelief as the impossible happens. Oh Yusung appears past the killing zone and inside their formation before they can react. Even one Jiang Cheon is forced to wonder if Oh Yusung truly disappeared for an instant. Oh Yusung answers their arrogance with raw fury as he closes in. He crashes down between them, smashing through the hostage setup and blowing both enemies away from Baiyan. One Jiang Cheon is left reeling from the impact as Oh Yusung seizes back control of the battlefield. The demon archer braces in panic as attacks tear past him and he realizes the fight has already slipped out of his control. He is stunned that Oh Yusung has vanished from his sight and understands he is now exposed at close range. Trying to save himself, he decides he must create distance immediately before Yusung reaches him. He fails, as Yusung closes the gap first and crashes into him with overwhelming speed. The archer is caught completely off guard by how decisively the momentum has turned. Yusung follows through without hesitation, driving another brutal blow into him. The archer is launched helplessly, his confidence collapsing under the sudden assault. He can barely accept that someone like him is being dominated so completely. In disbelief, he identifies himself as one Jiang Cheon, the feared demon archer, as if the title alone should have protected him. Yusung remains calm and composed, showing no sign that the archer's reputation matters to him. One Jiang Cheon is slammed to the ground, and the onlookers realize the supposedly terrifying archer has been neutralized almost instantly. Yusung coolly assesses the field instead of celebrating. One of the remaining enemies cannot believe one Jiang Cheon has fallen so easily. The bespectacled strategist steadies himself and begins reassessing Yusung with new seriousness. Yusung moves to the fallen woman first, prioritizing her condition over the enemies still standing. He checks Yang Baiyan carefully and finds her unconscious but alive. Relieved that her breathing and pulse are normal, he allows himself a brief moment of reassurance. With her safety confirmed for the moment, he rises and turns back to the remaining threats. The swordsman lies battered nearby, showing how thoroughly Yusung has already dismantled their side. The swordsman struggles to process the defeat, coughing and barely conscious. Yusung addresses the survivors and makes it clear the battle has narrowed to them alone. One Jiang Cheon remains down, no longer part of the fight. Yusung states plainly that only one opponent remains standing in any meaningful way. He names that last real threat as Li Wai-min, the bespectacled planner. Li Wai-min acknowledges that Yusung endured Ha Yukil's attacks with reinforced armor and even shattered his legs. Instead of fear, Li reacts with excitement, thrilled that Yusung has surpassed his expectations again. Yusung recognizes that Li is dangerous precisely because he treats overwhelming strength as a puzzle rather than a reason to retreat. Li admits Yusung has grown into something he cannot handle directly, but reveals that this possibility was already built into his calculations. Even with his plans failing, Li convinces himself he still has a path to victory. He studies the field again, searching for the one remaining leverage point. Yusung decides to end the confrontation before Li can turn that idea into action. He launches himself forward in a direct finishing charge. Li immediately orders his armored giant to keep Yusung from getting close. The giant intercepts Yusung head-on, buying Li the space he needs. A massive sweeping strike forces Yusung to break off his direct approach. Yusung narrows his focus, already reading the next layer of Li's defense. When he looks up again, the swordsman has rejoined Li, forming a final line in front of the strategist. Yusung tells them all that they are the only ones left now, stripping away any illusion of backup or escape. Li meets that statement without flinching, still trying to control the situation through composure. The wounded swordsman forces himself upright, knowing he has no choice but to stand again. Yusung releases a stronger aura, making it clear he is done holding back. The swordsman wants to flee, but Li stops that thought immediately. Yusung tells them running is pointless, because he has already prepared a way to destroy them even if they escape. He reveals that he secretly attached a camcorder after entering the other world and recorded everything they said and did to him. Yusung explains that if he leaves through the fissure with that evidence, their careers as hunters are finished. The swordsman is shaken, realizing they are trapped not only physically but socially and legally. Li, however, laughs instead of panicking. He is delighted that Yusung has raised the stakes even further and made the game more interesting. Li praises Yusung again for exceeding expectations and wonders what greater surprise he might produce next time. Yusung shuts that down, promising there will be no next time because all of them are going to prison. But first, he says, he will deal with Li personally. The swordsman feels cornered and admits the situation has become a complete checkmate. Li also sees no clean way out anymore, so he accepts that he must fight despite preferring schemes over direct confrontation. He pulls out a talisman, choosing to gamble everything on magic and deception. More talismans appear, showing he is about to unleash his stored techniques all at once. Explosions erupt across the ground as Li repeats the same disruptive method to scatter attention and create openings. He reaches for yet another talisman, layering his tricks rather than relying on brute force. Li casts the charms into the air, turning the battlefield into a field of prepared spells. He declares that he will pour out every spell and scrap of knowledge he has gathered up to this point. At the same time, his armored giant powers up again to serve as the hammer behind Li's strategy. The giant swells with force, becoming an even more dangerous obstacle between Li and Yusung. Li orders the giant to shatter the ground beneath Yusung and eliminate him indirectly. The giant locks onto the command with murderous focus. It unleashes a barrage of crushing blows into the earth instead of aiming at Yusung's body. The ground caves and erupts under repeated impacts, turning the terrain itself into a weapon. The bombardment spreads into a chaotic field of ruptures meant to trap or destabilize Yusung. Li quickly realizes even this much force may not be enough, because Yusung's armor is tougher than expected. Still, Li decides the destruction can serve as a distraction while he hides his true objective. He reveals his last Shikuchi talisman and admits he cannot simply flee while Yusung still holds the incriminating recordings. So he chooses a single desperate target that could reverse everything. Li decides to use the unconscious Yang Baiyan as leverage, believing she is his only path to victory. He commits to that plan without hesitation and moves toward her. Convinced he has found the winning move, Li declares the fight effectively over, but Yusung had already anticipated exactly that choice. Li is jolted by the realization that his supposedly clever move was predicted. Even as he moves, more talismans are prepared, showing he intends to combine speed and misdirection. His giant remains positioned behind him as a shield while he advances on Baiyan. Li admits he dislikes frontal combat, but now embraces an all-or-nothing struggle with everything at stake. The swordsman, driven by desperation, convinces himself that killing Yusung is the only way to survive the aftermath. He raises his blade and fixes on Yusung as his final obstacle. Yusung dismisses the idea that what comes next is an even fight. He says this is no longer a battle between equals. From this point on, he declares, he will be hunting them. That promise leaves the remaining enemies startled and off balance. When Yusung suddenly vanishes, panic breaks out among them despite their attempt to stay calm. The ground begins cracking in multiple places, suggesting movement below the surface. They realize Yusung has gone underground, using the monster-made tunnels as a hidden route. Li quickly explains the tactic and tells the swordsmen they can still trap Yusung if they react the moment he resurfaces. He urges them not to panic and to listen for the sound that will reveal Yusung's position. Instead, Yusung strikes first from below, seizing the swordsman's leg and dragging him off balance. The swordsman screams as he is pulled down by an unseen attacker beneath the earth. He slams his sword into the ground in a desperate attempt to resist being swallowed. The struggle tears up the terrain, but it does not free him. Li curses the swordsman for losing control and ruining their chance to respond intelligently. He realizes the disturbance is bait and that Yusung wants them focused on the wrong place. Li starts to predict the fake-out, but he is already too late. Yusung bursts in from another angle and catches Li before he can finish the thought. The strategist is hurled away, his careful composure shattered by the sudden hit. Yusung reveals that Li was never his true target in that exchange. Yang Baiyan was the one he knew Li would go after. Li can only choke in shock as he realizes he has been read completely. Yusung explains that a hunter survives by learning the habits and patterns of prey. Predicting movement, he says, is the most basic rule of hunting. Li bitterly admits he failed, recognizing that Yusung outplayed him at his own specialty. With Li broken, Yusung turns his attention back to Baiyan. Baiyan wakes and answers him, confirming she has regained consciousness. Yusung tells her the situation is nearly over and asks her to rest. Before he can finish, she reaches out to stop him. Nearby, Li is still conscious enough to laugh weakly, showing the danger has not fully passed. Baiyan refuses to stay out of it and asks to fight alongside Yusung. She moves with him toward the remaining enemies, signaling that she intends to rejoin the battle immediately. Baiyan strikes first, driving a blow into the enemy line with fierce anger. She demands to know why she was targeted, turning her confusion into open fury. Yusung answers by repeating his lesson about always predicting the prey's movements. Baiyan steadies herself, absorbing both the explanation and the danger around them. Li, now badly hurt, can only clutch himself and face Yusung with failing strength. He collapses to the ground in front of Yusung, no longer able to maintain his schemes. Even so, Li tries to recover his composure for one last calculation. He senses a presence behind him and believes he has finally found Yusung's real position. He orders the giant to strike, convinced he has cornered Yusung at last. But the moment the attack goes out, doubt flashes across Li's face. The giant's blow hits only a thrown rock, exposing that Yusung used another decoy. The swordsman, still struggling, braces too late as the ground shifts again. Yusung erupts upward from below with a rising attack. He smashes the swordsman's legs, crippling him just as he did the others. Li is horrified to realize Yusung chained one feint into another and fooled him twice in succession. Yusung immediately follows through, diving straight at the now defenseless swordsman. The swordsman can only stare in terror as the finishing blow closes in. Yusung's punch lands cleanly and decisively. The swordsman is knocked out, his resistance ending on the spot. Yusung counts him as finished, reducing the enemy side by one more. The fallen swordsman lies motionless, confirming the knockout. His last breath of protest fades into helplessness. Yusung turns back toward the remaining pair, reasserting control over the battlefield. One Jiang Cheon still lies defeated, a reminder of how quickly Yusung dismantled their strongest names. Yusung repeats that only one true opponent remains. Again he names Lee Wai-min as the final enemy he intends to finish. Lee once more evaluates Yusung's armor and the way brute force has failed against him. Instead of despair, he again reacts with twisted admiration at Yusung's growth. Yusung sees clearly that Lee has become a schemer who cannot win in a straight contest. Lee accepts that direct victory is impossible and falls back on prediction and contingency. Even then, he insists there is still some path left to survive. He studies the field from a distance, searching for another hidden opening. Yusung refuses to let that continue and resolves once more to end everything now. He charges again with the same relentless intent to finish the battle. Lee's giant again moves to stop Yusung from closing in. Yusung crashes toward the giant without slowing, forcing another direct clash. The giant answers with another sweeping strike to keep him away. Explosions and ruptures spread across the ground again as Lee returns to his familiar method of disruption. At the same time, Lee reaches for another talisman, doubling down on magic and trickery. He scatters the charms overhead, preparing yet another layered spell sequence. Lee commits fully, vowing to throw every spell and every scrap of knowledge he has left into one final attempt to stop Yusung. A towering armored enemy surges with power and prepares to crush the resistance outright. Its overwhelming size and aura make clear that the man facing it is badly outmatched. Realizing brute force will not work, the bespectacled schemer orders the ground beneath the monster destroyed to eliminate it indirectly. The armored giant locks onto the threat with lethal focus. It answers by unleashing a barrage of crushing blows instead of giving him room to maneuver. The attack hammers the earth in front of it, trying to collapse the battlefield and bury its target. The bombardment tears up the ground, but the man quickly sees that even this tactic will not be enough. He admits the monster's armor is far tougher than expected and too durable to break head-on, so he decides to use the attack as a distraction while hiding his real objective. His last Shikuchi talisman becomes his final gamble, because escaping alone means nothing while his enemy still holds incriminating videos over them. He commits to a single target and throws the talisman away to begin the real move. He chooses the fallen Yang Baiyan as the key to victory, deciding to use her as bait or leverage. Convinced his plan is about to succeed, he closes in on her. He declares the fight over, only to hear that his move was anticipated from the start. The sudden interruption shatters his confidence and leaves him stunned. Yusung appears in red armor and strikes before the schemer can react. The blow sends the man flying and instantly flips control of the battle. Yusung reveals that the true target was never him, but Miss Baiyan all along, and he planned around that. The schemer can only choke in shock as his trap collapses. Yusung calmly explains that hunting begins with reading a target's habits and patterns. He adds that predicting a prey's movements is the most basic skill of a real hunter. The defeated man realizes too late that his scheme has failed completely. Yusung turns his attention away from the conman and checks on Baiyan instead. When he asks if she is awake, she answers weakly, showing she has regained consciousness. He reassures her that the danger is nearly over and urges her to rest. Before he can finish, she reaches out to stop him from carrying the burden alone. Even injured, she forces out a laugh, refusing to stay passive. Baiyan insists on fighting beside him rather than being protected from afar. The conman watches from a distance as the two align themselves against him. Baiyan immediately proves her resolve by attacking him herself. He is left reeling, unable to understand why she would target him instead. Yusung reminds him that he already explained the importance of predicting prey. Baiyan's sudden movement confirms that the trap has fully turned back on its maker. The conman staggers, clutching himself as panic replaces calculation. He collapses at Yusung's feet, stripped of any remaining advantage. Unable to accept defeat, he insists that this outcome is impossible. He desperately asks how Yusung realized the Baiyan he approached was a fake. Yusung answers that the deception was obvious enough to fool even the man's own ally, one Jiang Qion, proving how long the scheme had been prepared. He identifies the trick precisely. A spell of cognitive distortion was used to swap the real Baiyan with a decoy. The real Baiyan is shown safely hidden away from the conman's reach. Yusung explains the flaw that exposed the lie. Baiyan had injured her leg during the final hunt, so when the supposed Baiyan walked normally toward him, he knew the conman had slipped up. The conman is shaken by how effortlessly Yusung dismantled a plan he thought perfect. He realizes in horror that Yusung exposed his final trump card within seconds. Yusung coldly tells him to prepare himself for what comes next. The conman can only repeat that none of this should be possible. His mind loops back to the same disbelief that his hidden endgame was read so quickly. Yusung dismisses the trick as an obvious pattern anyone trained as a hunter should have recognized. He twists the knife further by noting that the conman failed because he was never truly a hunter. With the deception exposed, Yusung's killing intent rises and the balance of power becomes absolute. The conman forces himself to stop panicking and tries to stall for time with words. Yusung refuses to listen and charges straight at him. Instead of a finishing blow to the body, Yusung targets the man's mobility. He smashes the conman's leg with a brutal kick. The man screams as he realizes his leg has been broken. Yusung makes clear that the man's excuses and manipulations are over. He follows with a relentless flurry, determined to end the threat decisively. The beating shatters the conman's glasses and leaves him completely defenseless. Blood sprays from the impact as the punishment continues. The con man drops to his knees, broken and unable to resist. He finally collapses face first into the dirt, barely conscious. Nearby, one of his injured accomplices lies helpless as well, showing their side has been utterly crushed. Another wounded ally can only sit and watch, unable to intervene. Yusung says that as a hunter he has no intention of personally executing them, but he also admits he is not kind enough to save people who tried to murder him. Especially not those who threaten someone he cares about, making buy-in the line they crossed. He says that if he reaches the exit, all he will do is report their location. Until then, whether they survive in this monster-filled world while injured and stranded is no concern of his. One of the wounded men reacts with dread as he understands Yusung is abandoning them to fate. The con man lies bleeding on the ground, reduced to a pitiful wreck. The battlefield falls quiet, leaving the defeated men isolated in the wasteland they created. Bayan is placed on a stretcher, safely removed from immediate danger. As she wakes more fully, she struggles to understand where she is. A brief recollection shows Yusung arranging with Jean Wibbeck's people to take her out first while he stayed behind for another task. Bayan remembers that this was the place where she fought beside Yusung against the monster. The memory and her injuries jolt her upright. Yusung checks on her again, confirming she is conscious. Still disoriented, she asks him where they are. She sees that they are now surrounded by a rescue team rather than enemies. Yusung explains they are outside the fissure and safe, where the Ten's rescue team he contracted had been waiting. He urges her to rest, but she insists her condition is manageable and focuses on what he said earlier. She presses him about his mention of taking on another request, fearing what that implies. Yusung confirms that Jean Wibbeck's request is not finished yet. Bayan protests that going back in immediately is reckless, especially in his exhausted state. She appeals to another hunter present to stop him, hoping professional judgment will restrain him. The man hesitates, but the answer she gets is not the one she wants. Yusung states plainly that this is his duty as a hunter. His expression shows he has already made the decision and will not be swayed. Bayan realizes with frustration that he truly intends to leave again. Even she understands now that once Yusung decides on something, he will not back down. He assures her that Ten's hunters will protect her and tells her to return safely. He adds that he will repay the debt he owes her someday, framing his departure as unfinished business between them. With that, he starts to walk away. Bayan stops him with one urgent call. Yusung pauses and listens. She tells him that if he truly feels indebted, then he must honor the promise he made. She reminds him of the promise that he would come back and go on a date with her. Yusung answers with quiet amusement, accepting the reminder. He tightens his resolve rather than rejecting her words. Bayan softens, sensing that he has taken the promise seriously. Yusung raises a hand in acknowledgement. Without turning back, he signals his agreement. Bayan watches in surprise, waiting for him to answer clearly. He confirms it simply, it is a promise. So Yusung remains behind in the fissure, leaving only his promise that he will return. 6 months pass after Yusung disappears into the fissure, and the story shifts to Seoul. By then, monsters are openly raiding the city in growing numbers. A hunter is forced into desperate combat as the creatures swarm him. He fires desperately, but the attacks barely thin the pack. He realizes there are far too many monsters for him to handle alone. The narration explains that the world has changed as fissures began appearing far more frequently. Countless new openings unleashed more raids than the available hunters could contain. Even repeated rotations left hunters exhausted and unable to keep up with the numbers. In the middle of the crisis, the hunter is struck in the leg. In pain, he realizes his mobility is failing at the worst possible moment. A monster lands in front of him and cuts off his escape. More creatures gather around, sealing him in. Surrounded and injured, he believes he is about to die. In despair, he wonders if the world is ending and thinks that if only that legendary man were here, things might be different. He remembers the legend of Hunter Yusung, the only one said to have remained in a fissure until the very end, and the kind of hunter he wished to become. The monsters close in for the kill. The hunter braces for death, only for an unexpected voice to remark that the situation is even worse than anticipated. He opens his eyes in confusion, realizing someone else has stepped into the fight. A familiar figure in red armor stands between him and the monsters, alive and returned. Even the monsters hesitate at the sudden arrival of a new predator. The stunned hunter can barely ask who he is seeing. Recognition hits, and joy replaces fear as he realizes Yusung has truly come back. Yusung activates a function called auto-hunting, preparing to fight without hesitation. With calm authority, he orders the system to commence auto-hunting and steps back into battle.